Hello and welcome to the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. We're live and police monitored at an undisclosed location. I am Sir Too Good, your host for this event. But don't worry, as always, it's not just me here to talk about the do's and don'ts of Dota 2 and the cans of cunts of the teams. Of course, we won't go into EG today because Samel and Arteezy took an incredible amount of time to go through that. Our panelists, let's welcome on all. We're going to have Winter, Cinderin, Blitz, and God's housing this morning.
Doing fantastic. Good to be here.
Blitz.
Yeah.
That was a good intro. I like that.
Winter,
Will and
how
I
are you
just
doing?
like stole a look at each other.
Why was it? Would you just? I think it was very professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
No one asked how or ever I'm doing.
hungry.
You're hungry. That's great, Winter. Like you
At least
had
you
the whole
get an
morning.
honest answer for once.
Yeah, yeah. No one asked, by the way, how the host is doing ever. That's
Ask
typical.
yourself. You're the host.
Well, I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you like the intro. You know, bad, because normally, you know, I have like a pre-hosting ritual. Winter. I mean, you can probably appreciate this. So last night, you know, I was perusing the hotel entertainment, and you know, actually, you know, for the ritual to get ready for today, and it turned out, you know, censorship. The Chinese hotel had disabled pornography. So it was very hard to kind of get ready for the show. I mean, don't get me wrong. I watched it. Mr. Wang's amazing wheelchaired antics were pretty amazing. A real thriller, and I did manage to finish. And I'm here for the show today now. So
Is this the rehearsal, by the way? Are we live or is this?
It's just, you know, so I feel like I'm ready to host. You know what I mean? Like nothing's gonna hold me back, and you know, I'm here ready for some Dota 2. We've got some great teams playing in the tournament.
You're
and we've got
crying.
4 teams today. Just for the record, I prefer normal stuff. That's what I'm saying as well. But you know, it was a good watch. So in Group A, this is what we're going to be seeing today. We've got maybe we're not going to Group A. We've got eHome, MVP Phoenix, Team Secret, and CDEC Gaming. We will be seeing them today. They're going to be playing kind of like almost a double elim, but no one gets eliminated. So there's going to be a total of 5 games. If you come top 2, you'll be going into the upper bracket of the main event. If you land in the bottom 2, you'll be going into the lower bracket. And all today's games will be best of 3s, and we'll be playing 2 games simultaneously at the start of the day, and then after that we'll be playing each game singly, so we can watch all the action. So make sure you tune in for your day where you want to support your team, but I'm sure throughout the tournament you're going to see some surprises and great games, as it seems that a lot of people are saying that the meta hasn't been figured out. So in Group B, you're going to see Alliance, Team Spirit, Vici Gaming, Fnatic. Group C, which is our 3rd day of groups, is going to be OG, Team Archon, LGD Gaming, and Newbie. And then finally, to finish off the groups, we'll go to Group D, which will be Evil Geniuses, Complexity, Virtus Pro, and Team Liquid. And then, of course, from there, the end of the groups, which will take 4 days from now, we're going into the Mercedes-Benz Arena for the main event to see who will be crowned champion of the Shanghai Major. So, that was all very professional. I felt that was good. I can read off a screen, which is great. Let's go back to how you guys are and what you're looking forward to today, because we're in Group A.
I think the main thing for me that I really don't know is, you know, a lot of people in previous tournaments had really high expectations for CDEC, and they're a team I'm very curious to see whether they show up or not, because they showed so great promise at TI5. They didn't do too well in Frankfurt compared to expectations, and now here against Secret, strong opponent in the first round. They
didn't adjust to the meta that well. Like they were always still trying to play their game with a little bit of different heroes. But I think that overall in the current meta, their old playstyle doesn't work as well as during the TI times. So I think that is their biggest problem. They didn't really adjust very well.
I wasn't really listening. What did you think of what they said, Blitz?
Yeah, I mean, like, the patch, they were the quickest to figure it out, like how to invade the enemy safe lane with the gyrocopter, and they could play like the stack and farm game. They were very patient, but I think a lot of it has been said about their mid laner, Shiki. He didn't really have that big of a hero pool. Like when EG discovered that he didn't know how to play Leshrac, for example, that kind of just threw everything open. So from what I hear, though, I think he's like the highest MMR in China now, and he's been grinding solo queues. There should be a better understanding this time around, I think.
Are we talking about CDEC now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was zoning out a little bit. I was
Second place TI. Maybe
yeah.
you've heard of them.
So they're
Don't
doing
know.
okay. Or they're not doing
I
great?
mean, by TI standards, they're doing very poorly. Like they,
Very bad.
yeah, it's not the second place TI performance that you'd come to expect from them. But the same can be said from some of the other teams. Well, one team in their group, Secret as well, they've completely fallen off from being the best team in the world. When they first formed with their new roster, they won Nanyang Championship. Now they're just looking like a team that's everyone's talking about. It's going to be reshuffling their roster.
Didn't they win 3 events in a row?
Yeah, they won like 3 or 4 They got to the ESL One New York final, and then they went on to win like the next MLG as well as Nanyang Championship, and were just on a complete tear. Everyone looked at them like they're the best team, and then right now everyone's looking at them like, oh, they need to kick X player, they need to kick Y player, they need to do such and such. I mean, you've got all the backseat coaches saying that 10 different things need to change within the team. So,
How many backseat coaches does Secret have? 10.
10.
10. And
Exactly.
how's
No more, no less.
MVP doing?
They're
eHome's good.
eHome's very
I mean,
good.
because in all fairness, I've been a little bit out of Dota
Yeah.
2. I don't know if you noticed that I don't have much of a clue what's going on. So we're going to learn Dota together with me if you want to learn Dota. But of course, our experts here will take you through the thing as well. So I've actually brought in a prop, right? And I'm going to use it now. This is the Learn Dota with James Harding prop. I'm just going to move things. Wait, I'm gonna get up. Right, look at this, Winter.
Yes, I'm looking.
I brought in
That's great.
sick prop. Yeah, we can see it. Right, so let's talk about, I don't know if people can see this on camera. Maybe this cameraman will have to come a little bit closer when I draw stuff. Because here we can do Group A. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so who do we have? We have C-Deck,
Secret, eHome, MVP.
and then we have, okay, we're doing like this. Secret, and then we got eHome. Do you like my handwriting, Winter?
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. You actually have very good hand.
So I want to know, right, pros and cons of these teams that we're going to see today. We're mega rich because we've hosted the Shanghai Major. Don't
I think-
laugh.
Okay, so
This wasn't a joke. I thought.
my
I thought that was a player for a moment. So Unity. So
Yeah.
Blitzking worked out for you.
I mean, now he's making all the crazy big bucks here at the
That
Shanghai
sounds
Major.
like I want to put it on a con as well.
Zephyr.
But you think Unity, like like how they play?
Yeah, so I think the main thing at TI5 that made that team so successful was how extremely good they were at moving together as a team and making decisions in the blink of an eye. They
Yeah.
were very, very
Right.
quick, and everyone was on the
It's
same.
fast. That's another pro. Normally, when I've had that conversation, it goes in cons, but they don't listen to them. So, any cons for C-Deck? While we're at it?
Stubborn.
Stubborn.
Yeah.
They are not willing to change their playstyle.
What does the other couch agree with stubborn?
I mean, looking at the last few tournaments, yeah, I'd agree.
All right, stubborn. That's a con.
It's actually slightly related to the
Yeah.
stubborn.
I'm going to put
yeah.
1D. Too long.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's their pros and cons for C-Deck.
No.
All right. Now we got Secret. This is good. I think we'll probably run out of time before the game starts. So let's brainstorm faster if we can here at the Shanghai Major. Presented by Perfect Worlds on a piece of paper.
Unpredictable.
Unpredictable.
Yeah.
Is that just Eternal Envy?
I think I'm referring to the way they're drafting because they don't have a
drafts.
set hero pool. They draft against what their enemy is picking.
Big hero pool.
Yeah, big hero.
Big hero pool.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good.
I should have used more room. Hopefully people can still read this. I think the cameraman's doing a great job. Right. Secret, big hero pool.
Leadership. I think they have the best captain in the world, or close to it.
Yeah?
Puppy.
So Puppy.
Just puppy.
Puppy.
So the pros is
Puppy is a pro.
But I've also
Excellent.
noticed on the con, are they so that's kind of a cancel out, isn't it?
We have to be fair though. He did carry them
When?
in certain
Frankfurt.
situations. He did.
The EG series.
I haven't watched. I just wanted to write his name down. So we've only got one more con now for Team Secret.
I think that one of the biggest things when I watch Secret is they don't really play as a team. It's often lots of individual players trying to go off and make like individual plays. They're kind of just disorganized.
I think
Don't
the
They have a
Keep them calm. and he knows what they're gonna pick. But I think their actual play.
Because it has a lot to do with his hero pool as well, like the heroes he plays.
Who's
These are just their players.
Huh?
I think
They're
Fragmented was
positive as
fine.
Puppy.
I think Fragmented
Puppy
is-
+4.
Yeah, I think Fragmented
this
is good.
team. Get Puppy
is
some new
great.
teammates.
Fragmented. And they're playing each other first, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So that's game number 1. All right, so yeah, eHome.
They're just bloody good right now. I don't know. They're like the best
Yeah.
team right now, almost. It
Are
feels
they?
like. in
They're
some
very,
ways.
very
They're,
good.
they're
Yeah.
consistent. The
You guys sound like fanboys.
Easily favorite.
No,
for
they
top 3.
figured the patch out better
patch.
than any other team.
All right. Meta Kings, we call them, right?
And I think a lot of people would agree during MDL, if you watch most of their games, I think they are, because their offlaner is extremely versatile, because the patch revolves a lot of what hero do you use on your team as the offlane. I think because he's extremely versatile, 11, if in case you don't know who.
Old 11.
Old 11.
Alt 11.
They have Old
Yeah.
11 and Old Chicken.
It's
it
just
has
11.
to be your favorite team.
Hey, no old jokes, all right? You know, I know I got the hosting gig, you know, admittedly. You know, Red Eye's a bit wiser, and I'm not as hands-on
I
as
think
Richard
your
Lewis,
name
but
your name was wrong. It shouldn't be Sir 2G, it should be Old 2G.
Thank you. Do you want to agree with Winter?
Yeah.
All right, whatever. Offlaner. Okay. And what are we doing? Do they have any cons?
yeah, I think
They got a target on their head, surely, if they're the best team. Everyone's going to be watching them. But go on, Blitz, you said they...
I think their playstyle, it's like bend don't break, but they play it really fast and loose because they're completely okay with just like feeding away kills and deaths. Like they don't really the late game, but oftentimes you can just get run over.
Okay. So they're set up to win always late game, but you can break it with just, like...
Yeah, I think their laning phase sometimes is a little bit weak as a result. Like in their
Yeah,
off lane and their safe
because
lane.
of the heroes that they like. Sometimes they pick like support Abaddon.
Yeah,
it makes their
exactly.
lanes weak.
They pick really weird support duos.
Yeah.
Like out of the entire teams here,
Hmm.
they do stuff that just doesn't make sense.
Legion commander support.
Yeah, like they're willing to innovate.
So
like
do you
that.
want to put laning phase or early
Yeah,
game phase?
You can do that.
If we okay. My handwriting is going to get worse as we go along. And then anything else
Probably
on eHome?
Probably not though.
Hmm. Hmm.
Do you guys have anything else that you feel is their weakness?
Until they start losing, no.
Yeah,
I don't
until they
know.
start losing.
But
Like they
I
just-
think if they're like, are they absolutely the top of the game
No,
right now?
not
Is
clearly.
everyone
They're in
com-
like the group of maybe 3 or 4 teams that I consider like the favorite / best.
So
in
they
the
don't
game.
have like an obvious target on their back.
No, I mean it's like eHome, Evil Geniuses.
Alliance.
well,
But
that's
they're
like
the best
three
team.
big-
They're the best team in China now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well we won't put a target on their back. They can only have one con. Just because that's
Yeah.
how it panned out when I drew it on paper. We're not thinking so much with the distances between. MVP?
High individual skill. Like these are all.
Who's playing for MVP?
They
Q-
have
QO.
Rev, QO,
QO?
MP, Dubu, and
Febby?
Yep.
Febby.
It's 1 point for me.
He's just pretending, you know? He's just pretending he doesn't.
No, I only know Febby because he wears cool pants.
Yeah, he
He
does.
wears ice pants. He's like, ice pants, cool. And I'm like, Febby, you cool. Let's put like the high
You're
skill,
not
yeah?
looking good in
Yeah.
the tournament if that's your pro, if that's ice pants.
High skill.
Yeah, and they have ice pants, which keep you cool when you play. They can have more pro.
I think it's a pretty big pro. If you're in a group with CDEC Secret and eHome and you
And
get
you're
high,
high
skill,
skill,
as
yeah.
your pro,
Yeah.
then you're really good.
Well, you said they were high skill, like high individual skill.
I think they have high individual skill. They have like 4 of the
I-
top
it's
12
like,
players MMR.
To carry them, like in game, like in certain games where sometimes another team playing the same draft will rely more on team play to win.
I think that's a good point, actually. If you don't have that, again, it's the whole unity thing we talked about before. I guess that overlaps a bit with Secret. Would you say MVP are a little bit fragmented too?
No,
With
bec-
that
I
logic?
think it's a different reason.
It's not
Yeah.
fragmented. It's like the way they play. That's the way they play.
Okay, so it's just their style is
Yeah.
that big plays win, and if they don't get big plays, they just lose because
Yep.
they're less good at the team play. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So I put that in a con.
Yeah,
And
rely
why?
on big plays.
'Kay.
I mean, it's great to make big plays, but it's not good that you rely on them to win every game.
Okay, okay. Big play, bad boys. That sounds cooler. Like they're big play bad boys.
We had. I'm just saying. Why are you writing it? And I thought we had a really good way of phrasing it, and then you went with big play bad boys.
I'm selling it to the people at home. I'm getting more and more people interested in Dota 2 with this apparatus that I have here. Any more cons or pros for MVP?
Lack of a captain. Now that March is retired, I think that hurts them a lot.
Is he not even here as a coach or
No.
anything?
He's
But isn't Dubu their new captain?
yeah, but it's I played against him when he was on Hot 6. Like it's hard because just
Inexperienced.
Yeah.
They're very young
Alright,
team.
I
I
can't
think,
wait
I think
to see
they're
how
just
you're
how
gonna
young
rate
the
this.
team is one of their bigger weaknesses. Like Dubu's on
For MVP has
Dubu,
never
the
played
captain.
Dota 1 and he played Dota 2 for 2 years.
when
That's
I
fine.
first got
Maybe
to
he's a
Korea.
genius. Maybe he's a
He
god
obviously he is
winter.
if he's
What
playing at a major.
Yeah.
So.
When I first got to Korea, he was part of like their training academy that they made for MVP or whatever. He had never picked it up. He was just doing it for fun. He was like 3K, like less than 2 years ago. I was just really good at the game.
Why did you go lowercase all of a sudden?
I don't know. I really don't. It's just because this was the upper part of the board, and now I'm in
and
the
then
lower
below
part.
the mid.
I think
That's
one
how my
of the
brain
pros
works.
with MVP though is that they're probably one of the more motivated and driven teams right now. I think they have.
We'll put that with them. Yeah, motivation. I mean, not everyone. These guys don't
Yeah.
care if they win or
Yeah.
lose, but this team,
Has a point to prove.
yeah, point to prove motivation. All right, we'll leave it at that then. In pros and cons. So they're going to be playing each other. That's a great line.
Very good.
It's very artistic. Who's going to win the group? I mean, the C deck plays secret first.
I mean, if you count the cons, it's obvious that eHome's going to win the group, right? Because
that's the thing. They have less cons,
If,
Winter.
if you count the pros,
Mathematically,
it's MVP who's going to win the group though. So.
they have ice
yeah.
pants.
Ice Pants is the tipping point right now.
But what's more important, ice pants
Or being bad boys.
or having a good offlaner? Well, let's do C deck versus secret first. Okay, so we do C deck, and they play versus secret. Trying to do nice big writing. Okay, so we got our pros and cons. Secret have Puppy and a big hero pool. C deck have Unity and they're fast. We sound really stupid when we revisit this. This doesn't sound like we know what we're talking about, guys.
I think this is really unpredictable because both of the teams haven't been looking that stable. But my pick would be CDC, I think, for this match.
I think Secret's going to play very unpredictable. They'll just like split push around the map. They'll just play this like discombobulated kind of play style, and it's going to throw. I think it throws CDC off. I think if
It's,
anything, it's hard for them to deal with.
So almost like Eternal Envy could also be a pro.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's like the player to look out for. That's going to cause CDC used to playing against more organized and regimented, like the Chinese teams who have a much more structure to their strategies. Secret's just going to do whatever. They'll pick weird heroes. They'll play in different playstyles.
the pace, the pace of both of these teams are very different. Because Secret mostly wants to play a slower pace. They want to have Mr. Jackie Mao more farm before they start to fight. Whereas CDEC, with their carry, like what Blitz said, they want to invade the jungle as early as possible.
Okay, so you guys think Secret should take it?
I think it's
Secret.
2-1 no matter what.
You said you think
Yeah.
CDC?
I think CDC will. I mean, it's such a difficult game to call, honestly. I'd
Yeah.
rather
Well,
not make a
we'll
call.
probably
but if we
wait
have
until
to
we
pick-
go to the draft. But in a
Yeah.
general prediction, we think Secret should move on. It's
I
not
think
Mafia.
Secret. I
Step
think
up.
Secret wins the first game, but CDEC take the series.
Well, then we're split, and then it's my decision.
Who do you trust
You,
more?
you
here?
haven't
Hero
been you
pool.
haven't been watching too much though, so
Huh?
it's on you.
All right. Well, I think Secret will take it.
Okay.
I don't know who they are really. I was kind of blacked out during most of TI. But no, I've heard some people say that Secret are actually will probably work through this tournament really well. But I don't know. Let's just say that one's hard. Ehome versus MVP.
That's a pretty clear.
Going or have
'Cause
like
they're
a
the
weird
best teams
draft.
in the world at a major. You know.
But I can't really foresee Ehome losing the series.
Yeah, but Dota is unpredictable. Yeah.
Well, by
So-
that logic,
so
then
therefore,
anybody-
why are we doing
What's the
predictions?
point of this?
Yeah, no, I just want to find out. So who's going to come like second and first? Because then you've got like Ehome potentially versus Secret or C-Deck.
I think C-Deck or
You just said C-Deck were going. Oh, you mean second?
Yes.
C-Deck to Ehome
eHome.
or Secret.
I think. Oh wait, I actually got that wrong. Because I said I think eHome will come first, and Secret or C-Deck will come second.
Okay.
Very bold prediction.
Because they're versing two teams who have been quite unstable lately. Like if they MVP show up and Secret and CDC is still playing kind of lackluster, then I think MVP could sneak through in second or, I mean, very likely.
Versus the end. We know a team like EG gets really good the later that it goes. Because I would say historically, when Puppy was in Navi, they often dropped to the lower bracket and then they would just go the whole way.
Secret are good when they have momentum, I think.
Yeah.
They go like what we talked about. They won 3 tournaments in a row. So when they're winning, they just keep on winning. Like even the old previous editions of Secret, when they had like Artesia and S4, it's the same thing. When they were winning tournaments, they win like 50 games in a row. So I think if Secret are going to do well at this major, it's going to start from their very first game, and then they're going to just steamroll everyone.
Do you want me to remove the whiteboard, or do you want it for reference after the game? I can get it off
I
camera.
just want to know why you wrote CDC versus Secret bottom and used it for nothing. And
No,
it's
it was a talking point. This is what you do in meetings.
Yeah, but why didn't you write down predictions?
Why didn't you
or
write
anything?
E home versus
because you guys
MVP or the
were
predictions or anything?
Fine, I'll do it.
And why did you stop using lowercase below?
Versus MVP, right? And I'll kind of circle the one that people think's going to win. You guys think they're going to win.
Yes.
And this was split.
Yeah, that one is
So
pretty
what do I
close.
do there?
You just cross it out.
Like it's a non... Well, someone does win.
But you have
Circle
to
the
you have to
VS.
decide.
You
who
were the
No,
one
I
that
don't get to
decided
decide.
Secret was gonna win.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
You
we're
split it.
We're going to say secret.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you guys think they're going to be like first place versus eHome
First
and
place
secret?
home.
Yeah.
First place eHome.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the most likely, for sure.
Good. So let's give them a little crown. Oh no, wait, that's eHome. So they'll be king of the group.
Well, you're really good at drawing, yeah, James?
Thanks, buddy.
It's beautiful. Oh, that's a nice gem.
Yeah, I need a little... Oh God. I haven't had to use the muscles in my arms for a long time. When you come to China, you pay someone else to do it. So. Writing for the board, you get assistants. None of that. Right, yeah, okay, so we're not really sure when the game's going to start, but I assume when it does start, we'll get a lovely little ban and pick phase, and then we'll take you guys through the bans and picks here at the Shanghai Major. Group stages presented by Perfect World. And I think it was meant to start probably 15 minutes ago, probably even before I pulled out this board, so I think we've really kind of nailed that group.
Killed a lot of time with that.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. What time is it now? I'll check my phone. 9:36.
That's
Oh, maybe they've already started. But we've got both those games happening at once. And so if you stay with us, you'll get one of the matches. I'm assuming that you guys are hoping to get the Secret versus CDEC game here to analyze, as it seems. Oh, gosh, you're not too convinced. You're like, I just love Dota.
It was that. I was the thought process in my head was like, I think watching eHome play right now is just like, it's almost like a thing of beauty in some ways, because they're playing so just, they pick these crazy things and pull it all together, whereas like if Secret and CDC...
Yeah, we'll see. And then, of course, there will be in Dota TV, you can watch the other game, you can watch both, and you can stay with us. So, I just think we've nailed it, you know what I mean? When people, we'll wait for the teams to start, admittedly, but unless you want to talk about another group or just what's going on with these teams, because I think I've got a really good idea as a newcomer to Dota 2, still higher MMR than OD Pixel. What do you guys think? I'm out of hosting material.
I think you did a pretty good job here. It's really good.
Thanks,
pretty
Winter.
pretty accurate with some help, of course.
With some help.
Yeah.
It's a meeting. It's a team effort, admittedly. Do you want to do Group B when we get to it tomorrow? The board for Group B.
I do not have your kind of handwriting. You
What
know,
kind of handwriting do you have? Winter?
doctor's handwriting.
Doctor's handwriting.
Probably Parker should do it. Parker has pretty good handwriting, I believe.
No, absolutely not.
Everyone's kind of really subdued right now. Which is
Yeah,
like
it's good.
we're kind of. I imagine we're kind of like somewhat similar to the people at home watching on Twitch. And they're like, okay, that's great. Yeah, good. And the game?
Yeah. Right now, all of our
Yeah.
thought process is exactly what people are spamming in the chat. Like, where's the game?
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, it will get on its way. All the players, seem pretty much in good spirits. Have you guys spoken to any of the players? Here is actually CDEC. Looks like we are going to have CDEC versus Secret. We've got XZ, Shiki, Q, Garda, and Aggressive. I like Aggressive. I did his first interview ever, I think. He didn't even have a job interview before, and I did his interview, and I asked him if he was aggressive, and he said yes. And I posted it on Twitch Chat Reporter. Went viral. and he's became a celebrity ever since. And they're going to be up versus Team Secret, so this is definitely our match. It's going to be a best of 3. We've got Weeha, Puppy, Pylai Dai, Misery, and Eternal Envy. Forgot Pylai Dai was playing for him. I'm just going to add that to the cons.
You can't just list all of their players as a con and then choose them to win the series. What's wrong with you?
I gave that guy so much shit one DreamHack when he was playing Silencer that he just like didn't like me for a little time, but I think he's fine with it now. No, he's very good.
Oh yeah, we have forgotten that we have a silencer picker here.
Yeah, you said Silencer. No, Blitz said Silencer was good.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
It's a good pick.
But like this team, it just seems so weird on paper. This team, it feels like if you're a Puppy and you're building a team, I mean, this looks like Russian roulette.
Yeah, I mean, personality-wise, completely different for the most part.
Yeah.
So it's
Maybe he just felt like he needed a challenge. Absolutely amazing player in terms of positioning. Never seems to like really let down the team at any point. Like for me, like he was stand out at like I think the qualifiers multiple in Secret, or is it?
He's had a lot of bad games lately, I think, but I think it's largely a result of the team kind of lacking that direction. Like he's one of the players who's often on the he's dying a lot, basically, to put it simply, and it's largely because I feel the team strategy is not really there. So as an offlaner, I feel like the offlaner is the first to struggle in a team where you don't have clear strategy and direction as a team. The offlaner is always someone who's going to die a lot. So I don't think he's the weak link on this team. Like I know, like he's probably the person that people will point fingers at, saying he's one of the reasons why Secret's doing poorly. To me, he's like the product of the team not having that strategy.
But he's crazy experienced, right? He was back playing in the days as Puppy. You know, these two guys.
He's played at TI1. He played in the Dota 1 days. Yeah,
he's like
he played every position.
Yeah,
right?
he's played every role as well.
Would you rate him, Winter? Would you rate Misery? Do you rate him?
Do I rate him?
Yeah, that's kind of like not.
Would you swipe right or swipe left?
Oh, would I swipe right or left?
In Dota terms, sure.
I think I agree with Gods that he hasn't been on the same level when they were winning the 3 events in a row. I think largely because of the hero pool, because he has been really good at Slada during their win streak, and right now Slada has been a hero that has less priority pick in terms of the off lane position. So I think that has affected them a lot because Weeha likes to play Wind Ranger as well, and those 2 heroes combine very well together.
Okay.
And those 2 has been not picked that much anymore.
The role of the offlaner has just changed a lot in this patch. It's I think one of the qualities that Misery has as a player in general is that he's really good at finding kills. That's why he was great on the roaming position 4/5 that he used to play in, I think, for example, Mouse Sports, when he was really good on his Bane. I think he was outstanding, maybe the best player in the world on that hero at the time.
Lion as well, right?
His Lion was very good, his Mirana, when they played that once in a while. And now the role of the offlane was similar to that in the previous patch, where you would play these engaging heroes like Slada. You would maybe play like Undying, look for early fights and push Tusk, that kind of stuff. And now the offlaner is way more disruptive in the lane itself. You play Lone Druid, you play Nature's Prophet, and you just try to manipulate the lane, but you don't look for kills as much. And I don't think that suits his playstyle as much as the other one.
I heard this patch is really like just TI free-ish at the moment.
Yeah,
a lot of people are saying
fair to
that
say.
Alliance, like Nature's Prophet, Lone Druid,
That's still just one tournament from Alliance, and that's where I feel like the new patch is still not being even remotely close to fully discovered. So even though some teams,
this tournament we're actually going to see
I could see it changing direction completely. Like if
But I think
Alliance don't do well, teams aren't going to try and adopt their playstyle and keep picking Nature's Prophet or Lone Druid for the offlane necessarily.
Yeah, because like Blitz, you were going to say? Sorry.
I was gonna say I think that the offlane is like the most stable in terms of what you're gonna see here at this tournament. Because I think there's like a clear cut what people are used to playing, what they practice. I don't think it's just Alliance favored. It's just like all the map changes as well, like the creep camp that you can farm to safely. You need to abuse that as much as you can.
Right. No, well, I'm really interested to see how they kind of progress, because as I said, I don't know much. So because I don't know much, let's go to a new segment that I just made up. Because as we wait for the game called Hero Forecast. Dun, 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 music. Do you want to do Hero Forecast with me, Winter? Yeah, I'm going to go back to the whiteboard. This is my favorite thing of the show.
Don't agree to anything until he explains what it is.
How do I get this off? So this is our Group A. Do you want to keep hold of this, Winter?
Yeah, sure.
In case we...
That's art.
we can all sign it at the end and set it off for a couple of dollars.
I'll hold this. Yeah.
Yeah. You can just put it down there if you like. All right.
I'll just hold
Hero Forecast. So it's like weather reporting. forecast have an E in it
Yes.
before cast?
Yes.
Hey, I'm dyslexic.
Very
cool.
nicely centered.
What should I put here?
Yeah, you have to put something.
Yeah, I
You
do.
put like a little sun since it's like a weather report. Maybe.
Yeah. All right, look at me.
That's quite an accurate description. Yeah.
Winter. Sunny winter. All right, hero forecast. Okay, so the concept of this, I don't know what heroes we're going to be seeing. So today we've got, as we mentioned, C-Deck, a secret. I just love writing stuff. Can't remember. No, MVP
E-home.
and eHome. So for today, the hero forecast, what are we likely to see?
Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet. Shall I just put MP? Is that okay?
Yep.
All right, MP. Early in the morning, might have some MP.
Some faceless void, I'd say.
Into the evening. Faceless Void. So we got Faceless, Void. Okay.
Enchantress.
Enchantress?
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think that's a really high chance. eHome plays it well. It's kind of something MVP run once in a while. too, I
Ehome
think.
pulled it out for the first time in the grand finals.
Yeah.
They did the
played
one
it,
game
They
ever,
played it
yeah, yeah.
very, very well. And it's just, I think,
But
again, we're in the
talked about-
discovery phase.
They talked about it afterwards
very
and said
good.
it was saying they hadn't even practiced or scrimed that.
Yeah,
and he did so well with it.
No, it was because
It's just a pick right now, I
It
think,
was
in
because
general.
11 before the game started, he told his captain that he felt like that hero would be really good.
Yeah.
I'm messing up here. Go on.
That's like I agree. It's a hero we likely
It's-
will see, but it's
yeah.
more like a fringe pick, not like a meta
Entrenched.
pick.
I honestly, I can't spell.
Enchantress.
But I-
It's not that bad. It's only one mistake.
Yeah.
Was that meant to be a T, wasn't it?
No, there's just an R too much. I don't know what that's doing.
That's why I said
Enchantress.
Enchantress. You just gotta say it out
Oh,
loud.
oh yeah, of course.
There you go.
Combine the two. Now you got two A's.
Excellent.
Oh, you got an X.
No, there was an M. It was an M for a little bit. But we're going to see a lot of Enchantress.
A little.
I think that hero is better than you give it credit for right now.
I think it's really good.
Gods agrees with you.
Who said it was
I think it's
bad?
good. I just think we're not going to see a lot of it. I think we're going to see like a.
It's a
Scattered
situational
hero
pick,
there,
like,
yeah.
Husker. He has to be picked in
No,
the
I think-
right situation.
I agree with Sin. I think it's going to be a very high priority pick for all the teams.
think
This is
so?
very good.
All right.
It's-
This is group A
Oh,
hero
the-
forecast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
How, when are you going to limit this? Do we just like list half the meta heroes?
Earth Spirit's like a top pick, but also a top band. so
like interesting to me.
Yeah.
Like Nature's Prophet, Faceless Void, Enchantress. I mean, I get Enchantress. It's strong. It can push. This one, turn every fight from a 1v1 into a 1v2, Nature's Prophet. Faceless Void, I didn't really see that being, but apparently it is. It's just like
He's
what?
annoying in the off lane because
Is it on off lane?
because
Okay.
his spells got changed.
Oh,
Maybe
because
you-
he can
yeah.
like get his health and stuff back now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The backtrack. Yeah. So what else? What else? Big picks for today in this team pool.
Yeah, we're writing picks, right? Because I think Earth Spirit will just be banned. everywhere.
yeah.
I think
against
there's one more hero. I think Bounty Hunter is played by MVP a lot, and it's played by
Yeah.
Secret a lot too.
That's true. That's one to
So-
look out for in this
Yep.
group specifically.
Okay, we're going to see some bounty.
Could be. I think that hero
I
is
think-
pretty weak right now, though.
Yeah,
but
it is.
It's
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
possible that they would try.
I think
to
a hero that's very popular for some of these teams is also Ember Spirit for Secret, for CDC,
Yeah, Ember
MVP.
But
like
it's still a weak hero in the patch.
Ember
Like,
Spirit,
it's not the
yeah.
strongest
But like
hero.
same as Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I think Ember Spirit's a top pick for 3 of these teams, really.
I think that's super old meta though. I don't think you can run it anymore. There's too many counters to it now. I think, like you can just take Invoker, break his Flame Shield every single fight,
Mhm.
and Invoker is in the top 2 ban like it was like in the very beginning. 'Cause people
So
are
do you
kinda-
want Ember Spirit or
no,
not?
I think Invoker should be on the.
I
team.
want Ember Spirit.
I think Invoker will be on every group, though.
Yeah,
It's
Invoker is
it's
like
not
the
really
Lash
group specific.
right
It's just
now.
a really good
Yeah.
pick. So
Just Invoker?
I think he's maybe he gets through actually because I think that's one of the heroes you don't ban every game. Earth Spirit will
No.
be banned every game.
I don't think any team.
But you think Ember will get through? Because it's like, is it,
Oh, I
is
think
it
it's getting
old
through,
meta?
yeah.
Old meta, people won't ban it in the first 2, but they still pick it. But they take it up against that Invoker then? But they can just run it safe.
If Ember gets picked, it's like 4th or 5th pick.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you don't
yeah,
really
I
want
think it will
early
be
at all.
4th or 5th
So-
pick.
we're
is
going
what
to
I'm
give you
saying.
God's benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. I
Anything
think
that
like
really
we haven't
obvious?
talked about Lone Druid. Like
I think it's going to be
Everett-
banned.
if it, yeah, is
Do
that
they
is that
play
banned?
Lone
Uh,
Druid?
Yeah.
Secret,
eHome definitely
Secret
does.
plays
eHome,
Secret and
Secret.
eHome. These two
You
teams.
just think it's going to be banned? Why is everyone
think
just
it-
like doesn't want to play versus Lone Druid? Is it because it's 2 heroes?
Bear. You choose which one casts it.
Would you have like this?
In the area around the unit will get feared, and then they will run straight toward their fountain with 20% increased movement speed for a given amount of time.
It's like a disable.
It's like
So
a
if you
yeah,
stun
soft
the
disable.
actual lone druid himself,
his bear can cast
his
it.
bear can cast it on
Yeah.
you, and you're just like.
And then it gives him time to run away, or you can use it and then TP out.
It has global cast range too, so the bear can cast it anywhere it is.
Well, the bear can cast it on the hero, like global.
But
you cast it on.
It's just like an AOE.
You
it's
use it
like,
around
boom.
yourself,
Okay,
but the bear
okay.
can always cast it. You know, it can't attack when it's outside the leash range.
Oh
but
yeah,
it can always
but
cast
it can
the
always
roar.
cast that.
Yeah.
So it's even.
It's very hard to gank the
But
bear.
you think it's going to be banned?
Yeah,
it should
most
be.
of the time. That
Maybe,
hero
I mean,
is
they're
really,
best
really
of 3,
good.
so I could see it
Alright.
slipping through
Well,
a
we
game
got
here or
1,
there,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heroes. I think that's okay for hero forecast on what we might see today. But of course, to prepare for today's hero forecast, what should we be picking? As in, if this is the meta game that people are going to play, what would you suggest? As you know, weather forecasters, like it's rainy today. Wear a coat. There's going to be a lot of nature profit today. Pick this hero.
So we're like countering one hero at a time now?
No, not like one hero at a time, but heroes that you think should be played against if people are going to bring their strats.
Nyx, you think Nyx works well with some of the heroes here?
Nyx?
Yeah, it's good versus Invoker, good for Nature's Prophet,
It's good against Ember.
Yeah, good for Ember.
Misery plays a good Nyx too. He plays
Nyx
quite a
could-
lot of Nyx.
See, I like Winter. He gets my concept. He was the first one. You guys are
Because you're making it up on the fly. It's not.
No, I'm not. I worked very hard in preparation for this event.
I'm actually surprised
I
we
put
didn't.
on my own pants.
I know we're done with the segment above, and I'm really surprised we didn't write Chen, actually.
Oh,
But-
yeah.
but
But Chen, I
But
heard
I think
Chen-
Chen's
but-
always going to be banned.
But he's kind of a top tier, so he might be banned. But I could imagine.
Do you want me to sneak him in?
I could imagine the Chinese teams maybe giving it away. They don't give the hero
I think
the
they might
same
ban
respect.
it versus secret, but against
Maybe
other
against
teams,
secret, yeah.
no.
The question is if the other teams even play it. I don't think CDC plays it.
Yeah, they
have played it for
very
sure.
not a top pick for them, but they
Yeah.
can.
They have played.
on the Radiant side strats anyways.
Oh
You
well,
should at least have one
if we're
prepared.
keeping those as the picks up there, I would say pick Chen on the bottom part. That's definitely a hero you should go to in this patch in general. I think it's good against all of those heroes apart from Invoker. Even against like the bounty,
Alright.
but bounty hunter is actually good against Chen. So it goes both ways.
Not exactly
They
anymore now.
counter different aspects of each
Yeah.
other. So bounty hunter can run after Chen in the jungle and be super annoying. But what Chen is good at is pushing, and bounty hunter is terrible against that
Did
until
not
he
they
has
say
multiple chances.
that bounty
I've
no
been
longer
playing
affects
bound-
it though because of the new camp? It says it's irrelevant. It's not that
It's
big of a
not
deal.
irrelevant, but it's definitely not as bad as it
Wait,
used
what's
to be.
this? The new.
Because of the get a big creep anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, the one near the
Ancients.
Ancients,
Yeah.
yeah, the new one. Yeah.
It's not entirely about blocking out the camps. It's more that you keep track of Chen and you steal his experience.
Okay.
That delays his impact. a
So
bit.
currently our hero forecast to prepare for today's hero weather, we just have to wear Nyx. Yeah, Nyx. But do you want Chen? Do you think?
I think DP, Death Prophet.
Yeah, Death Prophet is a good hero to look out for. I think as a
But isn't that one?
No,
of
because
these?
I don't think she's. I don't think.
DP, Death Prophet. Nyx, we've got like a mid, I guess, or sometimes does everyone?
Mid.
I think we'll see a lot of Spirit. I think Spirit Breaker is really good against a lot of those heroes too. The Chinese team CDC and Ehome play a lot. It's good against Bounty, good against Prophet. Good. It's
Yeah.
not great
Yeah,
against
Breaker-
Invoker
Breaker for
necessarily,
sure.
but I think Spirit Breakers, we're gonna see it.
Oops, it's gonna be an R. Hard on that one for you, Winter. I was trying to impress you with my, but Spirit Breaker. Yeah, I can see that, like running down Nature's Prophet and Bounty Hunter.
it's also decent against Enchantress.
Yeah.
Got some okay
It's
bursts.
not that good in the lane against Enchantress.
No,
if it's
not
an
at all.
off lane Enchantress.
What are you laning against offline Enchantress though?
I think Skyruff is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's either you go for high amounts of burst or you go for heroes that can kill him from level 1. Like
Yeah.
what EG did was they ran Bane Mirana against the Enchantress. Can't remember which game.
The only scene that does that is NA.
Mm,
Everybody uses her kind of,
Complexity does it a lot.
but
yeah.
NA
Yeah,
teams
NA.
like, that's the style. Like, using it as the hero to kind of help your offlaner a lot and make things really annoying. Because the easiest way to think of it for the offlane is you want heroes that take multiple heroes to kill. So you take a hero like Void because 2 heroes can't zone him out. You take heroes at the top because all of those take 3 heroes to deal with.
Yep.
Even Bounty.
Not Bounty, but Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. And when I play Bounty, it doesn't go very well.
Takes one hero to kill you.
Sometimes just some jungle creeps. But there's a gang of them. So you think Nyx, Death Prophet, Spirit Breaker?
I think
mean,
out of
what are we
those
trying to
three-
break? What are we trying to break with preparing for what the current top picks are? I mean, just being able to get, like you said, like the offlaners are just take too much to rotations with supports and trying to like gank mids and mess up safe lanes or.
Vega's been running exclusively like the 4 position as a jungle. Like Solo's been running Enigma
So
a
a
lot
greedy
lately,
style almost.
but I don't know if any of the teams here.
EG
are
ran a
gonna-
lot of Enigma recently too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're trying
but
to experiment
they
for
do
that.
Enigma specifically versus the Wisp when they understand that the enemy
Yeah.
can't pressure them.
Yeah.
And it's good, obviously, versus the relocate.
All right. Well, unless you've got anything else, I'll sit back down, class.
Like, obviously, Void is good in the off lane because of how hard is it to zone him out. But he also has his weakness, which is the cooldown, the factor of the cooldown. When teams are trying to play very fast, his cooldown might be a weakness for the whole team's lineup.
But that kind of goes back towards where maybe MVP want to be in this tournament because they do like playing fast and you're running at the opponents in terms of outside of their cooldowns. I mean, that's what I noticed from when I watched them. And
Yeah.
they were a really fun team to watch. You know, it is the Spirit Breaker, it is the
March.
Bristleback.
Much
When-
play still play like similar. Like
Okay.
sometimes they still pick the heroes, and overall because of having QO in your team, they like to revolve their draft around that player. So everyone needs to throw their bodies when QO is in trouble, and hopefully QO is going to carry them. Because that's how mostly they play. They rely on him a lot.
Well, I think we're almost ready for the game to start. It should be almost 9 o'clock now. I don't know if we can take a look. Yep, just, oh God, we've been rambling on. It's 9:57. So hopefully we get maybe an update on how the teams are doing. But we've done our hero forecast. I don't know. Bet you'd play a wiki game of Noughts and Crosses, Winter.
Nope, haven't heard about that game.
What?
Doesn't know the
Then what's the name?
Tic-tac-toe?
tic-tac-toe.
Oh, tic-tac.
Yeah.
Knots and crosses.
Knots and crosses.
That's what we call it.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Knots
Knots
and
and
crosses.
crosses.
No.
I've
But
heard
you-
it,
but
yeah.
I thought tic-tac-toe was that little thing that you did, where they have their stuff on the ground and then you
It's the little tack thingies, right?
No, you actually.
We don't know physical activity too much here,
Like,
James.
You were just saying.
On the road with
Yeah.
like chalk, and then you write numbers in them.
Oh,
and then you
hopscotch.
Yeah.
Hopscotch, that's right.
Oh,
when
okay.
someone mentioned what
We just
tic-tac-toe for
spent
the first
3
time,
minutes
I
of
was
this
like,
segment talking about hopscotch. I forgot the word for hopscotch.
Oh, we learn something new every day. So I didn't realize you have another name for tic-tac-toe.
yeah. All right, Winter, let's do this. Do you want to go first or second?
Hashtag.
What? Why
This is me versus you. I can beat you in this game. I could beat you in chess.
What has chess got to do with this game?
You go first.
And all
Good.
There's 4 spots you can go.
I want to go in the bottom left.
Sure, why not?
Don't use that kind of psychology on me, Winter.
Okay. So I'm just gonna follow you and go for the corner as well.
You're being a little bit cheeky.
What you trying to do? So I guess my next move is to go for the corner as well.
What?
You sucker! Why'd you do that? You were meant to go here, then I was going to go here to
Yeah, but
block
then no
you.
one will win.
Winter.
That's the innate problem of this game. If you're both
Yeah.
good, it never ends.
There's not much
But
strategy to it.
fortunately, that is not the case.
This is the apparently it's Nick Muchby, a Malaysian
How are
chess
you-
champion.
Yeah. How are you on the panel?
Man, you have to win to give you confidence.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Thanks. Yeah.
It's
I-
like-
I need confidence.
It's like when you let your kid win at running. That's what he did to you, right?
I was hoping for a real challenging brain teaser
I
of
mean,
a match.
we could bring a chess set here if you want that.
Yeah, I used to play chess.
Sure. That's what OD Pixel said.
All right, I actually play you at chess now.
You know what you should do? You should race Toby.
Oh,
no,
that's
he's
good.
very fast.
No, you want me
There's some sort of I think he's got his own gravitational pull.
Did you hear the story about how he raced Hopid?
Yeah, he beats everybody in races, Toby.
No. This is the story that we were told. So everybody was, Milk and Ben were telling us that Toby was like the fastest man alive, and they had all challenged him to a race, and Bruno said he did too, and he ate shit while trying to keep up with him.
I think Bruno fell over.
Yeah,
as
he
well.
fell. He messed up his hands. So then we were just like, there's no way. So then Hopid challenged Toby, and everybody was super confident that Toby was going to smoke him, and they're all like having this private joke, and Hopid destroyed him by like a full 10 meters. He said Toby was not that fast.
I don't know. I've seen him get round the events to the cosplay competitions pretty quickly. So if it's anything like that, I mean, damn, Hotbid is pretty quick. But yeah, I haven't hung out with a lot of the commentators here yet to hear their thoughts on who they think is going to be good. Have you guys spoken to kind of OD Pixel, Cap, or Toby about what they think, how the tournament's going to go?
Oh, I thought we're talking Dota now, not running anymore.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. No.
You don't care?
Not well. I haven't heard much from them actually about what they think. I think the general consensus, the main talking point was who do you think is going to win or get top 3, and I think the general consensus is eHome, EG, and Alliance. But then we're pretty split on who we think is winning the whole thing. I actually picked Alliance myself to win, but it was between Alliance and eHome for me. I think
Alliance
most
is a team
people
I can't
picked
really
eHome.
make predictions on because I see them. They're a championship team. They could either win, get first, second, or they could just get like top 8. Like I don't. It's hard. They've only played really one tournament, and then they played Captain's Draft as well, where they had a really strong showing. But I don't look at them and say like, yeah, I feel really confident they're going to get top 2, but it wouldn't be surprising.
I think when they're winning, they just have the most convincing wins. It's like, yes,
Yeah.
eHome won that tournament and they beat EG. I guess you could say that was a convincing finals too, but when Alliance beat EG, it was an absolute 2-0 beatdown.
It was
That wasn't
reminiscent
even
of-
remotely
It
close.
was like the TI3 Alliance, where
Are
they
we
just
talking about
steamrolled
Starladder
through everyone.
when they did that?
Yeah, I think that was Starlight.
But it was different. If you look at the draft, PPD did this really specific thing where he allowed every single Alliance hero through, and he wasted the first. Like he didn't care about the first 2 bans, and I think what he was doing there was, it was prep work for this major. He was saying, okay, we're gonna give you Wisp, Nature's Prophet, Lone Druid, whatever, and then we want to see how we're gonna play against it. I feel like they were completely okay with that result.
Is that a finals mentality though?
I
Do
didn't
you-
think.
I think
That-
it is for a team like
that's-
EG. When you win a TI, it's hard to go back to these smaller competitions because your eye is on the major, like the biggest tournament that you can
I
possibly
don't
get.
think those guys would be happy getting second to Alliance.
actually-
knowing
it's-
players like just knowing those players like they would not. They didn't. The taste of losing 2-0 to Alliance, they would hate that.
But why let those heroes through then?
It's like
because
They had it. They believed they could beat it. It's that's
use
simple.
a
They
use
believed
a
they had a
specific-
strategy they could beat
Yeah,
it.
they
That's
used
all it is.
The 5 men. They wanted to use the
Yeah.
5 men. They drafted Luna. They drafted Jakiro. They gave them all the split push heroes, and they wanted to play against that with their 5 men. But they just lost their lanes too badly for that to happen.
I think you can justify that for the first game, but not the subsequent.
The second
ones.
game they banned Chen, I believe,
Yeah.
was how they adjusted. So I think they did adjust. I mean, Chen back then was so broken. That was why they felt like you can't ban Bulldog series because you got to ban Chen. So
all right, we got a new overlay.
Oh! Welcome,
Surprise.
everybody, to the loading screen.
you can see.
I was going to ask you, Blitz, as well. Have you got any like kind of insider info? You know, any kind of backstage whisperings of what's going on with the teams and how people are?
Everybody keeps playing this game with me, where a lot of the pros will ask me, "Who do you think will get top 3?" And then I'll ask them, and the number 1 consistent name that comes up is eHome.
Okay.
I think like the 10 people I talked to all said eHome is the scariest team right now.
Well, based on Blitz's logic with EG purposely losing a finals to get information, maybe the last months of Secret's downfall has just been puppy
Don't-
saving strats for
Don't
Shanghai.
ever underestimate Blitz. Don't. I
So-
did this, and I tried to kill a dog called Scriff in a Mafia game.
I don't think it was like they were just like, "Oh, we're gonna throw this away. Who cares?" But I think
Yeah.
it's a good test run. Like, see how you can handle the heroes. It's for Starlight, or it's not for a major.
I think it's probably somewhere in between, like
Yeah.
what you're saying, what I'm saying, where it's a test run, but they also believe they had a strategy that can beat it. Because otherwise, if they deemed it unbeatable, they probably wouldn't just straight up give it to them.
All right, then. So we're going to go into our first draft of the Shanghai Major, presented by Perfect World. It's going to be C-Deck Gaming versus Team Secret. And of course, just to bring you some updated information, Secret
seconds
pros
remaining.
have a big hero pool and a player called Puppy.
5 seconds
C-Deck
remaining.
pros, Unity, and they're fast. So, don't blink during the
C-Deck's
draft,
turn
guys.
to bat.
Cons for C-Deck, they're stubborn and only have 1 D.
One-dimensional.
One-dimensional. Sorry, yeah, I couldn't fit that in. Cons for Secret, they're fragmented. And a turn of MB. So we're going to go into the bands and picks. I'll let you guys kind of talk us through until we throw it to our lovely commentators when we're all ready. But this is going to be a best of 3 and a very important game for everybody.
C-Deck's
There's,
turn to bat.
if you're a Team Secret fan, if you're a C-Deck Gaming fan, whoever's playing today, they're only going to be playing today for the group stages. And already we have our first bands out.
Yeah, this is really interesting because now CDC have to choose whether they give Secret. Obviously, when you're first pick right now, you will get one of the top tier heroes. But which one do they consider most
Nature's
important? This is
Prophet.
what I was expecting. The Chen ban and the Prophet sounds pretty likely. I don't think CDC's playstyle revolves very well around playing Lone Druid. I just don't think it fits
Yeah,
them.
they'd much rather play. They played a lot of Prophet in the past.
Yeah.
Like they did it in the offlane, and even 1 or 2 games with aggressive playing at safe lane.
Yeah, and they've also played it on support, actually, I think. I seem to recall seeing Garter playing it once in the jungle.
Yeah. So it's like a good.
That's one game.
This is a good opening for
Yeah.
Secret, I think.
Hunter. I'll add him now there.
Do you think that's a CDC hero?
OD?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I think it's an everybody hero.
Yeah, but
Pick with the void.
Go ahead,
too.
Winter,
You
sorry.
could take Venge so that
Oh,
they
yeah, don't go ahead.
Probably like the flavor support hero
But this
right
is,
now.
this is very common when you go into the first game of a tournament, right? You want to come in with something safe. Surely see how you're playing, see how the other team's playing, because you've got the whole. This is 1 day group stage.
I could see Witch Doctor, by the way.
yeah, Witch Doctor is
Yes.
one of the better supports
5
against the
seconds
Treants.
remaining.
He's good with Void.
Yep.
Obviously, Chrono with Death Ward. The Cask is good against Prophet.
Reserve time.
Because like the main issue, like we've been discussing about Prophet, is
It's also
you,
CDC hero.
you need to be able to deal with him in the lane, otherwise he
Yeah.
balls out of control. That is like the huge
Lena.
and biggest advantage of picking the hero.
Okay. I
Team
think that's mid for
Secret's
Shiki.
turn to
It's his
pick.
best hero. They talked about, but the 2 teams in the world right now I would think are most likely to pick it are CDEC and Virtus Pro. So
How about EG?
EG actually play a lot of Lena.
EG
still.
too.
Yeah.
But I
But-
actually think they have a lower pick rate on it than the other 2 teams do.
Okay. That's like, this might be the only team though that'll first 2 pick it like this. CDEC.
It's because of
I could see BP
the
doing it.
the
Ten
build as well. Like the
seconds
new build, they
remaining.
go arcanes and they disassemble it for Aether Lands.
The 8th lanes with the
Like,
Yules is so
it's
good.
so
in this
good.
hero, yeah.
It's really really good on that hero.
It's like having the old Yules.
And just suddenly go in with a stun, and the cast range is ridiculous for Lena.
This is Void. You want damage over time to
Yeah.
zone the faces Void.
Void does
Is
have.
it something they wanted to pick early as well, just because they were scared of it getting banned
10
when they're up
seconds
against,
remaining.
you know, the burst damage of Lena or someone being in a chrono that you can
I mean
save?
that's also a good
5
point, but I
seconds
think
remaining.
overall when you're opening the draft, like
Okay.
you want to have a good support in the lane that can
Mm.
zone the off lane, and you want to have
Seeded.
Them to make sure they get spells off before they eventually die, or perhaps even live. So.
How much armor does Void have? Because I just have this memory of.
Seconds
pretty-
remaining.
Well, he's an agility hero, so
4, 3 to 4 maybe.
I
Level
think he has.
1.
Does he have
5
more?
seconds
5?
remaining.
Wouldn't be more than
It's a lane with 8 tangos, and that hero actually doesn't really count.
Yeah,
on
but
very
the thing
much.
is, like, it's still one of the best. If you don't zone the void
Team
with
Secret's
Dazzle, it's like
turn to
ri-
ban.
worse with other supports. Like other supports, like that doesn't have any damage over time, and you rely on your right clicks, and he gets, like you mentioned, poor Manchu, and like you're done. You can't really zone him anymore.
Yeah.
So the damage from, for example, the Dazzle Hill on creeps
10
versus Void is
seconds
completely
remaining.
like
He
not-
can just
he can just
time
he
walk
can time
it.
walk it
time
away.
walk it, so it's not even a factor.
Five
It's
Okay.
good if
seconds
he's like
remaining.
half health and trying to farm the wave, you could surprise him and maybe burst
Yeah.
him
Mhm.
before he gets it off, but you only have the surprise.
Okay,
factor. And then there's better.
Reserve.
The other good support to zone void is your favorite hero because you deal
Sans is
damage
very
over
good.
time.
He is very, very good.
And you harass a lot with your glaives, so it's one of a good example of a support that can totally zone the void out.
And
He's
silence is
actually-
quite important versus Void, I feel, in general, just to stop him getting off his time walk to heal himself up, and it's really annoying as a Void to
It's
try
a-
to deal with silence.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you use your last word on him first, he can just jump away and you don't do damage.
Yeah.
To
Does
him.
that work though if you have Nature's Prophet Dazzle and then you pick a Silencer?
Oh,
That's
I'm
so
not
weird.
saying for this game, we're
we are
just theory
talking,
crafting
yeah,
how to
theory
deal with the
crafting
hero.
about a support that can deal with.
In
Void.
theory, Silencer is like the best
Yeah.
pick against Void. For the lane, you have the glaives. For mid game, when Void gets a chrono off, you just global. Then you negate what he sets up for his team. Because Void doesn't kill in this meta, right? He sets up the team. He goes no damage items. You go like Vlad's, Blink, Ags for your team.
Or
You just
BK or
global,
BKB.
or
sometimes,
BKB
yeah.
sometimes, but you don't hit hard. So I could see that happening later on. Actually, that teams start picking the Silencer.
So
a bit against
basically, when you have the void for CDC, you want to have heroes that deal damage in
Yep.
the Chronosphere. Like
He's
what?
not like a solo pick-off anymore with like Daedalus
Nah,
or Mignon.
No.
not anymore.
Not really. You
It's
can
like-
do it. You can play it safely.
Like-
It happens occasionally, but it's pretty rare.
Like what Parker mentioned before, like Zeus would be one of the very common heroes, and even in the Chinese pubs, like Cinderella has been playing a lot of pubs, and he met a lot of like Zeus supports.
Yeah, there's been some
Zeus every role, mid,
Yeah.
support, off lane.
And Zeus is a good
Seed's
pairing with Void
turn to
in the
ban.
for the Chronosphere.
There's the Witch Doctor ban. I think it's smart from
Yeah.
Secret. Just play it safe here.
And you make your Prophet pick much stronger because there's
Yep.
not many supports that can deal with the Treants. It's one of the best supports at dealing with the Treants early because of the
10
cask.
seconds remaining.
So what do you think so far, Blitz? What are both C-Deck and Team
5
Secret trying
seconds
to,
remaining.
you know, focus on or bring to the first game?
I mean,
Reserve
Secret
time.
opens up really standard. Like we all thought that the Nature's Prophet, it's not really going to be a ban, unless it's team specific. So it's usually going to get through. But then, the only so far interesting thing is the Lena. But I think for CDEC, it makes a lot of sense because, like you said, you need a burst damage pairing. And Faceless Void works well against the Nature's Prophet because you need some way to just set up to stop the split push with just 1 or 2 heroes. So if the Nature's Prophet goes and split pushes and Misery, you know, he thinks he's alone, then the Void just blinks in, catches him off, and then you can TP a hero in and set up for it.
And then also the Ether Lens on Lina with Yules
Yeah.
can and blink potentially if it's a mid.
I think I'm trying to think of the possibilities for Seeker right now. What you could do is you could just say screw the Void at bottom. We'll just leave him against some sort of safe dual lane, and then we'll try to give Weehaw the biggest advantage possible, which is what they used to do with Pylite Die. He'd pick like every single game, go and harass, try to be annoying. But CDC, I don't know if you can do that anymore because they pick up the Enchantress, and Enchantress Void is super annoying. You're not going to beat that lane with just 2.
So Enchantress is still jungle, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're expecting that, yeah.
You bring one of the really annoying creeps like the Hurricane
10
dude,
seconds
or
remaining.
The
Shockwave,
Wild Wing
Satyr.
Ripper.
the
Wild
Satyr that
Wing-
just shoots.
Yeah, they say yeah.
And the Harpy's the other
balls.
really strong one, if you can get a Harpy.
So
Don't,
actually-
don't forget about the Purge, you know, 3-second cooldown.
So since you've been out of the loop a little bit, James, there's a couple of things that have happened to Enchantress that all help. She's got a lot more move speed. She can re-enchant her creeps, so you can keep them going. You can use it again, they get full duration. And a lot of the creeps in the jungle have just been buffed.
Yeah.
Since you played the Satyr
Better.
Tormentor is a lot better.
Enchantress used to go. Does she still Sproink?
Yes.
Yes.
She's
You,
more.
you can ask Parker that. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure he's the one that knows the best.
That was so disturbing. My mom saw that broadcast and thought it was weird. You lived with us for a bit.
She still invited me to Christmas dinner, so.
Yeah, fair
10
enough.
seconds remaining.
Do you think this Tusk pick is good?
I feel like it's kind of like what OG
Reserve
used to, where they pick up 2 defensive supports, like the Dazzle with the Tusk or the Dazzle with the Winter Wyvern. The Snowball and the Grave kind of overlap in what they give
It's
your
also
team.
the fact that they have a lot of lane pressure. If you look at what they banned previously, Secret banned BH and Witch Doctor. BH is obviously good for roaming and disrupting the laning phase, and Witch Doctor can actually zone the Prophet. And right now,
Team
because they picked the
Secret's
Tusk,
turn to
it
pick.
seems pretty clear that Secret want to have really, really strong lanes. They can roam and gank early. Prophet can TP in to the mid lane if the Tusk is setting up with Snowball. So they have a lot of pressure for if the Lina is going mid. So
this
because
changes the lanes a lot.
yeah, because
by the
CDC
way.
realized that the mid will come under a lot of pressure
Yeah.
from the Tusk and the Prophet. Maybe that's the reason why they decided the Lina is going to be demoted to support, and they want a mid hero that's a mid hero that's hard to gank. I mean, okay, demoted is probably not.
It's also the Puck
All
was also
support
the-
players out there are like, oh.
Yeah.
Seconds remaining.
I feel like Puck was the hero that Secret were maybe looking to get for Weeha as well, because when you have a hero like Nature's Prophet in the
Reserve
offlane, you
time.
need a less greedy mid, something that's more of a tempo controller, because Prophet takes a lot of farms. So Puck's also likely something that Secret would have wanted to get their hands on themselves.
How are people approaching Puck these days when they play him? Is it still pretty similar, or is like Ags
10
now like
seconds
quite
remaining.
Similar.
relevant?
Situational. If you're against BKB
Situational.
heroes,
Okay,
it's
yeah.
great.
But otherwise,
Most of
it's
the
pretty much
time-
like
Yeah,
get a
the
little bit
general
greedy.
playstyle is the same, I guess, overall.
Because you have to play a little bit greedy on
Oh,
Puck,
there.
right?
I saw a build yesterday
there
in
you
a
go.
pub actually, and I was like, why haven't I thought about this before? This is really good. Blink Veil. The Veil pickup is super good right now. The
Oh,
item
that's-
has been buffed a lot in this and a couple of previous patches. It's a lot more trendy now.
Don't
and
you think it
actually
depends
works well with his
on your
team.
team's composition as well?
Of
10
course,
seconds
but they all.
remaining.
I think just having Puck and Lina justifies getting that after blink. Because if you look at how
5
Puck is
seconds
played, everything
remaining.
after blink is like, I don't want to call it luxury, but you're very, very flexible with what you get
Yeah.
after that. Sometimes you get Yule, sometimes you get Lincolns, you can get Ags like you talked about,
Teams
BKB Hex. The hero
turn
can
to
get like
bat.
everything. So the Veil for the team is actually
So
very, very
even more lane dominance from Secret right now with the OD, and also another way to deal with the Chrono.
Do you think that's a good matchup though? OD
Uh,
versus Puck is pretty even, right? It's like
Isn't
OD
it-
often looks to win the lane.
Better for OD, and for C-Deck they need to rely on the Enchantress helping the Puck, otherwise the lane is
Seed's
going to be difficult.
turn to pick.
Well, we should ask Blitz this
Yeah,
because
you
he's
play a
the
lot of mid
He's the mid player here.
So
I
would
think Puck, you can get aggressive early, but as it starts to get later on, there's like a timing window because OD is just going to build very stat heavy. He'll go wand,
Drums.
treads drums, and then he's pretty much unkillable because this is like a 1200 HP hero that has disrupt as well. So you have to kind of get
And
aggressive.
very high base armor.
Yeah, a
right?
lot of it's
Yeah.
going to come down.
10
This game almost
seconds
entirely
remaining.
just revolves around the
So-
Enchantress. Like,
Yep.
if she gets aggressive in the off lane, then they have to
5
do a lot. They have
seconds
to
remaining.
shut down the farm as much as they can. So what Secret can actually do is just do some kind of dual off lane and rotate the
Reserve
Tusk
time.
and the Nature's Prophet a lot from the safe lane to help out to make it like a 3-on-4 fight.
What do you think about
Sounds-
Dazzle,
sounds
Prophet, dual
very
lane, and OD safe lane? So OD doesn't really need a
Team
support
Dazzle
to
Pro-
babysit.
I think
Turn
you
to
go
pick.
Nature's Prophet safe, go Dazzle plus one hero that can catch up farm
Mhm.
later on, and you're okay with Sven Lina.
So basically, both teams have very strong lanes right now. It's just that the fact that sometimes I talk about when you have Chronosphere, you want to have range carry, so you can hit outside of the Chrono.
Yeah, Sven though, he's can fire his little bolt. Maybe you can hit a creep outside the Chrono, and it will hit inside. Oh, and a Bristleback. Okay, so we'll get this over quickly because they're going to go into the games. But what are we looking at? Team Secret versus C-Deck. What are they going to try and do before we throw it to commentators?
Secret goes aggro dual lane, like we said before the last pick, and you safe lane the Nature's Prophet. And a lot of this comes down to Puppey, and C-Deck have to rely on the Enchantress to make a lot of space.
And because of that blitz, who wins?
I say Secret wins.
All right. Well, we're not going to disagree with you because we only have time to take one, or maybe not because we're back on camera, one prediction. We can now do predictions before we get into the game with our commentators. Gods?
I'm going to agree. I think Secret, I like what they've done. Their draft. The Bristleback's a bit of a kind of out of nowhere last pick for Envy, but I think overall they've got a good game plan.
10 seconds.
I think it's a very good Enchantress game. So I think if CDC do it well early, she can set up a lot of
5
kills and they can
seconds
snowball this game
remaining.
out of control.
Yep.
I'm going to pick them.
I agree with Cinderan. I think Enchantress might do a lot, and they can actually control the early game, and that they have Void for team fight. So I'm going to pick CDC.
All right, well, let's go into the match. It has started. The first game here for the Shanghai Major, presented by Secret World. It's Secret versus C-Deck. Enjoy the game.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and indeed welcome to the first game that we're going to be covering here at the Shanghai Major Group stages. It is Team Secret going up against CDEC, and it's myself, OD Pixel, being joined by the wonderful Draskell, as always. And we've been discussing the draft ourselves, Andy, and Secret going in on a potentially all-in, pushing, getting those auras up strat here.
I feel like the Bristleback was just a hero who would pick up an item like Vanguard or Crimson to be able to supplement the push, because you already have Dazzle for sustain, you have Furion for the Treants obviously to help push, and just having that really tanky frontline hero with Crimson makes it really easy to get those early towers down. And I think if Secret can maintain the map control, get an early tower lead, and abuse Furion as much as possible, they'd have a decent chance. But CDEC, incredibly strong team, and their early game aggression with the Enchantress is also very high, so we'll see who can control the early game here.
And one of the matchups we were talking about before the game is, of course, this mid one. We're seeing the OD come out, which is a staple this patch. Puck, of course, has made a bit of a comeback this patch as well. We're seeing a few players having a lot of success with the hero. But this matchup, the Puck versus OD lane, as you're saying, because of the changes to OD, this can kind of work out for the Puck here, because he's not going to be as kind of liable to losing as much intel as before with the Astral.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is a matchup I haven't really seen too often since the changes to OD. But on paper, like before, you couldn't actually phase shift Astral Imprisonment reliably. Like you would get hit by it, you would lose int, and then Puck would eventually lose the lane. But now, since it's tied to the orb, you should be able to phase shift most of that harass. So we'll see how Shiki can deal with Wii here. And the other thing too is we can also counter argue that it's going to be relatively difficult for the Enchantress to get any ganks in on the OD, because Imprisonment now works on creeps. So the lane dynamic is a little bit different than it used to be.
Kind of interesting. So we here, he's got the first point in Astral, so he can do this, kind of get the early CS and start to try and get the lane ahead of Shiki. Yeah, obviously Shiki with the wave clear potential once he gets a few levels in. And this bottom lane, so this off lane void from XZ coming out, Envy on the Bristleback. I mean, this lane matchup, I guess the Void shouldn't really be dying here at the moment. They obviously are running this jungle at the moment. They've got, sorry, not the jungle, it's Puppey at the moment that's going to be rotating around the map on the Tusk. I mean, where do you think Puppey's going to put most of his attention? Are they going to try and attempt to kill the Void, or do they just have to kind of let XZ get away with that space? And do you think we'll see Puppey look elsewhere for a bit of action across the map with Pi?
I don't think there's a very high chance of killing either the offlane or the mid, really, if you're a Secret. Like, you kind of have to bait out an orb from Shiki if you want to kill him, and I don't think that if he sees his supports missing on Secret that he's going to make that mistake. And the other thing is the same for bottom. XZ, he just time walks away, and if you don't burst him, which their damage is almost all burst, you're going into a snowball, potentially into a heal, with possibly a teleport from Misery. If that doesn't kill him straight away, he's just not going to die at all. And Bristleback is all incremental damage. You know, you're stacking up the quills, you're hitting him with nasal goo, and you're auto-attacking. Like, that's not a quick kill, and you need to burst Void to kill him, or kill him very slowly. And the latter means that he's going to be closer to his tower, unfortunately, and that means you're going to have to go for a dive, which you probably don't want to do.
As we're seeing at the moment, Void very happy with this matchup. 5 for 3 against the 4 for 2 here. Sorry, 6 for 2 on Envy, and now so he's getting the farm in terms of the build for the Void. Do you see any reason why he'd kind of go away from the staple, getting that Vlad's up, going for the blink after? Is there any other kind of item that XZ might think about picking up ahead of this game?
I think that, like, Vlad's is probably the all-around best build, just because this is a hero who plays with the team. You want to be throwing Chronospheres out and having your team back you up, and the item gives you mana regeneration, it allows you to jungle, which is something that is very prevalent in the offlaners that are picked in this patch. If you don't have the viability of jungling, you need either an Iron Talon or Lifesteal. So I feel it's probably still a go-to, but after that, it really just depends on what he feels he needs.
And we can see with these pulls as well, Puppey just desperately looking for the level 2 before he can start to really kick things off across the map. We did see him walk around towards the mid with the haste, but hard for him to really achieve too much as a level 1 Tusk against that mid lane Puck. And they do, of course, have that smoke in the inventory ready to go as well. Looking at the lane at the top, one lane that we haven't really touched upon. Sven at the moment, 17 for 8. This Nature's Prophet not really being able to do too much against aggressive, and the farm is going to be good for this Sven. And Sven feels like a hero that we are seeing teams pick up, and there's a few different ways you can go about it. It's kind of changed now. We're seeing a lot of the CIS sides like to prioritize getting the S and Y. Do you think we're going to see a similar kind of play style from these Chinese teams and aggressive, or do you think we're going to see kind of the Helm, the Blinks, the BKBs coming out, a bit more safer builds?
I think that Blink is actually really strong this game. When you have other heroes on your team who innately build into Blink as well, like Puck for example, and you have good follow-up damage like Lina, granted it's a support in this game, but eventually he will hit like 6 or 7, and then you can go for very, very high burst. I think having that initiation potential is a good way to catch Secret off guard and stop them from putting together their 5-man Dota, which with their lineup, they have the potential to do so. So I feel either option is good, but Blink early I think is strong.
In at the bottom here, Puppey just forcing Xe to time warp back as the 3 of them on the side of Secret join forces. Now the 4. Misery's going to come in as well here with the push from the Treants. They're going to try and do their best here to take a tier 1. There'll be a bit of a rotation here as the Ench is going to hanging around the Ancients area of the Dire map. And well, tier 1 to fall almost certainly unless the side of CDC throw anything more in. But I think it looks like they realize that this one is just a fight they don't really want to trade there. We'll get the boost on onto Envy, and Envy, he's front-lining this, but he's got the backup of the Dazzle. It will be fine to take it, though. Get the tower. Now they're going to actually get the Snowball in onto Q. Can they turn this into a kill, though? In fact, it's going to be CDC kind of turning around. Xe time walks away from the Treant. And so it's going to be the tower down, and I guess that is the plan for Secret at the moment. Getting a tier 1, 4.5 minutes in. So far, so good here for the side.
That was alright, but I think if the shards actually hit Q there, it would have been a first blood too, which would have been even more momentum. I feel like Secret's kind of lineup, they need to control the game as long as they can. Like, you need to get those towers, continually push, keep applying pressure to CDEC. I kind of favor their late game. They have a natural BKB carrier who's extremely strong, like Sven. You get that plus armor too from the Warcry that's going to be great against Weave during some of those team fights. And their AoE, like lockdown, you have Light Strike Array, you have Sven Stun, Puck Coil, Void Chronosphere. Their team fight is insane. So Secret are definitely going to be feeling the pressure and want to try to end this as fast as possible.
And the mid lane matchup that hasn't really received too much other heroes just coming in and disrupting the lane. It's fairly balanced still, 22 for 7 compared to the 20 for 11. So fairly even matchup. Shiki just with a slight edge in terms of denies, but I guess at this point we said earlier that ganking this Puck is going to be hard if you're the side of Secret, so they've kind of got to just let it go, and that is going to mean that Puck should at this rate have a relatively good timing on the Blink Dagger.
I think he's like 600 gold right now, so it's not going to be like insane or anything. This lane matchup is pretty dead even though, like you mentioned. I haven't seen this particular match in a competitive game since the changes to OD, so it's the first time I'm having a chance to see it play out. But it's actually good for CDEC that the lane's going like this, because it means that by the time he gets Blink, Secret might not have already taken like all the outer 2 towers. That's the one thing that they want to try to stop, is just maintain some semblance of map control, and so we can smoke and not have it be like mega obvious, like right now. Like, they're looking for some kind of aggression. They realize that if we can stunt Secret's progression, that'd be great for us.
We're really going to look towards top. Aggressive, trying to finish off the tower. It's going to be TP from Puppey. Oh, dodges the Storm Hammer there with the Snowball. Now looking for Misery. They'll find the stun here from the control of Q on his Enchantress, and forcing the back there with the Rock Golems. So they do manage to get a bit of space in. They should be able to go for finishing off this tier 1 here, and CDEC will find a tower themselves here with this bit of action. And Secret this time, bit of a role reversal. They're unable to stop them on the top lane.
So overall, it's 1 for 1. It's not a huge sway either way. I think the most important thing to keep in mind right now is like the support levels on CDEC, because they have a Lina, right? This hero needs level 6, and then once the Void, since he's already got his ultimate up, they want to get together, they can throw out another smoke. It gives them the possibility of blowing up a hero before Secret really have a chance to react, unless Wee is able to get an imprisonment, or, you know, Puppey has a way to shallow grave, which is actually another fair point that we should make about Secret's lineup. Granted, CDEC have a ton of AoE lockdown, there are still multiple saves on
That's
Secret
true.
to stop somebody from dying inside of a Chronosphere, which if you can bait that out and keep somebody alive long enough, you might be able to turn the tides in your favor. But I still do feel like Secret's overall objective is just to pressure.
At the moment, aggressive with the Helm. Just farming up in the jungle with the lifesteal Q. See if he's able to make any kind of rotations still. Mid lane, there's a bit of attention being given by Secret. We are seeing some heroes just hang out behind Wee. Puppy's there on the tusk just in case anything goes off. Waiting for, as you were saying earlier, if Shiki does overextend with the orb. But so far, been playing pretty reserved here on the puck, not looking to jump in too deep against this OD, which of course is the smarter play here.
Yeah, I mean, if he throws out an orb, basically all he has to do is just sit back and make sure that he's not too far forward. Because if you orb and then get imprisoned afterwards, you still have a few seconds before the orb's going to be off cooldown again. I think it's like 7 seconds or so. And that's a pretty wide opening, especially when you only have level 1 phase shift. But Pylai Dai and Puppy going to be going for a smoke wrap around here. I think this is just a warding expedition. I don't think they're actually trying to go for a kill.
Well, they're going to see that the Ench has been stacking the Ancients here for the side of CDC. Q's been well on top of that, and they'll get the warding down there.
Yep.
Getting the coverage and the control there over the Ancients. And all straight away, actually, Q with that sentry. Oh! I think that is just out of range, so Q just unfortunate there with that one.
That's sad times. It's very nice awareness, though, because they didn't even break
Oh,
smoke on mid.
Shiki, he's going to get a nice silence here onto 2 of them here, but he's falling low. This could be the first one. Oh, the sanity's eclipsed. It didn't do anything. No, XC turns around with the chrono onto 3. Can they turn this around? Leader's coming in as well. The heals there from Pylai dies. They start to walk back. XC time walks himself out of the trees. He's going to be fine. No one is going to fall there, but both teams kind of playing very dangerously there in the mid lane.
God, that was so close. I think he had like 10 health or something like that. It's extremely close to dying. And just imagine if Garter had been 6 there. That would have been a Laguna Blade into Wii.
And
that
he's close
easily
as
would have
well,
been a
isn't
kill.
he? On the lean.
Yeah,
he's
very close.
A few creeps away from the 6. So next time, that's not going to go out.
But this is actually
nice
really
for
good for
Secret.
Secret because the 2 ultimates are down. Like,
True.
there's no coil, there's no chronosphere. I think that CDC are going to have a really hard time defending.
No, Sexy throwing out the time dilation here to them, trying to do what he can to hold them back. And this is, of course, exactly what we talked about straight out of the draft. The 5-man for Secret.
They're just going to bail.
Yeah, aggressive is getting the space. This is one of the issues we're seeing on the net worth at the moment. He is 4.2k at the moment. A lot higher. Well, he's a fair bit higher than MV at the moment on the Bristol. So Secret definitely, it feels like there is a definite timer on this game for Secret's draft.
Yeah, I mean, just think about what would happen if, for whatever reason, there was a Sven there, or Garter was level 6, and that 4-man coil and sphere came out.
Yeah.
That would have just been a total disaster for Secret. And that's the one thing that they always need to be keeping watch for is, where is XE? Like, if he goes in on you, and he lands a sphere like that, and everyone from CDEC are ready to fight, that team fight is kind of over for you. I'm really feeling worried for Secret that if they just dilly-dally around too much, it's not going to go well for them.
Shiki as well. He needs to be careful. He's very close to that blink tag, and as we've talked already, it's going to be a huge item for him. The amount of synergy that CDC have got with their lineups in these team fights is pretty incredible. Garter and Q looking for the rotation with the smoke. Garter has, of course, just hit the level 6. Got some vision down.
Envy bought a Dominator.
Helm of the Dominator, Bristleback. Welcome to the Shanghai Major.
I wonder if he has a specific creep in mind that he wants to actually
I guess, yeah, having to push getting a certain aura.
I mean, you could disassemble and buy Vlad's and buy something else if he wants to use the Helm of Iron Will for, I don't know, I guess armor would be like the only thing that would make sense, but yeah, this is a little bit different for me. Haven't seen this before.
These could be the strats that Puppy was saving for the Shanghai Major coming out here through Envy.
It'll make sense in time.
It will, I'm sure it will. Secret have got a plan. And I got the very, very important game for, well, it's not just Secret, but also CDC. Obviously, CDC, as the panel was talking about, not a team that we've seen too much about. Secret, we've seen quite a bit from over the last few months, and it hasn't been the Secret of old times. But maybe this is the chance for them to kind of show us that Secret are back. But they've got a fair amount of proving to do if they want to win back over the community's respect.
And the other thing, too, to keep in mind is that this is the beginning of what you would call the tournament meta.
Yes.
So every game, first off, you start with what people have been picking. Like OD has obviously been very popular lately, and each team has their own individual style. But as the games play out, we'll get more specific into what are the Shanghai picks. You know, what are people doing to counter the strategies that all the best teams are going to be running here. So as time goes on, we'll see, I'm sure, some drastically different stuff later on in the group stage and even on farther into the semifinals and whatnot. So still not a kill. 12 minutes in. A little bit of a slow-paced game in regards to actual kills, but there has been a lot of movement. I think this is the 3rd smoke that CDEC have thrown out so far, and they are still looking for
They're
some kind of
desperate to
action.
use that Laguna. And this is going to be the blink reveal from Shiki.
Yeah.
As this could be a very dead Misery. Misery. Oh, that was a good time to back up. That was a very good time to back up there in the pings.
Yeah, that was
Coming out.
extremely close to being a
They
dead
did have
Fury.
that ward around the room. I don't know if that would have caught them smoking.
I actually think this benefits Secret so much, though.
They're getting the space for the mid tower.
Yeah, but they need to be careful. They can't stick around mid for too long. I think they realize it as well.
Yeah, they've got the.
They had that ward.
They know the
It's gonna get
aggressives
dewarded
hanging
now.
around.
Yeah. But it still spotted out Shiki. Like, if that ward wasn't there, there was potential for Shiki to be able to get blink initiation there, and it might have resulted in a kill. But in that time, Misery is also able to TP top. So that movement that they just made, CDC, another smoke, and still not anything for it.
He's looking for this kill. He wants to try and get that crown onto Misery, but Misery again, playing smartly, keeping himself out of harm's way. Void 1500 gold, so it's close to having to finishing off the Vlad, or do you think at this point it's just to save up, get the blink first?
Well, if he's pulling that much money,
Yeah.
I think he would probably just go for the blink. Unless he's talking with his team and asking, do we think we need Vlads now for the team fight, or does the blink give us the better opportunity for winning the fight? I think that the latter is true. Having the range and the element of surprise as well would be a big thing. Now, if they click on the Void when he shows himself under that ward and they see that he has nothing, they might think about him going blink first, because if I only see Ring of Regen, that he has 63 CS right now. So obviously at this stage in the game, he's pretty farmed in terms of creeps.
Oh, he's just spent the money as well, boy.
Okay, so he is just going to
He's just finishing off
He's
the
not going to
Vlads,
go for blink. So the consensus, maybe they want to try to go for an earlier Roshan as well, but the thing is they're almost out of smokes, if not completely out. So if that's the case...
Oh, nice Sprout here, trapping up aggressive, and out come the Trins, trying to look for the body block, the snowball in from Puppey. This could be the first kill of the game. They get off a good heal bomb here, and aggressive, left alone. First blood there drawn by Weehar as he takes down aggressive. And Secret just on top of that one, and Sven gets left behind.
I don't think all in all it was too bad. They ended up getting the tower. He spent his money. So I think that rotating that many people getting the tier 1, now CDEC are going to have a chance to counterplay themselves. They can pressure the alternate tier 1 of Secret. I mean, obviously giving away the first blood itself isn't great, and Secret are going to smoke up here and potentially look for an engagement. Oh, is Q going to break this?
Secret, they've had a taste for blood here, and they want to try and find more. Puppey going straight in with the snowball onto Garda. There'll be the silence of Rashiki, so Puppey can't quite follow up yet with the control from the shards. Garda throwing out the light trap, but Envy straight in with a punch from Puppey. They'll take down one here in this fight in the mid lane. Envy getting the goo onto XZ. He should be fine. He's got another time walk coming straight back up, and time dilation as well, really screwing over Secret as they're unable to follow through with any further spells. But another kill on the board, and 2-0 now for Secret. They're finding the kills that count here, and they're starting to win these skirmishes that just, it seems to be CDEC just getting caught a little out of position.
There was so much poise there from CDEC though. Like that initiation, a lot of Voids would have just dropped a sphere to try to save the Lina. But he's like, nah, it's probably not worth it. The Lina's going to die anyway. I see the Fury and teleporting in. It's better to just let him die, save the cooldown, so that way Secret don't get something else. Like maybe they don't go for Roshan after this, or they don't keep pushing. Just giving away the Lina, I think, is definitely the better play, because that's also a huge chunk of your burst damage. Obviously, Aggressive was dead. And then if your Lina's also dead, there's no Laguna, because he threw it out on the Bristleback, and then there's no follow-up. So I think it was actually a really good choice. And now, with this smoke,
this could be go time for CDC. It could be their turn to get the kill on the
Yep.
board. They've got the Dream Coil, they've got the Chronosphere, and Garda will have the Laguna back
They
up in
have
about
great
10
vision,
seconds
though.
here. Misery standing there in the front of this one. There'll be the Blink 4 from Shiki. Forward with the time off from XZ. They're holding onto their ults here, waiting for the right time. They get the time dilation onto Misery. And Misery, he'll go for the TP out, but Lina's there with the Light Strike. They will take down the Fury and the BM Laguna Blade to finish it off. Garda desperate to use his ultimate. And in fact, well, Aggressive, he's going to try for the TP out, but there's a snowball there. Secret, they're ready for the counter attack, and Aggressive, once again, getting caught out fairly deep on Secret's territory there.
it's a trade 1-for-1, but obviously Aggressive is worth a little bit more. I'm really actually impressed with the way that Secret have been playing this, because first off, Misery runs towards the enemy tower, realizing that there's 2 big AoE ultis off cooldown. If I run into my team, it's probably going to result in multiple heroes dying instead of just me. So I'm just going to sacrifice myself as Envy.
Oh,
The neutral killed him.
oh, okay, Envy.
That intentional.
What a player.
Intentional.
What a player.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that was actually pretty
Envy's
unlucky.
turning up this tournament. He
We'll
is turning up.
We'll say that losing the Ancients probably makes it still bad. But overall, I think that Secret have been playing it very nice so far.
Oh, Pylai die. He's been caught out here. XE spotted him. They'll drop the Dream Coil. Oh my goodness. They do not like that dazzle. Dream Coil, Chronosphere, the whole shaboodle. They want kills on the board and they're going to get it.
That was some hate.
That was a lot of bait.
But it's an okay decision because they see that Envy and they get another kill on top of that Pi being dead. They know that without Bristle, there's pretty low chance for any contention on that tower.
And
So
I get,
it's okay.
and in a game where we're 17 minutes in, there's only been 5 kills. You're kind of like, that's probably not going to need the ultimates
That's
too
what,
much.
like the
Let's
second or
just go.
third coil, right? Yeah, something like that. But you can tell that both teams are just trying to like feel each other out a little bit. It's a very, very tension-heavy game because both teams realize that you win 1 or 2 games in the group stage, you get rolling, you get that morale. You can just like, kind of steamroll, scare yourself a top spot. But this game, starting to see a little bit of action. And in the meantime, this guy, Aggressive, because we're gonna see a smoke out from Secret as well. There's just been everyone's fighting, Aggressive's farming. Like that's his role right now.
He is keeping up there. We on his OD is really catching up though. He's less than 1k behind. Gonna go for it here. But, oh, here comes the creep. Oh, he spotted it out. The intel's there for CDC. They know what's going down. Question is going to get there in time. And
OD does a lot of damage to Roshan.
Yep.
A lot, and they have to.
Yeah, they've got a good lineup for this one. XE is there, but he does not have Chronosphere, and it's going to be down. OD's going to be able to pick himself up the Aegis. Now with the snowball for the low ground, the longest snowball in the world. Doesn't quite connect with the stun. Aggressive will turn around, and now there's the counter initiation from CDC. They'll put the time dilation. XE time walking himself away. Secret attempting to chase this down. Weeha has got this haste rune here, looking for the kill on XE. It will be a lovely one to have, but there's the time walk. OS Frog back to the base. XE's out. The Secret won't be able to find any kills off the back of it, but they do get themselves the Roche and the Aegis onto OD.
Now with the mech on Puppey as well, like he's going to be guarding Grease and about 1,250 gold. This is the kind of momentum that Secret are looking for. I don't know if Aggressive is ready to fight just yet. The one thing about Sven that puzzled me when I saw it picked is how he synergizes with Void.
Because it's something that's been happening a lot. I think a lot of the CIS teams are doing this as well. They go for this Void Sven, which it seems quite an awkward combination, but a lot of teams are liking it.
I think it's mainly... Oh,
Misery. He's managed to run away from 2 of these so far. I don't think he's going to run away from this third one. The stun lock is there, the silence as well. Misery getting bursted down from the 2 of them.
Yep.
Cheeky will take the kill. Weeha, maybe see if he can find anything on the counter here. Aggressive is juking it out into the jungle here. Has got the favourable movement speed, so should be able to get himself away. Pilot dies closing in as well.
The tree!
The tree nearly blocks him out. We'll kind of force him to go to the north. We are desperately trying to look for the Astral. There'll be a snowball onto Shiki here, but Shiki has got the orb to get himself out. We are still desperately chasing the Sven. The Treants actually kind of body block him up a little bit at the end, and it looks like they won't find the puck either. Now, Q, he's got the heal here. Ench, pretty good hero this patch. Is he good enough? There's 3 heroes trying to take him down. Q on the run, Puppey, Firelight at the same time. Envy, he's been caught out on the other side of the map. There'll be a chrono dropped on him. They're still looking for the kill on Q. They really want this dough. Will they get it? They've got the chrono onto Envy back over to the other side of the map. CDEC, they're looking for kill themselves. Q just creating so much space. Bambi doing it for the team. In fact, the Astral kept him alive there. The shards don't quite kill Bambi. She's still alive there. Finally gets taken down by the heal bomb. Envy will escape, and Secret do find the kill, but well, they certainly took their time with it.
Yeah, and the courier also got killed as well.
And that had a lot of money on.
Well, 265 gold.
Okay.
Wasn't too much.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it was.
I was looking at the
actually
screen.
okay.
We've got this preview screen. It cuts it off. I was assuming it was 2,650. Yeah, I think that'll cope. But another kill here for the side of Secret. They do get and the fact that Envy lives there as well. I mean, a chrono was dropped on him. We're starting to see the power of the Bristleback, where 3 heroes took their time to kill the Ench, but they did manage to kill him. 4 heroes were thrown at Envy, and they couldn't kill him.
Well, that's just it. I mean, their lineup, it does really good sustain damage if the Sven can hit you for long periods of time. But the problem is running down a Bristleback at Sven is not really ideal. You know, you don't want to chase this hero. And putting like all your abilities onto a Bristleback, just being that guy who absorbs damage for your team, that's kind of what Secret wants, which is why I figured he might go for like a Vanguard or something, or Crimson, just to make his front line that much stronger. But even these items, like he gets armor from it, he gets the health and the movement speed from the drums, a little bit of mana.
I mean, drums and your warpath stacking up, you're going to be racing around the map.
Yeah.
And I think that was the issue there. They just didn't have enough control, which is funny enough when you look at the heroes that they've got. As you deal with Shiki indeed getting caught out here, and he's gone. We are a few snaps with the orb, and of course that Orchid is done. I believe they're also going for the Orchid here on the nature, but yeah, they've got the double Orchid up. So this already is going to be pretty huge against what the side of CDC are going to try and throw into the team fights.
It's so hard to play against double Orchid.
Drums as well. Triple drums. Right, everyone get a pair of drums. Let's do it.
Drum's a good item.
It is. It's not too bad for you. Not too bad for the bang for the buck, really.
Yeah, but the way that CDC are playing this, they seemed a little bit more coordinated in the first, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes with their movements, and now it just seems like they're kind of getting picked off everywhere. And Secret are just having the better team fights, obviously, because they get Roshan. That smoke to Rosh, when they realized that CDEC were out of smoke at that point, and also seeing that 2 ultimates were dropped for a tier 1 tower, and they knew they had a little bit of time left to be able to secure that particular Roshan, put them in such a great spot. Because now they can't go for Wii. Even if they could, he would just respawn. And that fight's kind of like an automatic loss. So I feel like that Roshan attempt that they just did and were able to get away with put them in such a fantastic position that now CDC have lost all sense of control of the map. And this is exactly where Secret want to be.
Now explain this to me.
Okay.
Diffusal Blade Void.
Get rid of the silences.
Yeah.
He needs to go back, for example. He has like an insane amount of HP.
Look for the second tier 2 of the game at this point. Got it. A bit of pushing out the TP back. Maxi jumping in on top of the Chrono. Will clip Puppy and Weehaw. Weehaw caught in a very vulnerable position here. CDC trying to bring him down, and they will there. They'll take him down, but he's still got the Aegis. The Dream Core pops on to do aggressive. Conan with a clear damage as well. Puppy falling low. Will be saved there by Paladin's Brave. Now they're getting off this sanity tips coming through here. Weeha's now caught in the middle of it all. Weeha's going to take the full brunt of it. The first casualty of this fight. CDC trying to look for more here. Chasing them down, XZ. Time walking through. Puppy will throw back the charge, but he gets caught out by Shiki down the sidelines. Bursting him down with the Waning Rift. 2 dead on the side of Secret. Are they going to lose anything more here? CDC trying to see what they can get here, but Pilar dies out, Misery's out, and the rest of them will survive. Envy as well gets the TP off, which is good as well, because he is stockpiling a lot of gold, that Bristle. 3.4k in the bank at the moment, but a nice reaction there from the side of CDC, and they managed to keep the tier 2 alive as well on the bottom lane.
That was just an overextension by Wii. He was in such a bad position because I don't know if he realized that Shiki had Yules or not, because he popped the Orchid on him and he Yules himself right away, and that's when the Void decided to jump in. So at that point, like, obviously Xe didn't go for Blink, so he had to time walk like 2 or 3 times to get into a decent position. But as soon as the ultimate comes out, even with Highlight Dai being outside of the sphere, he was just way too far and like behind the tier 2 tower. And that positioning kind of hurt Secret really bad in the long run, so. A nice fight from CDC, a little breath of life here. Aggressive is still farming like a madman.
He's really breaking away. I think there was an earlier point about, 10 minutes ago, I want to say that there's just a 1k difference between himself and the OD. Now, he's really stepping it up aggressive. And this is potentially where the game can begin to get incredibly scary for Secret. If this thing gets out of control, it's... I mean, Secret, they're going to need to throw everything at him, and it is these kind of overextension he needs to be careful about, and aggressive actually does TP away this
He has
time.
a ward, so he saw the OD, so he knows that he's going to get ganked. But it's one of those teams that CDEC have where even if you're really far behind, if you land one good ultimate, like one good sphere, one good coil, that's the team fight right there. You know, you just walk away with it because of your team composition. But Secret can get far enough ahead to where that's going to be more difficult for CDEC to do. But when you take those team fights with Aegis, you're not able to get to tier 2. They walk away with a handful of kills. That puts the ball back in CDEC's court.
At the moment, Shiki himself, 1,800 gold. He's starting to save as well. There's 1,300 mounted on this Void, so potentially after Diffusal, he will go back for a Blink himself here. And actually SNY done now in the Bristles, so again just adding to the tank, adding to the movement speed, and now he's going to be able to have a little bit of a right click to him as well.
Now this Bristleback is something that you just don't want to hit in a team fight. Like more or less when you have Bristle on the enemy team. As long as you can ignore it, you want to try. Because if you keep committing resources, he starts like turning his back, running around in circles. All the damage that you deal is just going to be negated, more or less. But looks like Secret are doing a better job right now of at least splitting up and just scouring the map for golden experience. I think CDC has spent the last couple of minutes with de-warding, making sure that the vision on Secret, at least in terms of their side of the map, is fairly limited as they only have one ward out right now. And that should set up CDC for at least a decent smoke, because I think it's pretty hard for Secret to take a full-on team fight with this little vision right now.
We're seeing, of course, a lot of use of this little man here following around to spend the stuff to banish it. We saw, in fact, Envy was bringing one of those around with him earlier there with his own helm. That definitely seems to be the creep of the patch to have with you to get that pretty ridiculous cooldown spell there. 5 seconds every 3. Get a few of those off with the mana pool that this creep rocks, and here we go. Smoke up from CDC. They've got all the ults available.
Oh, there's a double damage too.
A little bit unfortunate. You see Roshan's nearly alive here. Could have potentially been an objective for CDC to go for. They do want to try and find the kills, but
they're going to cut top, I think. They need to cut top because they have a ward, right? So they scouted out that Envy was up there, and they know that Misery might be in the area. I think it's the best chance for them to find something. They did get a ward down in the jungle too, so even if the smoke doesn't necessarily get a kill, it's going to be used for vision, and then Secret are going to have to try to find out where CDC actually plays.
Things on Wii. They might want to jump this. They might want to just dive the tier 2, and they do. Shiki going in! Gets gets the silence and the coil onto the two on the sidelines. The Chrono as well, stopping Pylite, getting the Grave off onto Weeha. Odie's going to get taken down. They will get the heal off with the mech. Pylite graves himself. Puppey being focused by aggressive. There will be the snowball just in time to keep the Tusk alive. Comes back in. Puppey will get bursted down. Double kill for Guardian. He finishes it off with a light strike array. Misery's got a run here. He'll get taken down by Shiki with the cheeky Dagon. 4 dead on the side of Secret. Envy the only one left alive, and he may not even be the one to live at the end of this fight. They still get the stuns. They get the control. They'll take down a 5th. Team wipe there from CDC as they destroy Secret 2 towers deep into their own base.
That was such good coordination though from CDC, and that's the power of Mass Blink. We talked about it at the beginning of the game. They have one hero blink in, he coils, gets the silence, and then they go for the OD after the spear comes out from XE to make sure that there can be no grave. So the execution of that team fight from CDC was flawless. Like, they just blew everything into Wii. They didn't have buyback on either of their cores. Like, Envy and Wii both couldn't buy out. I think this is just wrecked.
This was a major blow here for Secret that last minute of gameplay, and let's see if they can do anything to stop it. Puppey trying to come out. They'll take a Storm Hammer to the face, but CDC able to get all the space that they need for those melee racks, and Secret unable to do anything to try and catch them out on the way out. Very clean fight and clean objective taken there by CDC.
And this is perfect timing too, because Roshan's also alive, which means that Secret pretty much have to do something right now. They're going to see them walking towards the pit, and they're going to feel like if we don't try to go for a D-ward and a smoke like right now to stop them from doing this, we are in a horrible spot.
Here we go, straight away. They know that they need to try and find something at this point. Misery will be spotted out by that ward, but the smoke was done away from any sort of vision from the side of CDC. They'll go straight for the pit. They've already sent the Kartins. They know the CDC are still outside, and they're going to check in their own jungle. XE and Q are here, but these are 2 hard targets to lock down and find, and XE straight away with the TP out. He's going to be able to make it here. He's fine. He's out back to base, and Q as well. There's a silence, but that's it. We.
All right,
Astral maybe just couldn't get the range off.
Did he get stuck in animation because of Untouchable?
Either way, it's maybe a plus here for Secret. They're going to try and go for Roshan off the back of sending those 2 behind, but I think CDC they're going to be more than happy to fight.
Right now.
They've got all their ults here. This could be bad for Secret if CDC can get a jump in aggressive. Puppey the God Strength, Freddy looking for an opening. There'll be a snowball from Puppey going through. The Astral, in fact, is going to hold back the Sven for a bit of time. The Dream Cold just catching out Puppey. Laguna Blade, the mech coming out in time. There's the Shadow Grave keeping Puppey alive, and now Secret moving with the turnaround with the Chronos there from XE. Catching out 3 aggressive, just turns back around with the cleave. The light strike, 3 are dead here. Bristol does have the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2, but the impetus destroying Misery. Envy there left alive. Pylite die getting chopped to pieces by aggressive, and it looks like Envy's going to fall as well. Another team wipe is going to be going the way of CDC, as again 10 kills back to back essentially, as at this point of the game Secret just can't seem to find anything going their way.
It's just so hard to fight in enclosed spaces against this team. Like, you have to worry about Coil, Sven Stun, Light Strike Array, Chronosphere, like all these spells in close proximity makes it almost impossible to focus down one hero. So this is basically the way the team fight plays out. Aggressive blinks in. He wants to go on one of the supports to be able to like force them to grave themselves, so it opens up a kill for a core, right? You want to be able to go on them without a shallow grave or without an imprisonment. So he wants to find a support, but Puppey snowballs right away, and then they try to turn and kill aggressive. So there's 3 people tunnel visioning him at the same time. So that opens up a sphere for XC. As soon as that sphere comes out, all the momentum in the team fight from Secret is just lost. And then they get time dilated on 3 heroes, which means that no one else is going to be able to use a spell. Like, it's ridiculously hard to fight 5v5. Even with getting that Roshan, it was not enough.
And now, of course, with the Scepter done on this Void, XZ is going to be ready and waiting with the Chronos even more frequently. Misery having to get himself back there as Q hitting into him with the impetus. And we can see as well this Enchantress less than 1k gold away from having the Aghanims on top of the Dragon Lance. And we talked about this at the beginning of the game. Secret obviously coming into this one with a game plan, running that core Bristleback. The question is, Andy, how do they kind of play back into the game at this point after coming out of the back of 2 incredibly bad fights for them? We're seeing on the net worth difference at the moment, it's over 14,000 advantage here for CDEC, and the money is certainly on the heroes that matter. Sven, aggressive at the top, 303 CS, and he's been finding a lot of favorable fights as well. We've seen him being involved in 11 of the 15 kills, considering the fact that he's got nearly double the CS, the highest farm on Secret. It's incredibly impressive, or impressive.
It is actually insane. I mean, he's been spending most of the game alone as well. Like, only the last couple of team fights is when he's really been present. The Roshan fight, and then obviously when they were jumping on mid, were the 2 most prevalent fights in my mind. But as it stands right now, Secret, they need like a, not necessarily a miracle, but they need a really strong hold. They need CDEC to either overextend They don't have an Aegis, obviously, because they killed Roshan themselves, so they don't have to worry about killing anybody 2 times, which is, I guess, nice for them. But they're already down a middle set of melee racks, and in this position, it just means that CDEC can do whatever they want. You know, they can control the map because of the fact that Cheeky now has, I think it's level 4 Dagon? Yeah, he just upgraded it again. So that, like, this build...
He's got the recipe for level 5.
When you see this build, it looks like a pub build, but the reality is you need the Dagon to be able to burst supports. So that's what's winning them the team fights, is Shiki being able to get into support space, drop a Waning Rift, you know, throw an orb, Dagon him, make him use all of his cooldowns on himself, because again, opening up kills on cores is really important. And
Envy has been caught out here. The Laguna actually moving to the front here. The inputters coming in from behind. The snowball will come out, but it doesn't matter. Envy's going to go down. Puppey now out of position now. He tries to save Envy's backside. Pylite Die getting taken down as well. 2 heroes off the mat without buyback. There's a buyback available on Pi, but I don't think he's going to be able to shallow grave the base here as CDC come in, looking to clear out the mid lane of Rax. All the tier 2s, of course, already been taken down from the side lane, so they can just go for more here. Onto the tier 3, and at this point, game 1 of this best of 3 series, looking to go very well for CDC, and I can't help but feel, but Secrets, they've got to try something different next game against this team.
I don't think their strategy was necessarily bad, and in fact I would say for like the first 10 to 15 minutes, it felt like Secret's game to me. I think the biggest problem that they had was after they got that Roshan, they didn't do anything with it. That was one of the biggest issues, is as soon as they go for that tier 2 dive, the OD dies, we bait this team into a fight that they pretty much just get wrecked in, and then after that, the one blink initiation when they were inside of the base, and that smoke that's...
And we are waltzing in with a BKB, trying to get their hits off on Zagato, get the Sanity's Eclipse out, but that shot OD down for a minute. Puppey falls as well here on the Tusk, and now there comes potentially the cleanup. GG is called. CDEC, a lot of people feel that the strat wasn't there for Secret. Do you feel this was just CDC playing better, or do you feel that this was Secret making mistakes?
Well, their lineup is more prone to... They have to execute flawlessly almost with their lineup. So if you want to say that's a downside against what CDEC have, and we saw the teamfight potential from them was nuts. Like, you get way too many AoE ultis in the same place. They get Roshan, still lose a 6v5 fight because of one good Chronosphere.
Okay, welcome back
I'm
to
sure.
the panel
seeing
here
them at the
at
moment.
the Shanghai Major. And Gods, did you enjoy your first match of the Shanghai Major?
Yeah, I was going to say it went as expected, but it kind of didn't. I did pick CDC to win. I think their draft was overall stronger, but I thought they were going to find kills early, which they didn't. So that was... I even think the early game of this game was pretty good for Secret, but those mid-game fights...
Well, by having the Enchantress, and they have better team fight, they're more AoE than everyone else doesn't really have much to contribute in terms of disable. So that's what I felt won CDEC most of the early team fights.
And even, I think God said while we were watching it, he's like, every single hero of CDEC can do damage. In a team fight.
2 supports, you've got Lina as well as Enchantress. Like, even with no items, these heroes, if they're positioned right, and they're often going to be ignored, because if you're Secret, if you're the OD, you're like, okay, let's kill this Sven, he's got no BKB, let's try and punish this fact Sven has no BKB. But it's not just the Sven dishing out damage. That once it was like an even spread of damage output. Over on the Secret side, it was like 2 heroes dishing out everything. So they just had a much more well-rounded lineup, and because of how just smooth the early game went, the laning stage, they got to that late game just so much earlier.
How do you think it went, Blitz?
I think the biggest problem was that so much of that lineup revolved around the OD, because he was their primary damage dealer. Like, for example, when they went for that bottom fight, they should have been able to take that tier 2 tower clean after they got the Roshan. The creep wave was there. That Secret could... Everybody just kind of ignored him. They're like, okay, kill Weehaw.
And something Winter mentioned
which was really peculiar as well. We were talking about, he went Helm of Dom and Drums, which the common build would be obviously getting the Crimson Guard against the Void and against the Sven. So I'm not so sure about the Bristleback pick. I'm not sure why they wanted to use that hero in this game after seeing the Void. Maybe they just wanted a carry that doesn't really need babysitting so the 2 other supports could roam better. Because I don't really see any other reasons why they would actually go for the Bristol this game.
And there's like an innate problem for Secret's draft actually for killing Enchantress. We were talking about how you counter that hero. You get Spell Burst or you beat it in lane, and they're jungling it. So you don't like once with Arcane Orb, and that takes like 2 or 3 seconds to get that one swing. Bristleback, awful. Does stable damage over time with Quills, you heal them up, you can't swing. And then their third core was an Nature's Prophet, he also does nothing. So the Enchantress can just play freely this game, I think. And I want to say the reasoning behind the Bristle at a frontliner that they could bring in to make space for OD, and then they can maybe do an aggressive snowball. But they never really got that kind of play because they can't engage into a team that has better team fight.
Initiations with Chronos, Sven Stormbolt, the Puck as well. But if they don't get these like 5-man wipes, then Secret go the other way, 5-man push, and you have no Chrono, you can't fight. When Secret looked good was when they took Roshan. the Chrono was on cooldown. They used Chrono because suddenly they left themselves exposed, and Secret took advantage of that. But after that one Chronosphere on the solo kill and Dazzle, never again was a Chronosphere wasted. So
But
I
if
think
you look
that-
at both the teams, they both have like one spell. Like you talk about the Chrono, but OD's ultimate is also a very long cooldown.
Yeah,
spell.
but they're like Bristle's always ready to fight. I think OD in a lot of ways is always ready to fight because he's just going to fight around his Arcane Orb. He goes for these stat-heavy builds. Prophet, same thing, where you go this phase drums build. I think most of their heroes, like they can fight without an OD ultimate, whereas to me CDC can't fight well without Chronosphere.
Blink BKB, then I think you've got a lot more options there. Like even if you get chronoed, you can survive because most of the damage was just magic burst. Like if you get your BKB off, you've got Grave to help you out as well. Then you can become a monster. But he just wasn't able to deal any damage because they crowd controlled him. They threw everything on him because they knew that they could play 1v5 against the Bristle. They're perfectly fine with that.
We agree the Bristle went Helm of the Dominators to stack Ancients, right?
Yes.
Do you think that's necessary when you have such a defensive, like by nature lineup? They want to push towers, but then when they're not pushing, those supports are not going to skirmish. Dazzle and Tusk in this game are defensive, not good this game.
What would you have gone instead?
Like Winter said, maybe the Crimson Guards, so you have better chances at team fighting, and play to your strengths. If you have a line of objectives, get an objective-based item. Get a mech or get a pipe or something for your team. Like pipe would have been super
Did
good
they
that
have a
game.
mech by the end of the game, Secret?
Yeah, Tusk
They had
did.
one
Tusk
on
had
They got on
Tusk
Tusk,
had
but he
it,
gets
okay.
it super late because they don't win fights, and they got
And
3 tier 1
like
zoning.
the first fight that they ended up losing was on the bottom lane by the tier 2 tower for C-Deck. And do you think like just having a mech there on your
think they
Bristle
had one.
back?
I think they had mech
They
at
had
the
They
time.
had the
yeah.
mech
They
on
already
Tusk
had
then
that.
already?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that fight just didn't seem to go in their favor at all. But it looked like it maybe should have. But maybe was it the?
I think it's
how
just
do you credit the?
it's just
the
the l-
Chronosphere or
The lineup, and they hit a really good Chronosphere, and like we mentioned, they had much more AoE disabled. They have Puck, they have Void, they have so many ways of initiating where they have a good amount of advantage before they.
It's stat item and then pipe. So like
SNY?
drum pipe, for example. He could have
Drum
done that. So you'd get the mobility you need and then you can team fight.
Like,
'cause
don't you think it's
like-
all in if you do that? Like if you
I
do-
guess, but isn't that also kind of what their draft is? If you want Void or if you want a hero who can scale better to late game, why do you pick the Bristle? Like if they wanted to play the slow game, they could have picked another frontliner that scales better.
Because like when you talk about Envy, how we kind of had him as one of those players who can be very hit or miss, and he's like in some ways a con to a team sometimes. But
we had him down, unfortunately.
um,
But we had C-Deck.
I mean, if you rate Envy like in his different skills, like what makes him a great carry player, and the one thing he's probably the best at of any carry player is farming efficiency. So whatever Envy's going to be playing, he's going to go for an item like Helmet Dominant and Bristle because he prioritizes farming efficiency over fighting. He's like the complete opposite of what aggressive does for CDEC. So I think it's more the Bristle being the wrong pick rather than him itemizing wrong. He itemized to his own strengths as a player.
I mean, we talked a lot about the hero lineups now, but what about the players? Let's focus on their kind of performance for game number 1. Is there anybody that really stood out for you, or anybody that felt that you could have done more in this match?
I think the Void to me was just
He was
hit
very good.
Amazing chrono after
Well,
chrono.
is it X?
I think
XZ,
XZ
yeah.
played
XZ
that.
played the Void?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed really on point, but he had a lot of help. You mentioned this in the break, Winter, as well, from the Sven, because, you know, sure, you have your chrono, but it was aggressive on the Sven that was actually going super ham. I mean, you guys were like, why are they fighting between the tier 2 and the tier 3 outside of secret space? And it was aggressive, and we weren't sure, Cinderin, if he only saw one hero, but it was daytime, so maybe they saw 3 heroes. But he goes in on the Sven, gets himself the initial kind of, he's the first in line for the initiation, and then that makes it a really easy for XZ on the Void to come in and put down a really perfect chrono, and they walked away with that, a big win there. I mean, how important do you think these players outside of the heroes were to actually bringing the win home in the first game for CDEC?
I think it's like a balance. Like in a team, you want to have players that are willing to be very bold in making a first move, so that like you have an aggressive player and you have a offlaner, maybe a bit like Universe, very stable. So the aggressive player makes a play, like what the Sven did. Like, oh no, one only sees one hero or 2 hero, jumps in, doesn't care because he knows that I have a Void, I have a Puck, and he makes the space for them to actually get the big spell. So I think it's partly also because of the combination of the characteristics of the players that mesh very well, resulting them making a team effort that looks so great, like on what happened at 5-0.
Well, you guys, any kind of players that you were?
I think it's hard to pinpoint a single player. Like, I mean, mention XE Chronos, but he's playing a hero like Void who's going to look good when he makes the good Chronos. It was the fact that they could distribute all their spells so well. Like, when they went in with the Chrono and the Sven in the front lines, Puck would always get the back line. So he prevented the Grave or a Snowball coming out. So they just team fought really well. It goes back to what makes CEC so good. It's just how they play as a team.
Yeah, because it almost sounds like from talking to you about this, you're not really sold on being like, this player was a key factor to win, or this player was, could have done more and really let down the team. It doesn't feel like this game was about that, because you've been talking about the heroes a lot. So it does feel like you were kind of crediting the composition and how it worked. Is that safe to say?
I think the Void had a really standout performance. Like, he was keeping up in net worth with the Nature's Prophet, and his initiations, even individually, were really strong.
And he didn't have a blink.
Yeah, exactly.
He did everything without a blink.
He just played the positioning game really well. His time dilations were even better than his chronos. Like, he got the heroes that he had to in every single one of those engagements.
And what do you think about his build that game? He went for defusals.
I think when you double up on the Orchid, Diffusal's amazing because there's no cooldown. It's like, okay, one teammate gets Orchided, I'll get that off of you, and they already hit the Yules. It's like everything they built already countered Secret. By the time that they had the double Orchid, everybody was like in position. You saw them get one pick off, but right after that, the Puck had just finished Yule Scepter. And then you had the Void just get the Diffusal Blade right after that because he was keeping up in net worth with the Nature's Prophet.
All right. Well, we're going to be waiting for the next game to start between Secret and CDEC, and this is their first match of the best of 3. Of course, if you win this, you move on to the upper bracket. I guess it's almost finals, you would say, because the first 2 games in a group of 4 is almost the semi-finals. So if you're in the upper bracket finals and you win that, you're actually going to guarantee yourself a top spot in the main event at the Mercedes-Benz Arena for the Shanghai Major. So still an important game for Secret to come back. I don't know how long they're going to take to get into the game, and imagine that the teams probably want to sit down and get playing again. So we have 2 choices. Either we can test your knowledge and we can go visit Sir Too Good's whiteboard or whatever it is and see if you can recap the game and where it went wrong and where it went right for both teams, or we can talk about what you think they should do for the next match. But of course we've got the ban and pick, and so your choice, Cinderin.
I pick gods.
Well, I can do it. I can do it.
You meant to choose which of the 2 options.
Yeah.
I was going to let you choose.
Why me? We can go back to that game.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go back. I want to see James draw again.
Yeah. This is great. And just to recap, we did say that CDEC were Unity, fast, on pros. And that, I don't know if that really sums up. I don't know if that's really that correct.
I think the Unity was very correct
Unity
in this
correct.
game. Their teamfight execution, they were very, very clearly on point with what they wanted.
It wasn't their TI level of fastness. It wasn't aggressive TPing to the offlane 5 minutes in and trying to play a really fast tempo.
I mean, it's different now. Like you guys mentioned, Envy getting a Helm of Dawn, but Aggressive got a Helm of Dawn as well that game.
Yeah, I think they played fast once they hit their timing. Yeah. When they hit their timing and they line up strong, that's when they went they kept going right at Secret.
Most importantly for me for CDC in this game is that they actually adapted to the patch. Like, we finally saw them drafting what we would say is a strong draft in the version.
Yes.
They put Shiki on Puck. I think that's one of the best mid heroes right now. They picked the Enchantress. They play a Void offlane for Xyz.
One of the best heroes right now.
I feel like in the current metagame, it's just very advantageous to have a mid hero that comes online early and wants to fight.
And I think the other good thing about Puck is because of how the way most of the teams are playing, they are having one roaming hero early to pressure the mid laner. And Puck is a hero that you can't really gank, you can't really pressure. So it's a huge benefit for the team where I don't really need to allocate extra support to take care of this player because he's fine.
Yeah, you saw them picking it after Tusk. Yeah. I originally think they were planning on running the Lina mid, but then when they see the opening there...
I don't know if you disagree or agree there, Blitz. Your face is just kind of like, yeah.
No, I was just listening. I agree.
Okay. Okay, cool.
They outline everything pretty well.
Okay, well, we're going to write it down.
Hey, Winter, don't leave me.
Couch number 1.
Yes, and we were also writing the
Couch
prediction. We said CDC.
Yeah, you guys did really well on the hero forecast too.
Yeah?
Well done, team. Class.
Every hero above the line.
Nature's Prophet, Faceless Void was there, Enchantress. Was Invoker, Bounty, and Ember banned?
All 3 got banned.
All 3 banned. And then...
OD?
We did see the OD.
The other 3 are...
But the OD didn't really... Could have worked out. But, all right. So let's recap game number 1. Come on, while we wait for a match.
I've got no idea what you're doing here, by the way.
Nor do I.
Like, what's the plan?
Like,
what are you going to draw?
Instead of having instant replays from the game, we're going to be drawing out.
Are you just going to draw a Dota map and kind of...
Just kind of want to recap it just for me, really.
Yeah.
No one else. Do you want, we'll put the hero forecast down there. Thank you, Winter.
Can you do a dramatic drawing of the team fight at the bottom tier 2 tower?
No. Yeah. No, but like, so let's just we can do game 1, right? Okay, so drafting phase was won by who?
I think CDC got the better draft.
Yeah? think?
Yeah,
Anything that you
I
think Secret
don't
could have done
disagree.
better?
Yeah, but don't you think like Secret still could have won with that
Oh,
draft?
for sure. Like,
Yeah.
they definitely could. Like, they
I'm
were
gonna
like,
put CDC.
brutally outpicked.
Okay. What about the lanes? Any kind of questionable decisions?
They were even.
I mean, the
It was
lanes
a wash.
both was just it was a bit of a
Even?
wash. Both teams farmed.
But even laning phase obviously is better for CDEC, I think, because they have better team fight. So when you have a team fight composition and you don't lose your lanes, you're happy with it.
But Secret were never going to be able to contest the lanes when there's Enchantress and Sven Lena. Like,
Let's just say even-ish.
Yeah, even. Yeah.
I don't think
It's-
it's.
I don't
yeah.
know. He's
Even-ish.
leaning towards Cedar, even-ish.
Even-ish.
But like the way that the lanes actually panned out, do you think anyone
It's
came out
better
on
for
top?
CDEC. I think it's better for CDEC.
You
if
wanted
it's
Secret
even.
to do
But
more.
you think
Yeah.
it's better for you think it's better for Secret because you think they're better draft though. Like I feel like Secret
Yeah, I mean they won. They
because
won
of
the draft,
because of what
didn't mess up the lanes.
yeah. I think
So-
that's weird.
Even-ish, but CDEC on top.
It's like CDEC has better team fight, but Secret can benefit by pushing and taking Roshan. They took the towers in Rosh as they were meant to, but
Okay.
It's
And
still-
then what was the kind of critical points after the laning phase in the early game?
the
I-
th- the
item
3-5-0
choice.
team fight.
No, item choice as well, like resulting in.
Yeah, that's true.
I think item choice has a big part in why they actually had a hard time taking the
I
team
mean,
fights.
I think Secret did, like
This is a visual recap, guys.
Secret did a really good job of controlling Roche. Like that was probably the one thing that gave them a good shot at this game. Like when they
So
went in,
then-
took Roche, and
Then Roche came into play.
Yeah.
And that was like Secret's. Did they have like in their first Aegis? Did they actually have a big advantage? You felt?
It wasn't
They-
big, but it was okay.
they had the ability to go. That was when they pushed down the bottom lane
So
at,
this
at the
was
T2
like. Do you
tower.
think this was the moment they could have actually started to take control of the
Yeah.
game?
Yes.
Because on the map,
Yeah.
they looked like they had way more of the map.
At that point, I'd say the game was maybe close to 50-50, or if it was favored for CDC, it was like 60-40 at best.
yeah, but at
Be-
that
when they
point,
got the Roche, what percentage did you think Secret were going to win? Gods, question for you.
40,
for 5 points.
45%.
You only gave them 45% after kind of like you felt that this two factors, even though that was kind
Well,
of even-ish.
It was they had like their timing now, and there was a lot of pressure on them. It was really like a hard to execute position that they were in,
45% chance to win there.
but don't you think like they
and
were-
that was the highest it was at all game. Though.
don't you think like CDEC were waiting for a chance to take a team fight despite like Secret
Yeah.
having the Aegis?
But they still team fought in a scenario where the OD had an Aegis, and then it was the bottom fight where they just hit an amazing chrono, the silence in the backlines, and like you say, CDC wanted the team fight.
The
So.
question is if Secret could have just done that push differently, where they have the Aegis advantage and they have two defensive supports. Maybe you just send Treant and OD only to hit the tower, and everyone just stands back.
Because the
and-
OD was actually caught in the chrono behind the tier
yeah,
2
but
tower.
that
Not
that,
much, but
that
just,
comes back
like
to the point where Blitz mentioned if he actually had the blink and the BKB build,
Yeah,
he probably
yeah.
could have felt more confident that he could have done that because he had blink in case the void.
Orchid is so
Yeah,
offensive. like, you just
in case the
die.
void jumps in and tries to chrono you, you have blink and you have BKB just in case you got.
So
you want to
if,
dodge
if
stuns.
they if they went better items, what percentage from the 45?
like
would you-
60.
60. I was
60%.
thinking the same, actually.
Could have been 60% chance to win with better items. Who wants to send a text to Eternal Envy? Or we have?
I'm sure he'd love that.
And Puppy.
But I like that.
He'd be writing a blog about us.
I like
if he
that we
did
cover the OD because we were talking a lot about Bristle's items, but I
Yeah.
actually think his items relative to how the game was
That's what
going,
Blitz, yeah.
they were better than the Orchid on OD.
Okay. So far, we kind of got this little situation. And when they lost that team fight, right, by tier 2. And then after that, was there anything that you felt that was going to get them back in the game? Because we had that smoke. With was it a double damage?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the DD.
The
I
DD.
remember Will turned to me
Let's
and
do
just
smoke.
Yeah.
DD.
But they saw
CDEC.
the DD.
yeah, they knew
They-
they were
they
either-
knew
they
they
knew
were
they were
smoked.
smoked.
They
or
knew they were
his end.
smoked.
They knew they were smoked.
Yeah,
They saw it
They
on
had
the
ward
died.
vision.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Well, they were positioned very far
Yeah.
back. It
yeah,
was,
they were at their base.
yeah.
Well,
All
this-
right. I think we've summed up that up nicely. I don't know if anyone, I don't even know if the cameraman saw that or if it's just really far away. But I mean, we kind of summed it up. That's game 1 in a nutshell. We've actually got game 2 starting now between Secret and CDEC. So hopefully we're going to the bans and picks. What do you kind of feel that Secret should do going into game 2? Any kind of strategies or?
Probably pick Envy, a hero he's more comfortable on, I think, or something that just suits him better and their playstyle better. And also, I think put Weeha more on a tempo controller. Put him on the puck.
Yes.
Earth Spirit's going to be banned, otherwise I'd say put him on Earth Spirit. It needs to be more Weeha tempo control, Envy on a just classic Envy carry. Ember Spirit and Anti-Mage, maybe not the best of heroes in the current metagame, but they need something more suitable for him. Juggernaut's maybe a good pick for him.
How sold are you on Tusk Dazzle in general as a support duo? I
They
feel like
used
that
to run
duo
it a
is
lot.
not as good now as it used to be. It was like
It's
the
like the
duo
old
at
patch,
Frankfurt,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
It was really good, but I just don't feel like they have the same impact as they used to. Neither of the heroes do, and especially not together.
So you guys were right. No Earth Spirit for him.
No chance
Secret
to
ban
But they
themselves.
banned it themselves.
It's, I guess, a hero that's just considered to be god tier
and-
still
and-
because it's always the team who was second pick banning
Yeah.
it, which is kind of what ended up happening at MDL, where if the other team had first pick, you ban it.
No one wants to
regardless.
play against Earth Spirit, basically.
I mean, the only nerf the hero received was to the Ags, and you don't pick the hero for the Ags. That's just like your late game, like, oh, I have this ridiculous Ags now, but you don't pick it for the late game.
Oh, now my hero also doesn't have any weakness in the late
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
I do think you can play around with considering giving away Earth Spirit if you get a really good trade, including a mid hero that isn't pressured by it super early. Because what makes Earth Spirit really dangerous to play against is that you go mid with Orb of Venom and you just roll in from the fog and you put so much pressure. But there are quite a few heroes that can actually deal with that pressure early on. Like the Puck we talked about, you can pick Queen of Pain, a hero that I think might make a little bit of a comeback at this tournament.
I think it's still
And then
hard
if you
even
get a
as
really
puck.
good trade, you could think about
Even as a puck, it's still hard because if he's just going to roll on you.
The
anyway.
silence is
He's
so
not,
good.
and he's not going for the kill necessarily. He's just going to win the mid lane. And if you ever orb to farm, then he goes on you and you do die. So.
Yeah, but if
It's
that's
still
what
rough.
you're concerned about, you can do the same. You
Yeah.
put a defensive support there, or you pick your Enchantress and you go mid with any creep and just annoy their mid
Mm-hmm.
laner, and then that's
Okay,
your
so
trade-off.
CDEC going to open up with Faceless Void.
Interesting.
Same pick as they did last time.
And you can see how Secret is prioritizing on not letting Aggressive have his best hero, Gyro. Like, we talk about Ember being Envy's best hero, but Gyro is Aggressive's best hero. Like, he pioneered the way that
Yeah,
you
yeah.
move, how you move with the hero when you get your ultimate up online.
So I'm curious, Blitz. I mean, you've played professionally. I think all of you actually have been professionals
10 seconds
in Dota
remaining.
2. But if someone in your team is playing, you know,
5
say that
seconds
OD, and
remaining.
they say like, oh, I'm going to go this item, and you
Team
disagree with it,
secrets turn to
how
pick.
often do you actually, you know, say something about it? Like, no, don't do that, do this, or do you kind of trust them and you want to allow your team to kind of make their own decisions for how they play their heroes?
I think it's like somebody told me recently, you just have to let your core players do their own thing because they'll have a different read on the game and a
Turn
feel.
to pick.
Because they'll kind of just understand, okay, I kind of feel like this item is going to go the best, and you're never really going to get that as a support.
Mm.
But the issue is, obviously, sometimes you can do something like that, and the cores don't communicate with each other. You get like double Orchid in a situation like that.
I mean, that was 15% when we go back
Yeah.
to the board.
it's like odd. It's something that you'll bring up after the game for sure.
Yeah.
You'll say, what was that?
Yeah,
I
why
just-
did we do that?
I think it's very important that the core players, in order to make the right item decisions, the game plan just needs to be defined. Like, you need to know what your goals are in the
Like,
game, and
like
then
who we're focusing,
yeah.
who we want to
who
kill.
are we
when wanna
focusing?
fight.
What's
the
our
oth-
timing window?
the
When are
oth-
we pushing towers? Okay, if we're pushing towers minute 15, maybe Orchid isn't the best item, right? For example.
Yeah, the other point is like maybe you would actually, as a captain, you would actually more let the core players decide if it's not a team-based item. If the item you're deciding it's like a mech
Team-based, yeah,
or
mech,
pipe or crimson or
lance,
whatever, like
or-
all the team-based item, you would actually try and convince your or just straight up tell him you are getting this item, we're gonna push. But if it's an item like BKB or MKB or whatever,
Yeah,
it's based on his own comfort zone,
Yeah,
like what
yeah,
he
okay,
wants.
that's a good point.
That's really
10
interesting.
seconds
I never
remaining.
kind of, you know, I don't have the insight. Obviously, I haven't been a professional Dota player. But anyway,
5
so
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
back
Ursa.
to the draft.
You
We've
played it
got-
at DreamHack Valencia.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
came forfeiting Mac
Reserve
Valencia,
time.
and I played an all-star match
Yeah.
where I actually went like 36 and 2,
Seededs
and then
turn to
the ice frogs started spawning Roshans and ruined it. So on on Dota Buff, I've got one game, one loss, but a KDA of like 18. So, and I played for Alliance apparently in that match. Okay, yeah, so back to the draft. Vengeful Spirit.
turn
This
to
is something that I think a lot of people in the compendium, and you guys were saying, was like, this is going to be the most picked.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good versus
I,
Void as well. Like a hero that can actually save your carry if you get caught in the chrono. And the other thing, the hero is good in the early phase is because
10
he's very
seconds
versatile. You
remaining.
have no idea whether it's a core or a support. You can always switch up.
5 seconds
Shows
remaining.
a secret show a lot
Vengeful
of
Spirit's a
confidence.
core now.
It can be.
It
but
can
it's
be a.
carry.
I don't think it's an envy hero.
Oh yeah, I
No.
forgot you actually didn't keep up.
There was a phase of about 2 or 3 weeks when it was almost exclusively played as a safe lane carry, and it was really good.
Really?
But then teams started drafting against it and figured out how to deal
How
with
did
it.
they beat Vengeful Spirit core?
I'm actually, yeah, what was the exact shift? That's a good question. It might have been the patch a bit.
Because
what
of
I
the
could
stats, Venge got really good stats, and he is very, like, you consider Venge a carry that's very fast tempo. It's easy to help your team. You have aura, you play around objectives, and you're very good at fighting and zoning off the off lane yourself because you have really good stats and armor.
I think the way people started dealing with it was either that they got like really high range carries so Venge can't reach, or well, if you swap you put yourself a bit out of position, or you just had heroes that could actually fight one-on-one.
But
So even if you come in close,
it's hard to fight one-on-one with Venge if you think about it.
There are some heroes
like
that
at the
can do it.
summit, we saw PL got, like, you're losing as PL against Venge carry. Basically, the Venge got Maelstrom and Mjolnir, and it's difficult for the PL to fight against the Venge because Venge has such good stats in late game.
Invoker is a hero that I thought both teams would really heavily contest. I know Shiki's been playing it quite a bit in
10
pubs and stuff.
seconds
The
remaining.
last like 10 games I saw, he was just spamming Invoker. And it's a hero that we had,
Turn to pick.
it's like carried over. It kind of feels like it's still one of the heroes that he can semi/hard carry with, which is this type of player that he is. But it's also a really good tempo controller for both sides.
Do you like Weehar on Invoker then?
I do a lot. I think he's a good player.
It's like
I mean, how would you kind of classify his Invoker play in terms of what makes him? Why am I gonna care?
It's like farm heavy, and
10
you don't want to deal with it
seconds
late game.
remaining.
Okay.
I think he does two things. Like, he does tempo control well,
Yeah.
and
5
he
seconds
carries the
remaining.
team in late game. Like, he gets far ahead enough that he can actually do
He
a
just
lot.
farms.
Do you think CDEC are kind of
Reserve
aware of
time.
these? You know, because you guys obviously commentate all the tournaments. and,
You know, if like you look at, like, James, if you look at the draft, like how CDAC is drafting right now, like I don't think they are bans. In the second phase, they are banning out Ursa.
like weird stuff.
They are banning out Blue like
Rude.
usual, or might catch you.
So they
off
want to
guard.
play the game, not the
Turn
team.
to
DC's draft, I think this game they're just flat out outpicked right now. They have to find a very good solution to this. Secret's team fight is almost impossible to beat. They have Tide, Enigma. Enigma gets a fast mech. Tide obviously has Ravage. You have Invoker in combination with all that and a defensive support in Venge.
10
I think you have to
seconds
try to
remaining.
avoid it. Either, if I'm CDC now, either I try to just run over the lanes and take advantage of the fact that there's Rubik just smoking 3 times in the early game trying to win the
Reserve
lanes,
time.
or I play
The
hard.
idea against the Void, because Void mostly just wants to team fight with you, and having a lot of team fight, especially with the Tide, I think because when I play Void, the hero that I dislike playing against the most is Tide, because he has a bigger AoE, and if you make the first move and you don't kill the Tide, it's also a problem. Or if you don't catch the Tide catches your teammates, it's also a problem. So it's very hard for Void to feel confident that I'm going to jump in and make the first move, because you have too many lanes.
I mean, this is something that's gonna
The lanes,
is gonna last a
Laning
long
stage.
time, and it's
They're
the
playing
laning
lanes.
stage.
They want to win their lanes, and it's really good versus Tide.
It's
10
the only way
seconds
to go now.
remaining.
You have to, if you win your laning phase, because Invoker has a build-up time.
5
Like, before he
seconds
gets
remaining.
levels and he can just invoke and do whatever he wants in the fights once he grabs his Ags and stuff. You can abuse him and just run it down, because most of the time he's going to have, like, Forge Spirits invoked up, and he's not going to be able to
So you think
fight.
the Razor is going to be up against the it's like 1v1 mid again, isn't a safe lane this game?
I think it's going to be... I guess you have to kind of put him safe.
For the safe lane as well.
10
So
seconds
But I just think
remaining.
you need to prioritize individual fights.
Which matchup would you prefer versus Invoker? Like, what matchup do you think that Invoker
Reserve
struggles the most with?
OD is really good.
How about TA? Like, TA is quite
TA
common.
is pretty good. I just think TA's base breaking is kind of weird.
I think
It's
the
like
worst matchup for
10
Invoker is
seconds
Brood, but that's
remaining.
banned. That stomps him in lane. That's actually the only hero I can think of that just flat out
5
destroys
seconds
Invoker. There's no
remaining.
other hero that beats him 1-on-1 like that.
Team Secret's
Oh.
turn to pick.
Roshan control.
Seedix,
Lane, they
turn
have
to
good
pick.
lane as well.
Yeah.
Like, Klings is also quite good at dealing with the Void.
Eat an inch creep.
It's the original Envy hero, too.
Is Klings still get rich fast? You know, still looking for a BKB, because Enchantress will just fall off if Klings can get a BKB after his first damage item or something.
Impetus
That-
pierces BKB now, actually, if that's what you mean.
No,
I think you
but
mean
I
that
mean,
the
like, actually
untouchable.
Klings kills.
Oh,
yeah,
kill for
stops
killing
the
her.
untouchable.
Yeah, that's true.
Remaining.
Yeah, but don't you still have enough
You have enough attack speed
With,
from
but
Strafe.
you have,
with
you
Strafe,
have Invoker
Strafe
spell
plus
damage as
treads,
well.
you're pretty good.
Remaining.
Yeah.
You got like Soul Ring Deso, and you two-shot the Ruvik, and
Yep.
now he can't steal spells.
So this is a really
Reserve
difficult last pick for CDC. Like,
He could consider Orchid on flanks,
Oh,
actually.
this is all out on the lanes. Like, they need to win their lanes,
Yes.
basically.
Yeah.
It's like last game, except they don't have the big team fight to back it up. And last game, they showed that they don't necessarily win lanes when they can, because they had the Enchanters. They had the ability. I kind of worry for CDC this game because of that, looking at how last game's lanes went.
So if you're in Team Secret, you're
So you've got the greed factor on your side. You're running a jungle Enigma. You just need to play just
safe.
very safe controlled Dota.
Everyone else, you kind of very
Look out
agree?
for smokes. number one.
I think something,
10
otherwise the game is just
seconds
going to fall.
remaining.
Do you think they have the players for it? Who do you think is going to be the player for CDC?
The captain.
Huh?
The
Indeed, thanks very much, James. We're here with Game 2, CDC versus Secrets. Myself, Eddie Pixel, and Draskell. And, wow, what a draft we've had coming out from both sides. Both of the teams resting their kind of, putting their eggs in the basket of the Invis
I
character.
think the panel summed it up pretty well. It's basically a CDEC. They want to try to do as much as they can during the early game. It's kind of the mirror of last game. So Secret didn't really have great team fight, but they had strong lanes, had the ability to kind of snowball. And CDEC are pretty much in those shoes this game. They have Chronosphere, which is still good teamfight utility, but they don't have near the AoE lockdown. Like, you're dealing with Ravage, Black Hole, Invoker combo as well. I'm assuming that Wee's going to be going Exort this game. And not to mention, I think the Void is also going to have a much, much harder time than he thinks. Clinks is phenomenal against any melee hero. And Time Walk, to get the maximum use out of it, you want to be harassed in, like, big burst damage, you know? You want to take, like, half your health and damage in, like, 2 seconds, then Time Walk it off. But we'll see what he's able to get done here. And we'll see how the lanes shape up too. Looks like XC is actually heading towards mid right now, an aggressive tri-lane with the Weaver, Ench, and Rubik. So probably just going to grab the large creep by the off lane, and then just try to get what they can out of this aggro lane.
Indeed. So that's going to leave on this bottom lane that matchup that we're talking about. The Razor versus Tidehunter.
It's an awful lane for Tide.
I was going to say, Shiki's going to be right.
Tide cannot really do anything here.
We'll see how much misery can find. And of course, Puppey on his signature hero, a fan favorite. A lot of people are going to be very excited to see him coming out again on this one, the Enigma. So the team fight's certainly going to be there. The pushing power as well from Puppey once he starts coming to the lane with the Eidolons also. But that is, of course, going to leave Envy in this lane and having to deal with this tri-lane of sorts that's coming out from the side of CDC. He has got the backup of Pylite Die. I mean, do you expect Envy to still find decent farm here, or is he going to have a lot of trouble?
Oh yeah, he'll be able to farm. It's just a matter of, are CDC going to go for the early tower? Are they going to carry detection like Dust early? And they just need to be aware of it. Like, if Envy sees the fact that the Rubik is carrying Dust, he needs to play very, very passive because they can't kill him.
Best keep a bit of control on it. Envy's coming in as well just to sap in some of the XP. And in a game like this, what point?
It's because if you just get the jungle to yourself, like no one's touching, you can get 6 so fast. Like 5 minutes even, you could be level 6 if you get good spawns. So with that being said, if he goes top, gets a really good Malefice done into a black hole, that should be at least 1 or 2 kills going the way of Secret. And as it stands right now, he's even going to be able to secure himself top rune for the team. A little bit of a misplay by CDC. And they even had vision in that area, so they knew when he was going to be rotating down. But they don't get the rune. They're kind of going to be experience starved as well if they don't play this a little bit more carefully.
Puppey coming in with his army of Eidolons. Garda and Q eyeing this up. Aggressive is moving in.
Oh, I got the D ward too. That's really nice.
And again, with this aggressive trial, do you think we'll see Garda and Q kind of try and make the journey into the jungle? I mean, at the same time, can the two of them...
It's too hard. Like, with the support sitting here,
yeah.
Oh, they're going to dust.
Oh, yeah. It's aggressive Envy trying to go for the kill, but the stun is there from the Centaur. Q with the control will find them. And that's exactly what this aggressive trial needs to be finding.
It was just a little bit over-aggressive there by Envy. Like, he tried to go for the Weaver because I think Pilot Die was too far away to throw out the magic missile during Shikuchi, and he knew the tower aggro was going to be on him. But the thing is, since the stun came late, he was out of tower attack range.
It's on the board. It's bottom lane, Shiki.
Tower's going to switch. Actually, I didn't end up hitting him at all. I actually just ended up hitting at the Ench instead. So maybe he thought it was going to switch, and he just wanted to go for it because there was such a large gap. But yeah, either way, it didn't work out. But one or two deaths isn't too bad. They did end up trading in the end. And Puppey's still farming like a madman. Like, he's got 30 CS. He is just a beast right now. He's almost level 6, and it's like 4 minutes into the game.
He's ready for this, Puppey. He is ready to try and look for some of the action. Still, though, cute. Hanging around here, trying to annoy Pylite Die and disrupts the lane control that he's trying to achieve here for MV. And MV talking about the man. What's he doing? He's not where he should be. Aggressive, and Garda is out of mana, so can't really look to commit anymore with more Shikuchis. But MV just caught on the wrong side of the tree line there, and Secret weren't there close enough to help him out that time.
It seems like he's underestimating CDC's kill potential on this lane. If you get dusted and you don't have boots, like you're not getting away. Like even with Skeleton Walk, he only has 333 movement speed, and then obviously you lose movement speed off of that when you get dusted. So there's no way you're outrunning a Weaver you get stunned one time, that's just it. Like, Venge can't really hear those heroes simultaneously. So instead, they're just going to rotate here. Might get cheeky.
This would be a good last hits at the moment. 5 minutes in, and at the same time, top lane. Venge. Pylite Die gets a cheeky one onto Q. So Secret able to find themselves a kill. Second one on the board, but this Clinks is going to become an issue if they aren't able to find Envy some space soon.
Oh, puppy. Goodbye, friend.
And another one there for CDC and aggressive. He's looking for Pylite Die. Moves in with a Shikuchi. Pi, the tier 1 will be okay.
The Weaver pick is actually working out so well for them. There's not really many heroes in the early game who can do what Aggressive is doing on this hero. Like, just being able to dive towers effortlessly, realizing that there's only really one hard disable during the early game that you have to worry about. This is kind of a Weaver's dream.
Well, this mid lane matchup as well. 27 for 5, 27 for 9. Bang on with each other here, the Void and the Invoker. It's going to be interesting to see how much we can do. Obviously, we took the fact that the Invoker did have that change with Deafening Blast, but you think the way that Secret are going to be playing this game, that's not really going to be a huge issue, and he's going to look elsewhere.
I think it's more about the ultimates that they land. Like, if Puppy and Misery can get like a good Black Hole, good Ravage, things like that, the Deafening Blast nerf, you won't really feel it because the hero's just going to die. So it's going to be down to the ult usage. And as far as that goes, the Rubik on CDC, like Garter, he has a lot of stuff that he can potentially steal, but it's also very stressful to play against two really big ultimates. It's like that. To be like, okay, well, I have to steal at least one. If I mess up.
Heading to the mid lane, trying to see if they can find anything. We just playing it safe. Backing up to that side camp by the Ancients. That's going to mean that Garda unable to find anything here with his smoke usage. And still, though, Xe getting a lot of incredibly painful slow start here in terms of the farm here for this Clinks, and still struggling to find that level 6 here.
Yeah, and I think the struggle for Envy is reflected by those stats. That is, it's actually horrible, like having this Chris, who wasn't even really farming in the lane, like he was just kind of chilling up there.
And with the Ravage, Puppy moving forward. Are they going to try for this? They will. They'll use the Black Hole onto Xe Shiki. Sunstrike comes down onto one. They'll take down a second. There's the ultimates that you're talking about, Andy, getting them out and getting the 2 kills, keeping themselves alive. Aggressive has come in with a rotation. See if you can find anything on the cleanup here. Misery will be able to wall this off. A little bit too tanky for the Weaver to do anything against the Tide at this point. But there's your Ravage, there's your Black Hole, and there's your potential turnaround in the lane.
They were kind of fighting into no vision. They had a ward near where the little ramp goes to the bottom rune, but during this team fight, they had no idea what they were walking into. And unfortunately for that, they end up paying the price. So nice comeback here. Buys a little time for Envy to get himself back on his feet. He's level 6. So at the very least now he has Death Pact. It's going to be a lot harder to really chase him down and actually get those kills. And I'm also curious, I guess Wee is just going for the standard, he's still going for the Midas. I don't know if to go the Yule's route. I think Yule's is really good against Void, although, oh wait, it's actually way worse now, isn't it? Because you can just time walk out of it. That actually makes it really bad. Okay, so maybe you can only really kill like the Rubik, Ench, and Weaver. Those are going to be your main targets.
CDC now, they've kind of settled with the lanes the other way around. They've brought Aggressive down here onto the bottom. They want to try and get him at the top of the farm game. We saw how much he can do with that in game 1 on his spend. Kept himself at the top of the board in terms of value, and this game he's going to try his best to get up there. We'll be competing with this Wee High and to start to work up his own net value. Secret hanging around at the bottom, ready to see if anyone on the side of CDC does jump out. Garda just throwing out a return gush there onto Misery. And of course, the fact that they've got 3 heroes down here, it is going to give us some space still to Envy. So Envy slowly climbing himself back up that board, and he has now got his brown boots.
I do believe that Misery overall has done way better in his lane than I was expecting. Like, if you just compare the overall CS, sure, Razor has more denies, but this isn't a crush by any means. This is, like, pretty darn close. If you look at the way that Envy's lane started, he's already, like, top was pretty much a disaster, and Envy probably didn't have to die 2 times. They're still making a very solid recovery, and I think that CDEC still need to be very, very cautious and try to actually get something done here as well. They do have the Rubik level 6, and I think they're probably waiting on Q to get level 6 because he doesn't have Impetus just yet, but once those tools are available, it makes Chronosphere really strong again.
Back on the side of Secret, we see Puppy. He has got that mech done, and the Black Hole will be back up in just over 30 seconds, and with the combo from the Ravage, we saw once how potent it can be against CDC's lineup when they try and go for these aggressive plays. And we can maybe see the side of Secret look for another fight. Envy this game with the kind of Sorin picked up. Do you think we are going to see the Deso? Is there any reason why I might go Orchid first this game?
Orchid's actually decent against heroes like Void and Weaver because and overall just damage output. Say, for instance, we talked about how they needed to land their ultimates properly to win a fight. If those ultimates land, Desolator is infinitely better because of how much more damage you actually do during the lockdown. So you can just guarantee, like, blow up, you know, 3 or 4 heroes.
There we have it, bottom lane. This could be a bit of a repeat. They've got the 2 ults online. Maybe see if they can catch out aggressive. It's going to be a hard kill, but they have got the stun locks with the Ravage, the Magic Missile, and if they commit the Black Hole, should be enough to find it. But aggressive playing very safely. Highlight die, he has got the swap, and he's going to find it. Does bring him back, Sentry's drop. Have they got the stun lock, the Magic Missile, the Black Hole? That Black Hole, my goodness, that must have been right on the edge. He's got huge arms.
Just look at how close this is.
Look
like,
at
he
that.
is not even in the animation, and he gets hit by it. That's got to be a little bit tilting. The weird part about that, too, is he actually had a ward. So I think he saw Pylai Die and Puppey walking into the side, but he still decided to, Secret are going to be happy with that trade. And they are just soaking up farm everywhere. You can see CDC, they're kind of running around trying to figure out what they can do. And with 1 ultimate on cooldown, this is probably one of the better opportunities they're going to have.
On the Ven, Shiki is going to spot out Misery in the jungle, but the rest of the team still committed to that push up top, so not going to be able to do anything against the Tide Hunter. In fact, it's going to be Secret going for Roshan. With the Forged Spirits, the Islands as well. And they've got a good lineup for taking this down fairly quickly.
There's no way they're reacting to this. This is way too fast.
Easy ages here for the boys. Well, Shiki, he's going to come in, take some of Misery's damage, and does have the Rubik about, but Misery just backs off to the tier 1.
Oh,
they'll
doesn't
get the
die.
Roshan and Aegis. And this game is certainly looking up a little bit more than game 1 was for Secret at this point.
They're looking really good. CDC still need time before they can try to contest fights. A lot of it is dependent on, obviously, if Secret want to use Black Hole and Ravage during the same fight, they absolutely need to win that fight. If for whatever reason there's some like execution error and CDC walk away with a team fight win, that's game changing. They get a Ravage. Positioning on that hero and what he can steal from a team fight is also going to be hugely important for them.
Alright, up Xe here. Misery has got the Ravage and he's got the backup as well. If they can get the range for the swap, but Xe, Time Walk just comes back off.
I don't think they can kill him. I don't even think chasing him is worth it at this point.
Alright, at this point, I mean, a lot of this down to Puppey, really, it feels. The first 2 black holes of the game have been absolutely
He's so
huge.
farmed. Look at him, man.
It's Puppey Enigma.
He's almost got Greaves, and it's like 13 minutes in. Actually, I don't know if he goes Greaves this game. I think he might just go back for something what he did last game, like maybe go Vlad's or like full Aura build or BKB. Although BKB is not super good this game. You can still get spell stolen from, and you can still get sphered. So BKB is not like amazing.
Interesting to see what he does, and interesting to see if as
It
well.
is Greaves. Okay.
Oh, they have found Xe there with the Wave of Terror, but they can't quite get the swap off there. That'll be fine. Gets himself out with the TP. I'm just, on my screen at the moment, I've just got it double-clicked on Puppey. We're 20 seconds away from that black hole. We saw him go straight for the action as it came off cooldown last time, and he's got the Greaves out in the smoke. He's ready to do it again, back online. The Ravage has still been held onto by Misery, so that's there ready and waiting. It's just a question of who Puppey can try and catch out. As he heads towards the mid lane, and he's going to team up with Pi.
I feel CDC's cores have this really awkward timing where anywhere from like the 15 to 25 minute mark, they're not actually as strong as they are in lanes. And they have this kind of downtime where they need 1 or 2 items. Like take the Weaver for example. This tower is getting pushed in right now by Secret. What is a Weaver with a Perseverance going to do against this? Like they were tower diving, they killed Envy 2 times, more times than he's like ever died and needed to get way more than they did, given the circumstances. And the fact that Misery didn't really lose his lane that hard to Shiki also puts them in a position where he has more than maybe he should have. So even with CDC having the good top lane, everywhere else was kind of just mediocre. And right now it feels like they are more than on the back foot. They don't even want to fight. Like XZ just teleports away. He's like, yeah, we're not doing anything here.
And it certainly seems that Secret are much more comfortable with the kind of the playstyle that they're going for this game. And still Envy's Clink stepping it up here. He's got 1k above the medallion. We'll see what he does decide to go for next. Mid lane, they're close to taking another tower here. Secret Wheat and Pylite stepping in to try and finish this one off. Shiki's going to look for the deny here. Is he going to get it? Lucky comes out. Now they're already going to be forcing back the side of CDC. Garda taking a lot of damage there from the Clink. And will pick up the tower. That's going to be the Yule's done now here on the man. And as you said, this is really feeling like a lot of the momentum this game is all behind Secret.
They just don't have an answer for the 5-man. It is very reminiscent of game 1, except I feel like Secret dealt the heroes who can contribute in a 5 versus 5. Weaver and Rubik, even to a certain extent, Razor, these heroes, they kind of need a frontline or somebody to actually lock down for them to really feel useful in a 5v5. And all they have is 1 sphere. So that sphere is not like absolutely perfect, like cancels a black hole and hits like 3 or 4 heroes. The team fight is just so difficult for them.
We can see at the moment, just Weehawk into the space up top. There's a void around. The rest is secret towards the bottom.
That's
And
blink.
on top comes aggressive as well. Weehawk is on his own here.
He's got Aegis though. If they go for him, there's gonna be time.
Yeah.
Gonna be a lot of time for Secret to react.
And of course on the dig the grade top lane, they have gone in with the Chronosphere onto Weehawk. Do they have the damage? He'll use himself up here. Weehawk, can he magic himself out of this one? No. He's going to go down once here. Aegis has been popped now. Garda turning up as well. Hands to telekinesis. Ready to go. Dust is ready and waiting as well. Weehawk won't be able to escape this one. There's an objective as well, and that's a tier 2 down on the bottom left.
Yeah, this is a very hard push to stop actually. And I think that CDC are probably going to have to go back before Secret. You can't even really get the tower here. Like, Secret have tons of time.
And how do you defend against it? You're defending against a push that's still got a Ravage and has still got a Black Hole. It's not going to be the easiest of defenses here for CDC unless Secret choose to just play it safely, which looks like they're going to the point.
They have 2 towers top, so they can go clean up the offlane towers for free. And I don't really think that CDC ever want to try to contest that. They're just going to make sure that there's nothing that's going to be taken away from them outside of just the fact that we died. Which, again, if I trade a tier 2 safe lane for a death, even on a core, I think that's fine. Given the circumstances, CDC don't have a choice, though. They have to make those trades because they just can't win the 5v5. They needed to wait for Secret to maybe overextend when they're trying to push into the tier 3, or potentially get a pick, and then try to take the next Roche.
Lincoln's is now done on the Weaver, but as you said, CDC, they're going to still certainly have to wait for any kind of major physical damage output to come out from the side. And Lincoln's Sphere, we've already talked about it, the team fight, the kind of AoE control. Secret have got a lot of things to work around that they can still kill the Weaver. That Lincoln's isn't necessarily going to be a huge saving grace for him.
Well, it's nice because it stops the Invoker combo. Like, that's one way you could maybe die in Weaver, although I guess you can still time-lapse too, right? Because it actually is just really bad against Void and Weaver now, but it's an interesting game because CDC's lanes were actually very strong. But they didn't perform, I think, up to the standards that their lineup necessitated. Like, they needed to do better.
Oh, MV. He is out here. It's aggressive. Garda stepping in as well, and Garda does have the dust, but MV's going to be a little bit too speedy. Will get himself out of this one and back to safety. And MV really stockpiling up the gold. We see him now on 3.1k.
He might
question is, what's he buying outright? Is it the desert?
It helps them high ground. I think that's the next logical step. It's also good against Roshan. They have mass minus armor like Wave of Terror, Medallion, Deso. All that stuff just makes you melt through heroes like Razor. Even Void can just die in a couple of hits. In that sense, I actually think Klinks is better against Void than he used to be because Backtrack used to save Void periodically, but now if you just get hit by one disable and you have Klinks on you, you just die before you can really do anything. So it's a nice bit of synergy they have going. They're going to spot XC. He's got a Blink Dagger. Their follow-up for the Sphere is just so lackluster, though. What do they drop into a Sphere? It's like Enchantress auto-attacks. You get like a static link.
It certainly doesn't have the same synergy as they had in the team fights in the first game, CDC.
Oh, last game they had just insane amounts of damage.
We saw some great combos in the first game.
Yeah, but there's the Crimson and the Deathstroke coming out.
Big items.
This is the I want to end the game in the next 5 minutes build from Puppy. Just Crimson Greaves. You take almost no physical damage. And the sad thing for CDC is they don't have any magical burst. So most of their team damage is built around physical.
I see CDC group up here for onto them on the back line. The black hole onto 3, bringing them all in. And Secret were just ready and waiting. And again, Puppy with another flawless black hole.
That was insane. Well, the Ravage set him up, to be fair. That was, I think, all misery. And the fact that XC just, like, he missed Puppy by so little. If he hits that black hole, or hits the Sphere, the black hole never comes out, and maybe CDC have a chance to at least cut their losses and get out of there, but...
Oh, look at this. There's a replay of the replay. Oh!
So close. Almost.
Replay inception.
Are we going to get the triple replay?
Can we have it again? No,
nope, we can't.
We can't. It's a display of skill here in game 2. And this here, Shiki, yes they are. With the solo pick-off there.
It's okay, our observer's running. No big deal. Instead of going for like the Meteor Tornado, or Sunstrike Meteor. It was very nice. But Roshan's available.
And that even just having Pi with the Vlads as well.
They have everything.
They've got
So they have every aura item that they need in the Drums.
They've even got the double drums, yeah.
They don't even need pipe this game because there's just no magic damage. Like you're gonna pipe Fade Bolt and Plasma Field. There you go. That's the biggest magical damage that CDC put together here. And I think there is also something to be said for having team compositions that have only one type of damage. You know, if you only physical damage, it's very easy to itemize against. And I think that's kind of what CDC have here. Although if their lanes went better, it might not have mattered as much, because Enchantress is like one of the few heroes who kind of really deal damage. But if you're relying on other people to help out, and you're up against like Crimson Guard and Greaves at 23 minutes in with drums and Vlads, you're just not going to
Misery might be walking into this one. CDC did smoke up, and Misery has been caught out. Can they actually kill him? He's a bit of a tanky brute here. He's going to be able to walk this one off by the looks of it. Secret are there to back him up. Xe jumps in, gets the Chrono onto Misery and Pilot, but they just can't kill this Tide. The Greaves are there from Puppey. They'll turn to Pi. Out comes the Ravage now. Shiki's popped the BKB, but he's already lost 3 of his friends. Only 2 left alive on CDC. Aggressive, popping the time lapse. The Yours able to control. Envy cleaning up the back lines. And now aggressive Secret. They only lose Pilot die, but it's in his name. It's his job. He's Avenge at the end of the day. What a fight for Secret, and they didn't even need the black hole. They didn't even need it. Now Puppey says, I've got it, guys. What's going on? It's already over. They didn't need it. CDC just getting BTFO.
It was the worst target to go on. I mean, they saw an opportunity and they're like, all right, we need to try to go for this kill. We need to make something happen. But unfortunately, of all the heroes to catch out, it was Misery. And he gets into the middle of his team. They throw out a sphere, and Xe's like, I do literally no damage. Let's just kill Pilot die. Team does way less damage. So now you can't kill the Tide at all because you just lost 36% of your base damage. In the meantime, Envy was just in the back line killing everyone with the Desolator that he had. And there's just not really much that CDC could do about that. They just say GG.
All right. What is this? TI4 Finals. GG is called, and we're going to Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Secret have done it. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was hoping for some more black hole action, but that was nice to see after a Game 1 where Secret didn't really look quite all there. It's good to see that we're going to have an even matchup in Game 3 now. And going from both games, it's hard to call who's going to be able to take it. This is going to be quite a series, Andy.
Yeah, I can't wait for Game 3. I'm ready.
We're ready, and the speed they want to show up to the panel, we're probably going to go over there straight away. So Game 3, we'll be back with me and Andy, but straight over to the panel to hear what they've got to say about Puppey's beautiful black holes and Envy's recovery.
So welcome back. A Team Secret win in game number 2 in the first best of 3 series that we're covering. Before maybe we talk about that win, Blitz, you looked very excited because MVP.
Yeah, MVP are currently beating eHome, who all of us touted. And I was just going to say,
we even gave eHome a little crown.
Yeah. If they if they lose to MVP here, there's actually no way that they can get first in their group.
They had a crown.
So we'd be wrong.
So if they lose to MVP, do we give them the crown?
I don't know.
And then they're the favorites. Surely that's how it works, Blitz.
I think it's both a playstyle clash and MVP is hungry.
Oh, we did have motivation. Yeah, we did. All right, well, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, MVP looking like they could topple eHome, which would make this group, well, I mean, it's a great group to watch. They actually had 8 teams. 4 of the teams here were all in the top 8 of the last TI. Yeah. So it is a kind of a stacked group on paper and a great group to start with for the tournament. But let's go back to the match that Secret actually were victorious in. Some of you had lunch, some of you were here. I'm sure all of you watched. What are your thoughts on the game?
I was watching next to Loda and EGM, and Loda said, this Enigma is going to go crazy. It's like, it's 0 black holes, he said with like so much admiration. He's like, Puppey is just such a great Enigma player. And he like sighed. He's like, I wish EGM was like that, but...
Who is this?
It was Loda.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny though.
Did he say it next to Ake, or who plays?
Wait, doesn't Ake play the Enigma when they have?
Yeah, he does, but I'm just teasing.
All right, and of course we have, this was how the game kind of started off. And we talked about winning lanes. C-Deck came in, they get a kill soon on Eternal Envy, and actually Pilot Eye is like, yo creep, I want to be friends, goes down.
The quick cuts.
We've got it all here. This was one of the first big team fights, the first time we saw a black hole on Puppey. They managed to clean up 2, and then the team was like, run away. This was a nice kill, this one here.
Yeah, this is really good.
But they still got the tier 2 tower bottom Secret off the back of this. It didn't seem like they cared too much, but they had dust. pick up Weehan. That was the Aegis gone, but they were already felt like too far ahead. But it kind of started off with like Eternal Envy was having a bad time.
Yeah.
He was even roaming. I think Winter, you pointed out, he's roaming without boots at level 4.
Yeah, but because basically the Enchantress pressure was like too much for him to take in a lane. But then again, like what Blitz mentioned, like when the Enigma came online, the first black hole was really crucial. They made so much space, and all the team fights after that, we could see this team fight as well. Misery, he barely had his Ravage online here. But he was still, I think he's still able to get it off at the end.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah.
Puppy's going to heal him up with Guardian's Greaves.
Crimson Guard as well. So basically, they just had overwhelming team fight, and the only way C-Deck could actually win this game is by winning the early game so hard that there was no way that the team fight could come online for Secret, but that was not the case.
When I saw the second phase of the draft, that's when I said I think Secret just flat out outpicked them here, and it kind of went the way I expected. Secret get away with their Enigma jungle, they farm up, and you just reach a point of critical mass at like minute 14. He has Guardian Greaves and Enigma. At that point, I'm just like, this game is over. You can't fight into their lineup. They're dire. They just take Roche, then they take your towers one at a time. So for CDC to win this, like you said, they need to dominate the lanes, and they crush top, but it's not enough. There's an Invoker free farming mid. Tide is getting his stuff bottom. It's like, I wasn't exaggerating when I said I think they have to use all 3 smokes in the early game. Just need to run over lanes.
They did have 50-50 CS though on like Invoker versus Void. Don't you think that's,
that's
like
okay.
acceptable for them?
But yeah, that just means that like the trade-off there is that you're giving Void the levels, but you're giving a Void that can't teamfight the enemy team the levels. So he doesn't benefit at all. Like the Chrono was useless the whole game. Like I don't think it made a difference.
It really comes back to the Enigma that Puppy played, you know, in terms of his items. And I think I remember Wepaz started playing Enigma because he wanted MMR. And he basically copied Puppy's kind of, you know, jungle rotations, and it was like crazy. Like by 7 minutes, he has these items. You know, how devastating can Puppy be, not just on the Enigma this game, but throughout the tournament? Because his farm, off the hook, as you mentioned, I think he ended up like 540 GPM by the end of the game, like second highest GPM, but still he's so impactful. Even if he wasn't throwing a black hole with just those items. Is it just Puppy on Enigma, or is it Enigma in general, or is it the lineup? Because
it's really just Puppy. I mean, him and maybe 1 or 2 other players who can, like, I think EG's the other team who can play Enigma really well. Zai used to do it as well with Enigma, but I think what sets him apart from like your everyday Enigma player is not just like the farming efficiencies, what anyone who plays like 10, 20 games of Enigma can practice and perfect, but what he sets him apart
I'll
is...
tell that to Wepaz. He lost MMR.
Yeah. So for Puppy, it's how he uses his first few black holes. Like he'll find a really good rotation, and he doesn't care about using a black hole to get a solo kill. Like his first couple black holes, he had the really nice one bottom that got 2 heroes. His next black hole's on a solo Weaver, so he recognized that this spell's got a 3-minute cooldown, but if you kill a core hero, it's well worth it. So he's just so much better at using those black holes in the early game.
He has a very good read on the game in general when he plays that hero. I think when you're jungling with Enigma, it's like autopilot, right? It's so easy that you get to look at the map very much and prepare your next move very easily. So you see the black hole rotations like Gods talked about, but also maybe itemization. You get to like think more about the enemy lineup. What am I getting here? Puppy has historically invented quite a few item builds in the hero, I think. Like
Isn't every game the same? Just go mech?
Well, the mech is
yeah.
Guardian, or not Guardian Greaves. The Crimson Guard he started doing, the Rod of Atos. Like he goes these much more tanky-oriented builds where other Enigmas are very one-dimensional. And they just go, okay, you need Greaves, Blink, BKB, and then you have a black hole.
They focus
He plays
on getting
hero.
the black hole off, whereas Puppy focuses on items that the team needs against the enemy.
Because you're so rich as well, if you get
Yep.
so you can really just like bring so many more team items to the game.
I really feel like the most important part of the hero, you talk about the efficiency, but I don't think that part is the most efficient. Like the most important part is like what they mentioned, the rotations, your decision making, what item to build for that game. Those are the very important things for the hero.
Because I noticed that when I play Enigma, I just think like, okay, I've got this kind of rotation, but in the back of my mind, it's like, when do I want to help out this lane? Do I want to TP here? Do I, am I needed here? Should I be ready for defense here? And do you think just because Puppy is one of the best in game sense that really it's the stuff that we don't really appreciate, which is just how he wants to move and execute and help his team with that one hero?
Yeah, just look at the way he plays Chen and Enchantress. Like it's very, very similar. Like he always farms, but then he makes one really good move. The one move actually gives his team a lot. Like maybe some other players, maybe like Art Style, it's very different because he gets 2 creeps and he tries to find kills always. and he tries to be aggressive, even though he can't get a kill, but he's always there pressuring the enemy lane, whereas Puppey picks his opportunities when he should gank and who to gank, like you mentioned, who is the key target, and how to make space for his team. So that's a very big difference of the way Puppey plays.
So, and you know, to talk about the start of the match, you guys were pretty much all in agreement that CDEC were behind on the draft. So, of course, we're bigging up kind of like Puppey's Enigma, but it was maybe a little bit too easy for him to play the hero in that lineup.
I think the Tide enabled him for a lot too. Like typically what you think of Tide is he's going to be the counter initiator. Like you're going to see spells go off on your teammates first, and once they're out of position, then your Tide comes in and he gets like a 4-man Ravage. But Misery was always like the first hero in. He just kind of like ambled and he said, okay, bring all the attention towards me. Then they try to kill him. That's like the biggest mistake ever. You're never going to kill that guy. He's a Tide Hunter that is just naturally tanky because of his
Kraken shell.
Yeah, his Kraken shell, and he's always going to get the Ravage off as a result. And that's set up for all of the black holes. Like you didn't really need those like 3 or 4 man black holes that he kept consistently getting, but that pretty much just put a damper on any sort of comeback hope from CDC.
How about the early game? Do you feel like, because the way the Enchanters played, he focused on shutting down Jackie Mao, like should he actually be shutting down the Enigma instead?
You have to pick your poison though. Like
but don't you think
Clinks
it's
is the easiest hero to bully in the lanes. He's a very weak laning hero, and his laning stage is a big place exploit. But he's also a hero that catches up well, which is where I think maybe you're right that you pressure the Enigma instead.
Because the point where when Secret looks to make a move, it's always going to be, if you look at their 5 heroes, is when Enigma gets level 6, he's going to run. It's just like the Gyrocopter. When you get level 6, you want to make a move. The same as Enigma. So Enigma is like the focal point of their lineup. So maybe if they actually did pressure the Enigma more, the tempo for Secret could not be as fast as what happened in the game despite losing their lanes.
Do you think that's a riskier play though? Because obviously, as you mentioned, going on Eternal Envy is an easier play because Clink's weak in the lane. And then when you're going for Puppey in the jungle, you don't always have vision, you're not sure really. And if he kind of suspects it with his game sense, he might just, back off, go your jungle, or his rotations, he might even turn a fight on you. Do you think that would have been a riskier play and that's why they didn't do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you the way you start in the jungle, you use the 3 camps on the far right. So to contest that jungle spot, you have to go deep into the enemy jungle.
And you've got an Invoker that can back you up.
Invoker doesn't even have to come. He can just throw a Sunstrike. Avenge rotates in, throws a stun, it sets up a Sunstrike, and then some Enigma Eidolons kill you off. So it's incredibly risky, as you're saying. And the safe play is you take the free kills on Envy. Envy's there, but that just kind of plays into Secret's hands because they don't Envy's not meant to do well in the early game. So I don't know.
But I think
what would you have done, Winter?
But I think
Captain Winter.
But I
would
think
you have gone for the Enigma?
Because of the, like you guys mentioned, okay, they already lost the draft. They had to win their early game so much that because even if it's the riskier play to go for the Enigma, I think that they could have won the early game more instead of just shutting down the Clinks.
Yeah. So if you were in the team, and so would you because sometimes you're a bit abrasive and scary, and people don't often like to say no to you. Do you think if you were in that team and you said, we're going to kill the Enigma, do you think they would have followed you, knowing that you're shit at tic-tac-toe?
No.
You think they would have gone, no, we'd kill...
Can't win a game of tic-tac-toe.
But obviously, maybe the whole team decided that it's better for them to shut down the carry, because we are just looking at this after the game. Like we saw what happened, so we could say that, oh, maybe this is not the best move. But obviously in the game, you don't have as much time to think about shutting down this hero might be better or the risks involved.
I mean, this series so far is a little bit, to me, stale compared to what we can get out of Team Secret and what we can get out of CDC, because a lot of it's still decided in the draft, and no team has been able to go like, okay, we came in as the weaker team in the draft and we were able to execute something magical, which are the moments that you normally get later in the tournament when everyone who's playing well meet each other. But these are super high caliber teams. Who is it that is, capable from either team to go into the next game and maybe be at a slightly disadvantage? Because there will obviously, you normally do have a favorite in the draft either way, that can bring their team to be like, I'm going to go the extra mile. We're going to win, even though, it was us.
If you get close games and they go late game, I think for Secret, the player to look out for is Eternal Envy. He has these, he's like a very high risk, high reward kind of player. There is a saying, feast or famine. There it was. He's kind of feast or famine, and
What's that?
Feast or famine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in some late game situations,
Eternal Envy is either a feast or
you know what I mean.
Really good. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So in late game situations, we've seen, especially his Ember is obviously very memorable. Also his Morphling. When it comes to super late games, since he is so good at farming and optimizing in his gameplay, he's capable of.
Like what the heroes he had were Bristleback
and Clinks.
So
And in this game, I think his hero could have been almost anything that gets punished. I feel like he almost didn't even need to play that game, which that's not what you want to hear. But the rest of the team just played so well, and the strategy came through.
He
so
didn't
well
have a
that
bad game. He didn't have a good game. He just didn't. He didn't have a game.
He showed up.
He was.
He was like,
I mean, it's
okay, I'll play Clinks.
Participation award.
it's
There you
just
go.
the
There's your
nature of
gold
the
star for
lineup that
playing.
He
Yeah.
doesn't really need to do that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, overall, I feel like
But maybe this is
I agree with
Puppy's strategy.
Thanks. It's gonna be. You're gonna use a lot of resources. You're okay if it gets sacked because you know that your Enigma's getting free farm anyways. And the core of your lineup, we already talked about it to death, is you're just gonna death ball. Eventually, your team fight is gonna be way too strong. EE, he can die once or twice. You actually game plan for it. You're just like, okay, it's gonna happen at some point. Maybe he can rotate a little bit earlier, but at that point it doesn't really matter because.
and he was actually good for taking both Roche and towers,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
we haven't given so much credit for. Like,
Like their attention on you, and they're like, okay, we're gonna shut down this one hero. It's like okay, because the rest of your lineup isn't so dependent on this one hero.
basically the Kings, the way he gets his farm this game is by objectives, Roshan, towers, and he's expected to get very little from the lanes because there's Enchantress. So they're fine with it. It's like what you guys mentioned. It's part of the plan. It doesn't matter whether he does well. Like if he does well, it's like a bonus for them, obviously, because they're expecting him to have a hard time that game.
Good points, everybody. Well done.
you're doing quite well too.
Man, I wish we could have seen the other one though. I really want to know how Ehome.
We don't know what happened in game 2
Game
yet.
two.
How they
Sounded
lost
like
their
MVP
crown.
were doing well. In
They
game
were
two.
like 15-5 and they had just taken Roshan. It was
It's like
And
they're
looks
reminding
like
us
we're
which
ready
game
to
we're
go
watching.
into. Say again? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said it was like they were reminding us which game we're watching. It's like, I really want to see what's going on in MVP home. This is just like Team Secret versus Seeding.
Yeah,
That's
I
how
thought it was
is.
going to go to an MVP update or something, but no, it's
Turn to
yeah.
battle.
As I said, personally for me, I love seeing these teams play. Contractually obliged to say that,
But the coin toss go. So what?
Secret had first pick game 1 and
Okay,
game
so
3.
first pick has lost both games. so
no,
far.
you coin flip for the first game,
Yep.
then opposite side second, and then you coin flip again for the third game.
Okay,
So I
you're
wonder
the
who
second.
won this, because first pick
Turn to
lost
battle.
the 2 previous games.
I imagine
I think it's
But
better because
I
you
think
can
better
block.
than choosing
Team,
first pick.
Team Secret
10
also seem to
seconds
really favor having strats that can control the Roshan.
Mhm.
Like every game they
5 seconds
really had
They-
control.
Their like average match time is much longer than most teams. They play much more towards the late game. Roche is a lot more important for them.
But do you guys think that drafting a team fight composition will be really important in this
Secrets
matchup between these two?
turn
Yeah, I mean, so far for both game 1 and 2 it was. So I mean, I expect CDC to go for the Void.
Yeah, they had
picked
Void.
the Rubik was the big question mark pick for me because like game 1 they had Lina Enchantress and then they go into a Rubik, which doesn't really offer.
But don't
much
you
with
think it's
Void.
also because of the core they paired with the Void? Like they had Weaver and
Yeah.
Razor, which are just meant to win their lanes and not meant to, do well with the Chrono. They're just
10
gonna right click
seconds
outside the Chrono.
remaining.
I think they got tempted to get Rubik because there was a tide.
And then
just
it
hoped
was
for that,
hilarious. You,
just
you
like-
could see how much disrespect Secret showed towards the Rubik because they picked Enigma after the Rubik. Like you picked Rubik,
It doesn't matter.
we don't care. We'll take Enigma anyways.
It's not like about the black hole.
No,
I mean,
it's
the
not.
black have a jungler that
Yeah.
can transition into a core so that we can actually pressure you in the
I mean-
game. You have to always feel like we have to do something because the enemy has one guy jungling.
Yeah.
And if we don't do anything, we're gonna lose out.
They
I
could have
think this
won
is
that
gonna be
game
a
without
puck, by the
Enigma.
way.
I mean, without Black
That'll be
Hole.
really
Yeah,
good.
let's be real though. The Rubik was never gonna get anything anyways. Like if he gets Blink and he gets an Ace of the Lens, okay.
Still,
But he was never going to when they have an Enchantress and he
Yeah.
has to play
10
like the hard 5
seconds
support.
remaining.
He has to like go beyond playing the hard 5 support. He has to be like the
5
6th
seconds
position,
remaining.
and he's never gonna make that impact.
okay, or Lina.
Is this the same?
Well,
is this the
draft.
same?
Yeah, it's the
opening?
same. Apart from the
Turn
Invoker,
to
the
turn
Invoker
to
is
pick.
different for Team Secret.
Yep.
From game 1, I can't remember what they
Game 1
opened with.
Secret banned it out instead of
Yeah.
the Bounty, I
In the
believe.
did they ban it?
Bounty was second stage ban in
Ah.
game 1.
So I think this is like similar. This is similar logic to game 1. The reason I said they might go for Puck is that obviously worked for them very well in game 1. I think it's a solid mid laner, but they do the same thing here, just with the Lina. It can go mid, it can play against Invoker, and if they need it, they can swap something else. mid.
So team fight it is.
Yep.
Team
They're going back
Secrets
for-
turn
I'm telling you,
to
man,
battle.
just pick Silencer if you see DEC. I have to say it at some point, boys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I
It's-
mean,
it is true, though.
Winter even said it's not about the Black Hole, and it's really not. Like, the Black Hole.
Invoker, he gets
Yeah.
sad.
That's true.
He gets.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You probably ban Tide now.
Yeah, but at the same
Reserve
time, when
time.
you have Invoker, like you want supports that have like disable. You don't want to just rely on okay,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have black holes so that I can land my combo. You want something else that you can always constantly have instead of a big cooldown like black hole. So I mean, it's nice to have Silencer against the Void, but then again, you have to easy.
Yeah. To play against the Enigma Black Hole and also make the chrono's over, then you silence.
But if the chrono is over and you haven't won the fight,
You win big.
Then you win during global.
Yeah, exactly.
I
It's a
mean-
backup plan, Winter. I've got plan A, B, and I'm working on C.
And what happens when the chrono misses? Global's not going to miss. Right?
Yeah.
One should respond. So I just said yeah.
CDC, this is what we draft this game
It worked
on.
though. I mean, you kind of stick with what works.
But they're also fast. So what can they pick that's fast? Weaver was pretty fast. last game.
Bloodseeker.
Huh?
Enchantress, highest move speed.
Really?
Yeah.
yes,
That's the highest move speed in game.
Chaos Knight is fast.
Yeah.
Team
Who has the
Secrets
fastest
turn to bat.
animation?
1 millisecond. Is it? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm derailing this draft.
Oh, there's a
10
draft.
seconds
Continue as you were, Cinderin.
No, I think CDC just need to be careful not to fall into the same
5
trap again, because they
seconds
might feel like, oh, but this time we know what went wrong last game. We can pick more team fight and we can fight them head on. I still don't think you fight head on into a lineup with Invoker and
Reserve
Enigma Tide.
time.
It's just too difficult.
Well, are people
So-
scared of just like playing? Is this the meta? Is this what we're going to see in other games as well? Like people just going, let's pick how much team fight we have, or you know, is like surely Alliance are like, no, let's split push
I think
and be annoying.
It's gonna be dependent on series. Like every series has their own like, because different teams prioritize in picking different heroes. Because everyone is good at different heroes. So I think we'll see a shift between teams. Like every team has their. Obviously, there are gonna be a few heroes that everyone plays,
Mm.
but there are
Seeders
gonna
turn to
be
bat.
difference between how the teams run it.
Where do you want CDEC to go with this? Couch number 2
Um,
Are we
and
couch number
Winter.
two?
Your
Couch.
couch number 1.
Couch
Oh.
number 1. Oh, I didn't know we have numbers here.
I just
I think team fight, like what we mentioned, like both teams will
5
prioritize in a lot of
seconds
team fight,
remaining.
despite Cinderin mentioning, oh, you're not going to be able to fight into Invoker, Enigma, and Tide. So maybe the
Reserve
first step
time.
is to remove the Tide first, because Tide is really good versus Void, and they're taking a long time.
Yeah. I'm kind of most curious to see what aggressive's going to be playing, because I think that's going to kind of decide a lot of how CDC play. If they're going to play, like their timing window is reliant on probably him more so. Like you go back to game 1, he's playing a Sven and waiting. Like he played a lot. It was a lot much later timing, but they can also get something more early game centric. The gyrocopter's out the window, but they're going to go for the Clinks here. So I think this is much more early game focused than the Sven, for example, because Clinks doesn't need as many items
Yes.
to get active.
So I
Very
guess,
good synergy with
So I
Void.
guess the Slada ban was just because Klings is weak against Slada,
Yeah.
because of the M damage. Even though we think that the
Hmm.
Tide would fit their lineup better.
I still think Secret might just pick Tide, but this is a good hero in lane against Tide. Clinks does very well in that matchup one.
It's still it's not going to be. It'd be a 2-on-1 anyways. They still have their support open, so they could
Yeah.
they could either run the Lina there or get like a Witch Doctor or something. And I feel they can zone it.
And this
for
is
sure.
aggressive
Remaining.
on Clinks.
Yeah,
Most likely.
most likely, yeah.
I kind of don't want to see them do the
Reserve
mid void
time.
again against the
I agree.
Invoker.
Yeah.
I think we saw Ursa get banned out earlier by I can't remember which team.
CDC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think it's really good against the Void because the Fury swipes carry over.
Yep.
And it gives you really early Roshan potential with Invoker plus Enigma.
And the Void like offlane becomes so easy when your opponents have Enigma because it's like there's 2 heroes there
Yeah.
at most. So if anything, it should be like a dream offlane game when you see an Enigma.
Line is in this situation then.
Yeah.
If you have to play.
But it's hard to zone Void as team a lot, because you don't have any damage over time.
It's
I
not
think you
good for the
just-
lane, it's good for the game.
Yeah,
good
but
for the game, yeah.
if you just like stack and pull, get level 3,
Mhm.
then you pick some carry like Ursa or something along those lines that can just burst them down
10
during the
seconds remaining.
disable time, it's okay. Because then the Void
5
So you
seconds
basically need a
remaining.
carry that is self-sustainable. You don't really
Yeah.
need the support there in the lane too much.
But see,
Should be a support here. That's the biggest question. Or the Lina would be mid. So the
Team
Stalker would
Secrets
most likely be
turn
the
to pick.
position 4 with the Iron Talon. We see there's a lot during MDL, jungling and getting like what minute 21, minute 22 Aghanims for his team. So it gives the Void a lot of vision, and it means that it's easier to actually get the Chronos off.
They seem like a really
They suffocate you
10
because of Night
seconds
Stalker.
remaining.
yeah.
And the Night Stalker synergizes really well with the rest of their heroes because you've got can give vision for the Void to get a good Chronosphere off, Lina to get pickoffs, and you can see the Enigma coming in as well
And-
with the Black Hole.
And I think as well, like even if they are putting fear into Team Secret, sure they've got this nice kind of team fight lineup, but they can also kind of pose and just never team fight unless they just
10
want to get ahead and
seconds
farm.
remaining.
You have
Fight
like Night Stalker scales great, Clink's obviously amazing,
5 seconds
Lina as
remaining.
well. So they almost seem a little bit like they have the late game advantage, would you say, for
Reserve
CDC?
time.
Yeah, and it's very multi-dimensional because they can not just team fight but find pickoffs. Like Night Stalker, Clinks. I mean, Lena. These heroes can just go off and like 2-man gank squads, find a kill on an Invoke who's trying to split push. So it forces Secret to play 5-man, and then CDC.
And then they can decide if they want to take the
Yeah.
5-man or avoid it.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Last time they had no way of dealing with the tide, but this time you can just silence it and ignore them entirely. They're in silence. And most importantly, vision is so important when you're playing against heroes like the field of battle and how you're going to approach the fight. So when you've got the Night Stalker Agonist or something like that, you really limit the mobility potential of teams.
10 seconds
Really
remaining.
hard for them to fight around.
I still think it's very, very difficult for CDC to take these
Team
fights. Like, I think
Secret's
you're saying they
turn
have
to
to pick
bat.
their fight. At some point, they're going to have to take it. And I don't know if they're ready for it. To me, Night Stalker's biggest weakness is team fight lineups. If you can force him to team fight and you don't get the skirmish set up, it's very, very difficult for Night Stalker to have
10 seconds
his impact,
remaining.
which, you know, he
Okay.
excels at those smaller fights throughout the game.
So how do you want CDC to round off their lineup? I mean,
I think they can't just allow Secret
Sedex,
to
turn
farm
to
up
pick.
a 14-minute Greaves on Enigma again, because
Yeah.
then I think they just lose the game minute 20. They just push them, and CDC can't team fight. They're not strong enough. I really don't think so. So either, again, full emphasis on the early game, put the Lina mid, get a roaming support with Night Stalker, and put pressure on the lanes, or you need
Man, this
really
is my
heavy split
pubs.
push like
you just,
Prophet.
you just like pick a jungle Legion commander and fight greed with greed. You've got that last player who's like, I'm not playing support. They've got a jungle. I'm picking Legion.
Do you like
commander.
Visage as a greeter?
It's amazing, and he plays it like
Out of
very
question.
different with the arcane boots into the mech, and they don't really have they don't have a mech hero yet. So
Really getting into tide.
Fight. It's just
bored of asking all four of you, and this is the first series. So you have to agree who's going to take it.
I mean, you said C-Deck at the start. I said Secret, so I don't know. Have you been swayed to my side?
I'm more inclined to switch to your side than try to convince you to go to mine.
Nice. All
But
right,
I
Team
still think
Secret.
C-Deck is gonna caveat there, but
All right.
we'll go.
Well,
do
now
the
if you're
Secret
right,
couch.
you're right. If you're wrong, then
Yeah.
you were right at the start. So
Yeah,
either way, you
exactly.
win.
So you're Secret over on
Yep.
couch number 2. Couch number 1, Winter.
I
Take
trust
a
my
moment
roommate.
to talk about
I
it.
trust my roommate. That's all I
So
can
you're
say.
just saying I decide for this
Yeah.
game? I think Secret's going to win this game. I did say CDC going into the series, but I just
Prepare
don't
for
think their
battle.
draft in the
Live, so the commentators will take you from here on in. It's Secret versus CDEC for the first series. This is the final game to decide who will win.
Okay, guys, indeed, game 3 between CDEC and Secret. What are you seeing, Andy, already? What's going on?
Till I die with a smoke break. That was
Alright.
actually so nice.
Let's see what they can find. And we were talking about this in the draft. Let's Q on the Disruptor. Is that the answer to what Secret were pulling out in game 2 with the Tide and the Enigma?
It's really good if you can catch out the tide. Like, most of the time, the way that Secret want to take
30
team fights, they want to
seconds
be
to
very
battle.
compact. They want to fight around Black Hole and Ravage. Obviously, they have the Spectre Haunt to follow that up. Disruptor is one of the few heroes in the game who can just stop a tide from casting while he's taking damage, because Static Storm is an area of effect debuff that's basically applied to you outside of the kinetic field. In a Static Storm, he can be killed before he ults, which is a really nice thing to have. Also helps secure the laning phase, gives him pretty good roam actually. Disruptor and Lina together,
The battle
like if the
begins.
Disruptor roams for mid, then you can very easily get a kill with that as well. Thunderstrike, Glimpse, Cage, probably a dead hero. Same thing can be said with the Night Stalker and the Disruptor roaming around together. And plus, the vision that you gain with Night Stalker and the Disruptor during nighttime has great synergy, because Night Stalker has ridiculous vision once he gets eggs.
And of course, Envy bringing out the Spectre this match. We were talking about potential position 1's heroes for the guy this
Doing everything based around the team fight potential. I was thinking more along the lines they might go like a Sven or a Lycan just to give them even more push to allow themselves to just go high ground sooner. But if you're winning the game,
Oh, is that? Look at that.
oh, that is
That
painful.
is-
That'd be
Oh.
That's, that's painful. But as far as the safe lane hero for this game goes, I think that Spectre is more than okay. It's not that it's I don't think it's a bad pick. It's just a different mentality. Instead of going for the win, you're guaranteeing that if your lineup functions well during the first 20 to 25 minutes of the game, you're going to, for Lina, actually have a pretty hard time dealing with late game Spectre, because the hero's just in your face all the time. You pop Haunt and it becomes very annoying for you.
And the lanes, we've seen them kind of switch around each game. A lot of kind of aggressive tri lanes and such coming out in each game 1 and game 2. And now in game 3, you're seeing a bit more orthodox Misery. He's going to have to deal with this tri lane here on the top lane. Now, of course, on the Tide. And we didn't really mention ourselves, but also in game 2, we were talking about mention the Disruptor way of dealing with it. Do you feel that CDC, with their draft and their lineup, they do just have a better overall way of dealing with the playstyle that Secret went for in game 2.
Certainly better than last games. Yeah, the Weaver and the Razor, which could be anywhere from like 3,500 for a Deso to, you know, whatever he would want to go
Misery!
for.
Oh no! God, I might just catch him out here. Misery was going for a bit of a cheeky farm there on the sideball, but oh no, pays with...
He realizes that this lane is much harder for the Tide than the previous lane. Like, even though it was Razor versus Tide, Misery ended up doing very well in that matchup, but this time around, it's not the greed this time around, which is probably the biggest difference between the two drafts. In the previous game, they were just sitting in the lane. They had the Enchantress up there, like Q was just killing Envy over and over, but killing Envy a little bit harder.
And of course, aggressive this time on the Flinks. We saw Envy's Flinks in game 2. Didn't have a great start, made a great recovery though. This time aggressive is getting more than enough space. So we're going to see the power of the Clinks with a good start straight off the bat. And as you said, yeah, the lane...
Yeah, he's probably... Is there any Enigma better than Puppey? I don't know if there is, because he's pretty much the guy who's played this hero since God knows when. Even back in Dota 1, this was a hero that he was known for. So he knows the hero in and out, and I'm assuming he realizes he's getting leeched from right now, because he's not going to go up that ramp. He's going to send conversions first. But, you know, Garter, he's just doing his thing. He's pretty much acting like a bounty hunter here.
Pi's going to come in and look for control. They have got, of course, Puppey's coming around some space and time. Talking about time dilation comes out from XZ. It's going to stop the line from being able to control either of them anymore. So Puppey, even though he did move over, unable to get there in time to follow up. It's giving Envy a bit of space down at the bottom. 19 for 4 at the moment on this Spectre. XZ not being too much of an issue for him, but at the same time, XZ is getting a decent amount of last hits on the offlane Void, of course.
And just these little rotations, like forcing reactions out of the supports, making Puppey stop farming. Keep in mind, at this time last game, Puppey was pretty much almost level 6, right? Like he's level 4 right now. He had an extremely uninterrupted jungle in the last match. He only went to go. He's already a little bit behind where he probably wants to be. And with that in mind, it means that the 5-man's not going to be as strong. High, getting chased here. I don't think that Garter can go for this. It's way too deep.
I mean, talking about the Puppey Enigma, we've seen already with the warding, CDC just putting a lot more emphasis this game on just trying to control, keep tabs on the Enigma in his jungle, because they really realize it is, and it can be a huge threat for them. Totally Misery, how's he doing in levels? He has managed to start to find a fair bit of XP. He's now level 4 on the Tide. We saw him have a... He can back off and still find that mid lane. There is a bit of a wraparound here. They're trying to catch out Weak. He's got the Ghost Warp. Puppey's there as well to help force Shiki back. He's going to be fine with the haste.
It's actually quite surprising they didn't have Dust. Like, Garter has 500 gold right now. He could have easily had Dust on him, and I think they would have killed him. Because there was Laguna. Yeah, he definitely should be dead right now. A little bit of a misplay here from CDC. Did he just trade for the... Nope, he didn't. Alright, so... not the most successful rotation. Very weird, actually, that CDC came to that game.
Aggressive. Now starting to get a bit of damage onto this tier 1 top. As he will continue to push in. Misery has had to go back to base himself, still sitting on that level 4, so I think the key ults really on the Enigma and the Tide, of course, aren't going to be coming out at the same speed as in game 2. But still, nonetheless, we know what Secret can and will hope to do. It's level 6 now, so he can jump. We can kind of expect to see them go for any action that Envy can kind of hop into to get himself involved in the kills.
It's going to be really nice because with the teamfight utility that they have, normally Spectre comes to teamfights anyway. Like that guy is popping hot, throwing out daggers.
Oh!
Goodbye.
Smooth drive by there from Shiki. Laguna Blade straight down onto the little line. And Envy, he's straight into the trees with the Spectral Dagger.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to stay there for a little while.
Especially with XE hitting level 6 with the next creep, so we'll have... He needs to be very careful here at the moment. He's all on his own. And he's going to come back out now. The ping's coming through as we start to see CDC head themselves towards the mid lane. Maybe going to try again for a bit of action onto Wii. Garter does have the Dust this time round.
The thing about those types of ganks is when you mess up a gank like that on Invoker, like say Wii dies, you know, that's a big kill that you just didn't get because you didn't buy Dust, and there was no reason not to have it because you had the money. So maybe that opportunity doesn't present itself again. Like right now, Wii's not going to get ganked, he's just going back. And some Ward's going to spot him out though, Envy knows what's going down here.
They really want to try and find Envy, but as you said, they know, and CDC knows. Well, the pings came out. They know that Envy's got the vision. They're going to try and find him there with the kinetic field, but it's not going to be the case. Envy's going to be lucky once again, keeping himself alive, playing it very safely. Envy, top lane, aggressive, keeping himself under the cover of the skeleton warp. It's going to be the level 6 now on to Misery, begin to pick up, and Secret maybe looking to try and... The Earth Spike onto Garter, Secret catching out CDEC when they were the ones looking for the initiation. Great response there with the Haunt, and Ravage coming online at just the right time for Misery.
Now we talk about preparation. NB even has Dust on him. Like, he knew that they were going to be trying to go for team fights, and as long as the Ravage comes out and you have Haunt available, your carry is going to be at every single team fight. The synergy behind this pick is actually way better than even I thought at the very beginning when I saw it first picked. I was like, oh, it's pretty good. For seeing it in action, you can see here, like, even with the Sunstrike being thrown out, there's just no reaction that's going to be fast enough to stop that. They wanted to go for a kill. They end up getting 2 wiped off the map in the matter of seconds. So Secret going to be feeling pretty good about that one. And the other thing about their lineup is because they do have Enigma, Roshan is always going to be quite easy. So that happens maybe 1 or 2 more times. Start losing some towers.
Oh, actually, look at the chrono, and he will manage to clip Envy, but here comes the TP for Siri. It doesn't look like it's going to be here in time. Pilot down. Maybe it is! Envy! Is he going to go down? He will. Aggressive gets the final touch in. Will take him down, and now looking to dive onto Pilot Die. There'll be another TP coming through. Look at the Hex out onto Aggressive. He's got to back him. XZ losing mana fast. Will be able to get himself out and away in time before Weehar can catch him out here. Still CDC. They want to try and fight. Q moving in with Aggressive. Garda and the boys. XZ salving up. Going in for the dive. Looking for Pilot Die. Weehar's going to hide in the sidelines. They'll get the kill on the line. Weehar's still hiding. Now Misery comes through. Garda's still trying to find Wee. He's hiding in the trees. Should spot him out, and he will. They'll throw out a Chaos Meteor, but it doesn't matter. Weehar on his own. He goes down as well. And some fantastic aggression just being forced out there from the side of CDC, just ready to stand by that tower. They knew that whatever Secret threw in, they didn't have the Ravage, they didn't have the Haunt, and that was the best time for CDC.
Did actually. And maybe they just saw the fact that he didn't have a teleport scroll and they just wanted to go for the dive, because this was very, very aggressive from CDC. And as you said, they knew that there was no Ravage on cooldown. It's not really a hard dive to make when you know that those 2 spells, very long cooldowns, are not going to be available. But also realizing that Puppey probably couldn't come to the team fight either just means that for CDEC, that was a very easy decision to make.
And the fact that, of course, they had the Disruptor there, they knew that they could send someone back to base. And, of course, as we saw, it was at the time, they just sent Misery straight back. I think even if they kind of kept him there, they could probably maybe even have found the kill on that as well, because he went down and managed to use it because he was very close to having that gold. So if that kill on him came a little bit earlier, that could have been a lot more painful for Secret. CDC now leading the game 5-2. And it's all going to be down to Puppey. Game 1, we saw a little bit of a rocky start being turned around by the big black hole contribution from Puppey. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it again this game. He's just been focusing on farming the Ancients for the time being, the Enigma.
This game, they were kind of lacking the damage output in some categories. Like Weaver doesn't really...
Straight up, and that's the kill online. The Ravage will come through. It's only going to catch out Aggressive, but that's the big kill. They'll take the Clinks in return. And I get they'll be happy with that one.
Just going to continue to look to fight. As long as they have one ultimate off cooldown, regardless of whether it's Black Hole or Ravage, I think they're going to continually be looking for pressure here.
Oh, Puppey. Straight up caught out there by Shiki, but it doesn't quite have the burst to deal with Puppey. Oh, now he turns around. That was smooth.
The ether lens, man.
Backs off. He says, I got this one, guys. Q getting the glimpse back onto Weehar. Drops the Static Storm. Shiki with his double damage just ripping through Secret. He's got himself a double kill. Misery with the Axe Smash will be able to force back Shiki. Losing some of the damage. The finger coming out to Garda. Garda can get himself back to the high ground. Puppey with the Eidolons. He'll get the kill. It's a 2-for-2. Misery. He'll fall as well, though. Triple kill for Shiki. That double damage pretty much making the fight for CDEC, but Secret, they don't go down without one, and they do take 2 in return.
Man, Misery didn't even pick up the regen. That actually makes it so much worse. Like, it sounds like a small thing, but we'll get a chance to watch this one more time. Like, Puppey, it looks like he's walking too far away, right? But looking away. But all things considered, CDC are going to be quite happy with this turn of events. And the fact that Shiki doesn't even have to go back to base. Like, he's up to 1,700 gold now after that engagement. I assume he's just going straight for the duels. Yeah, he's got the Staff of Wizardry in his inventory. This also opens up a really big opportunity for CDC to go Roche. Like, all tier 1s are dead. This is the point in the game where Secret now have to try to make some kind of counterplay. They have Ravage up in about a minute, and I think Haunt is a little bit less than that. Yeah, it's about 30 seconds cooldown difference. So they have a little bit of a window here, CDC. If they want to go for this Roshan, they got a little bit of time. And I think Secret, like, they almost have to contest this, right? Like, they can maybe counter push tier 1 mid, but giving them this kind of advantage this early, when you have the advantage in team fight and you're losing team fights against a team who has better rotations, better way of controlling the map once they are ahead, which they definitely are. Like, you're against Night Stalker and you're against Clinks with Disruptor as well, so you can get picked so easily.
It looks like CDC,
they're not going to go.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with this. They do lose the tier 1 mid, but a trade that CDC will be more than happy to take. He's going to go the way of Aggressive, and of course now with that he should be very close to Dessa. Yeah, he's just about 300 gold away from picking up the Desolator as well here on the Clinks.
The big question is, what do Secret want to do? Is this just looking for a fight? They do have everything up, pretty much. The only thing they're missing is Finger. And to be honest, if they land their ultimates properly, Finger is probably not the most important spell to worry about. Because a Meteor from Wii will like clean up everyone inside of the Ravage or the Black Hole at this point. And they're just waiting things out here. Envy's going to show. And he just blatantly broke smoke, so I don't think they're looking to fight. They just want to try to get something here.
And CDC did also go for that smoke, as we saw in Secret's jungle. So both teams to take this tier 1 top, but the trade is going to be looked for by CDC. They'll look for the tier 2 in the mid lane. Start to see some TPs coming back. It's going to be Puppey leading the way. We'll see if they can find any way to stop this push. Sending forward the illusion. Trying to catch out what Secret are looking for in terms of a jump in. Misery with the blink dagger just coming out right now on the courier. No, it's the drum, sorry. Going for that drums build that we did see, of course, in the last game. They don't have blink initiation, but they do have the horn to lead in. Envy will pop it. CDC straight away beginning to scatter. They'll put the Spectral Dagger onto Shiki. The players one carefully. Misery has been silenced up. The Static Storm, the first casualty. XE, lovely chrono onto 3. Aggressive trying to get the damage out, but the Ravage is there from Misery. XE's going to fall as well. 2 down on CDC. They've got the dust. The Hex onto Aggressive. The Finger's there. Clicks trying to run, trying to hide. He'll go down. That's the Aegis popped. Can Secret kill him for a second time? Shiki's still hanging around, seeing if he can save the Clink, but there's going to be no way can he. He gets on a lovely light strike. Will bring down Puppey, but they lose Aggressive on the Clinks. So a 3-for-1, including the Aegis being taken out of the hands of the Clinks. Big fight there for Secret. And, well, they didn't even need to use
the fight was very split up at the start, and we'll get an opportunity to actually watch it. But if you watch what XE does after they start walking up to the side here, like they're all chasing onto the Lina, and then they try to go for a sphere where basically there's no follow-up damage. Like, it hits people behind the tower. So all in all, it didn't really work out for them because no one was there to actually deal any damage, and the Static Storm was also dropped in such a defensive way that they didn't even have that when his sphere came out. So he throws out his sphere, auto attacks like 2 or 3 times with just Vlad's in his inventory, and he's like, oh, I actually don't do any damage on my own. I actually need my team. And at that point, it's already over. The Mech and Arcane's already finished. And once that happens, I'd actually say that the Secret are going to be feeling pretty good. Like, that Roshan was supposed to secure CDEC map control for quite a long time. Like, when you're playing with Night Stalker and you have the advantage, and it's also going to be nighttime in a couple of minutes, you have full map control. Secret felt incredibly scared to try to do anything there, but as soon as they see the team fight spread out, it's just immediately in their favor.
Smoke time from the side of Secret. Up a big one here with the Black Hole, and he wants to use it. Lead in here at the moment from Mystery. Pilot down Weeha. Looks like they'll find guard in the jungle, and they'll go for the pick off straight in. No way for the Night Stalker to get himself out of that one. And they'll take down. The question is, can CDC really try and do anything about this? They've got the Static Storm. Still 15 seconds without the Night Stalker. But eyeing this one up, it's going to be a hefty push to try and stop Shiki moving forward. They've got the 6 sidelines out. XE on the back lines with Aggressive. But Secret, they're aware that something's going on and they're playing this safe. They just send the minions in to push, and they themselves, keeping themselves away from any kind of danger that CDC might throw at them in defense.
It's a little bit scary right now in the next, 3 to 5 time. And you can even overlap if you want. If you know you're going to get the kills, you just drop it on Misery or Puppey, and you just get those kills. And unlike the previous games where we saw that there were heroes who have saves, like when he had the Dazzle before and the OD, this game has no saves for those heroes. So you get a sphere into a Static Storm, they should die pretty much every single time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane. Looks like it's just going to be a bit of a trade here once again. Secret on the tier 2 top. Puppey already ready with the TP back. Will they do anything here in time? Misery moving forward. Looks like they may think about fighting. They've got all the ultimates, but at the same time, so does CDC. Misery being kept back in. Garda now will summon up the nighttime. XE's moving forward. They've got the Static Storm onto Misery. There's your chrono onto 3 on the back lines. They focus onto Puppey, bring down the Enigma. They found Misery as well on the touch. There's 2 hours now before they can get the ults off. Envy silenced up. It's the 3rd kill there for CDEC. And XE there with the big chronos when his team needs it. And that is the kind of stuff that turns the game on its head.
Has this guy actually hit less than 3 heroes with the Chronosphere? Like in this entire series? I mean, I know he's played it every single game. Always hits like the perfect sphere exactly when they need it. And the coordination there was sick. And he didn't even have Blink. Like, he did that without Blink Dagger.
Fly back on Misery. Secret. They're going to try and force this fight here. They're going to potentially use Pilot Dies falling low. CDC moving forward. They want to try and finish off the line. Look at the damage from Aggressive ripping through Wii. Only just able to survive. Misery coming in again. He's on his own at the moment. He is going to be back on the pitch now here on the Enigma. He's removing 40. Wants to try and find the Ravage, and he's going to find Igata. Trying to TP out straight in front of the Tidehunter. He'll cancel the TP on the Night Stalker. There'll be the glimpse back onto Misery. Envy now coming in, jumping straight forward onto Garda with the Spectral Dagger. Looking for the Night Stalker kill. Will find it. They'll be able to get aggressive here as well, but looks of it, yes, they've got the dust. They'll get that one too. 2 heroes down on CDC. Did cost the buyback there on the Tidehunter, but the base is defended.
Yeah, I think it was worth it. I think maybe if Envy was a little bit faster, he might have been able to get an extra kill as well, because his haunt was still going for, I think, 1 more second, and he might have been able to chase down the Void, who is currently jungling right now, because he didn't have mana for a time lock. But at the beginning of this fight, you see the Static Storm.
Look at that Chrono.
And how incredible that Chrono was. Like, 3 heroes, couple on the edge. It puts Envy in such a bad position as well that there's just no way that Seeker can take that fight anymore. Like, as soon as your carry's dead, you have no... Because they have Glyph, and the Ravage ends up equalizing an otherwise pretty bad fight. But all in all, I would say that CDC dealt a pretty good amount of damage there.
As we saw, that very nearly got the kill onto the Void as well. The Sunstrike just a little bit off the point there from Weeha. But nonetheless, I mean, Game 3, I kind of expected it after seeing both teams have a pretty strong, stellar performance, respectively. Game 1, of course, with CDC, and Game 2 from Secret. Game 3 so far, it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that you want to see, though, right? Like, the first game, now it's just an even game. This is like the dream best-of-3 series, right?
Absolutely. And so some big items are coming out, as we can see, aggressive. He is going to have that PKB pretty shortly ready for the next fight. On the Night Stalker, Aghanims is just only about 1,000 gold away for Garden. You talked about it earlier, just the synergy of having that vision with the Disruptor. The catch-out potential is going to be huge. Even just things like sending back heroes that are looking for that initiation with the big ultimates, like Puppy's Enigma, like Misery's Tide. Talking about Puppy on the Enigma, that's your Guardian Greaves done. Ready for the next fight as well.
It's a really big item for him, mainly because you can dispel yourself. So if the Night Stalker ever throws a silence on you, you can just pop it off. Obviously, being able to save teammates is going to be nice too. It's not really super useful at this stage in the game in terms of dealing with burst, because Shiki has Aghanims. So level 2 Laguna Blade, 650 pure, plus the rest of the damage that, you know, Aggressive and everyone can do. It's kind of not really lost all of its potency, but the dispel is very nice, and I think spell's loaded here.
Oh, he's in the Roche pit. He's going to want to get out, and he will. Pop the Hornet to get the vision. MP jumping straight forward with the Spectral Dagger. The Gush will be thrown out, but Exy Time walks himself away.
This is a fresh BKB. I think CDC want to go. If they go really fast, they might be able to catch it, but they have to be very decisive. They were kind of walking around for a few seconds.
They've got to get themselves over there quickly, as you said. They know that Haunt's down. The rest of the ult's still up for the side of Secret, and Secret themselves, they know that CDC are out of the side, scanning out of themselves. They'll now see the Forge Spirit. The CDC are jumping in. Looks like CDC are going to potentially try and start to go for it themselves.
Yeah, they can go for it.
Down. The Static Storm getting popped out, so Puppy can't find the Black Hole. They'll find the Laguna's line, but it's a double kill for Weeha. This fight going incredibly well for the side of Secret so far. Aggressive pops the BKB, but the damage from Envy, it's looking to be enough, and there's your Black Hole. Puppy saves himself, takes down 2, bringing in XE, bringing in Aggressive, 4 dead on CDC, and Secret return to the pit to clean up Roche and grab themselves the agent.
That was very nicely done. Like, they just split them apart again. It seems like every single time they go into a team fight and they're not all coordinated, it's just a disaster. Like, at the beginning of this fight, Ravage comes through, and then you pretty much just lose a hero straight away. He has to drop Static Storm in a very suboptimal way. And the Laguna was used as a Lion, and he ends up trading his own life like a Lion for a Lean at this stage, when that was a wicked 6-week from Shiki.
And look at it, they're desperately trying to keep, and the Greaves, just at the time, coming out, keeping Puppy alive, and he gets off that Black Hole. We may not have seen as many this game as we saw in Game 2, and arguably this one is a harder matchup considering the heroes that CDC have got, but still Puppy manages to bring out the big guns just when it's needed.
Just a difference in initiation, really. That's what it boils down to. The contrast between the fight and that pit, and how it opened by just it being a Ravage instead of getting jumped on by a Sphere and a Disruptor ulti, that's going to be how the dynamic goes in an actual team fight. Now, if CDEC get a good fight going and actually get ahead and can hold map control with the Night Stalker, then the way the game is played changes a little bit. But as long as it's just like this brawl 5 versus 5, Secret are going to have the advantage as long as they don't get caught out by that like gigantic Sphere that XE has been throwing out.
In terms of kind of items now for CDC, we saw that, I mean, even with the BKB, Aggressive was, you know, once a few of his teammates are down, he just can't do enough on his own. He does need to have someone go in and get the catch. And I think the one thing that you keep touching on about, and I think it's very relevant to the fact that they can't seem to find it, is the fact that these static storms, each and every time, they're having to be thrown out defensively. We've not seen the Disruptor really find a huge catch.
It was just Misery bottom. That was the only time. Because he got a glimpse into a static storm that ended up resulting in him having to buy back. That was when they were defending bottom. But outside of that, yeah, it's tough. I mean, when you smoke up as a secret, or you want to try to reinitiate, and the enemy team doesn't have proper vision, one good ultimate like a Ravage or a Black Hole can just seal the fight, just right away. You just don't have a chance to do anything after that, and the damage is pretty much already dealt. So in these types of high stress situations, it's usually better to try to go for the jump as long as you know who you're going for first. And it seems like Secret want to continue this trend. They're gonna smoke up, go into the enemy woods. Maybe some warding gonna happen here. Actually, Pi only has sentries on it right now, so.
Oh, aggressive. They'll be happy with this kill. Sentry gets dropped up to the Hex off in time and haunting it as well. There's your dust. BKB will be popped by aggressive. Maybe look for the turnaround, but the Mantis done on Envy. Comes out, the Sunstrike's on point. Aggressive. Could he get himself up? Just manages to get himself back up to the high ground. He will live.
Oh,
I'm not quite sure how he got away there, but he managed it, Andy.
That was actually a really good play and then a misplay at the same time. Like, Pi sees a smoke break. He drops his sentry. He was a little bit slow. But then he throws out a Hex and then misses his stun. So he hexed him, missed the stun, and then they run away from away from aggressive, thinking that they're not going to be able to kill him because of BKB. But Sunstrike goes through BKB. So one Anchor Smasher, one auto attacker, anything would have killed him. But they just didn't think they had the damage, so they just walk away.
The game continues to be close as ever.
Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure, maybe he didn't have mana actually. Maybe Pi didn't have mana for Finger, but his Finger's still up, which means that they definitely could have killed him. And that kill would have been huge. That opens up racks. Like, there's tier 3 towers that you can actually hit there. Maybe even force a buyback.
This time it's going to be a smoker for CDC, but the ward was there. So Secret, I'm aware that CDC are on their way up.
Yeah, this is actually really good for Secret that I see it. They're going to do the same thing.
Looks to try and break it with the Ghost Walk.
Yeah. Okay, there it is.
There we have it. We know
And
you're
then
there,
they're like,
boys.
well,
we know you're there.
We've been bamboozled.
Oh, Dust, a little bit off the point here because he's going to play it smart. Doesn't go straight into the middle of them all. Puppy, he wants to use that Black Hole Weehaw. He's going to head up. And they get the catch out. There's the setup. Misery walking in. Ravage onto 3. Sunstrike coming down onto Shiki. There's your first kill. The Static Storm again getting thrown out. Will trap up a couple of minutes. Doesn't quite trap Weehaw. He gets himself out. Puppy with the Black Hole onto aggressive. He's got the BKB. Stopping some of the damage from other sources. And now the Chrono from XE does manage to catch him out. Aggressive says, I got this, guys. No, you haven't. You need to get yourself out of there, son. Gush onto XE. XE tries to get himself back to base. Now comes the horn. XE time walks back up. It's a triple kill for Weehaw as he picks off Garda on the Night Stalk on the sidelines. Aggressive will keep himself alive, but 3 dead. And it's going to cause a buyback here on the Lina. And he needs to try and defend this one. Secret ready to try and break the high ground. We saw CDC try to unsuccessfully do this on the bottom lane earlier. Let's see if Secret have a bit more success here in the mid lane. And that Disruptor back up in 5 seconds, but he doesn't have the ultimate. It's going to be a hard defense from him. Of course, Chronosphere on cooldown after that last fight. Secret might just get the space to go for this. Is he jumping in, getting the Tantalation onto them all, but with the Greaves, Secret just so tanky with this push, and they should be able to finish off themselves a full set of rats here in the middle. In fact, they might even try and find some more action. Misery blinks in. Just getting the space there for Envy to finish that off, and they managed to find themselves a set of rats. So, Envy?
I was going to say, it looked like he DC'd there for a
Okay,
second. He
kinda
just
sat
stopped. Okay, but that was a really, really good Ravage for Misery. Like, the timing with the Tornado Lift was perfect, because it was 4 points and a cross with Aghanims as well. So he had to time that absolutely flawless to hit the Ravage in the fashion that he did, and also realizing that going for Shiki was the best target. You know, just going for the core right away, blowing him up, resulting in pretty much going for the 2 set of racks that we just saw drop there. So very nicely done from Secret. It seemed a little bit hit or miss for a while, and again, this game just boiled down to who's had the better initiation thus far. But we also have to not discredit the ward that saw the smoke in the first place.
Absolutely.
Like that was
and
key.
And just as it was expiring as well.
Yeah.
So some very close. I think we've got to mention Weehaw. So they get top of the net worth, 18,500 here on the man. And I mean, as you said, Misery following up, but got his Weehaw with the setups each and every time, allowing Misery to blink himself into position, getting his multi-band. Casual Sunstrike there. He's on top of it.
That's the ICU.
That's the 8K Sunstrike.
Yep. But this is a really rough situation now for CDC. The Spectre's kind of getting out of hand. We haven't really talked much about Envy, but he's always been contributing to the fights, you know. He's been carrying Dust. He's always there when he needs to be. And then when he's just off doing his own thing, farming, the rest of his team is pressuring in such a way that they can't realistically go for him ever. Because every single time he's showing himself on the map somewhere else, you have like Puppy and Misery and everyone else just pushing down a lane and, you know, hitting towers, making CDC respond to them. And if you don't come back and you only kill one, then, you know, Envy at this stage, if they want to go for high ground, because that's realistically one of the best ways to break base as Spectre, is just to have 2 lives and only use your Haunt when you buy back for the second one to ensure that you basically have an Aegis, which is cost fun.
Now, what do you think about sort of Clink's obviously with his items? Deciding to go for the diffuser this game, aggressive.
Diffusal's actually, I think, a bit of an underrated item, just mainly because it doesn't have a cooldown. It makes it very easy to dispel things like Hex, for example. Like, they want to go for Shiki, you can just dispel it. And then if you want to try to chase somebody down, since he doesn't really have a for chase. And the other thing, too, is you can just dispel Dust.
Oh, this could be a big... There's the Haunt, there's the Vision. They know they're grouped up. They're backing themselves away. Envy gets the start to Q. The finger being thrown down onto Garda. Night Stalker going to be the first to pop. Q as well. 2 kills there for the side of Secret. And they didn't even need the Ravage, they didn't need the Black Hole, just the Haunt to lead in, and jumping in with the Diffusal Blade slows coming out from the Spectre. Envy with the control, and now they're going to go for a second lane of Rax here. They're going to go for the tier 3 CDC with Secret. Oh, they see aggressive running past these sentries. Oh, Ice Wall from Wii. BKB coming out aggressive, trying to turn and fight there with the damage from the Deso. Now Envy, he's just going to go straight back in. Exy gets the Chrono onto Puppy. Aggressive still hanging around. With the Earth Spike from the sidelines. Pylido controlling the Void in the Chrono. There's your Ravage. Onto 3. Misery. 2 dead. It's a double kill for Envy. We are blinking up to the high ground. They'll find themselves a third triple kill for Envy on the Spectre. 3 heroes dead on CDC for roughly 50 seconds. No buyback. This GG and Secret to what looked like an abysmal game 1. Game 2 they stepped it up, and game 3 they stepped it up when CDC did as well. And Secret 2-1 against CDC, and back to the panel.
Welcome back to the panel. Team Secret clutch out the victory in a 2-1 series. You guys both...
We believe.
Ooh. Why did you believe so much, Winter?
Because
Jackie Mao's the best player? You do tell me that a lot.
Yes, I do. I told you he's one of the best carries around. I just think like Secret is the stronger team. And because of how CDC have been playing recently.
Okay. Everyone seems a little bit... Did everyone have lunch, by the way?
Not yet. After this.
Ah.
I ate a bone.
You
For a
ate a
lot.
phone?
Bone.
Oh.
Like the chicken, I just swallowed it, and I was like, there was a bone in that.
That's
Regrets.
okay. Did you actually swallow the bone?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Nutritious.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
It hurt a lot.
And then I was coughing up blood.
I didn't feel good.
Okay. Well,
Well,
I'm
you're
not
telling
sure.
me I'm okay. You're a doctor, so.
I think so.
Are you a doctor?
He's just a
Yeah.
sir.
Are you serious?
No.
Yes.
Too good.
We're
Now
going to
you're
have to change
doc-
it to Doctor too.
Dr. James?
He's a knight, actually.
Yeah.
Poor
Okay.
Emma looks so confused when you're
Or I'll
like.
be something else.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, so the surprising thing we've really got, we'll talk about the game in just a moment, but to kind of set up what's happened in the first 2 series, our lower bracket, which means whoever loses this game, which will be next, is between eHome and CDEC. And they will be going into the main event, bottom 4 in the lower bracket.
It's actually really huge too to get last
It doesn't seem like it's huge to you guys. You're just like, yeah.
for the first round. If you get third, even getting third versus fourth means a lot because whoever is the higher seed will always have selection priority. They won't coin flip it for that specific round.
Damn.
I think getting first versus second is less of a big deal because any team if you get first, you're versing a second place from another group. It's like always going to be like there's always these there's probably like 8 to 10 really scary teams, but the teams who are finishing last in their group are generally like the clearly weaker teams. You have teams like Archon who, in theory, aren't going to do very well here. Let's be real. Like at least they're not expected to. So you'd much rather
Theory, or is it expected, or is it just science? Because you seem pretty adamant on that. I spoke to the Archon guys.
They're nice
yesterday.
guys.
Yeah.
Hey, let's be real. We also said that MVP was there's like.
Yeah, we didn't
No
even talk
chance.
about MVP. We're like,
We didn't say,
yeah.
I don't think I don't think.
Hey, let's not
we're gonna-
backtrack. there. I'm like the MVP
high
fanboy.
individuals.
Even I thought there was like no shot.
And you're Korean.
Yeah, exactly. There was a
And
lot
they're your
going there for me.
boys. You seem
Yeah.
pretty tight with them.
Yeah, but we all agreed they were really high skilled players.
Yeah. They also the ISS.
No, I'm surprised if Archon got top 2 in their group. Like that to me is like a less than 1% chance. MVP to me at least. I mean, there's still a chance.
No, it's fine. No, it's like
do you guys? Are you telling me you
You're allowed to
disagree?
say that. Don't laugh at
1%
him.
is so low.
No,
and
no, it's fucking. If it's true and it's his opinion, it's true.
We're not laughing because it's his opinion.
not-
We're laughing because of how extremely low that is. Less than 1%.
Less than 1%.
that's the reality for.
Man,
for
and
in,
it
my- in
wasn't
my
for
mind,
winning,
that's
it's for top
that's just
2.
like the reality.
If
for
I'm
like
watching,
Archon.
if I'm watching this and I'm an
5%.
Archon member,
5%.
I'm super motivated now. Just
Good.
God's wrong.
Yeah, good. I hope they prove me wrong, and if they do, they can come up to my face and just give me shit for it.
All right, you're saying
Absolutely.
they have less than 1% chance of making
About
top 2.
1%.
That's like they have 10% chance of winning 1 game in total in the group.
What?
It's best of
that
threes.
bad?
How does that make sense?
No, it's like if you're so convinced that they can't make top 2, they should have like
Well,
almost no chance of even winning a
might
game.
be doing- I don't know if we're doing an interview
All right.
here. Potentially, I guess we might just shut up. I don't have an in-ear of someone telling me that there's an interview. But hello, I'm Puppy. I'll shut up.
Not really. It's probably connected to the strategy. I think the first game we and it took too long, so we kind of like went very greedy in the next 2 games. So like all of our lanes are pretty much very greedy.
所以第一局我们是有点过于有信心了吧，那个推进流，然后第二、第三局我们就比较贪心了。
那么Papi 自己是一个野区英雄十分拿手的一个选手，但是我们发现最近几场比赛 CDEC 对于 Secret 的野区英雄的ban pick 非常的针对，然后有没有对自己的打法造成一些影响？
So Papi, you are a very good jungle player. So during the past few games, CDEC has been banning all your heroes.
And the jungle are very powerful right now, and you have to be able to play Enchantresses and Chens and Enigmas right now. But it's not the only way to play, of course. But I feel it's very strong right now.
就因为现在野区的英雄都很强，所以我们还是有别的套路来打的。
那么说到别的套路，我们发现第一盘 CDC 的虚空假面是赢了比赛，然后发挥也非常好。但是第2盘、第3盘呢 ，Secret 都放他没有管，直接放出来了。那么请问关于这个英雄他们是怎么想的？当时ban pick 的话，Secret 战队是怎么考虑的呢？
So so during the first game, the Faceless was quite strong, and then but then you guys let them play Faceless for the next 2 games. Why?
Because in the first strategy we're kind of on a timer, and in the second and third strategies I think they're on a timer, so they're the ones that have to jump into us and make moves constantly, since we picked a lot of greedy heroes. Sure if our strategy was better, but I think that it's very easy for them to make mistakes compared to us, because we just have 2 buttons that kind of destroy all fights, and or 3 buttons actually with Haunt. So like the second that this Void makes a mistake on Chronosphereing something wrong, the CDEC like lineup wasn't that good either. In the sense we just made him play very uncomfortably.
所以主要就是他们第2、第3局就很。
是非常感谢 Papi 接受我们的采访。
Well, can only assume the interview is over because they've all left. Actually, sorry, we were unable to hear that. Very softly spoken, almost inaudible. So we don't know what Puppy said, and hopefully we kind of get a feed to the live camera. But hopefully you guys at home heard what Puppy had to say. Can't imagine what it went like. I don't really know. How do you talk like Puppy? What does he kind of say? He's like, yeah, so we picked.
That's actually pretty accurate.
that's
surprisingly accurate.
You know, just played the game and just expected to win, and we did.
That's too much Russian
Yeah,
accent.
is it Russian? He's from.
He's
Estonia.
He's
The mannerisms
pretty close,
were good, yeah.
Yeah, the way he talks is pretty
Yeah.
close there.
Don't try and impress me, Puppy. Really good at everything. I'm being tall, very tall. Yeah, did he play it twice?
Yeah, he did.
100% win rate. This tournament, Enigma.
I think for
Boom.
his team, oftentimes when Puppy plays with this caliber of players, like even in the last secret, he had to take kind of a back role, and he's mature enough to kind of say, okay, I can do that. I can just be the leader, play these like saving heroes for my teams. But you always get that glimpse again of like the old Puppy, the one that would just like solo individual skill carry a team with his like support role.
But this is one of the things I just think about Puppy is like when he's at his peak, those supports, as you said, and actually take on one-on-one fights or turn situations that you were like, oh, that shouldn't happen. I don't know. Like he seems like a very, very high skill player. But we do have some replays of the game, which is great because I was at lunch and I would like to see what happened, and then we'll come back to the game as well and just kind of recap that before we go into the next series. So let's check out some of the highlights.
Your face is a beautiful highlight. Yep.
Well, my face was, you know, unfortunately.
That was the
literally like translating what I said, and then that's why the delay.
So this is after the very, very early game where CDC find 2 good kills, and they're looking for the third, but very, very good turnaround here. It's like they actually knew it was happening. The communication was so fast.
They kind of
Secret
outlined Low Secret's game strategy, which was to fight around the Spectre Haunt, where you initiate with a Ravage or with a Lion or someone, and then the Spectre Haunt's in, you've got yourself a kill. They even had Dust on the Spectre just for that very reason.
And then CDC there I think they get the tower there as well.
Was this the tier 2
glimpse.
fight that you mentioned? That
No, it's coming later. This fight later. So right now it looks really good for CDC. They have the top 3 net worth. Their early game has gone as well as it needed.
This is where it looks amazing. Oh, the line there gets the Lina gets a triple kill there, and with a double damage, and just destroys Secret.
And their lead now is good enough. The way they have enough damage in this fight. I think
They
this.
didn't have anybody set up for
Yeah.
the front of the call.
So this is the start of the comeback. Lina will get 1 kill here, and then it's 9 for 10. They lose the Aegis essentially for pretty much nothing.
Something we should note too is Misery played really well in the last 2 series. Like, his Ravages, for the most part,
Yeah,
were
his
really
has
on
been
point.
really
This is the chrono.
Yeah, this chrono is where you just start going for the racks because you know you can force it out, but they lose someone else. The Sunstrike.
They lose Garter and they lose Aggressive.
Yeah.
They stay too long, and you're against Spectre Haunt.
And this is still fine for CDC. Like, okay, they trade 2. They could have avoided
Yeah, they
that and made it
buybacks
cleaner,
and-
but they're still very far ahead. And now this is the
This
game-deciding moment. Eventually just dies. Late chrono comes out. But they're incredible in that area, and they CDC take the bait and try to snipe the Roche. It costs them. Another great man. How many good Ravages did he have this game? Like 6?
And the fights we're looking at, the last couple that went really poorly for CDC, the common factor is Lina getting kind of isolated or caught in a position where she... the fight at the Roche, she had to Laguna Lion, which isn't really the ideal target. It was just like, oh, I'm going to die, I'm just going to kill off a Lion.
I just think that she needs a BKB for that to avoid a lot of...
Would you have gone it before Ags?
I might have actually done that because it's against Tide. It's
Tide line.
Sumail often goes early BKB against heroes like a draft like this. He would.
The problem is you have a hero like Lina that takes up so much net worth, and she's your primary damage dealer. You pick her as a core, and then you don't have a BKB, so all of that prodigious net worth that you built up just goes down the drain with 1 stun.
There's actually an aspect we don't talk about so much with Spectre. We talk about like how much spread damage it deals and all the assists it gets and how it can be global. I think in this game, a big part of land a stun out of fog.
Yeah,
and
Ravage
take
again.
The fight
He
there.
just hits 3.
It negates a lot of the
they
Aether
isolate him
lane's
every time
impact.
because of Hawk.
Yeah.
It's
They
very
clip
good.
3 like consistently though with the Ravage, and he could have been better though with his positioning. Like oftentimes when you're Lina, you have to kind of tell your Void, okay, it's just up to you, XE, to find the chrono for me, so I can play the defensive game. But he was really close to the other 2 supports at all times. Decision making for Misery was almost always just made for him. He's like, okay, well, I'm gonna get a Ravage on 3.
This is the reason why I mentioned during the past game where I felt like when you're playing Void and you're against Tide, it becomes very difficult for you to actually decide when to go in and when to go out, because it's just hard if you don't catch the Tide, and even if you catch the Tide, you don't kill him right away, he gets his Ravage off. It's very hard for the Void to play just his game, like the normal Void game. And you know, his item build, I think it was listed during the game, like it was the first time ever Tide went for drums in both games. No one actually has ever gotten drums on Tide
in the history of Dota.
Literally.
I think that's...
What do you guys think about it?
That can't be true.
Oh, that's what the stats say. Like
that no one had him after Arcane.
Maybe Toby's doing stats backstage. It could be a problem. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit. I guess I want to go into
anything
the
about it.
final.
About the drums. All right, we'll just walk over that.
It's okay. CDEC. Final pick, Disruptor. How do you think that hero played out?
I think the theory was good. Its synergy with Night Stalker is great at night for finding glimpse. Positively surprised by their draft. I thought they were going to lose harder than they did.
I think it was an amazing pick. Like the prevented Tide Ravages. The Glimpse is always good against the Spectre if he's trying to haunt in as well. So I think the hero offered a lot to that.
Secret could have made more mistakes, but still win. They just lost a lot of control, like you mentioned, the Roshan pit, the Roshan fight basically.
And you know, looking over at Team Secret, who gets the biggest pat on the back for the whole series? Because before I said, like, I thought Misery is really good because that's what he used to be apparently, and now people are like, kick Misery. That's what people say. Hopefully not his team, but he seemed to have a good game on the Tide there. You know, what do you think in terms of if you walk away from Secret, who's the one that's going to be really chuffed about the performance that they had and is going to get the biggest pat on the back?
I think Misery and Puppy share it.
Yeah,
probably. I wouldn't say any of this. You know, you'd be tempted to say, of course, the drafter always plays a big role, and they, in our opinion, won 2 of the drafts. But
You do drafting, don't you?
yeah. But you know, it's
they're the
still,
most important.
You know, it's always a really big part of the game, and depending on what team you are, how you draft, etc., etc. But I don't think Puppy did anything extraordinary in the drafts. I don't feel like they probably had some good ideas. So not too many points there, but for his individual skill today on the Enigmas were very, very, very solid play.
Right.
And the Tidehunter too from Misery. So those 2 for me.
Yeah, definitely we'll probably let them share it, but already looking good for Secret. They take their first match, and they'll be playing MVP a little bit later, so that kind of first set of series has concluded, and we're going to be moving on for the next game, which will now be CDEC. Again, we'll see them, but this time versus eHome. And third place, as Blitz mentioned, is really important because you still get to pick. Is that correct, Blitz?
Yeah.
You still get to, like, if you're third place, you get to pick in terms of which one of the bottom 4 you get. If you're, I guess they have to like randomize who gets to pick and why.
No, what happens is you just get selection priority.
Okay.
For the best of 1, so it's like you get to choose.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't get to pick your
pick
opponent,
or
you get to
dire radiant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty massive, honestly.
How massive?
It's like for most teams, if you're in a best of 1, you want that as bad as possible. So it's like now you get rewarded for at least getting 3rd in the group. You kind of feel a little bit better because you're playing against somebody that got dead last in their group, and you've got priority. So the best of 1 feels a little bit less scary after that moment.
Okay. So yeah, CDEC versus eHome. We didn't expect to see eHome here, and you guys were a little bit torn if CDEC would win or lose versus Secret. So again, they were not overly a surprise because it's against Secret, but still they're down here. I'm sure you guys I feel like you're going to favor eHome going into this.
I didn't see them play, so I don't know.
I saw like the latter half of the second match, and it just looked like they were getting outplayed around the map. They got out-strategized, in all honesty, which is surprising to think of because you've got eHome, who's just like built to win championships, right? You've got the coach, you've got LAN-M. These are both great Dota strategic minds, and then you've got MVP, who they lost March, which a lot of people said was like the reason why Korea was so successful. And then you get a captain like Dubu, who just started playing Dota like 2 years ago. And all of a sudden he has to play in like the biggest match ever against a team like eHome. It's difficult, but they were able to do it.
How long ago did he join, Dubu?
It was like when we first got to Korea, he had just joined their academy team in Zephyr. And all I remember, I was like, this guy's terrible. It just was at the time.
And you played for Zephyr, saying that.
So it's just like the guy just became so talented. And the way that his drafts worked out, I mean, apparently it all came together.
Maybe he got carried.
I mean, you say he was terrible, right? But if you compared him to Purge at the time, who's better?
At the time?
Yeah.
Probably Purge was better at the time.
That's mind-blowing.
The fact that you even need to say probably after you've deemed the other guy terrible.
No, it was not.
Purge in a
You
really
guys are just
bad
making me look. Let's relax here.
Hey, I'm relaxed. We're all sat down, having a good time.
Are you still friends with Purge?
And our friends?
Yeah, we're really good friends.
Not anymore.
Kevin's a Nexon champion, guys. Let's show him some respect.
Yeah, and also, Blitz, a little bit harsh, I think. You should probably tone that down. This is a family show. No one needs to...
Not good.
Maybe you should take this time to apologize to Purge.
Why would I apologize? I wasn't the one that formulated the question, and he twisted the words.
Didn't I just say what he said, though? I didn't twist the words.
We didn't twist anything. In fact, I mean, the production are so distraught by this, we're going to make some changes. So I believe that we might just go to some highlights of some games and just put music on, because we're done with you talking. Like, this is production's cool. Monitored by the police. They're like, that's too far. That's almost a crime what you did to Purge there. We'll be back after the break for the lower bracket game. See you in a moment. Think about that, Blitz. Think about that. Welcome back to the Shanghai Major for the third game of the series, game that we're going to see of Group A, Day 1. We've replaced some people. I'm Sir 2GD. Nice to meet you. Joining us now on the panel, accompanying Winter and Gods, we now have Melinda dancing or something, like Strictly Come Dancing with Shiva and Melini.
Do everything we possibly can, so... This is
I like the way that the hair lady was doing God's hair just moments ago, and then we were like, oh no, we've only got 5 seconds, and if you actually look at God's hair now, I don't know if anyone can put a camera to him, you can see. But I believe, yeah, we come back, we're a little bit, the players actually had lunch between the games, but the players ready to play now were quite adamant on just getting in, and of course we started a little bit late, but that doesn't matter because it's going to be fast Dota, guaranteed. So I believe that they're already in the lobby. And they've been there waiting for about 10 minutes, so they're going to go into the game. And of course, the match that we're going...
Not what anybody, or not what I was expecting when I woke up this morning, that's for sure. I was actually, I knew it was going to be here for the loser match. And I thought I was going to be seeing MVP versus Team Secret, because based on his results. So I'm pretty hyped to see CDEC versus eHome, which, according to Matumaman, and according to him, everybody knows, the 2 best teams in China. So one of them is going to a lower bracket in the main event, and that's going to be quite this rough start.
All right, well, we're going to find out how the 2 best teams... The first game here, or first match of the series is eHome versus CDEC. Shiva, you have a lot of notes in front of you. That is...
Yeah.
What's going on with your notes?
Well, I basically always write down all the drafts, because that helps me remember the drafts in the game, and I write down keynotes of the game, so I can remember the games. But I also wrote down a little bit of the playstyle. I wrote down what I heard professional players talking when I was stalking them, basically.
That sounds like a little bit, yeah, TMZ, like the paparazzi of Dota.
I'm just sitting right behind or right next to the team.
Have a look at your notes, Steve.
You can.
What have you got there?
Okay. God Socks match tie. That is one of my notes.
What does it tell you about the outcome of this game?
And how do you think that's going to affect eHome versus CDEC Game 1?
I think it's going to affect not them not at all, but a panel all the more, because tomorrow, I mean, God, come on. People are going to expect you to match your socks to your tie. Are you prepared?
I've been thinking through my wardrobe. Ever since you brought that up during the break 10 minutes ago, I was like, what other socks can I wear that match my tie?
I mean, there's a call-out thread on Reddit on the front page calling out Blitzer. So, you know, socks are an important thing here. But for eHome CDC, obviously, I wrote some stuff down as well. But the biggest thing that I have for eHome, actually, because this eHome game was not shown on the mainstream.
No,
so
but
eHome
I
casted it.
I
casted it and watched both.
You casted it. Well, that's, yeah, whatever,
That's
Ben. To be honest, I'm going to go with Sock Lady here. Sock Lady who didn't cast the game.
I didn't either watch the game, but I talked to professional players, pros that actually watched the game. And they said, rather. And eHome, Moon said, Brood fed. Basically, that was 11 that was playing Broodmother in the second game. He fed both games. He died 3 times before 5 minutes. Laning stage was like... not good for eHome, and that's going to be something they have to improve for this series, I think, for sure.
They're going to have to pull their socks up if
yes.
they want to win this game. Ben, we might as well get your opinion, since, I mean, apparently you casted the game, whatever that means, but, you know, if you can elaborate on Brood Fed.
That game he actually did decently. He got return kills. The first game he played Faces Void, he actually did not look that comfortable on the hero. And
who played Faces Void?
Their offlaner.
Old 11.
Old 11. And he got OD astraled into Arrow a few times, which Void can't really do that much about. So that kind of led to his demise. Been to not give eHome their lone druid, considering how much success they've had, and Nyx first picked it in the other game. eHome also don't really like the super stylish heroes, Invoker and OD. They have not picked up in either game until now. The last game, it was Invoker was 10th pick overall. Like,
really?
it just kind of skated by. It's like, oh, okay, MVP. You're just like, I'm just going to take it mid, no problem.
All right, so if I'm new to watching these 2 teams play, eHome versus CDEC gaming, of course, if you know, some people might have been able to watch CDEC earlier, but might have not.
Strongest, which is why I think MVP Phoenix actually does, and they just win games when it looks like their strategy has no synergy at all.
So basically in China, most of the Chinese teams would say eHome are a bit of 野路子. It means that they are
overrated.
No, because most Chinese teams are very known for being stable. We just do whatever we know will work, and we just stick to it. But eHome, you know, they like to draft, like we mentioned, Legion Commander support, Abaddon support. They're not afraid to use all these type of heroes.
Who do you credit for that in eHome? Who's the
7-1, I'd say. Who's their coach? If anything, he used to coach the old Team DK, who did the same thing. And
I think when Lamb was drafting before this, he drafted the Abaddon support, but after they swapped drafters, now Old Chicken is drafting, he drafted more of the crazy stuff because he's the new breed of type of new players, like the younger players. So they are more daring into trying something that no one else has done, and they have a lot of novelty ideas that, oh, I think this will work there, and you need the new player that wants to try stuff out.
What do you think about the Phoenix support then? In both the games that eHome played, they had Kaka play Phoenix
Did he go
support.
Sunray max?
Yep, he went 1-1-3.
No, at level 7 did he max it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I've seen a few teams that actually done that before because this patch he got buffed like from 4% to 5%. So it's a huge deal.
That's 1%.
Yeah, but it's a really huge.
That's more than sorry, gods gave Archon. Finish a game, I think. I'm not even sure what it was, but yeah, go on.
I mean, it's
in
really
Dota, that's big.
I think it's really good at if you have a lineup where you have a tank, where you are healing the tank. It's really good, and I think I've experimented a different way of playing Phoenix, where in the laning phase, if you're a support, you get the Sunray early to zone the offlaner up.
Okay.
I don't think you've seen that done in like maybe the past year or so. Like it's mostly been recent that players have been experimenting getting the Sunray at level 1 to zone the offlaner, which is really, really effective.
I love the way that you're telling me that with like just absolutely bright eyes. Just kind of
Yeah,
like, this is the coolest thing that I have done
It is
in
cool.
the last 6 months.
I haven't done it being end of it.
When are
yet.
you going to do it? When do you think you'll do it?
No, I was the receiving end of it. I
Yeah.
was getting zoned by Sunray.
But you were still smiling. Because it was so cool.
Hey, it was cool. It was cool.
I love it. All right, let's get back into the draft. We talked a little bit about eHome in terms of what we can expect and some of the heroes that they've played. So this is the first time they're going to be playing OD this tournament, as far as Melanie you mentioned. So how do you like the draft so far?
It's different than their other ones. They it seemed like they rely too much on the Phoenix because he just got level 6 way too late and they minutes in both of their games versus MVP Phoenix. So I think this game they want way more map control and they want more aggression from their supports. They also had a Crystal Maiden in one of the other games and just kind of passively.
Yeah, what I'm going to look forward to this game for eHome and also for CDEC is both of the teams kind of lacked fast-paced hero or heroes that can determine the pace of the game, and we saw XC actually do it in the first game today against Team Secret on his Void, which he, by the way, has played all 3 games, and he heroes that you say like relies on levels rather than specific farm. So I'm right now already favoring CDEC a bit more than eHome purely for that reason.
Another thing we've seen, at least looking at the Secret CDC series, where it was always about the team fight, who had the bigger, scarier team fight, and that, I mean, we've got Void, eHome had the OD. It's still very early on in the drafting phase, and heroes like the Enigma, the Tide, etc. are still in the pool, but CDC kind of sticking to what worked for them in the previous series, and what worked for Secret as well.
Yeah, saying that CDEC did, like they played team fight heroes previous game that they played against Secret that they actually ended up losing, but they had it again saying, or rather it was Crit that said, well, CDC, if we would have played CDC's heroes, we would have won that game against Secret, easy. He was saying CDC is going to win every time until Secret started winning team fights, but the reason Secret started winning team fights was because CDC team fought them, and they shouldn't have because they didn't have the better team fight lineup. So as long as they draft for that, then they're going to be okay, at least if they have better team fight than eHome. But I think for CDC, the biggest problem is falling into the playstyle of the team that they're facing. If that, like... You
mean like kind of CDEC don't really make all the moves, they just play it out?
They play reactionary Dota, if you will.
Or they try heroes that fight well. Then there's this one particular game, like you mentioned, that game they are not as strong as fighting, but they still try to fight because they are used to it. Instead of like trying to, we are not having the same type of drop that we usually have, and we have to adjust, but they're just doing the same thing. So I guess that was what Crit was pointing out.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, Viper, what do you think of that, Ben?
I think Ben thinks it's a disgusting hero.
I think Viper's great. What's bad about why is he disgusting?
It's annoying to lane against.
It's super annoying to lane against. I mean, it's a great hero. Don't get me wrong. He's disgusting, but great. Winter's looking at people intently now. What's your feelings about
Is it
Viper?
too low skill for you, Winter? Is that
no, it's just very annoying to lane against him. That's why. Like because he doesn't have to do anything. You hit him and you get slowed. and he
It's
just
no Sunray
Do
for
you like him
winter,
in the
you know?
lineup?
No Sunray.
It's no
I
Sunray.
mean, you've got Bounty Hunter in board.
The reason they picked Viper here is they wanted to have a hero that can lane primarily against OD. But even Viper in certain situations, you might still struggle. I'm not so sure because I remember my teammate told me that Viper can sometimes, even though you can pick Viper against OD, but sometimes OD still wins the matchup if you make a mistake in the lane. It doesn't mean that
So if you make, you can lose.
you can still
the
lose the
lane.
lane, yeah.
Wow.
It's not like a Viper like super favorite matchup, even though
Okay.
I think that they pick it just so to lane against the OD.
Okay. Do you like it, like Gods, the Viper pick?
Yeah, I think it's the CDC. They kind of go back to their playstyle. They want to fight. They want a 5-man. They're going to pick aggressive Gyrocopter. Great counter pick to the Undying now as well. Just being able to deal with the Tombstone and flak down all the zombies.
Remember this
so
hero? It was banned all 3 games
Yeah.
by Secret
Yeah.
in the first phase.
I think it was maybe over prioritized in terms of the bans, and I think if not for the Undying, CDC may not have even picked it. It's hard to really know. Pick him up, I'm like, yeah, they're going to Gyrocopter. It's just, and eHome as well likely would know that. So they don't seem to mind that they're picking Undying into it.
This game is like, again, both teams are drafting so heavy team fight, and Undying Night Stalker, this is something really popular in the previous patch where you just put a lot of pressure on the off lane, and especially when CDAC have a Bounty Hunter, you're going to roam one of your supports, so you only have one lane support against Undying and Night Stalker, so your Gyro might have a bit of trouble. But luckily, Gyro is one of the carries
Best
that is really
laners.
good in the lane.
Yeah.
So they need to be very careful of what they pick as the supporting partner. One of the strongest laning supports in the game right now. So eHome is really showing that they want to pressure the enemy safe lane heavily right now.
Yeah, and Undying and Nightstalker are both pretty resilient to the Bounty Hunter, who can sometimes pressure the safe lane as well. So, I mean, Bounty at this point is kind of limited to just poking at the
you
OD
can't
mid.
really help the lane though.
Yeah, like I'm kind of looking at it's like, where's Bounty going to help? Like OD mid, all he needs is a sentry there on his high ground, and he should be fairly safe. The Undying Nightstalker, there's not much you can do, and
the Lion though, the Lion seems like a particular weakness
Yeah.
that the Bounty Hunter could focus on.
Is it one of those things that Bounty like really need to die?
You need to make a difference in the laning phase.
Okay,
so
you
that
do need to make a difference.
Yeah, so that you get your level 6. Because if you don't do anything, it's going to take a long time
Yeah.
for you to reach the point.
Okay.
This
And
is
Ursa.
Yeah, it's like the CTY hero. And to summarize why eHome is such an unpredictable team and why it's so hard to kind of describe like how good they are, it's because of this CTY guy. He's just crazy. He just plays his hero pool is so versatile.
He played Lifestealer in game number 1.
Yeah, he
It
plays
didn't really
everything.
work out though.
Wait,
It didn't, but he still picked it.
It's the fact he'll play Lifesteal. He'll play Anti-Mage. He'll play Ursa. He'll play just whatever the
but-
hell eHome want to pick.
But
for.
if you backtrack, there's still the Furry Swipes buffer on you, so you
Yep.
don't actually remove that. So Ursa is really good in the lane versus Void.
Ooh. But then Winter Wyvern is really good against Ursa.
Yep.
So
You
you
still
can't
you
put-
still stack
You still
the,
stack
yeah.
up the debuff, but you do get time to actually kill the Ursa, or at least maybe kite him away. You
Yeah.
have the Viper already, which is a very great hero to kite the Ursa around.
Does the Fury Swaps work on your teammate? It doesn't apply to your teammates, does it?
Oh, you mean when you get cursed?
Yeah, if you
Why
get
wouldn't
cursed.
I think
I think it
I think it applies because I remember when Slark
Okay.
hits his own teammate, you still
Oh, he
stack.
still says
Yeah. So it's,
That's cruel.
That is actually very good.
yeah.
Okay, so for game number 1, couch number 2. Sheev, you're couch number 2.
Couch number 2.
Couch number 2. Who's going to win and why?
What do you think?
Now, you have to agree. Come on.
eHome?
I think eHome.
eHome? Good. We're
Yeah,
agreed.
I'm gonna
eHome.
go for Emo also based on purely just they're the better team.
Be like Dota
I'm not in
therapy.
the mood with fighting with Ben now. So
Kind of way too
yeah,
much.
because of the Viper. The Viper might
and
be
the,
able
and the Winter Wyvern.
that you didn't really expect to be seeing facing up against each other. And Capitalist and joined by
Oh
Blitz.
my
Blitz?
God.
Oh Jesus! Are they actually going to be
Yo,
doing this?
they're gonna get spotted. There's no way.
There's no way. They start out with the
CDC
early
going
sentry
there.
ward. They're trying to bounce this one out. They
What's
have healing
going
cells.
on?
They've already taken out one of the sentry wards. eHome is currently trapped right now. They're going to try and fight this one out. Kaka is already leading with a little bit of decay on both. They've got Aggressive on 5. They're actually going to be able to chase him down here. They're going to be able to surround him. CDC, they've just stumbled into a first blood trap, it seems, as Aggressive first to go down. Just keep on moving forward. Garter fruitlessly trying to jump on Old Chicken, managing to actually slow down the team long enough and get them away from the Winter Wyvern. Now trying to get away from the counter ward, but oh, ever so barely with just 20 HP left. eHome somehow, XC, he managed to get the bounty rune at least. This may actually be not the worst thing in the world if they can get both bounty runes. See if the Faceless Void should be able to get out with a quick time walk away, and we're all good to go now. What a weird way to start this matchup.
We had all these prepared stuff. eHome goes for this level 1 roast strat, and I don't really understand
why they felt the need to, because most of these teams are going to be somewhat ready for it, or at least the bounty hunter is going to scout the accompanying area. So it was a little bit more dangerous than it had to be, but it didn't really matter because there's no way CDEC knew that there was going to be a 5-man rush attempt.
Yeah.
So they probably just thought like, okay, we'll just send 1 or 2 of these heroes in. And then as soon as the sentry ward's laid out, aggressive is pretty much in no man's land, but Old 11, 100% going to go down here.
He completely surrounded, is going to be able to take it out by the tri-lane of CDEC. But let's actually talk about laning phases kind of played itself out. CDC going back to some of what they used to know as picking up the gyrocopter and bounty hunter heroes that we saw from, of course, TI.
Yeah, and it's more just designed to kind of help out their supports because the bounty hunter, it's one of those heroes that doesn't strengthens the lanes a lot. Like the Night Stalker never really knows when he can play up. Die often just to get a little bit more XP, but he's
being punished heavily here as he's going to go down a secondary time. Aggressive is the one to pick up the kill. And it seems like perhaps this Undying mid is not really working out so much for them. I think they bounty hunter enforced.
And that's a really smart kind of game sense from Carter to say, okay, the Undying's going to be mid. There's not a whole lot of opportunities for me to kill this OD, especially when he's got the Astral. I might as well go for this bottom lane because Old 11, he knows that he's the type of player to get really aggressive.
But an unfortunate Invis rune, unless it takes the long way around. Meanwhile, they're actually going to be able to chase down Old Chicken here pretty easily. Has no imprisonment and will be just run down fair fire or no. CDEC hitting hard here in the laning phase after giving up that first blood in that awkward Roshan scenario, but after picking up both bounty runes and after that, they seem to be doing pretty well for themselves. XZ is doing pretty damn well against this dual lane. We were talking about how Lion as a heavy disabler is really quite strong against Faceless Void, able to kind of mitigate some of that power of Time Walk, but he seems to really know how to challenge this lane, and perhaps why CD is so willing to pick the Faceless Void time and time again. But he's going to be caught. No, easily able to get out once again.
Yeah, the CTY just wasn't quite ready for that. And the Ursa's really good against the Faceless Void just because the Fury swipes continue same time. The Lion and him have to sync up pretty well. And the Lion probably has to be level 3 before any sort of attempt like that happens. But I really thought it was going to be an off lane Undying to pair with the Night Stalker, put a little bit more pressure. You probably don't get a lot, but you force Carter to stay on the southern side of the map, and you prevent what just happened mid.
Do you think that was a bit of a stumble by eHome, picking up the Undying with the Gyrocopter still out there in the pool? It's a hard hero to try and aggro lane against, particularly with the way that Flat Cannon deals with Tombstone.
Yeah, I thought they could deal with pretty well with what they had. So I figured that they would ban out the Gyro.
Bit more use than he was at that bottom lane. Unfortunately, no boots just yet. This off-lane Night Stalker does go a bit of a different build than the 4-position Night Stalker, and as such, Old 11 has just been left with a Stout Shield so far.
Alright, so this OD usually does okay against the Viper right now, but the Viper's already got the Ring of Aquila and almost the Magic Stick completed. At that point, you're perfectly fine in this matchup. And the Viper can be somewhat self-sufficient, but in the draft itself, we were talking about how eHome, the way that they play is a little bit wonky to begin with, and CDEC, they're Radiant, they pick up the Void early on. It seems like they kind of practice this like one set style,
right?
And it's really just dependent on like they take the Void and then from there on they roll with whatever they have. But prior to their series, like when they played against Secret, they were giving Shiki like the semi-carry mid, and I feel like this kind of shutdown mid is a lot better overall, and they're going to make the attempt on Old Chicken.
Yeah, once again, Taka's going to be able to meet him, though, and they actually had the Sentry Ward out, but not able to really catch much there. They get the stun onto Shiki, but it's only a level 1, so it doesn't mean much, and CDC back up pretty freely. But
this Lion really has to get his level 3.
But yeah, the more aggressive style mids, right, for Shiki. This is why he was so dominant on Lina. We've seen some success of the Puck as well. That seems to be a strong play from him. Kind of fits his play style. Q is going to be chased down by Old 11 here. Shouldn't have any issues, though. In fact, it's going to be Old 11 who's got to be careful not overextending himself once again.
Man, eHome's just getting shut down around the map. And I put a lot of this on Garter. He's just making so many different rotations that are working out. It feels like he's just everywhere on the map right now. So CDEC, you know, they've got the upper hand when it comes to these rotations, whereas eHome are playing almost entirely reactionary cap.
Yeah.
Like they're saying to themselves, okay, our bottom lane needs help. but we're already mid. So then we'll start heading kind of to that bottom section of the map, but there's no kill opportunity there. And then while that's happening, Garder's already on the move for the mid lane, and he's killing the OD, so it's a little bit too far behind, and now Lanam is going to
That's a kill. But Gyrocopter's going to be met with Taka here as he tries to come in for the dive, but Garder easily spots him out, and, well, that's going to be the Tombstone down as well. That's a huge increase of gold there for Aggressive, and they're going to be able to keep more pressure on that Tier 1 tower. Once again, Garder just in the right position every single time. He just seems to be one of the fastest supports when it comes to rotating and making kills happen during the laning phase. Really setting the tempo for this match.
Yeah, and a Bounty Hunter usually, it's a little bit difficult to run just because teams are so willing to 5-man early on and play objective-based Dota. Bounty Hunter there is a little bit weak, but the way that CDC is running it in the mid...
He got picked off earlier, but he got his level 6, and that's all that was really needed to be able to successfully gank up that middle lane. And once again, Old Chicken does go down.
Oh, did CTY miss the smoke?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Popped out.
The Wyvern?
Yeah, I think he popped it.
That's so bad. He was going to go for the Roshan right there, and now CTY is kind of confused. He's saying to himself, okay, I've traveled all the way here, I TP'd, we used the smoke for this, now what? So he's just going to make his way back to top. Lana might actually get spotted here.
Is he going to fight him? Oh god, he got him too. Lanam, he's going to Garder. He's actually going to be taken out first. Not able to finish off Lanam in time. CTY able to get there and
be there. But
is he trapped? He knows he has to stay in the tree somehow and juke Old 11, but he's going to come down eventually, and Old 11 will find him. He has the Void still. He's going to wait it out, bounce him up, and ever so barely.
That's got to hurt. Old 11 has just really hurt his team so far with going 0-3-1. He's picked up some levels, but the amount of deaths that he has in the offlane so far, it's really hard to justify that kind of performance. But Garder, we're seeing the replay here is...
easy pickoff left and right. Just it seems like as a whole, eHome are just not able to. That's definitely one of the heroes that Ursa that is really a strong pick right now.
And his ultimate pretty much gives him vulnerability. Does quite well. He's one of those carries that can really help us support out just because one stun and he's able to nuke down anybody. And the Roshan potential is so high that you can set the game tone and play incredibly fast, but...
Right, which makes it particularly stronger on the Dire side.
Yeah, it's good against the Viper too. The Viper traditionally, he's got the corrosive skin. You get a mech, you get a mech, you get some tanky items, but the Ursa don't care.
See, this is going to be a constant ganking spot, it seems, as pretty much everyone is trying to run some sort of aggressive ward. If you're running an offlaner who's going to be farming up those offlane camps, know that the enemy is going to try and get an aggressive ward to spot that out and gank you time and time again, because while you're doing it, you're probably sitting at about a half HP until that Morbid Mask is up for Faceless Void. He's just chipping away at his own HP points.
Right now, I think CDEC are in a pretty great position, actually. They haven't even had to rely on Bounty Track Gold, and they've got a decent gold lead that they've built up so far. For eHome, they're getting their Ursa involved, which is really important. He's been a part of the dive again. We have to respond to this, though.
There's going to be one TP, two more. Now the Gyrocopter ultimate is going to go down. They're going to be able to get the imprisonment, holding Gyrocopter here. See if they can actually combo him down, though. They get a couple of nukes, but it's still, they're just too much slow coming out from that Gyro ult. They're going to try and run down one more. Garder's going to show himself real quickly, get off the Shuriken. And now Old Chicken is quite low. Nice Chrono Spear. XD coming in. Going to be able to lock down two with the Red Deep over the top. He'll be able to get both of these kills quite easily. Meanwhile, Viper does go farther down as out of play, which is so critical, right? Because OD as a mid is much more of kind of that carry later on into the game past 25 minutes.
Honestly, that's just so demoralizing that you dive past a tier 2 for just like level 5 undying. Nobody on your team can respond, and when they finally do come and respond, the Void is just there. And XZ has been the star so far for CDEC throughout the first 3 games that they played against Secret, and he kind of continues on. And that Void Chrono,
right by him.
It almost gives the level 6 to the Bounty Hunter too.
That's going to be a big pickup, as CDEC's kind of aggressive playstyle is really going to be able to play off of that bounty gold. Another big thing is that CDEC, their aggression right now, is completely shutting down Roshan opportunities for eHome. This is supposed to be kind of this snowball effect that Ursa, as a carry, is able to implement more so than any other carry, but CTY just hasn't found his opening yet.
Yeah, and Garder has just been annoying. He's been playing on this side of the map. Same with the rest of his team. You notice that Q and Aggressive, they don't really invade the safe lane like they normally. Absolutely sure that eHome can't go for that free Roshan. It's one of their few ways back into the game, so you want to deny it if you can. Kind of play this pressure game at all times. Like, you're pressuring eHome just by denying that Roshan. And eHome's like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do now? A lot of this game is now going to flow through Old 11. He's got to make some kills happen as top.
Yeah, he's trying to go for Garter. He will be able to pick up this kill, but it's going to be sacrificed, so Shiki will be able to get the counter. And that is definitely not worth the trade-off. Keeps the bounty hunter from getting level 6, but
Gold change going in favor of CDC. And
but that was a rotation, right? See,
this is one of your few great opportunities that you have. You forced everybody over. Old 11, kind of playing that highlight die roll, willing to die just to force everybody over, but you've got to be ready for the fight because
he's almost there with the Chronosphere. It's going to be close, but to get off the Hex, they're able to stop that. Tombstone's out. The Chronosphere's still ready. First coming out. Perfect timing from Q. Stun up on XD. They'll take him out, and there goes the Aegis. CDC, keep moving. He's going to look to take him out after this hold from Q is over. They're going to be able to slow him down a little bit more, but the slows are too much to handle. They're kiting around CTY beautifully, and Cheeky, he knows he's got this kill in the back. No! He turns too early, and CTY will pick up the kill before he dies. Meanwhile, Kaka is going to dive in deep for this one. He knows he's got the Sonata, but it's not in time. Kaka will be able to retreat successfully.
Shiki, you greedy bastard. I was like,
I can't believe he turned around like that. That was the... he did not expect the one charge.
It's not even the turnaround. It's that you could have just moved 2 feet forward.
Yep.
Like continue. The Viper Strike was on him. He can create distance. And then you can play the kite game with your poison attack. But still, overall, eHome does.
But it's not like eHome are going to be able to utilize that. I mean, they just got shut out in that fight. Looks like Q is probably going to be able to get away here from the Night Stalker. CTY is actually going to try and chase him down with a really picked up Blink Dagger, but a good Cold Embrace actually stops that aggression. eHome are going to force away. In fact, Gyrocopter's going to try and land the ult, CTY shows a bit too fast with the Phase Boots Mask of Madness combination. You just go up to like max movement speed so easily.
They probably... The thing is, you rotated 4 heroes here, but taking this mid tower is still big. It's one of the towers that teams are just going to contest for, and hold 11, hold 4, and they're going to get the free top towers. Pretty significant.
Already soaking up a lot of these decay charges. Old Chicken's TP ready in 5 seconds, so is Lion. And the tower is about to go down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not going to be able to contest.
Yeah, eHome decided to take that top tower instead. You can see it as a 1-for-1 tower trade, and in that context it's okay, but it's much more valuable taking the mid tower than it is.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the control options. XD is going to be hexed up. Nice long-range initiation there from Lana, but XD, oh no, he thought he had the mana, but that intelligence deals too much for him to handle. Old Chicken is going to be majorly slowed down as Aggressive is going to be able to run him down. Lana just needs to abandon his teammate, but Aggressive knows he's got 1 kill in the back, and he wants the other one. He's going to be able to chase down Lana as well, while his teammates clean up the kill.
That was back-to-back kills too for the bounty hunter, and 4 teammates that are readily available there too. Most of the time, I feel like this Winter Wyvern hero, it's really fallen off, but the way that he's using the Cold Embrace and the way that he used the Winter's Curse,
bursty physical damage dealer, like once you have just that 4-second disable, the Cold Embrace that just kind of stops his focus on one hero, just kind of destroys him. You're not really able to move out from there.
For eHome, the bright spot is that CTY is still getting a lot on the map. The Blink Dagger and Mask of Madness timing is still pretty strong. Looks like they're going to collapse the CTY going from behind.
Nice pick off on Carter. It's going to be starting off here. Meanwhile, Kaka's trying to draw the attention. The rest of the team in range, taking up all the Gyrocopter damage, but again, the slows are causing issues. Now, they're going to be able to catch one here easily. With the imprisonment, they actually have the Witcher's Curse laid out onto Old Chicken with 3 different heroes hitting onto him, but XD, oh, a 5-man chrono, and now CDC gonna make some huge turnaround, taking out 2 at least. They're gonna look for Lonham, controlling him. He managed to get up an impale, but it doesn't matter. It's not gonna be enough to save anybody. Only the Ursa will survive. CDC once again bailed out by XC's beautiful timing.
For half a second there, eHome, they're getting back into this game. How often do you see that happen? Is eHome, they're trying to consolidate their strength, but instead they drop 4. This is going to be a top
CDC, like they're just kind of baiting it out. Q was like, oh, Winter's Curse, lead it up into 5. XC's almost there, gets the chrono. And now, at this point in time, CDC, after a huge win like that, are going to be able to lever that into some more map control. They're going to be able to take the tier 2 at top, it looks like, unless eHome really feel like contesting once again, which they not nighttime either, which is a little bit disconcerting.
To kind of counterbalance things, and they're leading in XP and gold, so we might as well go for this, but what should have just been maybe 1 or 2 hero pickoffs into the 4.
Can we talk about perhaps, is this a little bit of dysfunction coming out from CDC and item builds? Garter.
The double.
Yeah, they're both planning on going for the mech.
This is a huge pickoff. Yeah. I don't think CDC...
Having that BKB is just going to be food for fodder here. And Q gets a little bit too close too. Just had to leave that gyrocopter alone. But ends up giving an extra kill now to eHome.
The good news for eHome right now is that they're still making game-winning plays. Like, they're still trying to go for these 5-man engagements, look for 2 or 3 heroes. They just allow... I assume that's a BKB. Can't imagine that being anything else. But once he gets BKB, there's not a whole lot that's going to stop him besides the Chrono. Even then...
Nice rotation from Lana. Ends up catching out the Faceless Void and trying to split push up that top tower. But that early Ether Lens is really coming into play. Lana able to pick that one up has actually resulted in multiple pickoffs now.
He always gets it nowadays. Just the Arcane Boots build up makes him really effective. Right now, eHome still doing okay, considering DC have been able to find. The XP is nearing 0. The gold is still around 5k, but if you've got eHome's lineup, you're still feeling pretty comfortable with XP alone.
Right. That being said, though, eHome, a lot of their progression is right now on the Ursa, who is going to have a bit of a falling off. Not nearly as much as the old Ursa, but you do want to rely a little bit more on your Outworld Devourer going into past, like, 30, 45 minutes. And that's a little bit concerning, because he's only sitting at 6,300 net worth. He hasn't progressed too much.
It's okay, though, because I would normally say yeah to the Ursa thing, but watch he can, like, kite with the Viper Strike and all that, and the Corrosive skin, he goes down incredibly fast in the Ursa.
Yeah, this is just a general change-up. Oh, a little 11. Is he actually going to be tanking this?
A little bit too fast.
That's going to be a smoke that's kind of wasted there for CDEC. I mean, the pickoff by itself, because it's an off-lane Night Stalker, not a forward position, would have been okay for CDEC.
Roshan's up, they can go for that, or they can even go for this tier 2. The Night Stalker would have been big just for the vision game.
Shiki is actually going to go for an Axe Viper, something that we haven't seen in quite some time. This is kind of the older Viper now. This is just purely because of the kiting of the Ursa they have to do,
yeah,
right?
The cast range too.
Right.
Alright, so CDC feeling that they still have momentum in this game, which is correct. And they have to accomplish a lot because, again, this Ursa can cause a lot of issues for them later on in the game. CTY's already got his BKB completed now too. Just about.
Okay, he's sitting off map for now. He's going to TP back, pick up that BKB, and they'll actually be ready to fight. This means CDC really need a strong initiation. They do have plenty of disables that go through BKB, though, so this won't be a guaranteed win for eHome with this fresh item pickup.
I sort of think eHome... CDC have to be really careful. XC has been so clutch for them in all of these engagements, but you can only rely on that so frequently. It's actually kind of incredible that eHome is still doing really well in this game. And it just kind of goes to show that eHome are finding the better individual pickoffs when they find them. And most importantly, they're
up to the secret shop, just trying to see if there's anything there. But it's actually Kaka who's going to be met with the full 5. He gets off the tombstone here, and they're actually going to be able to save him there with the imprisonment. Old 11 trying to draw a little bit of attention. Kaka comes right back. CTY blowing up the gyrocopter already. And now CDEC have lost a share of their damage. CTY being the target of Winter's Curse, but he got off the BKB. He's just going to be able to keep on running through. Chronosphere, that's going to be purely zoning out eHome, preventing eHome from being able to chase down the rest of these heroes. But XC, he was hit by the slow, so it looks like he is going to be... He gave up his life. He does have the Force Staff. He's going to be able to get a TP out. Old 11 can't stop it in time. So they get 2 of the cores of CDEC. And eHome are now going to be in a position to finally take down that Radiant mid tower that's been up for so long.
They'll go for the Roshan first.
True.
I think it matters more right now in the context of the game. Because the Void is down, the Chrono's down. You can get that mid tower right after this. It's just going to be there. But this Roshan, you want to absolutely secure for your team. And all of a sudden, eHome are looking really dangerous. And something we talked about is, even though they were down, it looks like they're down in kill Roshan, so CDC can go for like they smoke up S5, they find a 2-man pickoff on aggressive, they buy themselves more time, then they take that Roshan fight with the help of their BKB on Ursa, they get the Aegis.
And this is kind of eHome's specialty, right? In that they are so good at being able to come back in the mid to late game and be able to afford to lose some of their lanes.
It's just this insane style where it's bend, don't break. You pick CTY a hero that's good against the other 2 cores at all times, and you're going to notice this throughout the tournament. He's going great for his team. He can have impact.
What about this pickup from the Ursa? Home up, be able to prevent these heroes from kiting around. But
that or Basher.
Yeah, that too.
Huh.
well, you know, either one of those big disables. But
I guess it's really good against the. You can pop it no matter what, right? Even while disabled.
Yeah, I think it's only like.
So maybe for the Void Chrono.
Not sure about the Void Chrono.
It's picked up so sparingly that I'm not even sure when you can.
I mean, is there any chance that it's like a Scotty in some sort of weird stat build? That, I mean, the slow would be okay. Just feels like harder disables would be better.
I think you want to play on the offensive with this hero anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
BKB's almost complete for Aggressive, but it's 25 minutes in. His farm has been...
Significant support pickup. They've got a forced off on the Winter Wyvern as well. So these aren't completely poor supports or anything like that, but net worth wise, they're not even doing that great compared to this line who's got Aetherland's Blink already. And he's level 11 too.
That Blink pickup is going to be perhaps so much more critical than CDEC's Force Staff, because of the way that if they get the right kind of initiation, right, they pick off the Gyrocopter before BKB or they take out the Void Chronosphere, then fight's won.
eHome's going to hit the sick timing too. When they get their Ags on Old 11, and they're going to pick up whatever item on CTY, plus they've got a BKB, I'd imagine, on Old Chicken. And it's going CDC are going to be really hard pressed to take that fight. And this is so demoralizing right now. You've built up a decent lead, you're controlling tempo, and all of a sudden you lose 2 team fights and eHome have the advantage. And that's what we said in the pregame show as well. This bend don't break style where they're able to hold on just enough so that C4 he is can counter your 2 cores.
The 5-man smokes into mid. They realize that eHome are actually all bottom, so they're not in a position to quickly defend that tier 2 tower, and perhaps nor should they. eHome are going to try and wrap around here. The glyph is going to be running out though. They are actually in a okay position to try and jump CDC, but you don't want to be going high ground. CTY, he's going to gladly jump up there, though. They managed to get the Force Staff onto Shiki, buying him a little bit more time, but he's still going to be blown up. It looks like that Cold Embrace eventually is going to go down. That's not going to be a great one, and CTY still holding on to that Aegis, and here comes Old Chicken. He's got the ultimate ready to drop, too. He's hoping to be able to hold it off until the BKB's down, but Aggressive, that 10-second BKB is doing so much work. Winter's Curse on CTY with just a sliver of HP left, but it's Aggressive still trying to fight it out with some of these supports, but they've got it controlled up. Without that BKB, he can't do anything more. Kaka's going to be able to stay alive, and CTY managed to pick up the kill on that Winter Wyvern without dropping that Aegis.
A 5-man team wipe, all you lose is the OD, and that's kind of funny though. Old Chicken just strolls shot immediately, blown up, but doesn't even matter because CTY still had the Aegis the entire time through. And CDEC, they had to know that that engagement was going to happen. Even without the tier 2 tower available, eHome, they have the Night Stalker. It was nighttime. On top of that, they had the Aegis for so much longer. Almost no chance that they were going to win that fight.
And CTY now has the opportunity to get that Ags if he wants to. See the way that they just could not seem to blow up CTY. And even if they did, it wouldn't have mattered. The Aegis was still a go. And the only reason that that fight looked at all okay for Aggressive in particular was because of that 10-second PKB. The moment it ran out, he just got destroyed by the disables of the Lion.
That's really critical too. The way that CDEC, they like to run it is this first BKB timing, this 10-second one, matters a lot to them, Cap. That's the, we expect to guarantee win this fight. Because it's just not going to scale as well as the Gyro is, for example. And
Kaka, he's going to be going down here, CDC, with a rather sneaky 5-man TP into that tier 1 tower. They knew that eHome was going to be making the rotation across. That being said, they didn't actually gain that.
We talked about this even before this game when we were in our room saying, okay, eHome, they let you take these little kills. They let you kill Old 11, and you think it matters because you're ahead by 8 or 9 kills. Then you realize you've killed this 2K, 3K net worth hero, all the while CTY is getting kills and farming to his heart's content. They're going to take this mid tier 2, but CDEC, they're just going to keep going for it. They know that the Ursa doesn't have the Aegis. Probably one of their better timings for it, too. They know that the Glyph is down as well.
It has some TPs back from eHome. CTY is going to be last man in. Nice nice stun there from Lana. Out Old Chicken barely clipping himself as he tried to blink forward to catch one more. See if they can actually get it with the Night Stalker who's surging ahead. Shiki, oh, nice stun from Lana. He saw that one coming. Shiki put himself in the trees, gets caught out by the Impale. That's going to be another critical pickoff as CDC lose 2 as they try to push high ground for that tier 3.
Ursa's such a good hero against Viper. You just can't survive. The kiting aspect, The Viper's going to go for BKB eventually, but the Ursa will still rip him to shreds.
It looks like they're going to continue along the lines of trying to kite the Ursa. Aggressive is now going for what looks to be a Scotty.
I saw him pick up that Orb of Venom. He could still go for... I don't know. Manta would be kind of worthless here.
Is it too late to complete the SNY?
The main reason you go for the Yasha here is just for the mobility with the drums, so that you can kite and your teamfight potential is high, and you can chase down with the rocket barrage. But I guess he thinks he needs more stats. But then I think you're gonna lack for damage.
Old 11. He is so close to that axe. I'm a little bit surprised that eHome are going to try and push without it, but looks like they'll be okay. CTY managed to get himself out of that bind again with that axe upgrade. Enrage, he's just able to walk it off like that.
XE going for the defusal, looks like. It's what his preferred build was. Entirely skipping the blink, but...
He's got to deal with particularly that silence from Old 11, right?
Ooh, Manta. Okay. Yeah, like it's way too late for that item, but... Yasha it is, as the Night Stalker now completes the Aghanims. He's got Vlads and a gem to complete it. The Lion has a Force Staff coming, the Undying, Ghost Scepter, and a mech. Everybody's just so farmed right now from eHome. I figured that this Undying, he had to play the hard fight position and
able to survive through so many of these engagements, in part because of his allies. The excellent timings by Lonem to come in with the right disable, or multiple OD imprisonments that
Double
have
Roshan
saved
helps
so many
too.
heroes. XZ, he's going to be able to jump in and catch Old 11, but it's really going to be worth it. Gyrocopter throws down the ultimate, zoning back the rest of eHome. They'll get the kill on the Night Stalker, but it's going to be a trade-off. They lost their Faceless Void. The big thing, though, is that gem, but CTY's already come in from behind. He's going to make sure this isn't an easy fight for CDEC to be able to
CTY's gotta
disengage
get
from,
out.
or maybe not. He's actually doesn't have his ultimate up. Nice stun from Lonem once again. Cock will be able to get the Winter Wyvern. Aggressive chase down by CTY once again with that fresh enrage up. Old Chicken challenged by Garter, but then realized he's got to run himself the hell away. But surrounded by eHome, who managed to pick back up that gem. And they're actually going to try and go for a little bit more. Old Chicken, though, not able to reach Shiki in time. This is going to be Roshan number 3 now for eHome.
CDEC are just getting shish kebabbed in every single fight. They have to open up with the Chronosphere onto the Night Stalker because that's the hero you see. And you just hope that that's an okay engagement, but CDC, I think they're starting to fast realize the type of position that they're in. They kite it around, but because of the Aghanim Scepter, the Enrage was already up by the time that the BKB was over. So it's almost like he's invincible. He pops the Enrage the first time.
Into BKB, into another Enrage.
Exactly. And you're void. So you take what you can get in that situation.
Marine Corps. What are your thoughts on it?
It's really strong. Like, gives you a ton of mana, ton of intelligence to work with.
He managed to lifesteal off
down as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Garter? Oh, dear. That might not have been the initiation. They do get the imprisonment off, and that's going to be able to turn things around. The Winter's Curse, just a saving grace for now for CDEC. XD comes in, will be able to get the Chrono on 2, but there's still CTY to deal with. Right now, he's on top of Shiki. They're trying to kite him around, but he's just in the middle of everything. Plus, he's got that Aegis. They've blown up the Bounty Hunter already, and here comes the rest of eHome, surging forward after that Chronosphere. Going to be able to catch multiple heroes on out. Shiki, he's not going to be able to rotate away, it looks like, is eHome. Old Chicken, all right, he might not be able to get him. Q, meanwhile, taken out by with the help of CTY, and it looks like they will be able to get him. Viper has had to be able to fly himself out for a moment, but Lonem quick to catch him every single time. This lane has been on point. And another one fight for eHome, who are going to be turning towards looking high ground very soon.
They were actually lucky that they didn't lose the Viper right now. And that's another, I think that's the 5th or 4th consecutive fight that they've lost. And even then, it looked somewhat okay. The problem is that CTY is playing this role of the wall. The team has to deal with him. XZ's like, guys, I've got a 3-man Chrono over here. They're just like, we can't. What do you want us to do, man?
Yeah, you run through the Ursa. That's not going to be. It's not going to be a feasible plan.
Yeah.
And now eHome still have that Aegis intact. CTY is going to jump on a Shiki right away. Pops the Enrage. Of course, this is why they had so many of those 4-staff pickups. So necessary to be able to save these allies against the quite fast Ursa.
They're just trying to force him back because he is the Aegis. You want to high ground with this hero anyways. You want to put him between... Time and time again, you see what he's doing to his teammates.
Right.
You just create this barrier where either you lose a hero or you have to run past them.
I mean, you've got some pretty good glass cannons. Old Chicken, you also have the the Lion sitting in the background as well. These are heroes that can dish out amazing amount of disables and damage if they just have that kind of frontline hero, and CTY is making sure that's always the case. And now he's even tankier and harder to get away from too. Scotty picked up for CTY now.
Yeah, with the fully completed Scotty, he already ramps himself up to 3.2k HP. Most importantly, Cap, you've got the BKB on top of the Ags. Like we already talked about the interaction where you can most importantly, now you've got just stats to work with.
Right.
Just pure HP.
Do you think that the idea behind the Ags Viper, if he had actually been able to forego the mech and then not go the Ags and go more of a damaging build that we've seen from Vipers before, perhaps he goes for the early S and Y, that sort of thing, would that have been a better plan to be able to deal with the Ursa in the late game, or was it just never feasible to challenge eHome this late?
I don't think you could have really kind of CTY doesn't his ultimate just take off the Viper.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
Carter's gonna get opened up
every single time. Nice quick pick off there. Lonham and Old Chicken making the double blink initiation. They're probably expecting CTY to be the one who comes out and tries to pop a hero, but eHome changed things up this time around. Tombstone is going to be taken out by CDEC, but you can see how scared they are. It's the nice two-man stun from Lonham. Old Chicken's going to come in, manage to lay out the ultimate. Aggressive quite low. CTY trying to deal with him. Nice Chronosphere, but unfortunately caught Aggressive as well. Not so nice after all. XC trying to deal any amount of damage he possibly can. The Winter's Curse goes out, but CTY doesn't really care. He just pops the BKB, runs right on through, and tries to challenge Aggressive as he's laying into him, and unfortunately the flat cannon shots are just not enough to kill any of these supports. eHome are just kiting around the gyrocopter rather than the other way around. Kaka, he's got the ghost scepter, he's trying to get away. Old Chicken is going to be left to die. Kaka not going to be able to escape out either, as too many slows. eHome perhaps just a bit too over-aggressive this time around.
Maybe just living behind tier 4 towers just to pick off individual kills. They don't even bother going for the tier 3 mid initially. I think that was
whoa, Garter! That is him this time around. eHome, I can't believe they stuck around for that. They just lost 2, and then they still have the confidence to try and take a fight, get some sort of pick off of the Bounty Hunter, which is very clearly a bait from CDEC.
They got way too overconfident, and probably more than that, they probably just got overhyped.
What about this Crimson Guard pickup from Bounty Hunter? I mean, we usually see some sort of utility build. It's usually the mech. We're talking about that little bit of interaction between the Viper and the Bounty Hunter. Both of them like to try and pick up a mech for their team. So instead, it goes a different utility item. Crimson Guard?
What kind of world are we living in where CDC are going to get the first racks in the game?
I'm not sure, but it looks TP out. Aggressive doesn't have the BKB anymore, so there's nothing really to protect him here unless the Chronosphere go ultimate, but CTY, he doesn't actually get caught by this one. He is getting bashed up, though, multiple times. BKB, Winter's Curse now. Next one coming in. XD tries to challenge Old Chicken. Knows he has got no damage to do so, and CDC just need to try and make some sort of clean extraction, but of course, eHome have these Blink Daggers. They have the Night Stalker as well. CDC may be forced to fight here. Aggressive tries to actually turn, dealing with the homing, running everyone on the side of CDEC, and now it's just cleanup time. eHome gonna try and find as many kills as possible, and they get every single one of them. Don't drop a beat.
For a second, just this brief second, I was like, CDC, they're doing it. They force CTY to buy back. They're kiting. They look okay in this team fight. They keep force staffing backwards, and then the hammer just gets dropped from the Outworld Devourer.
Again, we were talking about it. You have to deal with that OD eventually. And
he's
CDC,
a monster now.
This is like the third fight in a row where I felt like they just had to get that one quick objective and then back out, and they just never seem to want to do so. They always kind of get caught. They seem to be torn when it comes to backing away and fighting.
They had to hard commit as well for the Tombstone. I think they even used the BKB on the gyrocopter. It actually ends up going for the Manta style. Doesn't the OD Arcane Orb just destroy that though?
Yes. It deals with illusions pretty damn well.
Yeah. And at bottom, eHome are going to go for this set of racks too. They're so close up anyways.
Yeah, Gyrocopter doesn't even have his buyback, so now they're just going to try and jump forward. They managed to draw a little bit of time away from their bottom lane of racks, so it looks like eHome are going to have to go home without that prize. XC's looking to be able to catch somebody here. Tombstone is going to be laid out. CDC not going to be able to charge past that one.
Yeah, and
that is a clean extraction right there.
At least they only lost one Rax for that. And CDC, they still have some win conditions, which is the crazy part. Like
yeah,
they
you
kill Ursa.
No buyback.
and you just go for it. Maybe you've got an opportunity here. I think if there's any time to play aggressive right now, it's right now. You go for a smoke or something, try to find the Ursa and win the game.
Kill CTY, Roshan's coming up. I mean, those are two different timings that CDEC are actually in a pretty advantageous position, seeing as they didn't blow any buybacks.
Look at, they're going for the smoke.
Yep.
Find CTY. This is it's crazy right now that CDEC still have a win condition, despite being down 15k and against the Ursa. They're going to check the Roshan pit, but it's not going to be up for a full minute. Ursa's going to complete a basher, fortunately for CDC, but they're just looking in the wrong direction right now.
Could have been gotten this high ground. Perhaps the fight can still go okay. Kaka pops his ultimate, lays down the tombstone defensively here, knows that this is not a fight he can afford to be popped right away. CTY comes in for the side, starts going for Q, but that's not going to be the target. He just cold embraces himself. Aggressive is now dealt with the tombstone. The imprisonment will only hold Kaka for so long. They're going to be able to run him down now. Old Chicken pops the Shivas, but this see now Old Chicken comes in, drops the ultimate, actually brings pretty low, but still a great Kronos from XC. Holding in Old Chicken, another bash. Old Chicken, he's bought back. Shiva's on in, going to be able to catch the Viper on the way out as well. And XC, he's not getting away. He's been completely drained by Lanham. He knows his only hope is to potentially kill Lanham, but that's go down mid. And CDEC, they've only got a buyback on the Viper right now.
You've got two options right now for eHome. You take the Sagas Cheese, you try to just throw it. I don't know how likely that is, but at worst CDEC only lose one set of racks, I think. And that's an okay scenario to play from.
I mean, looking at that fight, it looks so good. The way that CDEC were very grouped up, they were controlling the fight pretty damn well. They got the pick off on Kong to spread, and then he comes back in, drops that ultimate. It was just so much damage. And that double Chronosphere, it looked good, but between the buybacks there of the OD,
the problem is, look at Lanham's position in this fight. He's on the side. He's just annoying them like crazy. He gets a stun off on 3 heroes during the Chronosphere timing, so they can't utilize it as much as they should have. They're definitely going to lose at least one Rax there. As eHome are just going to back off. Re-engage as
eHome have taken the important Rax at bottom lane.
Yeah.
Melee Rax is down.
What a back and forth game.
And again, this is the situation. They don't have buybacks because of gold. But if CDC can actually get that goal, they've still got a really good shot at being able to find some sort of win condition here. A minute and a half until Ursa's buyback is up, and then you still have another 5 minutes for both the Undying as well as the OD. But it looks like eHome are still going to try and force this fight with the initiation. Old 11 is going to try and silence up Q as fast as possible. Aggressive, he's going to be target here, already down to half HP, but CTY having a hard time staying on top of him. They will be able to save Kaka, CTY, 2 carries. Chronosphere on top, CDC, they're just ignoring the big damage dealers and dealing with all the support from behind. They've already caught 2. Now are they going to be able to turn this one? CTY, he's going to fight it out. Aggressive, managed to get a bit of a save, but Old Chicken doesn't carry. He's got the pure damage and the magic damage to take out the gyrocopter carry. Shiki is having to deal with CTY once again, but he just can't seem to lose this bear. Stares right on his tail, and Garter, he's not going to be getting out either. That's going to be... Whoa, CDEC just call it from there. They had buybacks on 3 different heroes, but I think they realized that this is just not possible.
Yeah. Call it, say, we've invested everything that we could have. We brought it somewhat close, actually, despite being down 30,000 experience. They were somehow able to make a game out of it, but still really exciting game 1.
And eHome, as you were talking about, they managed to bend and did not break. In fact, they break CDEC. See what our analyst desk has to say, what went wrong for CDEC and what did eHome do right.
An eHome victory there in game 1 of the series between eHome versus CDEC. A much different game compared to what we've seen today. A lot going on. We've only actually got a couple of minutes to get your thoughts on it because we will be restarting the stream just for a moment. But until that happens, guys, girls, thoughts on the game?
We were right. Couch 2. Do we get points?
Sure.
Okay.
Get 10.
10 points.
10 points. Yes, they get minus 10.
Okay, so
or 2.
No, but I think this game, the laning stage, showed that both teams maybe weren't entirely certain in laning stage. Obviously, CDEC did very well, and again, Old 11 was actually not doing very well again. But they seemed to pick it up later on. Ursa, CTY, making sure that the whole game got turned around. And
You can kind of see why and how Ehome lost 2-0 earlier. I didn't, apart from Ben, most of us didn't see that series, but they didn't look good or convincing at all in this match here. So I kind of worry for Ehome moving forward. But they went the way of the OD. It was kind of funny seeing the end scoreline with
over here. Couch number 1.
Lana was, I think, the MVP for me. It started looking dicey for Ehome when they got 5-man Winter's Curse into that 5-man Chrono. I was like, oh man, this is looking really bad. But then Ehome, they adapted. They actually had like 3-man stuns of their own. They had the better jump, and CTY was away from his team a lot, so they didn't really, they weren't able to kite him as I thought they would be with all those AoE ultimates. But Lanham with those stuns, the Aether Lens build is super legit.
Yeah, I think that he.
You sound like surprised in terms of the Ether Lens on Lion is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the first big stun, that was because he had the Aether Lens, the one on 3.
Yeah.
Because he had the Aether Lens, he was able to pull that off, and it turned the game a lot.
You don't see it as a game-changing item that often. Sometimes it's like, oh, it's pretty good, but that game it was just completely game-changing, and like you're thinking, oh, it's a harder position versus a Lion or a Winter's Curse plus Chrono, and it ended up being that the Lion was able to do more work.
Yeah, I think they outplayed them a lot in that department in terms of team fight initiation, and even though I think even though certain players like the Night Stalker didn't play very well, but ultimately he still contributed in terms of vision. So the whole team still managed to pull it together.
It's a bit like our panel, isn't it? Because I feel that like me, Gods, and Winter are all doing fantastic. And then our 2 new guests, we've got Ben, who's got some sort of mic cable problem going on here. And Shiva, apparently no one can hear you because your hair has pulled your microphone away from your face. Be the CTY to... Who was playing Night Stalker?
Old 11.
Old 11.
Old 11.
We're warming up.
Who are you? Are you Lan in this situation? Who are you, James? Who are you? Which were you in this situation? You're the Lion.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to be. Lanham's like a lot of people have.
You were the Undying.
Yeah,
I was the Undying.
No, you'd be the Lion. He's the old man of the team.
Yeah, he is.
He's the old one.
I'm wondering if Lanham is wearing his sweater. And he actually doesn't wash his sweater. He wears it all the time, the one that says victory on the front. So if that is the case, are you going to also wear your sweater the whole event, same sweater? I mean, if you're Lanham here.
For the same generic
Lanham
look
only has one.
every day. He doesn't wash it, you said?
He does not wash it. It's his lucky sweater. Yes. Says victory.
Also his smelly sweater.
Yes, I would assume so. Maybe that's urban legend that he actually does secretly wash it, because I can't imagine... He wears it all the time. Like, he wears it actually a lot. I can't imagine him not washing it.
Okay.
Okay.
The more you know.
Yeah, it's good. It's good information. I'm not sure when the stream we're meant to be taking it down.
Yeah.
Because we are going to do a restart, and we thought it was going to be a quick wrap up to the match. Like, here they go off again. But really, it's pretty huge, because losing this series, this will be, if you lose this is the last game you play in the group stages, and you are bottom 4 going into the main event. And now CDEC find themselves in that position going into the next game of this series. If they lose that, they are done for Group A.
And the worst part is that it's not just one best of one in the lower bracket. It's 2 best of ones in the lower bracket you have to get through. So harsh. So I'm kind of curious, because Ehome, they actually had a horrendous group stage, and they still ended up winning. So they can do that too.
All right. Well, we'll see if they can, because if they win this, they still get a chance to go back into the upper bracket, because there will be a match that they get to play. So they're going to be certainly wanting to pick up the next game of the series. Group stage is presented by Perfect World. We'll resume. See you in a moment.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower
series between eHome and CDEC. We're almost getting ready because we had a little break where you guys could see a lot of the replay moments. Not sure what music you were listening to that, but that's into that match. So anything that you would like to say before we go into game 2? Not just generally, maybe about the game would be a good idea. From everyone we've seen today, just to back you up, Winter, right? Not you need backup. I was going to say, like, it doesn't feel like we've seen a championship team yet today. I think like Secret have been the most impressive so far, because even though they, won 2-1, they still think like they had so much more ease, or they had so much easier room for improvement, but they still made it look easy to win. And eHome didn't do so.
No, they look
Phoenix
really
looked really good.
I didn't see them.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the game.
I'm not sure if it's like a championship quality team, but they made very few mistakes. They just ridiculed eHome in the laning phase, and they didn't really make any blunders.
Wasn't that also partly because eHome's laning stage is just not that strong, and therefore MVP, who's generally strong in the laning stage, had an easier time?
Yeah, but they had a lot of team fights, so there were a lot of opportunities for eHome to get back into the game, but they just didn't let them get anywhere.
Shiva, I'm actually a little bit grateful because of all the swearing that you just did there. Could you please, your mic, you might need to check it. Luckily for us, it might have been off. Language. It's ridiculous.
I'm glad I
Is it on or off?
It was on now, but I'm glad that wasn't on camera because I do not want to be with the words I just spoke.
Yeah. Poor Lanem as well. You know what I mean? I thought he played good. But yeah, you were saying, Shiva.
I was saying that I really thought that MVP Phoenix, I watched only part of the games, and other than that I heard other people talk about them. I thought, and from looking at this as well, eHome, laning stage, weak. Any team that has a decent laning stage, which I don't think CDC really has, can take advantage of that. And MVP is definitely a team that can do that, and they got ahead in the laning stage to a certain extent that they just, like I said, they just couldn't give up their lead because eHome wasn't able to do that, and they got too far behind. So I kind of feel like that win that MVP Phoenix had was mostly on eHome not being really strong, rather than MVP Phoenix being, oh my god, super dominating.
You still have to look at it, the overall strategy, though, where they had a couple weeks to prepare versus eHome, and they dominated it in such a fashion. If they can take that research to other teams, because they will have a lot of time to prepare at the main event, then if you're facing them, you have to be really, really afraid.
The crazy thing for me with MVP is they're a team who they play a decent amount of matches like in the Southeast Asia region, which is looked as being maybe one of the not quite as strong regions. Like they even just before coming here, they were playing in like a online SEA Cup where they didn't even win. They don't even necessarily consistently beat the other SEA teams. They lost to a team called TNC. So by no means is MVP dominant when it comes to Southeast Asia, but they perform incredibly well when it becomes like to the high pressure stakes at majors. At TI, they did really well, ending up in the top 8. So they're a team that you can never discount when it comes to the big events. They compete and compare very well to the international teams, whereas in their own region, they maybe don't do as well.
But if you were talking about championship level, what we see here today for this group, I would
It's meant to be like one of the hardest groups, though. I mean, really, on paper.
I think it's also the nature of having the longer format where there's a group stage going into the main event. Even just looking at the last few LAN tournaments, like we had Starlighter, where Alliance, they had a pretty shitty group stage and then go on to crush everyone in the playoffs. You have MDL, where Shiva mentioned eHome didn't do great in the group stages, then they go on to win the tournament, beating EG convincingly 3-0 in the finals. So I think it's going to take a while before we can really truly tell which are the championship teams.
What's the CDEC storyline going to be from the group stage?
They play new heroes. That was because LD and I saw the draft and were like, wow, they're actually picking different stuff. It took a while.
For CDC?
Yeah.
They played the same thing all 3 games, though. They played 4 games with
different
Void.
from when we saw them struggle, like let's say in Frankfurt, and because CDC storyline goes back more than just the most recent tournament.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
No, I'm just saying because earlier in class we did this, and also they are stubborn.
I would
and
actually
one directed them when he actually could like play really high tempo. But now I have a pen, I can change that.
I think the other reasoning is because when you keep doing the same thing over and over again, people adapt and adopt to it. Like you see other teams doing the same smoke moves into the jungle. So you have to find another tempo to actually play your game now.
They're not one-dimensional anymore either. I'd say they play somewhat similarly, but their hero pool is just way wider.
Okay, so they're not one-dimensional, but they still they still have Unity for their pro and Stubborn on their con. What can we give them for pros then, if we remove Fast?
Well, I kind of feel like they're a fairly stable team, which is good.
Stable at losing.
No, think about TA5, right? They were stable from the start to finish. They were just a strong team. Once they won the laning stage, they didn't necessarily win all the laning stages, but they never really lost them, and they just were able to win their games.
Sounds like she's describing mediocre. Not
yeah, that's what I mean.
No.
Mediocre.
I stable because they never really lose the laning stage, but they never really truly win.
And they never really win it either. I come with the Shiva. I don't.
They're stable.
I feel like I'm being conned here. Go on.
I think stable in this case, it used to be a pro in TF5, but I think that pro turned into a con at this tournament because they didn't improve enough, and I don't think their trajectory in terms of learning throughout the event is very
in cons, do you want stably bad? I don't understand.
I want lack of growth in between series.
So we had 1D and lack of growth.
I say. It's a problem.
All right. We still need a pro for CDEC. Why they're going to win and come back in this series? What is
Very
that?
participative carry. A carry that helps his team a lot.
That's kind of like Unity, I would say.
Shiva, apparently you're just not allowed to talk now because your mic's cutting off. We don't know why. We'll try and fix it. Sorry, fans out there. Probably get like at least 2 angry letters.
It's difficult though. Like this team is always about when you talk about this team.
But Aggressive hasn't done
they
stuff this series. He hasn't done stuff in
the
the
gyro game. He made good rotations early on.
Oh, all right.
But apart from that hero, it's like it's difficult for him to play his own tempo. Because other heroes, the tempos are either much slower or it's much more difficult for him to help his team early.
I think they're opportunists. They're good at capitalizing on small opportunities.
I mean, Garda played great on the bounty at the beginning.
He did.
Every lane they went to, they were getting kills, but they didn't really transition that into a game flow.
They let Ursa free farm and get Roche. Which
and we talk about them being outplayed as well because like they were. Remember when they were going up high ground, they were just cocky, being careful enough to consolidate their advantage. Once
we're talking about pros though.
Yeah, once they got something like, I mean, no one Lion can just. They get the advantage, but they don't consolidate the advantage. That's why.
But they got second to TI. That's a pro.
Come on.
I think.
Give me something.
I think that CDC can do a lot better when. Is my microphone working?
Yes.
By the way?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
That's great. They will do a lot better when Q actually gets a hero that he can do better on. I don't think that Winter Wyvern worked out that game.
Yeah, Winter Wyvern's been off.
So I would say
Q is a pro.
Yes.
If he gets the right hero.
But I mean, he hasn't shown. If anything, like if everyone look at players who are pros,
it sounds like the pros for CDEC is Q is a pro, clause if he gets the right hero, and team win laning phase. Stroke, don't fuck up. Pro.
I think XC's Faceless Void play has been a big pro.
Yeah,
he's been incredible.
Really off it seems like.
I think he's been their best player by far in all the games so far for them. His Void's been phenomenal.
Like going with XZ.
The games they're losing, even that game there, he just had to do too much as a Void. So
okay, I can agree with that. I can agree that he's been their best player.
Yeah.
It's like, how can he? I mean, I feel like he can't even play better. It's the rest of his team.
Yeah, but you can only do so much if like.
He had great Chronos.
He had great Chronos, but Chronos is like you need your team to follow up. You need someone else to be in a good position or not to throw. Like the one at bottom, it was partly even though he got the good Chronos before that for him to win the fight. But when they were going high ground, he wasn't supposed to be with their team. And
he also crushed his lane too, so I feel like he's done really well overall.
Yeah, but then the overall decision making when they were sieging wasn't really good, and can't really say whose fault was that. It's probably just the team in general making the mistake. So.
One of the pros, room for improvement.
Yeah, but eHome were just better in the team fights, more coordinated, had higher individual skill when it actually came to those team fights, like LANM and yeah, they were just. If I was on the CDEC team, I was just like, Jesus, could we just get a kill, like or a kill that doesn't cost us half our team? So I wonder, how are they going to approach the bans and picks going into game 2? What do you want to remove from eHome after the first game?
They need a better scaling core than Viper. Viper, his main job was to kite the Ursa, but he couldn't do anything in a Chrono, which I think was a big issue because XE had great Chronos. Also, I think some would say their draft was just not that great because a lot of people view Winter Wyvern, and then there were a lot of ultimates. It was just pretty much a Bay nightmare.
So you needed like another support that can do better with the Chrono. So you would rather have that.
Or
do
their mid
damage.
hero.
Do damage in Chrono, like Witch Doctor or something else.
Yeah.
They also lacked that hard lockdown to be able to kill the Stop the Void just running all over. They had the ability to kite him, but they didn't have the ability to kill him. Oh, the Ursa, yeah, sorry. They couldn't actually ever kill him. They didn't have like a hard stun or reliable disable to actually try and bring
And
him
they had
down.
Astral Imprisonment for the
Ursa
as well,
yeah.
so it was kind of big, and they didn't even get the Aegis one time. But I think the draft is about ready, so we'll be moving into that as both teams will get ready to play for. No one gets knocked out, but one of them could be going into the main event, playing 2 best of 1s to get kind of the flow back into the tournament. And CDEC are the ones that are loading into the game. So yeah, I'm just curious to see how CDEC handle kind of almost like the tournament lifeline, you know what I mean? Like that last chance moment. Do they just go, yeah, we'll do what we normally do, or are they going to throw something in? Because the group stages are hugely important going in, so it's not like people are hiding strats.
No,
at
I
all.
really, I think that the Winter Wyvern pick, which was the last pick, previous game for CDC, was reactionary towards the Ursa pick. It felt like that was countered, like countering the Ursa in the landing stage, or maybe later on as well. If they would be doing a lot better, they should focus on their own players and their own strategy rather than countering what their enemy is doing. I think that's going to be the key in the draft that is upcoming, and I would really like to see Q's Visage, that he has actually played a few times this patch and is, I believe, unbeaten on, or at least doing very well. So hoping that's going to be one that he gets to play and gets a bit of a limelight here, because so far it's been only XZ.
Interesting, this game we see CDC again on the Radiant side. So it's going to be 2 games there on the Radiant side. I don't know. Not
Isn't
sure
that
why.
interesting?
Isn't that weird?
I don't know.
Isn't that weird?
It's weird, yeah. That's what I don't know if you think there's a reason why Winter, you probably would know best. Like why does CDC want to be on the Radiant side?
So who was the first pick the last game?
First pick last game was...
Wasn't it CDC had first pick both games, I guess.
Both games was...
So eHome wanted to be on Dire more than first pick.
So probably what happened, yeah, CDC probably chose first pick game 1 there instead of first pick in game number 2.
I see. Yeah, that's
what
like the reasoning I told you. Some teams like Secret like to run drafts around Roshan. So
Mm.
being on the Dire side, definitely very, very helpful for that.
We've muted Shiva, by the way. We were reported before the draft. So I do apologize if you don't hear Shiva throughout the draft, but we'll get that sorted if she's nice.
She'll have to go through a low priority games.
Yeah,
first.
a couple low priority a day.
So I guess we got our answer, so they're just gonna do the same thing.
More team fight, I think, though. I think they'll draft far more.
Well, this was their one of their second pros. This
Oh,
was this
so
faceless horse, the faceless void. I'm losing my mind on XZ. So they've got their one pro, and they're all in the game. So I think Unity was the other pro. So that's worked out pretty well for CDEC. Probably 100% win rate.
So if you're CDC's coach, you'll be really happy now.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone's in the game, and we got faceless void. We are, let's just, do we get extra gold from randoming? If that's an option, I'm.
They've only had 3 losses in a row under those same conditions.
Yeah.
Apart from that,
this is everything we have. I feel like, tell me if I'm stupid. I feel like with the constant team fights. And kind of eHome, they've been playing these quite tanky lineups. You just want to be able to delete heroes.
Burst, yeah.
Yeah.
You need more bursts.
And I feel that that's really what CDEC haven't brought into these fights. They haven't brought enough burst. I personally, if I was that bounty, I would have just gone Dagon, because I'm a douche bag.
I mean, it's the right idea, right? If you're not
Yeah.
getting kills with bounty, then what is the purpose of the hero?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Apart from to piss people off.
And to annoy junglers.
Yeah. I like Bounty Hunter a lot. I probably have a win ratio that isn't terrible on that hero. It's really easy at 1k MMR.
Don't lie.
still higher than
James.
OD Pixel though.
About 1k, I believe. I think.
So you guys were talking about whether they should remove the Ursa. So maybe because they felt like hero. I felt like it was Lamb playing very well. It wasn't because the hero was.
It was good versus the Void. They fingered and just killed the Void like 3 or 4 times, I want to say, in the team fights.
And I think it was like Scan who was doing stats. He mentioned his build. He maxed out Hex.
Mm-hmm.
over kind of like
Mana drain.
Need to get like your level 10 or so as Lion, but making the jump from level 10 to 14 is like where that's where your level progression really slows down. So you kind of have to make the choice between one of the two spells. So
and because of the build as well, because don't forget the old Lions, you don't get mana boots for Aether.
Yeah.
You go for dagger for stuff. So basically, what he's doing now, he's getting Aether Lens first, so your mana problem is solved. You don't need any more extra points in the mana drain. Probably you want 1-2 points. Then you're good to go. So you're able to actually adjust and adapt your build.
Yeah, and you need to have the hard disable to deal with the Faceless Void, prevent him getting the time walk off. So it's something kind of unique.
Just a thing, Shiva. If you want to say anything, because you don't have a mic, just write it down. You can use the board and pass it to gods, and we'll read it out.
He just wants your notes.
Yeah,
secretly.
You prepared for this? You're writing the draft down.
James, you don't want to know what she said about your attire.
My attire?
Yeah, she had notes on yours as well.
Oh no.
Yep. I'm sorry.
Melanie, you look deep in thought, or maybe that's just how you look.
I think about what hero they want to give aggressive now that they don't have the gyrocopter. What other hero can dump a lot of damage into Chronosphere?
I like Klings.
They play Klings.
I like Klings. Yeah. He plays Klings, and Klings has a really good synergy with Chronosphere. And it's like a hero that I would say is fast-paced, suits his playstyle. You don't really need to wait on any big items. You just need level 6, level 7. You're running around.
Do you still do like a medallion or whatever it's called?
It depends on the game. I think most of the Klings that get medallion is mostly on the Dire side, where you want to have an early Roshan with the hero. On the Radiant side, probably you see a very standard build. You get Desolator, then you get BKB if you need it.
So you
I was
guys
thinking Ember more.
Huh?
Ember.
Yeah. I was thinking Ember a little bit more. I think he has a little bit better synergy with their heroes. I also feel like they just had a really weak front line. Like anyone who was next to the Ursa just had to run away, which is not what you want. I think you need to be able to, I don't know, threaten them with a hero up in the front. Because that's why the Faceless Void died so often. Because he was the one who had to be up in front to protect everyone else. I think if someone else can go and then Faceless Void can get good ultimates without the...
Yeah, that was basically what we were talking about in... Which game was that? C-Deck, the first game where they had Sven on aggressive. And he was the first one running in, giving the whole team vision. So the Void could have chronoed a lot of heroes because of that.
They need a hero like that. I don't really like the ranged backliners, although it is better because you can like attack during the Faceless Void ultimate. I think it's more important that the Faceless Void can actually go around and not be the first one in.
Oh. Okay. Well, Mirana's going to be picked up, and Shiva, we've unmuted you potentially.
Yay! I hope. Can I? Yes. Great.
Yeah.
Mirana is actually a hero that EHOM lost against with the OD Mirana combination against MVP.
They got murdered by Mirana.
They got murdered by Mirana, so perhaps they're trying to copy that. I mean, you talked earlier about fun thing about Dota is if you get murdered by something or you know that something's...
Sorry, Shiva, I was just joking. Apparently we haven't unmuted you. I'm only getting information about if you can or can't talk, Shiva. I'm really sorry.
A lot of talk about murder from Shiva anyway.
It was really good points though, Shiva. That was really spot on. That's probably the most interesting thing anyone's ever said on a panel. You know, I've been doing this for way too long. But yeah, Mirana has a lot of blue in her outfit. Thank you, Shiva. Anyone else want to continue?
This was a very similar setup where OD and Mirana were versus the Void, and it was EHOM who had the Void and MVP Phoenix that had the OD and Mirana, and the Void just could not do anything all game long.
So you think it's going to be an OD safe lane?
I think it was OD safe lane when they played it, but they can easily...
But don't you think it's also as effective against the Invoker early levels?
No, you just Force Spirit.
No, early levels. You don't have it. Like it's easy to kill the Invoker. So you don't think that it's as effective?
No, I don't think it's that effective. They can also just draft like a Baton or something like that, but...
It's easier to camp, like have a support help mid than have a support help the offlane probably. The Void's often typically just left alone to solo.
Yeah.
But...
So Rubik comes up from CDC, which didn't work out so well today. We saw him one game.
Yeah, it was versus Secret.
Secret?
And they played it versus Tidehunter and also Enigma. And they didn't actually steal anything, didn't do anything. And Puppy
but
just kind of went ham.
It still seems strange here, right? If when they go for the Rubik, and when we talk about Void before, we wanted supports, that deal damage in Chrono. Oh, laning phase problems now for CDEC.
Yeah, people say the Broodmother. Who said that earlier? It was Broodmother versus the Invoker is a problem.
Cinderin.
Okay.
He said it as a mid matchup.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we're kind of mentioning that OD could go safe lane. That's possible, but it's not really something eHome have done before. So
I think one of the things that Rubik can help out with, even in the laning phase, is just like getting those easy sunstrikes. Right? It's long enough.
Yep.
Is that? You guys don't like it, Ben? You're
Yeah,
kind of
but
shaking your
but
head.
Rubik is not really good versus Brood. Like, it's nice to be able to set up a sunstrike, but the hero doesn't deal with Brood in the lane.
So now you just pick Axe, right? If you're CDEC, just pick Axe, and you like get wrecked. Ember's the pick. You called that, Ben. That was you. 2 points.
Because before that, like, it wasn't like.
Before it wasn't. Yeah.
It wasn't really that great, but because there's a Brood, the Ember has a purpose right now in the game to deal with the Brood early. But I would still say that Ember is still quite weak in the first few levels. So Brood, I think if you can actually get to the point where you get to level 3, level 4, you are still not going to be too worried that the Ember can actually farm, because you don't really care. You just want your levels, and Ember can only kill you once he reaches level 3 or level 4. And that's the point where you're contented with your own levels as well. So in a few situations with his Night Stalker, and he died so many times. So I think he has to be just a bit more conservative, and don't die. Just let your team do your job.
Oh, the Disruptor, man. Is it going to be Slark?
Maybe
most of the time when I see
it's possible.
Ban Disruptor.
Nope.
They're doing OD safe lane. They want
OD safe lane, yeah. So it's for the reasons that you mentioned. They wanted to have a lane that kills the Void, Astro into Arrow.
I wonder if there's any chance CDC tried dodge that lane after just kind of knowing what it could do. They've sent the Void mid before.
They don't have very good laning 1v1 against Brood, so I don't think they have any other choice but to have the Ember lane against the Brood and just pick supports to help him out. Other lanes are going to be really tough because you have to dedicate resources to shut down the Brood.
Alright, and they're going to go for Lina, so they've got a lift into stun potentially, so Sunburst on the Brood if they are going to fight. Alright, so yeah, let's get some predictions. eHome finished their lineup, CDEC finished theirs as well, and Shiva, that your voice will be heard.
Are you sure?
Not sure at all, but like censorship,
Okay. Well, I already pointed out.
We hear you.
Okay, great. I already told Gods, or rather wrote down for Gods, what what my vote would be. And I think eHome is looking very strong in this draft, and I think that Gods might agree. Yeah.
Oh, Shiva didn't let me down in game 1 when she went with eHome.
We're going for eHome.
I mean, it's not
fair. Have to agree with them.
You're asking Couch 2 all the time first.
You can't just say
it's based on MMR.
Like
Lower MMR guesses first.
Right? It's just more if there's any disagreements between the people on the couch. I want to see, because you're just like, yeah, they look good.
They look good. I think their laning is more flexible, as people already pointed out during the draft. I think that they are just a stronger team.
Sell it to me.
I think that eHome is going to take this game, and that CDEC is tilting right now, despite.
DC 11, he's tilting.
I was going to say, despite 11 being probably Night Stalker again, but he is just, they use him as a distraction. It's like, let's think that they're ahead, make them all cocky and stuff, and then they can come in and crush.
It's beautiful. I'm on this train, unless anyone's telling me otherwise. Couch number 1. Ben,
is that what we're gonna say next time someone feeds? Oh, let's pretend that he's tilting and bait. Winter, you got this.
All I have to say is they have a spider problem that they can't resolve. So I'm going with eHome as well.
All right, combo. 2 of my favorite supports if they both get to play support. So we'll see how it goes. But CDEC need to win this, otherwise this will be their final match of Group A. So let's find out if they can, and eHome want the win as well to climb back in to the potential upper bracket. And over to the commentators.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2, eHome versus CDEC. Of course, eHome currently 1 game up. We'll see whether or not CDEC is able to tie things out. But Blitz, we have once again CDEC running some things that we've seen before. But eHome is definitely a lot more interesting story here. The supports are very different. We're seeing essentially what has come from North America, similar to the Omni OD, also come all the way over to Europe and China, the OD Mirana.
Didn't you cast an eWolves game with Moon Meander?
Yeah.
Where they do the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, though, because CTY, you're going to play it safely, and you need something that has kill potential. That's something that we always talk about, right? At least I make a point to bring up in every broadcast is you want to have kill potential on the offlaner. And this is definitely a hero combination that does it for you.
Yeah, this is a combination that XE is not going to be able to deal very well with at all. Meanwhile, Old 11, he actually is not going to be facing too much that is scary when it comes to his pushes. Now, they definitely have kill power between Rubik, Ember Spirit, and the Lina that he's got to be careful not to feed away to. But once we really see this Broodmother start rolling forward, they don't have a whole lot of ways to be able to deal with him.
Yeah, this Death Prophet's going to cast Spirit Siphon.
Oh dear. Shiki is going to be run down for a bit of damage, but he was able to pick up the Bounding Rune. The Broodmother did get the Bounding Rune at bottom lane, and is actually making his way to where? Is this going to be mid Broodmother? It is.
It is.
Nice. So mid Broodmother, change up as well.
Oh
Evo
no.
always bringing different strats.
And
but
this is something that we talked about too, is like one of the best Invoker counters is you take this Broodmother.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people look at a hero like Brood and they think it's weird.
Look at Kaka. He knows he's got to get the Tango over to Broodmother so he can counter the counter.
A lot of people are just like, Broodmother, it's not a mid hero, but it is. Like, if you think about it, it hard nullifies a lot of other mid heroes.
Yeah.
And now Garter's in this weird, unenviable position where he's a support Rubik that has a dust, but you've got no kill potential there versus a Brood. And I'm going to reference that a lot, just like kill potential, because it's important. It's like, can you or can you not get kill on a hero just using those two? And at bottom...
And this bottom lane's not going to be a whole lot of fun either without the powerful lane. They've got to be careful with the slow, of course, allowing Old Chicken to be able to get off full Spirit Siphon. And we already talked about the fact that they have kill potential against...
I don't think I've ever seen offlane DP before. I remember I got into some Reddit discussion about some guy who's 100% going to go down.
Yeah, definitely dead. Aggressive is the one to pick up that first blood. Meanwhile, they're actually positioning themselves to try and get a kill on Shiki right now. Lanham is thinking about throwing out the arrow. He's just waiting for Shiki to stand in one place for a little bit too long.
Everything about Ehom's setup is just a little bit off. And individually it probably works out, but it's like the combination of three things. Like you have this Mirana and Night Stalker support. Neither of them have that hard disable that you sometimes, but it's pretty infrequent, I feel comfortable saying.
Yeah, it started off in the South American scene, and then showed up in the Southeast Asia scene, then Europe started running it. It was just like this very weird spread.
They had it at TI as well.
Yep.
Brood.
Yeah, that's true.
But they're immediately going to switch things around because that they know they want their Invoker to have a good start. And Shiki is not going to have the best start against a Broodmother mid. He has zero potential to really do much. Got the Flame Guard. But even then, it's not that great.
Yeah, Ehom definitely identified that the two different potential mids from CDEC were not going to be enough to stop a mid Broodmother. So, again, they're still left in this position where their toughest lane is going to be their Death Prophet Night Stalker, but they'll probably still be able to farm decently well. We'll see how well a Death Prophet is able to execute, though, when we start going 20 minutes into the game, with a little bit of lackluster farm compared to the typical mid Death Prophet. Because that is going to be an issue. That slowed down Yule Scepter. The timing is just going to be a bit off for Old Chicken.
You see that stat? Played Mirana competitively. That's kind of nuts, actually, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm. Considering how insane number of games that he has, yeah.
It's just not very common to begin with, though. It's a lot more unstable than I think the Chinese scene likes. When I think of the Chinese scene, it's even less about farming or any of these things that people talk about, all these old metas that they used to play. But like what China Dota really represents to me is stability.
Yeah.
The way that they play the game, it's like they play it in what they find the most consistent style. Whereas like the West, you know, we've got the flair for the dramatic, do some weird stuff.
We have our Jimmies and Sexy Bambos of the world.
Yeah, exactly. You can never have... I guess Old 11 is the Bambo of Asia. You're just like down to make big plays.
Yeah. Old 11 is doing a typical Broodmother move. It doesn't really matter what lane you're in. He's probably going to try and cut the tower.
What is Aggressive supposed to do against this? Like, how is he meant to deal with this? He can't have sentries on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So, but his Flame Guard doesn't instantly kill the Broodling. He can't pressure with them at all. He pops it too early, then Old 11 gets on top of him and kills him in 1 second.
And if he, meanwhile, in the top lane, CTY is going to be in some serious trouble as CDEC decided to make an aggressive rotation up to the top lane. This is probably smart. The laning phase is definitely in its static, very favorable for Ehom. So they got to kind of shake things up and rotate these supports around.
Yeah. And this DP, traditionally in the mid lane, does fine against this Invoker, but again, it's an Old Chicken off lane DP. He's probably not comfortable doing this. I assume they must have ran this at least once or twice in scrims, and more importantly than that, they're giving such a favorable mid matchup to Old 11, who's already taking that mid tower.
Shiki Should be dying here. Old Chicken is able to get off the Spirit Siphon, and too damn bad. Go invis, it doesn't really matter. That Spirit Siphon will follow you to your grave.
It would have killed them no matter what because it gives vision.
Yeah.
Like, it shows you where they're going.
Yeah, they just continue to run him down no matter what.
Man, that spell's just... It's, like, funny to think about because DP is not broken, but that one individual spell, if you described it to me, I would tell you were insane. It's pure damage. It goes through BKB. You get
vision of the enemy. They can't really juke you. Yeah. Old 11 is actually clearing through some Ancients at the same time, just trying to maximize his farm.
Wow, this is pretty incredible. Like, he's getting a lot.
Yeah,
we talked about it briefly in the last game, how important it is to take this mid tier 1 tower and how difficult it normally is. But he just skips the creep wave 4 times in a row. They kill the Ember, and then it's down.
Yeah, and with the Death Prophet, they've actually got pretty good able to take both this mid tower as well as the Safe Lane tower. That actually completely kills CDE's hold.
That would be bad mid farm, which translates to amazing off lane farm.
Yeah. And CDC, this is simply going to be a lineup that's just too slow against this. They've got both the Ember Spirit and the Invoker who need and his ultimate is too low of or too high of a cooldown to consistently have a good tempo control of this game. This is going to be Ehome running away with it for the first 10 to 15 minutes easily.
Yeah, this Invoker is going to go Quas Wex to kind of stop the bleeding, but at bottom, Shiki's going to get gone on. He's silenced up. There's so many Broodlings on top of him.
Yeah, there's just no way for him to get out in time, and
you know about Garter?
He does not have a TP, so if they do actually
they're boots on the ground! Garter,
go, Garter! No, Death Prophet, increasing the range of that Spirit Siphon, as well as Crypt Swarm.
That would have been amazing if Garter had gone for that.
Yeah.
He just denies the boots. 400 gold for your life. I'll take that trade.
And there it is. That tier 1 tower is down at the bottom lane. CDC's hold on Roshan is very rapidly evaporating.
There's a lot of firsts happening this game.
Ehome definitely showing up to this series after getting knocked down by MVP. Do not want to be ending up in that losers bracket at the best of ones.
And this is pretty innovative. To be just putting pressure all around the map, and even though the score looks somewhat even, for casual watchers of Dota, you're immediately gonna put your eyes to the scoreboard and say, well, it's kind of close to 2-3. But remember the last game where it started 20-11 or something in favor of CDEC, and it didn't even matter. What matters even more is how much pressure you're putting on, the net worth differences, how much you're getting out of the objectives. Because Ehome, they're not getting kills, but they're getting objectives. And in the early game, this means so much more. You're getting complete control of the enemy jump.
As well, this is just going to increase the early fighting power of Ehome.
They're showing a completely different style. Old 11's going to get gone on. Most likely dies here.
Run down, telekinesis. This should be a rather easy kill. Old 11 can try and get off the nuke off Garter, and maybe his Spiderlings can pick it up, but no. Aggressive is actually taking him down with the Flame Guard. So arrow landing on Shiki, but unfortunately, Ehome have no way to be able to follow that
Cancel
one
the self. When you play the Dire, you want to try to take control of this Radiant jungle as much as you can. Like I don't know if I can draw on this even. This area, 2 camps only.
Yep.
And then you just go for the Roshan eventually. Take map control. Play the game where you starve out the enemy. Force CDC to play on your side of the jungle. Then you can just port that, and then you've got map control, and you win the game just by getting like 3 Roshans and eventually going high ground. For people that don't know. So what CDC have to do right now is they have to try to take control back. They've got to get this Brood down as many times as they can, because this is a pretty central hero to Ehome's plot.
This is even more of an extreme version of the hold on the Radiant jungle than we normally see. Being able to get this kind of aggressive early taking of that tier 2 tower is really what allows this kind of aggressive warding to succeed.
It's a really cool strategy. I think people aren't going to really realize it. They're going to look at the heroes and think, okay, that's neat, but...
With these Spiderlings constantly. The next Exorcism is up in 15 seconds. Can Ehome roach that early? Nightstalker actually goes down to the bottom lane as Aggressive is able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, at one point it looked like the gold was ticking down to almost 7k, but the XP now in favor of CDC. They're getting these high priority kills. Ehome can't afford that. We just talked about how central the Brood is to this strategy. You can't lose him twice in a row like this back to back. You give up a lot of arm up. Pretty terrible thing to happen, because he's going to complete his Midas now. This kind of puts him back into the game. There was a time period where he was really far behind, even worse than the offlane DP. But now he's got the Midas. Once they start to pick up objectives, they'll get even further ahead.
So they kill mid, kill bottom, now going for the trifecta as they're going to be able to make the 3-man smoke up to top lane. The Moonlight Shadow is there, but they do have the Chronosphere to be able to reveal CTY as he's going to be held down. Oh, the silence goes out actually. Old Chicken in a great position there is going to be able to blow up XC and protect CTY until Aggressive comes back. Oh, the imprisonment goes out just in time, dodging some of that damage. The Tornado still coming out, and Aggressive knows he can still play forward here as eHome are going to be losing CTY. Old Chicken turning to fight Aggressive as best as possible. That Spirit Siphon go to town, he will be able to pick up the kill. Old Chicken's even going to be able to survive as CDEC have drawn themselves out too far until, oh, Death Prophet getting hit by that Dragon Slave. Night Stalker too far forward. Now Lonham, he definitely does not have the levels to be able to fight this one out as he's got 3 levels of Sacred Arrow. They do have the Broodmother coming in from behind though, and that's definitely going to be a sacrificial Q. What else can Old 11 get though? Shiki's down to half health. He's got Tornado up. He's going to be able to turn around by himself. Time to get off the Ghost Walk and will be able to survive from there.
Still really good rotations by CDEC, invading the safe lane. eHome, the one downside to this lineup is it's incredibly fragmented. Like, you have to wait for this lineup to develop. Map control, you allow the Broodmother to kind of become this unkillable stalker in the jungle where you have no idea where she's going or what she's doing. And then this will allow CTY to farm on the other side of the map. But CDEC, the really intelligent thing about this and the counter is they're saying, okay, we're going to kill the Brood, then we're just immediately going to keep moving. You notice that they don't stop to farm the jungle. They don't wait to clear out anything like that. They just go lane to lane. And this is so key because a lot of teams, I think, that are worse, they would go to the jungle, farm out, play the farming game for a little bit, but...
And then they would just get picked off by those aggressive wards.
CDEC are just playing aggressively. They're like non-stop. We go from top to mid to bottom.
Oh, Arrow catches out XZ, and that's going to be a free pickoff for eHome. Old 11 was trying to get himself away from Aggressive, but now he's got the counter. Ooh, Tornado in from behind. Shiki is going to be able to put out enough damage to make sure the Broodmother dies. The Laguna Blade goes out. CTY, he'll die as soon as his imprisonment is done for. And Old Chicken, he doesn't have the kind of power to stand up against this one. Aggressive is just too big at this point in time. Is able to take out all 3 cores, and now trying to catch some of the backline supports. Nice jump from Garter. Able to get that leap forward into the telekinesis, steals the arrow, and Garter's just showing off at this point in time.
All right, Garter's just, he's like, I want to create my own movie. As he just pulls off play after play, and they might even pressure for this mid tower and grab it on their own. And CDEC, they've wrested all map control away. The gold lead that existed purely because of the tier 2 and tier 1 towers being pushed has almost been entirely nullified. The XP advantage swinging way the hell up, and
it feels like eHome, almost in a way with this kind of strategy, had like phase 1 and phase 2 pretty well planned out, but as soon as they got in, they got the objectives they were searching for, they seemed to just lose a little bit of focus and start playing a little bit sloppier. And CDC definitely pounced on that beautifully with, as you were talking about, the way that they just continually played aggressive and didn't slow down for a moment.
This Ember's getting too fat too quick too. Aggressive is playing just really well. I know in the earlier series against Secret he was a little bit disappointing, and they need him to be the star player if they're going to advance far into this tournament. But eHome, I was gushing all over their strategy. I was fanboying pretty hard because it's a really cool strategy, and I saw the execution principle behind it, and they did a really good job of it. But then CDEC, they just struck back. We said in the panel, they're used to playing fast. Yes, that's what we saw. And eHome, like, it was the perfect way to put it. It's like they were like, okay, we do this, now what?
And end up losing just too many pickoffs. And you can't really afford that with this kind of push strategy, right? Because you get a pretty sizable gold advantage, and that's going to play against you with these pickoffs that CDEC continually getting as they just batter against eHome with some of their aggression.
They don't want to give up this tier 2 tower, but even the Ember Spirit's going to come in.
The arrow has already been used, and that's a big downside. Lonham, he put a huge amount of priority into this Sacred Arrow, going 3 levels instead of just 2, which I think is a bit more standard.
Yeah. It doesn't level up the max stun or min stun or anything like that. It's just the damage.
Yeah, the damage progression from level 1 to level 2 is pretty big. 50 to 140.
I think after that, though, I think the 3rd level is a little bit of overkill.
Yeah, agreed. You kind of want that Starstorm just because of the having nuking power plus some farming potential, I guess, from a support position.
CTY is going to front right now. They've already lost a lot of momentum.
Old 11's threatening that tier 3 tower. Aggressive has got to go back, protect that one. The arrow, oh, Garter, he is going to be hit dead on by that one. CTY is going to be able to blow him up nice and quick. That ultimate, the EMP, not going to be able to do much there. The imprisonment is out in time. Q is going to try and land the Light Strike Array afterwards. Does land it, but it ultimately means nothing. eHome has successfully defended their tier, pushing out that bottom lane.
They didn't communicate that very well. As soon as Aggressive shows himself bottom, even with the Spirited top, fighting at that angle is just a little bit too off. The CTY having the Aegis available to himself.
Now, Broodmothers of old, especially against Ember Spirits, would have gone an Orchid. Now, that has long not been the case. We're actually seeing much more of these brawler builds coming out from the Broodmother. The Vlad's a good example of this. Early BKBs are oftentimes picked up. What's kind of the change of idea?
I'm going for what, like the Orchid?
Yeah, the more pick-off style that we used to see. Broodmother would just sit in one lane and then destroy whoever showed up, essentially.
I think you go for the Vlads because it allows you to push in. You can go for the jungle pretty easily, and it adds a lot of firepower to your broodlings. But
full of heroes, OD and Broodmother are still your top dogs, but they're gonna catch an extra hero. Kaka somehow being caught here, despite knowing that CDEC were 5-manning there, gets hit by the tornado while he's trying to farm away, as Night Stalkers are once do. That being said, this is just creating more space for Old 11 to go high ground once again. XC's going to come in with the Chronosphere, and now the follow-up TPs. They planned this one well, but apparently not quite well enough. Q's got to land the Light Strike Array here to be able to stun Old 11, keep him in place for his allies to be able to take him out. It will be a trade-off, but well worth Alina's life.
Strategy was developed really well for the first 10 minutes of the game, but like you said, it's falling apart a little bit, and most of this just comes down to the cores being picked off nonstop. You can afford to lose like the occasional support, like the Night Stalker or even the Mirana dying is not that big of a deal, but eHome's central, like the core philosophy behind this this lineup, I think, is just keep your cores alive, keep them annoying, make sure that you spread out the map control as much as possible, and then play around like the DP ultimate. But DP isn't a hero that typically offlanes, and I'd imagine it's not the best at coming back into the game when you've been sacked so hard.
Yeah, and let's talk about that Ether Lens build. I'm not going to hate on it too much. If I was seeing it from like a mid-death Prophet, it's kind of interesting, but we're already talking about how his farm in the offlane is going to slow down that Eul Scepter, and if you pick up another item before that Eul Scepter, you're just doubling the time on that. Is this a mistake by Old Chicken? Is this Eul Scepter timing really costing eHome a lot of control, or you think it's all right?
I think it's okay, because he needed the Arcane Boots. He's an offlaner.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the stats. He doesn't have a Null Tossman or a bottle or anything like that. And I wouldn't really want him to go a bottle at that point, because he just has to stat up and get Arcanes.
Right.
So, in hindsight, of course, you can say that, okay, he should have just gone straight for the Euls, but even then, I don't think he would have farmed as much as he did.
It was just very natural, right? If you're going to go at mana booster a little bit.
CDEC are just playing this really well, because they know that eHome, taking all these fights around the map, keeping Old 11 on his toes. Yeah, he's getting some damage on that tower bottom, but it's 500.
Boots of Travel drums Perseverance and is just another 1,000 gold or so away from completing that Battle Fury. Now, eHome were hoping to be able to get a pick off. They ran a 4-man smoke all the way down to the bottom lane. If they could get something, they can actually quickly go uphill and force CDC on the defensive nice and quick, but...
Too obvious.
Yeah, way too obvious. They only managed to get a ward up, and that's it. CDC realized exactly what was going on and took advantage of it.
Nobody was fighting. Is like anybody here? That's the context you should think about it.
Yeah.
Like they were trying so hard to defend that tower, and then Aggressive is by himself. Ember does not take towers quickly.
No.
So there's like one hero has to be there, defends it, but nobody shows up. That alone just should sound off the alarm bells. Like, that should tell everybody on your team they are bottom. What they're hoping to do is go for a pick off and then immediately high ground with the DP ult.
So they just play defensive with everyone else. Ember takes the tower, and now eHome are left in a position where against Ember Void, right?
No, and the Invoker is really underrated.
True.
Plus Lina as a support. I think he's getting a decent amount right now. Like, he's got a 4-staff already. The Rubik's got Blink, Arcanes. Like all of their supports are getting farmed. And this is traditionally something you don't see out of CDC supports. Like Garter and Q, especially Garter, often he just kind of gets sacked a lot. And it's actually eHome supports that get a lot. You saw it in the last game where they won. But Lanam just... But yeah, I love that about Dota. You can just make all of these little inferences off of the information that you have. Just like educated guesses. They don't have any wards at the top side, but they can kind of tell like what's going on.
Yeah. CTY is trying to finish off his BKB right now, but XE is going to put a stopper in that one if he can with the Chronosphere combined with Shiki. Oh, CTY jumps back just at the right time. They still have the Orb, keep him alive, and now pick up that one kill. and look for more, but it looks like the Ember Chains are going to be enough to stop that one. But that being said, CDC are on full retreat. They're going to lose Q here. This just leaves another opening once again for Old 11 to go for the high ground push.
Yeah, he's going to pressure up, but luckily for CDC, it's not the Ember that they lost. They can just send him down with Flame Guard, and looks like Garter alone is enough to do this. He even stole the spawn Spiderlings, so they can start to get counter-aggressive with these. And all those time-dilated Spiderlings, no Battle Fury.
No Battle Fury yet, so most of those Broodlings will be able to survive, but Old 11's got to keep an eye on that one.
But it's going to cost you the DP ult almost every time. And we talked about it too. It was really close for them only getting the Invoker as well. The Lina almost made it out. And that's because you have no way to really stop people from just kind of running away. You don't have those crazy...
Yeah. XC is about to complete a Blink Dagger. Yeah, and he picks it up now. So they'll have that extra initiating tool. See CT-wise. Great counterplay there with the Blink back. Just in time. Bottom lane, Old 11's going to be caught once again. Pops the BKB, turns on the ultimate, is going to be able to kill Q. It looks like he'll get the other support as well. The question is whether or not he'll survive through this. Shiki needs just a little bit more damage. Old 11, unfortunately, has taken damage from Shiki and won't be able to get himself inside the trees. So he does end up going down. That being said, picking off the two supports isn't too bad. Did cost him his 10-second BKB, but at least he had enough reliable gold to complete the defusal play.
Yeah. The Invoker is the gem. Almost no chance he's going to get out of that. You see a machine gun fire with the Alacrity. Plus the Orchid. He attacks so goddamn fast.
Yeah, the Quaswex build on Invoker is just known for this incredibly deadly single target pick-off between the Orchid Silence, Cold Snap, and the high amount of attack speed he has.
This Ember's going to get a huge infusion of gold shortly and experience. Going to go for the top pressure, but CDC, they're not going to give anything away for free. Not when they're this far ahead. I don't even want to say this far ahead because it's like they've got some weird positional advantages and they've got an Ember Spirit that's getting huge, but eHome, they're the bend don't break team, right? Like, you get all these kills against them, but they're meaningless, you know. You killed Old 11.
Still find a way to be able to end the game.
Yeah, he's like, you killed Old 11 again? We're used to that. Kaka's
We're just
dying.
playing on hard mode right now. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they're just... Old 11's that player that, for some reason, he dies, but in net, it works out. He's like the highlight die of poor players. I mean that as a compliment, too.
Yeah.
I hope people... I know that's like some weird meme that highlight die just dies, but when I see highlight die, it's like, look how much his team gets out of it. And he gets like a ton of farm. They create space on one side of the map. It's like the same thing with Old 11.
And they will be able to take this Roshan. CDEC going to have to fight through an Aegis if they want to go, and they decide not to. They're also fighting into now a Night Stalker Ags. Doesn't have the gem yet.
They've got quite a bit of farm on most of the course, though. The BKB is almost completed on the Invoker, but eHome are still at a pretty dangerous timing. They're pretty strong right now. You've got the Ags completed on the Night Stalker. You know, with the Iron Talon, he just dutifully farmed away. You've got the Yule Scepter and 2,200 gold. Looks like the ultimate orb for Death Prophet, and most importantly, the OD is going to finish
the Battle Fury picked up by Ember Spirit not so long ago. It's quickly turning into a Crystallis against this Broodmother. As he
don't you get a
just being?
I feel like you need a blink as well.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
Maybe he prioritizes damage here because home style. Lose these non-important heroes later on. Make sure that you keep the cores alive at all costs. That's why Old 11 has shifted gears, and he's saying to himself, "Don't go in the lane anymore. There's no reason. Just farm out their jungle repeatedly and tell my teammates where they are. Wait for the timing."
Jump forward here. They actually going to try and do this one with the silence.
Only
This is
two
not going to be
heroes.
great though. CDC still have the rest of their heroes sitting on the side. We're ready to counter initiate. XD not
teammates, and if he finds the opportunity for a chrono, then you can go for the TP. He has the gem. He's gonna hunt. Old 11 should get the hell out right now. He's hiding in the tree line, a weird spot.
TPing away. XD. He knows the Broodmother is somewhere around, but can't catch him quite in time.
What's up?
Lonham, is this an Orchid build on
Veil?
him, or is he actually going Veil? Because there's not that much magic damage, right? There's the big OD ultimate. That's the big magic damage that he does. There's Crypt Swarm. Like, they've got a lot of heroes that actually, despite being intelligence heroes, output like physical damage or pure damage rather than magic.
No, I think it's still pretty good. Gives you really nice stats. Gives you armor, HP regen.
He certainly doesn't need the mana with.
Lanham just finds farm. I don't know how he ever does it. At top, though, eHome. This is the first time that they're going to bring Old 11 for the full 5-man. And the main reason for this is because of CTY's BKB Aegis. You want to full force this one.
You cannot afford to lose a 10-second BKB fight at this point.
And more importantly than that, you're only going to get so many opportunities against an absolutely massive Ember, who, instead of going for the Blink or the Daedalus, decides to go for the Yasha into the Manta, which is just going to be his counter to both the Knight. That Death Prophet, the initiation range of like the Aether Lens, like the Yules, plus the Silence is pretty big.
Yeah. eHome are running around right now with Kaka and that Ags, Night Stalker, and Gem. Trying to take every bit of map control that CDC still have left away from the map. They're going to try and go for the silence play, but realize too many members of CDC are here. Nice turnaround silence there from Old Chicken. Shadow are going to try and get the pick off on Garter. Looks possible. Going to do the trick, but he managed to blink himself away. eHome unable to away.
He's actually completed now on the Ember and 2000. And the Broodmother was naturally going to be ahead just because of the amount of objectives they've taken, including the Roshan. So this is a little bit deceptive as he's going to spear it away. Sees the other two heroes coming.
So here comes that Veil now for Lanham.
It helps. I think we're underrating this item.
Yeah.
Roshan up in 4 minutes again.
Is this going to be the Moonshard OD? This is one of the big things, Arcane Orb, which is why the Octarine can sometimes be questionable.
Oh, the smoke attempt is... CDC go for their own smoke, or their own play just because they know that the Aegis is down. And as a result, they're gathering up their own full force.
It's just too hard, though, against a Night Stalker. Kaka's positioned himself pretty damn well, and now it's going to be CDC. You need to try and get out
Q is
unscathed
gonna
here,
die?
but yeah, Q. He's only got the 4 staff, at least. Unless CDC actually want to try and fight this one. Shiki's here, sitting there. The Chronosphere onto 2. That's going to be a good setup. Old 11 tries to go for Shiki. They managed to land the arrow on him as well. They're definitely going to be able to take him down, and CTY's popped his BKB and just turns and fights as best as possible. XC is going to be silenced up. Looks like they should be able to drop him with the ultimate over the top. Q is going to lose all of his mana. They'll try and chase him down next. Hides himself in the trees. Just hoping to be able to juke away CTY while the rest of CDEC start TPing back. Q still going to be found, though. CTY catch. Oh, you kidding me? And the neutral creep will take the kill.
Man, if that Invoker BKBs that arrow, they probably in that fight with the Faceless Void setup that they had. Shiki dying there without getting anything off means quite a lot to the rest of his team. He had the Alacrity queued up, could have casted a new spell during that time period. Instead, just goes down Whimper. Pretty sure you have enough time, right? To see the arrow coming in. Maybe he thought somebody else was going to get hit by it.
He was probably maybe a bit distracted by the Broodmother coming in from the side. I don't know.
Yeah, still, can't afford for that to happen. Especially if you're going to guarantee yourself for the fight. Like, they had time to get out and just ditch Q. That was one of those, okay, we should take this fight. XC is going to get a really nice chrono opportunity because eHome's getting way too over-aggressive. Oh, there's just a casual gem going to be picked up by the courier.
Old 11 abandoning that one, doesn't need it for now. CTY has completed his Moonshard. Even more advantage in nighttime now. So they've got the extra gem taken away from Garter. So even if Kaka's up, aggressive though, he always has room to split push.
He's going to need to get big for his team.
They just have no blink hard disables to really deal with it, only the silences.
Speaking of which, I think the OD should get a Hex after this.
Yeah.
You're almost in solo kill potential then, I think.
Oh, Chronosphere, XC. He has the Blink Dagger up too. They know Old 11. They catch him. But is this actually going to be a damage? Yeah, they've actually got him. Q's going to be able to line up the Light Strike Array and take him out.
Pick up a fresh one. Shiki's got it, but he has to be able to utilize that 10-second BKB this time around for the next fight. eHome, they've used that one BKB on the OD, and they've used 2 charges so far in the Brood, but it doesn't matter too much.
Is this Lincoln's pickup on Old Chicken?
Maybe?
Yeah,
I think
'cause
Hex
it-
is better, but Lincoln's, what does it really do for you? You block the Orchid,
Yeah,
I guess?
maybe the Orchid. About it.
Like, look at this setup.
We've already
It's not
got
going to
the
matter at all, but it's kind of neat.
They got to be able to get
Old Chicken
anything
is
here.
so
Old
dead.
Chicken does have some allies behind him. They're going to be able to get the imprisonment off, and there is XC. He's ready to go for jumping on the front lines with his BKB, but he doesn't have the Chronosphere after killing that Broodmother. So they will be able to get the Death Prophet and try and push down for both tier 2s, it looks like. CDC are actually in a good position to really capitalize off that pickoff.
Yeah, there was almost no chance that... I'm sort of surprised that he went for that. It's like the first reveal of the Scythe of Ice, and Aggressive wasn't really in a position to die. Like, yeah, you've got the Hex and you have the Silence, but he still had the Manta. Look how much HP he has. And armor. 2100, 14 armor. You're going to be hard-pressed to kill him unless your entire team is in position.
Yeah, you definitely need like the OD immediately there, start right-clicking down as soon as possible.
That was maybe just a little bit of an overextension, but they're still going to go for this bottom push and starter. Gets the lift off.
They managed to get the Orchid on him. He has no way to be able to stop that. So, pick off there before the Death Prophet is back up in 15 seconds. And now, Old 11's going to be found as well. They managed to get both the Chronosphere as well as the Stolen Arrow onto him. CDC are just tearing apart eHome now. They've completely fallen apart. They're going to be losing this lane of racks and probably going to be threatened a second lane of racks as well. As CDC just abandoned the bottom lane push. They don't really care that much about the range racks. They want to be able to take this tier 2 and go high ground once again.
That Brood doesn't have buyback. He just bought out. They're going to poke, and they're going to find out really quickly that he doesn't have buyout. And they know that the Cliff is on cooldown for a fact. And eHome, this is kind of the one downside to their strategy, is that their lineup was meant to play aggressively at all phases of the game cap. To play defensively like this definitely doesn't suit them, as the Ember is so huge that he can play the Siege game now. And 35 seconds without your Broodmother, you've got to play this perfectly.
Old Chicken's already down to half health. They've jumped in on Kaka. The arrow lands on Garter. CTY is coming from behind. He managed to get a lot of damage out, but unfortunately that ult just isn't really impressive, as most of these heroes got off their BKB. CTY's laying a lot of damage into Aggressive, though. He no longer has his Manta. Imprisonment goes out. Looks like he should be dying here underneath that one. A little bit more damage. Oh, he actually killed the OD first. Kaka, Lana throws out the arrow, but unable to get anything else there. Shiki, defensive tornado as they get themselves out. That would have been a pretty damn decent fight for eHome if they only hadn't lost that OD.
Yeah, that was kind of worst possible scenario there, is that the Ember gets all the XP and the gold for the solo pickup on the OD, who I'm sort of surprised that he astraled him.
Yeah.
I think if you just kept right-clicking him, you would have guaranteed the kill. Or maybe you just go away, because you know that the silence is going to end by the time he pops out of the astral. Probably just overestimated how much, or underestimated how much damage he did.
Yeah, with the completed Scotty Ember Spirit is super tanky now. eHome are going to be able to turn their attention towards Roshan. This is Roshan number 3, so Cheese is going to be up. It's going to be a big pickup potentially for someone like the Death Prophet or OG.
Yeah, Old 11's about to complete the AC. Old Chicken's got some gold going, but nobody from the rest of the eHome squad are really going to get that much bigger. So I kind of like them to start looking for these engagements. I don't think you wait for the OD's next major item. It would take way too long. Only 1,700 gold right now. Probably give him the Aegis and give Old 11 the cheese.
I think Old 11 over Old Chicken.
I guess
he's decently farmed.
Oh, you give the Brute the Aegis.
Okay.
A little bit surprising. I thought for sure they'd give it to CTY.
Yeah. Just because the Broodmother is, he's almost like a transformational hero, in that like he's very dependent on insatiable hunger and BKB to have a large impact in fights. So that's only one of the lives.
I'm pretty surprised about that, honestly. I'd kind of like to talk to somebody and figure out what that's about. But CTY is not going to have the Aegis this time around. Maybe they just think he's pretty tanky, but he's just farming out everything. Still deals quite a bit of damage.
Late game OD. Oh, XC sidesteps that arrow, and we'll be able to make it out alive there.
I think the Diffusal and BKB are honestly necessary. You want to make sure, more than anything, it doesn't matter the cooldown so much as you get off the BK, that you don't get clipped by some arrow or you stop hitting.
Right.
Shiva's next up for Old Chickens, although they'll potentially have the double armor items before the next fight.
I do think he should get it now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. They're picking up a lot of different items on their cores. They've got pretty much everything that they need, sans the shards. OD is pretty incredible.
The advantage is slightly to CDEC's favor. They've got about a 10k net worth advantage,
Slightly.
7,500 experience.
But that's I mean that's essentially like one fight, right? If eHome finds the correct kind of engagement.
eHome still have a win condition.
Yeah.
They still have a way to win this game, and so that's why you say, even though you've got
The biggest problem is they need strong initiation, which they simply do not have without the Scythe of Ice on the OD.
Yeah.
They got to be able to catch that Ember Spirit and blow them up.
Here we go. I think you go for the fight right now. You've got the buyback available on the OD. It doesn't cost you too much. You've got the Aegis as well on Old 11. I think it's about time.
Fortunately for them, CDEC are playing inside the dire jungle and backing away from a potential fight with eHome. eHome are going to start pursuing, but with the Forge Spirits there, plenty of alarm bells should be going off for CDEC.
So you're going to wait out this Aegis timer. We know you want to fight around it, so we're just going to play the guerrilla warfare game. Hit and run, force you to react to this top lane. They're not hard committing to anything because they don't want to have to. They're up a set of racks, and another set of racks might just like tip things over for them. This OD though, you've got to be careful. This hero's going to hit hard. He's got a fully completed Shiva's. That means Old Chicken should get the Lotus Orb?
Yeah. I was just about to say, I'm a little bit surprised. I really thought...
Perfectly rated. It's amazing.
But armor is going to be needed again. They will be able to get a Chronosphere onto 2, holding in CTY. Managed to get off the cheese, but he's still potentially going to go down. The imprisonment buys him some time. They have to turn their attention now to the death prop with the exorcism out, but she just doesn't seem to do quite enough damage. CTY comes back into the fight after that blink out, drops the ultimate, and will be able to catch XC with no mana. Old 11, he'll blink himself out of this situation. Old 11 pops his BKB, turns and fights, but there's just too many heroes up for CDEC for them to be able to continue this engagement. 4 versus 4 still goes the way of CDEC.
Nighttime just ended, and CTY won pretty hand there. Piranha defensively doesn't...
Hard pressed to come back from this one, as CDEC are not actually going to be stopping anytime soon. They're going to go for the full Mega Creeps wipe here.
No Aegis, no BKBs.
And no OD ultimate either, and that's going to be the big one. They can't. eHome just GGing out. If Old 11 can't make something happen with his life steal going away, he's managed to keep himself alive, but he can't actually threaten anybody from CDEC. He dies as well. Kaka's going to be the 5th hero down, and eHome call it. It'll be a tie now for CDEC as they manage to even the series up.
What a world we live in where the consensus for most people, 2 best-of-1 brackets in a row.
Yeah.
I can't even believe this.
Yeah, this is pretty insane. Everybody rated eHome as one of the top Chinese teams, if not the top Chinese team. And they are going to be at quite the bad start here. So we're going to have our game number 3 coming up pretty quick. Of course, analysts need to break down game number 2 first.
Welcome back, and CDEC Gaming have another chance now to actually stop from going into the lower bracket, into the main event, but also eHome are going to be put in that place for the first time of today, so we'll have to see if they'll be able to bounce back. And to celebrate me being right, because I was the only one that said CDEC, I didn't even say it because I just want Dynap and I like the heroes, and actually it was a very fun match for me to watch. And so to celebrate, I've taken off my shoes. And
what a happy celebration.
Yeah, it feels so good. It's unbelievable. Would you like to take your shoes off, Shiba?
I would, but...
But you can't.
I can't. I didn't get it right,
yeah.
so I can't celebrate.
So we've got to guess the next game.
Yeah. It's just like in Sweden, you just don't wear shoes indoors. You don't in Netherlands either, do you?
You know, well, depends. Some households do, some households don't. At home I don't, because why would you put on shoes if you don't leave the house?
That's true, yeah.
If you were playing good.
I'm looking for ponchos.
So what do you take off if you guess the next game, right, Jay? This is stripped Dota here.
Yeah.
We may need the blanket
Oh.
soon.
All right. Okay. So let's kind of talk about the game. CDEC obviously won, unless you forgot moments ago. But how did it really go down for you? What was the impactful moments? What was the reason? You guys loved CTY's items.
Or you think? No, because I thought they were doing really well, and I thought they got this.
I think they could have still prolonged the game and play around the vision from Night Stalker, but because he didn't have like Ben, which Ben didn't really like, Ben would have preferred that he went for Hex game.
or buyback.
Or buyback, yeah. But because he made a fatal, like obviously.
I think more than CTY, again, we saw 11 getting caught out a lot. A lot of it was just great Void play. Like
They played really well too, but I think the other thing that I think we should also not forget is the way they played their composition. Because we were thinking that, oh, maybe it's going to be an Exort Invoker. They have Faceless to make space because it's a Quaswex Invoker. He was able to offer a lot more space for his team. Because if you compare it to Exort, Exort mostly wants to eat the space up. You want Midas, you want to go for more.
Up a lot of kills for them. That's they didn't do that well in the laning phase, but with a turnaround and a Night Stalker up there, the leap to catch the Mirana right there in that fight, like he set up so many kills for them.
Do you guys feel they should have just laned it more standard with the Death Prophet mid? Because Death Prophet did struggle a lot to get farm this game.
Probably. I mean, in
the lanes. Like at 10 minutes in, they had the 3 most farmed heroes, and then Ember got involved.
But I felt like because they were able to actually, stop the lead from going too big, and Brood was like, I was talking about Brood is top net worth, but Brood with that net worth is not comparable to say an Ember with the same amount of net worth because the hero just doesn't contribute that much.
And CTY's net worth wasn't as high because of that, the laning situation.
But
right?
wouldn't he have even had less impact if he was on the offlane? I mean, at least now,
mean
since he
Brood?
was mid, he can actually do something.
But
He actually had a bit of an impact. But
That's the
wouldn't
Brood's job, though, right? It's just to.
Shoes we lane Death Prophet mid. Death Prophet would have gotten more farm, and Death Prophet would have been able to
be way
more tankier, harder to kill, contribute more, and I would actually trade that for Brood Mother being more useful because Brood has a lot of limitations on the hero.
Yeah, and Brood was the top net worth for like the first 23 minutes of the game, and that's where when you're ganking the Brood using those chronos, like they killed Brood like 3 or 4 times in a row. That's huge comeback gold going the way of
and he fed the spiders every single time.
And not to mention, he went for a build which doesn't allow him to be that relevant in late game. Like you see some players, especially Bulldog, he goes for a core item first, then he goes back for the Midas, so that he maintains his relevance as the game goes by. And not to mention the attack speed is good for Brood, but because he didn't go for that build, you could see like his effectiveness like fell off as the game goes longer.
But the times that he did get killed, he did make sure that either he got a kill in return or 2 even at some point.
Yeah.
And he made sure that there's 3 heroes of CDEC coming to kill him, meaning that the rest of the map is free for the rest of his team. Wasn't that not enough space for?
I mean, Ember was still able to farm.
Ember's there for the kill, and then he's suddenly on the other side of the map. So it's
and even if the Brood removes supports, it's not like a big deal because you're more interested in removing the Brood because you just relieve pressure on the map. I mean, in my opinion, I don't know.
Going back to the point as well, like the item selection, I felt like if he had went for like probably an Orchid early, because he went for the Vlads, which means that he wants to play around his team. They want to push, they want to get Roshan. But at the same time, because he didn't go for the Orchid, like if you're the Ember, there's no threat. So you can push and you can farm very deep. You're not afraid to die. So that's like the drawback of going for that build. Because if he had went for the more aggressive build, maybe aggressive would have been way more cautious. I'm not going to push so far. Then his farm would be slower. Like these are all the indirect consequences of his choice in the game. So I felt maybe this could have been better for them because the Ember was like a huge problem after that. He got way too farmed in this game.
So are you impressed by CDEC here, or do you think eHome are giving too much room in terms of how they're playing right now? Like
a little bit of
tight enough.
Both, I think.
I think they're not really respecting the Faceless Void as much as they should. Like the Chrono, like it was just game ending when and that game didn't even have a solution. Like it was just one good Chrono would just straight end the game.
Basically, the OD had to be outside of the Chrono, and he has to be the one to prison whoever.
Yeah, that's asking for a lot. And
he had to do too much.
Yeah, and
because you had because one of your cores is Brood, so it's going to happen. Like someone else has to do more because Brood Mother doesn't do a lot after the early game.
Well, and something
but they did farm. I didn't expect them to do that. I thought that the Brood would have still gotten a really good early game without them needing to sacrifice the early game of the Death Prophet, almost their plan. But it didn't work out.
And one of the things we have to bring attention to is aggressive kind of get any of the.
I had that last.
Oh,
the one on bottom.
The bottom
The
lane.
one on bottom
Yeah,
where
that was
he ended
great.
up using an additional remnant, right, to teleport away, and it's 150 damage.
We've seen
It's got a
so
good-
many tricks with Ember Spirit, and having one pop.
Getting runes in football, someone scores a bicycle kick, something along those lines.
But this is definitely a hero that you're happier seeing aggressive on.
Yeah.
He's had good heroes. He had Gyro, he had Clinks. I don't feel like they've been picking him heroes that problematic for him and his team. That's
much more superior than Ember. But during the mid game, when you're level 7 to level 11, you do a lot of help for your team. You know, you help your team, you get kills, you set up kills.
But this is one thing I think about CDEC is just by having the Ember, it wasn't necessarily the transition. It's more that when CDEC kind of it feels like when they're questioning what they need to do, they're often like, okay, but we can't, but we need to. But Ember just allows you to be like, hey, we can just farm a little bit more, farm a little bit more, farm a little, you know, take it on their terms just because they have the ability to control some of the map. And when they were pushed into a corner, they weren't ever really able to get out of that corner. And even though the opposing team, eHome had a Night Stalker, Gem, Aghanims, they still utilized the map really, really well. And I don't know if that was something that you felt that CTY could have a different
to be able to threaten that you can actually kill the Ember, but because no one had those items, then the Ember was able to farm despite being up against the.
They had a scythe at some point, but by that time, Voidor
it was on the
Death Prophet.
Who played the Death Prophet? Was it
Old Chicken? Arguably, that was the core that suffered the most in the whole game, and
So it was late.
he was forced to build the item that is going to be able to threaten the enemy carry.
You're quite questionable over CTY's item picks. I mean, it's okay. Be honest, Winter.
I mean, it's okay if someone else were to build the Hex or the Orchid. Like, if someone else actually covered for that department, it's fine.
I mean, but you say, like, you know, they're covering. So, you know, why are they having to cover?
What did you think
why
about
because you could CTY.
This was the first time
is this a
an
thing?
Urn was
Like
built.
CTY item build is.
Oh, it's always been a thing.
I mean, it's not all about
It's
a lot
just
of
strange.
games. It's strange, yeah. Like, for example, like the way he plays anti-mage, he goes Hyperstone, whereas normal players would go for Vlads.
But there's always that like kind of question.
He's a bit
if
different.
yeah, but there's always that question. If you do something different from everyone else, either you're absolutely wrong or you're a genius.
You can be half and half.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes it's
really
really
half
good.
and half for him.
Sometimes it's really
Okay.
good. I can't really put all the blame on him.
I mean, last time we talked about items, they got a 15% increase on chance to win in Secret. What if CTY went items that you agreed with and the Brood? What percent, if any, would you give for them to actually win this game?
It's not like
10.
Yeah, it's not like
10.
huge, very huge, but it definitely has.
I think 10 is quite substantial.
I think with that game we're talking about, it was like the.
Okay,
this
so
game was fairly
that
close.
game to me, I feel like
10%.
eHome's problems were much more execution and decision making. The item choices I think could have been better. I kind of agree. I don't know if Shivers was the right choice when he could have gone for the Hex, but like just the pickoffs they kept finding on the Brood. I think 11 had another really bad mid to late game. He did better in the early game, but after that he.
So it's 10% reasonable, a little bit less.
Yeah,
than the Secret game?
maybe 10%.
There was like the one time where he was about to kill the Ember, and then he astraled him, and then he couldn't get the Aegis because of that, and he died. Like that one was, that's if he had a Scythe maybe, or if he just played a little bit
It's
better.
like
and
if
didn't
he had a
astral.
Scythe or someone had an Orchid, then it would be 100% kill.
Yeah.
So small things like that.
They did build a diffusal on the Void though to get rid of the Scythe later on, but I guess it would have been a lot later than the Scythe of Ice if OD indeed went for that one.
He could have gotten it.
He didn't play around the BKBs very well though. Like sometimes he dumped his ultimates, and like 2 people were already BKB'd, and normally you'll see like 3 people die to same Eclipse.
It sounds like we're really whiny on him right now. We've really been like kind of, to carry on into the next game, because normally when I feel that when teams have like a nice game and they get their flow just in one set of the series, it carries on quite strongly into the next game because they found their flow, they've got good communications, they're not down there just like, yeah, this is how we want to play.
Their laning phase was a lot better than normal, I would say.
Who's laning phase?
eHome. Like in all 3 games that I saw prior to that, they just not good in laning phase, down by 3 or 4 kills, and they kind of had the reverse.
But could you say that this is because of the draft? Because they picked Brood. Brood is
no, they had Brood versus Phoenix and they got rolled.
Oh, in the MVP game.
Yeah.
Okay.
He died 3 or 4 times. He was like 4 deaths, I think. The hero a fair amount. They kept trying to like fight with her, or he got picked off, even though he's the highest
maybe
net
they
worth.
just tried to be too greedy. They wanted to win all their lanes. That's why they
I think Death Prophet is such an amazing hero in terms of its scales with items and not having the items.
We didn't
just
see, we didn't feel the
was
Death
like,
Prophet in the game.
Yeah, because I've seen some like clips of I think it
Resolution
was-
Death Prophet?
Yeah, and G, I think.
She wasn't tanky enough. The thing with Death Prophet is like you want to survive long enough so that if they keep going on you just have more and more siphons and then you just survive and then everyone's forced to run away. But she was never in that position because she had 1,000 HP.
Wait, what about her build? Do you think
means you take longer to tank up there? So that was really we talked about how squishy the Death Prophet was, and a lot of that came down to
power traits, 8 talents? That was the build, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
HP.
like 1,100 HP or something.
The Death Prophet
900. 900?
Well, the
No,
intel
no,
1100 with strength trait.
With strength, yeah.
When the fight started, she went to strength trait.
Don't you feel
Come
like
on,
there could be
guys.
something more done
Please,
on the bottom lane
amateurs
with
over there.
Mirana,
Huh?
perhaps?
Sorry?
Mirana was there, and you know she had a couple of nice
Yeah, Mirana
arrows.
was a really non-factor.
But I
Mirana
didn't
was
really.
good.
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
didn't feel like Mirana had the impact that she should have had as a
the
roaming
prison-
slash supporty
The
hero.
prison arrow.
He wasn't laning there all too often, and they didn't really get that many kills.
Well, we
with
saw that it was their first recorded professional game, Lanham's first recorded professional game on Rana, so maybe they just
I
haven't
don't think
practiced
that's
so
an
much.
excuse when you're playing in a major.
I think it is. I think it is because they lost against MVP Phoenix really badly against it. So they're
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, this is probably really good. But they haven't refined it really well. Febby had some really nice arrows.
Does that show some desperation then?
Yeah,
that
it
they
shows
went
like
for that?
maybe the teams they've been losing, and then when you lose, you try. It kind of feels like you're lost. You don't have a sense of direction, and you just do.
Still with a nice soccer going for the Wyvern kill.
Yeah,
There's been a lot of weird
and
things.
Shiva
from Mio.
mentioned Moon Mienda even said 11 is speed.
Yeah, he was speeding.
I mean, eHome. Go back to some paper.
Yeah.
We only have one con for them at the beginning. I don't know. No, laning phase.
It turned out to be their biggest weakness.
Their
though.
biggest weakness. But
So I think it was kind of
what else
spot
is
on.
there
But
now?
the previous game, their laning stage was actually they fixed it. They saw your sheet
Well,
and
they
think,
picked
hey, we
Rude.
need to fix
Yeah,
our laning.
does it
And
really
they're meant
count?
to be meta kings.
Nope.
No.
Well,
Nope.
No, Crash.
I mean, not from one game. I think it's some of
And
the
their off laner just fed.
So gone.
The whole
Currently, eHome.
Their pros right now is looking like CTYs. I think played really well.
CTY is
Yeah.
unpredictable.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that
that's
good?
kind of true. That's true.
All right. So do you want to? Should we put
I think,
eHome down here? Should we give him CTY as a new pro? Is
Well,
that-
I'm not sure because we saw the first game of this series. Landon was and perhaps he just didn't have that
I
much
think
in
like he
this
made
game.
the flashier plays. But
Yeah, yeah,
they're
yeah.
type 1-1. I think going to game 3, like I still put eHome as slight favorites over CDC. We're kind of talking like eHome, like
I
they're
think
out,
those
they're
two sticks
down,
together. I
they're in
agree.
trouble.
From a
Yeah,
couple of
from
plays.
their
You
plays.
can tell.
When you copy your enemies, the Mirana isn't the Mirana from
Yeah,
MVP?
no, but they won game 1 and then they were up 1-0 against CDC. So like when you're already up 1-0, you shouldn't feel like, oh, we could have copy a draft. Normally, if you're on tilt copying someone else's draft, you do it after you've just lost.
And I think when you're on tilt, a very
Still- it's
important
still
factor of the team
not-
is the coach. They have 71 as a coach, very experienced. I think
Yeah.
he can talk the team to calm down and not be on tilt anymore. He should be good with that.
Tilt.
So,
71
alright,
is
we're
a
gonna
pro.
put cons that they're on tilt,
No, but oh,
like a temporary
okay.
status.
Okay, temporary
Is that a
status.
question mark at the
Debuff,
end?
debuff, tilt.
Yeah, they got debuff.
Last for
They're on
15
tilt.
years.
unknown.
And just CTY is their current pros, and the fact that they probably should be winning. But we're going to go into the draft.
Oh.
Let's
10 seconds
I think we need to get better at paper pros and cons.
I think we need to start over.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 2 more series, so it's like,
Yeah, we
They're rough.
got paper for days.
Good.
We're all good.
Good. CDC, Dyer, this time.
So
First pick going
eHome,
away
finally
from
eHome goes for first pick if they won the coin toss.
Yeah, there was another coin toss, which we don't know who won.
Yes.
Because the last 2 games eHome was on Dyer. So maybe they are changing things up.
Is Lone Druid going to get through?
Unlikely.
Yeah. They banned Earth Spirit and Lone Druid.
Well,
already,
eHome
so-
will take the Void, though, most likely. So.
CDC was the team that
No,
banned Lone
CDC
Druid
is the
previous
no,
2
No,
games.
I think they'll take.
No, I'm saying if they ban Lone Druid, eHome will first pick Void to block it from CDC.
Yeah.
So that's why CDC aren't just going to necessarily instantly ban Lone Druid,
But they still do it.
yeah, they will. You don't want to lose to it, so.
No.
The
That's
first game we will see XC play something different.
What will it be?
And that was one of their pros, to remind viewers at home.
The fact this guy's
So
going to play
now they've
Void.
just got Unity.
Tide
Where's
Hun-
that ever
Can
got
Tide
anybody?
Hunter replace the Void's role?
Huh?
Can Tide Hunter replace the Void's role?
Does he play a lot of Tide? I think so.
He plays the hero.
I'd hope so. He's a professional Dota
All
player.
offlaners can play Tide.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I think Tide is a really good hero versus
I
the
don't know.
Void.
Have you seen Shiva?
Are you an offlane player, Shiver?
I am. I haven't played a lot of Tide Hunter though lately. Thank you. I'm not ashamed.
Winter found that way more funny than
it should.
yeah, it should have been. It was really low-hanging fruit of a joke there, Winter.
Sorry, Shiva.
It's okay. I don't mind. I'm used to it by now. I mean, I don't consider it a flame anymore. It's like I'm known for something.
Yeah.
Yes. What are you known for? Which hero is your
She's
typical
making
hero?
bank off Tide Hunter skins. I
If
mean,
if anybody ravages and doesn't hit anything, everybody says Shiva Ravage. What's your spell? And what do people make say? Winter, which
You know,
hero?
you know what I remember about Winter? You want to know what meme I remember?
You're just
What?
1/3 of a man.
0 and 14.
Oh, zero.
That's all you
0
are.
14 is what.
You have to share an item.
Yep.
GG.
I'm sorry, Winter. I still love you.
No, you don't love me. GG.
Right. Okay. So CDC goes for Enchantress.
You know that Scriff was known for the same thing, but globally.
What do you mean?
In a game, Bloodline Champions, if you missed your ultimate, everyone in the community
all
called it
ultimates.
Scrift. Yeah.
Oh,
So you're-
doesn't
yeah.
matter which
Wow,
hero.
that's
It's like you
great.
scrift your ulti. And actually, yeah, you can.
That's worse.
Apparently, there's
better.
some stuff.
Does it give you
happening.
more fame or less specific fame?
Yep.
More
Bad
fame.
There's no such thing as bad publicity.
You Shiver your ultimate.
I don't know.
So quite a solid opening for CDC. I think I remember them. They do not only run 4 enchanters. I think all the enchanters we've seen today are all 4 positions. We
Nope.
haven't really seen
There's
an
been
offlane.
there's been a 3 in the
The
MVP.
MVP, oh,
Phoenix
the
game.
MVP game. Okay. I think in the correct situation, if you utilize it well, offlane enchanters can actually do so much in the game, a core position. And once more, the bench is there to deal with the Chronosphere, with the
Ooh.
swap.
Something that CDC has actually done when they picked up Venge, they went for Batrider. In combination with that 4 XE
Wow,
actually.
that is early.
EOM have loved their Phoenix today.
Yeah.
They ran it.
Phoenix is pretty good against offlane Enchantress, I guess.
Because
as a
of the
support.
Sun Ray.
It was
burst.
so-so.
Okay.
It was so-so. They lost. They when they drafted this Phoenix, they had like hero like Crystal Maiden, some other heroes with attack speed slow to help out with helping the
egg
Phoenix.
as well.
Yeah.
Ehome's turn to bat.
A lot of team fight, generally.
So once more, the topic has gone back to just heavy amounts of team fight. But you know, these 2 heroes are really weak against Silencer, so Ehome takes it out. So sorry, James, you won't get to see your favorite hero.
Well, he gets to see it in the ban phase. That's more than we saw before. Every little bit counts.
Yep, at least he made it to the ban phase this time. Next time, he
Yeah,
might.
thanks,
Who
Winter,
knows?
that's really helpful.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it weird to you at all that EHOME were the ones that banned out Ursa? Would Sidak pick it up? I guess it's okay versus
I mean,
Phoenix.
with
Okay versus
Ursa and
Phoenix.
Enchantress,
Against Void and Phoenix, it's
yeah,
really good.
Ursa plus Enchantress can be really fast-paced again because you go for Roche and then you keep pressuring the opponents. Maybe they feel like on dire side that might be something really hard.
They could
to
have
deal
used
with.
it though. They could have used it versus Ench. They could have used it for some Roche potential that Sidak.
But they don't have
to
first
kinda
pick in
mirror
the
this.
next series.
Next
pick.
phase, you mean? Yeah.
As a next pick stick.
Yeah. I feel like a third pick Ursa could be somewhat easy to deal with though.
Yeah, they're probably like worried that, like what Shiva mentioned, like Sidak just grab it. They have Venge, they have Ench, so it still fits their lineup, and they're on the dire side. So they do not want to run. It's the last game, so you do not want to run the risk that you get caught by a certain hero.
surprised.
Yeah.
I still think you could use like Clinks or something as a okay
Hmm.
substitute, or just like a Meepo / PL. Although the Meepo's kind of out of the question.
I like this a lot. Nature's Prophet.
These are 3 of the 5 heroes that Phoenix ran.
And
So
suddenly CDC's draft's looking like it could be like a
They-
kind of cheesy push strat even, like
Yeah,
where
they
they take Roshan,
basically
5-man,
I
take
think
towers.
I think you want to, if you're CDEC and the way that eHome have been playing and the way that you've been successful, you want diversity in terms of being able to be like, okay, we can start pushing. Okay, not working, we can start split pushing. Okay, we can take the fight when it comes to us, and we have to, which can be at the base. But by then, you know, when the game goes really late in Dota, it's never really decided on who wins until the fight at the really the final fight, because the items just do so much and the heroes have scaled to that point where it's like a big mistake can really cost you the game. So I like the fact that CDEC are picking up like Nature's Prophet for this, and Tusk is going to be
They
I mean,
have.
I mean, you can see two different plans right now. Like CDEC wants to have really good lanes. They're very good early game, Furen, Enchantress, and Bench. At the same time, they picked the Furen in response to eHome's heavy team fight. And you can see the first 3 picks from eHome, they're just picking around team fight. And Tusk is really good with the Phoenix Egg because your Sigil slows down attack speed, so it makes it really difficult for the opponent to focus the egg. So you can see just 2 different plans. Like C-Deck just want to go for a really fast pushing tempo with the draw even. So this is really some MEP draft. They love to draft like this.
Yeah, this is like basically a pocket strat from CDC at this point. And the key thing with eHome's first 2 picks is they're very ulti dependent. Like if you don't have Supernova, Chronosphere, there's no way you can fight into
look
a
at their
strat.
lanes, Parker. Their lanes are so strong.
Yeah.
With the Drow, the Bench.
Aura is going to be crazy as well. Like the actual right-click damage from a Nature's Prophet and a Avenge, you know, with a Drow.
How is eHome going to survive?
All they need is some like last pick mid-tempo control. Like they don't even have to pick a range. They can pick Viper if they want. They could pick Beastmaster. Like there's
anything along those lines
doesn't
will
really
fit their lineup.
their last pick from mid can just be whatever, and their draft is looking damn scary.
Their team fight's not nearly
eHome
as
in
strong.
trouble.
No,
No,
I would
not
say
in
yes.
eHome has a sick team fight. Faces
Yeah,
Void
but
Phoenix.
you're gonna have a very. The problem is you're gonna have a very hard time in the first 10 minutes because Enchantress and Prophet Bench, these 3 heroes are really really strong early game. You're drafting a position like a 4 or 5 support Phoenix. You're gonna take some time if you come online.
Yeah, and remember, Melini, currently they are eHome are debuffed with tilt, and their other con is laning phase. So CDEC know what is up.
Oh, well done, James.
But
Well done.
CDEC, their problem
Good
against Team Secret in the
observations.
3rd game.
Thank you, Winter. Huh? Sorry, what's she?
The problem against Team Secret in the 3rd game for CDEC was that they had a pick-off team and they went for team fights anyway because they like
but
the
you got
team
Nature's
fight. So
Prophet,
they
you
can
don't
get
have to.
baited into team fights and eHome can still dominate them. I do like Nature's Prophet though. He has a 80% win rate on
Team
the MC,
fight.
by the way.
Oh,
at this
snap.
match.
So
They're all in on
this
the
is
team
a
fight.
core warlock. It's like a mid. It's either a mid
Yeah.
warlock or a safe lane warlock.
Probably old chicken mid, but we'll see.
Doesn't sound like a CTY hero.
Yeah, probably OG.
Yeah, it's too slow paced, too boring for
But
CTY.
I still feel like
He's
even
very
with
squishy.
they have a big amount of team fight, but at the same time, like, I feel like they could crumble in the lane.
And what happens when the ultis are on cooldown? Like, you win a team fight, and then CDC
Yeah.
respawn. Like, you're looking 15 minutes in. They're like 40 second respawn times. You respawn. There's no supernova. There's no warlock
The
ultimate.
power of the Sunray.
You just go straight down
Have
the
you
lane.
seen Sunray like
Yeah, yeah.
single-handedly stop like 3
Okay.
of Phoenix's pushes, even when they were really far behind? Sunray
Okay.
is
See,
ridiculous.
if I'm Drow Ranger in this game, right, I'm just going to get Shadow Blade. Just go around ganking people. It's going to be legit.
What do you think about Warlock safe lane then?
Shut up, Winter.
We
Are
think
you laughing
Warlock
'cause you
safe.
remember-
No, I was gonna say that's why you're not playing here.
Huh?
That's why
Warlock
you're not
safe lane
playing.
versus
I
Enchantress
know.
would be-
Yeah. I just want to say
It's just
stupid
it's not
stuff
CTY style,
to keep my
which
to
is
keep myself entertained.
why we don't think it will be a Warlock.
But it will help.
They want a hero that can deal with the Enchantress better, like the Gyro Juggernaut maybe could be.
I feel like
possible.
Skyroth though. Oh no, they can't
need a
pick
carry.
Skyroth.
They need
Yeah,
a
they need
CTY
a carry.
carry.
Yeah, they need a carry.
Gyro's
to-
already banned though.
Gyro would have been good because it's kind of can fight, can deep push a bit.
Maybe QOP. You know, CTY
Yeah.
has been famous for QOP.
CTY used to play Mean Tusk.
Yeah, that might
Is that out
actually
of the
be good.
question?
Carry Tusk?
I mean, that's what
Speed and then they do Tusk offlane? Is that?
I'm
Is that
not sure
outrageous?
though. I don't really
probably
fancy
outrageous.
safe lane Void
Yeah.
too much.
They don't have
Yeah.
much damage then if they have Warlock, Void, Tusk cores.
Okay, the Queen of Pain goes the other
Don't
way.
worry. CTY,
So
what are you
just
gonna
look
play?
at CDC's laning phase. Their laning phase is just absolutely terrifying. That all their lanes are so strong.
Maybe Razor? Razor's some deep push.
Not strong enough.
They definitely need deep push and a carry that can do that. And a carry that needs to be at least decent in the laning phase, so you don't get run over by the
Juggernaut
nature.
maybe.
Jug's so like against all the treants and summons. It's
Yeah.
okay.
What about like a Death Prophet?
Not CTY style.
CTY hero. CTY hero is like Slark, Storm. all
Slark,
these-
Morph-
yeah,
yeah,
all these
morphing
type
these
of
But those
guys.
are so
morphing.
bad against like the 5-man Deathball push that CDC could do.
It's tough though. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maybe they were thinking
He
QOP.
plays safe lane Lina too. I think Lina would be really good.
Do you like Medusa here?
No.
It's too slow pace.
Decent amount of AoE, CTY hero, good versus Ench.
Yeah, that's pretty
I
good.
can't really think of that.
They
many
need
others.
burst versus the Ench, so Lina would actually provide that.
Spectre.
Well, even more team fight and
Wow.
deep push wise, not that much. on
Dude, the
Spectre.
Warlock Spectre is
They can-
disgustingly
They can
good.
delay the game very long though. Now.
Yeah, but how are they gonna be able to survive? That's very dangerous. Like their first 10 minutes. It's
They
very-
could just lose in 15,
Yeah.
and we wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Couches, are you ready? one team is going in to the lower bracket where they have to play 2 best-of-1s when they get to the main event from the 2nd to the 6th. And this is the match that's going to decide it. Couch number 1. You see that, Winter? I went to you first this time. And Ben, who do you
have
think
faith in
take it?
CTY Spectre?
After last game, probably not. Sorry.
So you're going with CDC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think their early game potential is just way too hard for them to deal with. I don't think, even though they have superior team fight, I don't think they can survive long enough for that to come online.
I'll stick with the E-Home. Fuck Spectre. Come on.
I'll just trust him because he's older.
Okay.
He's more experienced than me.
All right. Couch number 2.
We're going with
I
E-Home.
think the tilt debuff is going to wear out. I think E-Home is going to show up. And I think the debuff, we had a con as CDAC.
Are you in on this?
No, okay, hear me out.
Can I go couch number 3?
Lack of growth. We called that deep, like we said that was a con for CDEC. They have not learned from their mistakes they did against Team Secrets Game 3, which means that they're not going to be able to
who's
stop
winning?
team
Just tell me who
fights.
the fuck is winning.
E-Home is going to win this because they're going
Alright.
to team fight and CDC is going to be baited
not
into team
agreed.
fighting
Good,
with
thank
them.
you. All right, I'm going to go for CDEC because I know what the fuck is up. So let's go to the game and see who's going to go into the lower bracket. A huge match for both these teams, E-Home versus CDEC.
All right, thank you very much, Analyst Desks. We've got to jump straight into this game because we already have a smoke coming out from E-Home. They're going to make their 5-man rotation. It's going to be game number 3 between CDC and E-Home. Which one of these two teams is going to be dropping into that lower bracket? Which one's going to be limping forward our tournament? Warlock. What does the Warlock really bring us here for E-Home?
Before I talk about that, for a second I thought Garter was PA. That set is real confusing. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, but anyways, the Warlock pick, it stops the 5-man aggression from CDEC pretty strongly. It's an opener. Like, you need something to open up the fight, always. And I think they knew that they were going to take the spec pick, because it makes things incredibly chaotic. And that's something that we haven't really talked about, or casters don't talk about enough, I think, is how much chaos you can start in a team fight. Because once that rock drops, like, communication is weird. You're just like, well, I got hit by the rock, but what are we supposed to do? You don't want to fight the rock. You don't have enough time. Everybody's going in a different direction after the rock drops. It's just odd. And also, it's a stable matchup because with the Drow aura, Shiki is going to be dangerous in this mid lane. So you need something that can just kind of neutralize that threat. And Warlock is one of those heroes that is incredibly difficult to play against, even with the Drow aura.
Yeah, he's probably one of some rotating supports as well as a rotating offlaner. We've got XC playing Nature's Prophet who can come in for some early ganks, as well as the Enchantress and Vengeful Spirit are known to be heavy rotators. That being said, though, E-Home making their support to make sure the Warlock wins his mid lane matchup.
I don't know how good of an idea this is, though. You've got Spectre in a one-on-one matchup against the Nature's Prophet, and these Nature's Prophet treants, like 32 damage apiece, they've got really good move speed, which is something that you should always think about when you can just kite them around before the spec gets boots, and you're already seeing how much damage he's able to put out with double Fairy Fire. Once he picks up the Ring of Protection upgrade, things get even nastier for CTY.
And by now, it's most definitely not a surprise to CDC that the supports are potentially at that top lane. No one leaves the Spectre alone against that matchup for this long.
Yeah. And probably even bigger than this is, like, you're going for this attempt at messing with aggressive at top. This has to work. Like, you can't afford for this gank to fail because, well, you're giving up so much farm in your safe lane.
And the Hellbear Smasher is actually going to make sure that this gank goes terribly for them. They managed to get a silence. Nice snowball, though. Great save from Lonham that will make sure that Old 11 does escape with his life intact. But still, as you said, they couldn't afford for that to go wrong, and it most definitely did.
Yeah, he's up there. Then all of a sudden you're staring down a 3v4 fight in which everybody has the Drow Ranger aura.
Yeah, it's pretty much kind of agreed that like aggro tri-lanes against Nature's Prophet are just generally a bad idea because of the early impact he's got to be able to have. You can't really ever match the numbers that team is going to be able to pull into the lane.
The scary thing for CDC, though, is that they're putting the type of lineup that they have up against a Spectre. This is something I wanted to bring up anyways. Is Spectre's a really strong hero anyways, but then you put him against the Drow Ranger, you're able to neutralize her aura because you just haunt on top of her, and it is one of the most annoying things. Because what's a Drow going to do against a Manta Diffusal Drum Spectre? You can't survive against that.
Yeah, you're just going to get very quickly dismantled by that Spectre. And combined with the fact that you've got this E-Home teamfight synergy where they're operating on Chronosphere with Egg, with Snowball, and the Warlock Golem being dropped, this is the kind of like 5-man lineup that you really can't lose team fights with if you execute, in any semblance of correct. Almost from the supports that we were talking about, that early movement from eHome up to that top lane kept the supports there for only so long, and as soon as eHome had to rotate their supports back down to bottom, they did immediately go for that gank. XD is going to be chased away, Fire, Fairy Fire, make sure that he stays alive. Unfortunately, the damage coming out from Tusk and Phoenix is really strong, but Spectre is just not a hero that has that large of an impact in the laning phase.
Doesn't even have boots yet.
Yeah.
So he's going to ferry himself boots and what looks like regen. It's pretty good for him, but CDEC, when it comes to just like pure team fight, I think they're really outclassed. So what this means is you have to get as much as you can out of the win.
And this is the dangerous thing that you brought up time and time before, is that eHome are willing to actually, lose their laning phase oftentimes. And they'll come back in the mid game with just strong team fight execution.
Old Eleven's going to get spotted, but
quick jump away. Garter's not able to get that stun out in time.
Yeah. The amount of team fight though that eHome have, on top of the fact that they've got ultimately the best late game in this game with the Spectre, means that a lot of the pressure is alleviated off of them. And psychologically, that's just great for your team. You're never really too concerned. You're thinking to yourself, as long as things don't go out of control, we always have a way back into this game.
Yeah.
And I think that's just eHome's principle to begin with, the way that they think about it. Just like, as long as we're never really out of it, then we'll have the late game advantage and we can play for that.
They know that Time Walk was just used by the Faceless Void, so this is a good opportunity for them to get aggressive on him. While it's on cooldown, they're going to be able to get the stun out, and that's exactly how you got to deal with a Faceless Void. Try and abuse those first 2 levels of the Time Walk, force him to use it out, and put pressure on him. You can't let a Faceless Void just get as much as he wants out of that offlane.
I'm surprised, though, that Old 11 stayed there, because probably, for a fact, everything that we detailed is something that eHome already knows, that CDEC have to play incredibly aggressive in the safe lane and the laning phase in general. And more importantly than that, the biggest tip-off is that the siege creep is coming in. And that's almost always just been the, let's kill the offlaner
and go for the push.
Yeah, exactly. This mid lane looks like to be the next target. For a second, I thought they wanted to go for 2 at top.
They're actually going to try and go this one out. CTY just got his ultimate. They're going to go for Garter first here, trying to run him down. The golems are going to be dropped, and they'll be able to get Garter to start with. Q is dropping lower as that Sunray Beam is just going to town on the Enchantress. It looks like that damage from the Warlock is going to be able to take him out for a double kill onto Old Chicken. And perhaps that is part of the reason why Faceless Void was willing to stay in that top lane. That rotation from the Furion did allow the Spectre that free farm in order to get that level 6, and that actually comes into play quite early here as they find a successful team fight.
That's what we talked about, right? The Old 11 space creation death. Never count this guy out. No matter what he does, there's a reason for it.
It feels like that death, though, was a bit necessary, because that push is going to come in, anyway, right?
Yeah. I think it's an acceptable death, in all honesty. I'm probably just nitpicking. Who am I to question that guy?
Level 6 is going to be here soon for Old 11 either way. In fact, he's going to stumble onto aggressive. He is going to go for an early time dilation build. Now, most Voids will try and get just 1 value level of Time Walk and max out time dilation secondary to Time Walk, but he's actually going just full out without Time Walk.
Look how afraid the Drow Ranger is of the Old 11. Because he knows that Lanham hasn't shown himself on the map, and probably more importantly than this, look at what level he is compared to the Drow. This is really significant right now.
We're going to find XD, and Lanham very wisely is holding off on his snowball just to create some space in the mid lane.
You can't stop pressuring.
Yeah.
You have to keep going for this, even though eHome has just reeled off 3 kills in a row unanswered. You still have to make these plays. The Drow's about to hit level 6. That's going to pump things up a lot for a team.
Yeah, you really got to use the fact that, ooh, Old Chicken. No, that's not going to be seeing the Time Walk out from the Faceless Void. There's just too many long cooldown. It's great. Big team fight ultimates all across the board for eHome, but they all have pretty lengthy cooldowns, and that's something that CDC definitely have to abuse. They lost that mid fight, but every single fight after that for the next 2.5 minutes should be favorable to them.
The problem, though, is now the Warlock almost has his ultimate. The Haunt is up from the Spectre, and CDC definitely have this really specific timing window. Because, again, like we said, once CTY picks up a measure of farm, there's not a whole lot that CDC's lineup can do to stop it. So you want to try to be aggressive on the map, get as much as you can, but
'cause it's going to be so difficult dealing with a really well-timed Haunt plus the Rock. Think about how much chaos that's going to cause for your team. You're going to have no idea what's going on.
With
And then
the-
on top of that, the egg.
Yeah, with the Phoenix Egg and the Golem being laid out, that's two different abilities that you can't really fight into, forcing your whole entire team to retreat, and that's oftentimes going to mean that your team is actually going to split up, and that just means that supports with the Desolate damage.
So look what CDEC do instead. They know that going for the mid-tier 1 tower, the reason why they don't go for it is because of the Rock. They know that Haunt plus the Rock is up, so this is the next safest one. Maybe if you get this, then you give Shiki or the Dro the Aegis, and you can go for it, but here's the Haunt.
They're going to try and contest this one. Roshan is almost dead. XE tries to go for the TP out. He's going to have to throw round number 2, but the Golem is going to be dropped, and now they can chase down the rest of these heroes. Garter is going to be the first up. Shiki with the time dilation. He's actually so full of problems. They actually jump in. Q nicely grabs the Aegis away from CTY. Will be able to get the kill onto Lanem on the right-hand side, though. Old 11 still trying to chase down Shiki. Can't quite get him, and Q salvages that fight.
Cap, mistakes were made. Whew. All they had to do was
focus down Roshan.
Yeah, it's just like, don't go for the Queen of Pain. That kill is attractive, but you're leaving a 300, 400 HP Roshan, and Q just kind of saunters in there. That's the best word for it, because he was completely unopposed. And he's just like, I guess this is low. You know, I'm just going to walk in.
And that makes that trade-off really favorable for CDEC, and it wasn't necessarily a great winning fight.
That could have been game-breaking right there. If they win that fight, which they were going to no matter what, and they take the Aegis plus the last hit, that was so much of CDC's timing window out the door.
Right.
But now, it's okay again because somehow your chance just like casually walked in and I'm just laughing because it's so ridiculous, the situation. It's like everybody ran away from Roshpit but her and the Warlock.
And that's part of the idea, right, behind going for that early Roshan is that Aegis may actually allow you to win what is kind of supposed to be unwinnable team fights when Ehome have all their ultimates off cooldown. But
CDEC, they just took a tower because of that. And they might just go for another one because they know that this Enchantress is not a worthless support. Like, there are some heroes that, if they grabbed it, Ehome would not affect their game.
Congrats on your Crystal Maiden Aegis.
Like, you did avenge. No, but an Enchantress actually deals a lot of damage. She's hard to kill to begin with. So Q can now run in front, tank up all the spells, zone out this Faceless Void so he can't get a good Chrono opportunity, but it might not matter. They're smoked up. They want to look for this fight.
They have the Chronosphere, but they do not have the Egg, and that is a critical part of this fight. They're going to be able to get out the Chronosphere. It actually catches Q on the side. The Spectral Ultimate is now being popped. XE in the background is taking a lot of damage. Looks like Garter should be the first down. Lanem actually dodging a little bit of damage with that snowballing on in. XE a little bit more damage. CTY is able to finish him off, but now he's being slowed down pretty dramatically. CTY is going to be able to survive as Old Chicken puts himself on the front lines with that beautiful slow invis combination that actually prevented CDEC from pursuing the Spectre.
Yeah, and he picks up quite a lot of gold there, actually, getting the double kill, but the big objective there was the tier 2 tower, and despite the Haunt and the Chrono being expended, he grabbed the Nature's Prophet and a pretty useless Garter kill.
I can't help but thinking if only Kaka had just another 300 experience, had that Supernova, that fight looks entirely different, right? When he's able to jump in, pop the Supernova, then the Chronosphere comes in over the top. I mean, there's no way CDC can fight him.
I can't help but thinking, like, if the Aegis... Like,
yeah, if only, you know, they had the Aegis.
If that bites Ehome in the ass, I would...
And they go to the lower bracket?
Yeah, I would be...
Aggressive picks up the Helmet Dominator and is going to start using this Dark Troll Summoner to scout out the Ehome defense.
CDC is getting so much out of this now. They're going to go for this tier 2 pretty much uncontested. Like you said, Ehome, the one downside to their lineup is the ridiculous cooldowns that they have. There's zero chance that they're going to fight this.
Yeah, 35 seconds till the Chronosphere is back up. They have the egg. Actually, they have the Golem. If they can actually drop Chaotic Offering at the same time as Supernova, that's not quite the same as Chronosphere, but it's
I still
close.
think you wait for Haunt at least before you get into...
Oh, Haunt, yeah, I guess Haunt is not.
Look at Q, he doesn't even care. He's like, I got Aegis, I'm an Enchantress.
Lanem somehow managed to get off Walrus Punch onto Q, snowballs forward onto XD, but he's way far behind enemy lines. Ehome can't really help him out, so they're going to have to retreat back to their high ground. CTY is just desperately trying to get whatever farm he can before CDC hit their full timing. Of course, they're not going to go high ground just yet. They got to wait for Roshan number 2. Oh, aggressive! Too far forward there. Tries to farm just that next wave. And nice TP away from the Vengeful Spirit, actually. Garter gets himself in a nice position in the trees. Does get out. But that was Still 2 ultimates being used. We'll see whether or not they can get this tier 1 tower.
I think you just reload if you're CDC and immediately go for top racks. Or not racks, but the top tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
You know that for a fact they... What looks to be the...
Oh, XC, that was perhaps a bit unnecessary. They get the vision on him, will be able to snowball in, and should be chased down by that Sun Raven beam. That was him just trying to stop the incoming creep wave to protect that tier 1 tower, but it was completely unnecessary. CDC would have been able to contest that tier 1 destruction anyway.
Even if they get the tier 1 tower, I don't think it means that much.
While losing your Furion does significantly slow down your timings.
The CTY build, by the way, I know a lot has been said about the Badman build, you know, going for the Diffusal Manta, going for the Fighting Spectre, and that's all well and good, but when you've got a team that has this specific timing, and I said it before, right, like the Nature's Prophet should probably, or somebody should grab a mech, they need a mech pushing hero.
Yep.
So he's going to go for that, but even then, I was going to say it would be even better if he doesn't go for a mech, but... old 11.
Get himself into the trees here. They don't actually have any more vision to see him. Wave of Terror was already used.
Yeah, he's fine. He can just time walk to the right. But as I was saying, if you go for the Radiance here, you finalize the game. One good Radiance fight with the Spectre taunt, that's just, it's game ending. And the reason he goes for this is because there's no reason to go for this like early game fighting build. You want to push it as late as you can. You want to be the best late game core that you can be.
Yeah.
So you go for this Radiance, I think, to kind of finalize it and put CDC in a position where they have to get over aggressive almost.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on CDC to end the game because the Radiance allows you to farm so much faster as a Spectre and is still a significant team fight threat as well.
It destroys everybody on CDC's lineup too.
We were talking about it during the draft in that they were all so squishy, and obviously they're going for an early push lineup that can potentially end the game or at least get themselves a pretty big net worth lead to beef up, but it still doesn't change the fact that good nuking combinations from eHome can definitely wipe CDC if in the correct position.
Yeah. CDC though, the next timing window for them is pretty big, right before the Radiance on the Spectre. They have to take advantage of this as much as they can. Once he gets the Radiance, the fight becomes so weird. I think weird is like the only way that I can put it. It's like you have to win that fight.
So they've got Furion pushing out the bottom lane with the Shiki Queen of Pains showing at mid. The 3-man smoke through the Radiant jungle right now, but eHome are just playing as a 5-man. They know how critical this timing is for the Spectre, and they just want to make sure that no one's picked off in the meanwhile.
Yeah, they might even... XC's going to show himself at top. He's falling really far behind too. He's got a lot of last hits though, and a lot of that just comes from their decision to decide to go for the aggro lane in the beginning of the game for so long.
Right. So
his net worth isn't awful, but you have gone for the mech, plus like the Ring of Bassi, no phase boots, no drums or anything like that.
Roshan, unfortunately, CDC weren't able to get a pick off or anything like that, so Roshan is going to be their next objective, unfortunately for them. They don't want to see later Roshan. This just kind of gives more opportunity for eHome. In fact, that may actually be Radiance finished up for CTY before the Aegis is picked up. In fact, eHome may even be able to contest that Roshan fight with the Radiance time.
Yeah, plus the 3 major ultimates that we've made such a big fuss about. CDC are definitely on the clock right now.
That just sounds like a nightmare to fight into. Yeah. You as CDC know you have to take Roshan, but at the same time, eHome has such a good lineup to fight around the Roshan pit.
I think even then, if eHome don't take the perfect fight, they can wait it out. Like they can just hide in their base, passively farm and say, okay, let the game come to us.
Yeah.
Because they've got a lot of different options. The Warlock's about to pick up his Aghanim Scepter, which is going to make things even more difficult and more chaotic. You've got the Vlads completed on the Faceless Void. Everyone's getting a decent amount of farm right now. The Spectre is clearly on top of the net worth cards, but it's only going to get worse for them. The Orchid is picked up, though, for the Queen of Pain, so maybe if she can get on top in these fights. I would almost prefer her to go for something more stat-heavy, even, but maybe just for the Faceless Void and the Phoenix, if you can initiate on them.
Yeah, the Phoenix in particular, silences absolutely destroys. But many of these heroes, actually, if you get the right kind of initiation, Warlock, of course, is another hero that is, his teamfight ultimates are essential, and obviously he's not going to have anything to deal with that Orchid.
Look at how committed they are
Faceless Void.
To the GG push, by the way. Like, what do you normally see on Q? He's going to go for Dragonlance Ags, but...
Yeah, the Necronomicon build.
Yeah, you
kind of interesting with the earn timing as well.
This is the first
but that being said, that is a little bit of a disjointed message I'm getting from CDEC, in that they're going Necronomicon on Enchantress, i.e. a little bit more of an early game, go high ground as fast as possible build. But Nature's Prophet just picked up the later Hand of Midas, which is more of, okay, this game's going to draw out another 25 minutes, and I need to be able to keep up my
I think
bar.
it's a scary position to be in, because if you lose this game, you're going to get last in your group, and you have to go through. So I think this is like the insurance policy, so you're not completely all in. But I think in some ways you're right, because you go for this Midas. If they lose this fight, then the Nature's Prophet is the only hero that can bail them out to begin with.
Right.
By going for the split push and hoping that Eho messes up. So I think it's okay for him to go for it, but the rest of his team is still going kind of this, we have to end the game at a certain time kind of play. And they do.
Is there... But is there an item that actually Furion does get that is like hugely impactful at 25 minutes?
Oh.
But I mean, besides like another Necronomicon, but
if you did that,
yeah,
you lost the fight. It would be
the game is guaranteed over from there. Yeah. I guess I like looked at that Hand of Midas and I was like, oh, that's late game. But then there's not really necessarily a better item for Furion.
She's just stuck in a weird position where you don't want to really say. It's not even about getting like the perfect chrono. Any team, because they have so much team fight.
Yeah. Plus the long initiation range of the Phoenix. Right? He jumps in, he supernovas. You want to make sure you can combo off of that.
XC is going to go for the split. Ags is completed on the Warlock. Got some options as the Roshan is now up. Aggressive. He's going to go for the BKB, which he needs against Spectre. Maybe that's a counter timing window for a little bit. Once you get the BKB, the 10-second BKB, even maybe till 7, you're okay. But once you get to a 5...
So BKB, Dro, BKB, Queen of Pain.
I really would like to see something
and
more...
Necrobook 3.
Yeah, I'd like to see more stats on this Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
I think she'll go down... She'll fold too quickly against this Spectre. 1100 HP doesn't go very far when you've got... What is it? 6 seconds of burn?
Of just incidental damage. That maybe this will lead them to feeling confident enough to take Roshan, depending on the pick. They've drawn a line to catch C3 about farm at this point.
Oh, XC's gonna go for the courier.
Nice pick off is not... Oh, the snowball just barely gets there. It was the exact opposite of what they were looking for, as they're the ones who get picked off.
Pretty dangerous to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. If there was something on the courier, I would have said it was worth it. Anything that could delay E-home or something like that. If anything, it's just more gold for CTY. And experience. That's a level 16 Spectre that you're going to have to eventually do something about.
Old 11 chipping away at that tier 1 tower, but they're not committing anything to... Snowball comes out, but Shiki's already made the jump. But because he's already made the jump, CTY is able to pop his ultimate and get immediately onto Shiki. But a nice swap and another blink away gets him some distance, but CTY is a man that cannot be stopped. Chases down the Queen of Pain, looks for XZ, but he's going to TP out.
Man, he just goes to the other illusion. Can't really do anything to stop him, and the
And
Warlock
now they're
going
to get even more. They're willing to drop double ultimates just to make sure that Aggressive is going to die. I'll TP out. 3 heroes down now, and this is going to be E-Home actually getting such a big amount of map control now. They can go for the tier 2 at mid. We've already got CTY pushing out bottom lane as well. They can't quite go for Roshan or anything like that, but they can definitely make this game a whole lot tougher for CDC.
That's going to be the mantra completed now on CTY2. And you just got a lot of doubloons completed. The side of E-Home. 2,700 gold on Old Chicken. Kaka's finally got...
This is now CDC, I think, like, fully committing to late game. You've missed your timing entirely, right? You had to be able to take Roshan number 2, and that seems almost impossible now.
I don't know. The Orchid decision from Shiki is still kind of weird. He knew the type of game that he was in.
What did you think should have been the item?
I don't know, like Ags
into BKB?
If you go straight BKB, that's kind of game losing.
Yeah.
But you needed the BKB eventually to deal with the spec, because you saw how much damage the spec did.
Right.
Probably. CDC, they're really hard committed to this now. E-Home, they always have some sort of ultimate up.
Yeah, they've got Supernova that they can actually put up on the cliff if they really want to challenge this one. But it could be kind of game losing. We'll see. Kaka just does a flyby. And I think they're just going to harass CDC.
I think they want to fight. C2Y almost has the...
Oh, but Old 11 stumbles right into that Orchid. He's easily going to go down, and there goes the fight. There's no way they can...
Okay, now this is just like...
Yeah.
Before, though...
Yeah, with the Hunt just coming up.
Yeah.
Shiki finally picks up that Aegis. They'll have the BKB coming in for him now. CDC do get Roshan number 2, but it's at 26.5 minutes. All the basic items needed to defend high ground are definitely there for eHome. The Manta, Radiance, and even a Vit booster now on the Spectre.
Everything is just luxury on this guy.
Does he just commit fully for survivability and pick up the full heart next?
All you have to do is last long enough in the fight for your Radiance to really deal effective damage. Kaka's just kind of pushing out lanes, and the reason why he does this is, and he plays it so aggressively, is because he wants to make sure that whatever timing CDC...
Oh, Jesus, Shiki almost dies straight up to the Manta, plus ultimate being used. Garter, looks like everyone will be able to survive except for bottom lane, where CTY hasn't showed himself. They do have the Sunbeam coming out. That's going to be enough heals to keep CTY alive and killing the Queen of Pain. They need a little bit more impetus damage. CTY goes for the TP out, silence forward, push, and they barely get the damage out from Shiki in time. Enchantress is the one to pick up that critical gold, 810 for that wicked sick streak. That means Enchantress can roll right along from that Necro Book into that damage build that we were talking about earlier with the Dragonlance and Aghanims.
If you click... That's how you know, right? That's
Yeah.
Because it brings you to where you died to. Yeah. Am I going insane here? But
Lanham's got the pick off. He knows it. This Invis room, there's no way XE can TP away fast enough.
He just has to keep the snowball.
Yeah. Hold on to the snowball. In fact, XE no longer has mana, so he doesn't even have to worry about that anymore.
Everyone getting on top of him.
And that's a really big pick-off, because CDC were finally in a position they could actually take another objective, but in seconds, that seems unlikely.
That was really weird. Like, XE in the other games is like the architect of their success, and in this one it just feels like he's making way too risky moves. Like, he's playing really fast and loose with this Nature's Prophet. Like, the spec doesn't even have haunt up. Maybe they can go for something here, or at least pressure and force something. Play around that, but by doing so, he just kind of dies for nothing.
Yeah, it was like CDC were in panic mode at a point in time, and you could kind of understand that aggressive movement until the Spectre died.
Yeah.
Once the Spectre died, you actually gave yourself so much extra time in this game. 14 to eHome, and just in that, but if you look a little bit deeper into some of the items that CTY has picked up, he's actually got himself now...
But it doesn't really matter. The only reason he died was because he got collapsed on by 3 heroes. He was completely alone.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Waxy just whiffed.
Yeah, he is definitely dead. They can still use the Chronosphere if they want to. Actually, the Orchid comes in at the right time, and XE will be able to TP out, it seems. Oh, we got the time lock! XE is going to die. The Supernova was proc just in the greatest position. Shiki had to defend mid. Furion's...
Allow your team to do whatever you want. You can haunt in, worst comes to worst. And at best, you're taking a 4v5 fight if you're CDC at top. You always have to kind of understand that CTY should have the haunt up.
Yeah. I like this choice by being picked up, which seems like a necessity for CDC at this point in time. They can't play around with smokes anymore. Those are going on cooldown for quite some time. So Gem's sort of like the pseudo smoke play.
Old 11 just completed the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. I also like his what is it, the Hood of Defiance.
Yeah.
You gotta find some way to make this Vengeful Spirit a little bit tankier. Lanham, jump in with Old 11 straight onto Q. Shiki has already blinked himself in, managed to get the Orchid onto Old 11. They swap back in the Sonic Wave. They actually managed to take him out just in time. The blink back from Shiki gets away from those damn golems. Garter is going to be dying though. Kaka does not have the Supernova, but the fight's still going on. Deep line, CTY way in there, but he's being right-clicked down by 3 other big heroes. Oh, the Necronomicon explodes, takes out the Spectre. Old Chicken will be able to TP out, but that was a nasty fight for eHome.
That was perfect for CDC. They played the backline. XZ plus Aggressive plus the Queen of Pain were completely isolating the Spectre out by himself in a position where he could get on top of them. That's the ideal fight for them to take. I'm surprised that he was willing to go in that deep, and the opening initiation too was just a little bit too hasty. They go on to an Enchantress who is way too tanky for them.
That's, again, Old 11 being caught out by the Orchid. That's like the 3rd time this game where he's not giving enough respect to Shiki's ability to disable him and stop his initiative.
initiation.
Almost think he should have gone for a defusal over the Ags.
Yeah.
He's not able to get the ultimate off, and the Queen of Pain, her only job is, like, okay, I'm going to... Because the Chrono is too big of an ability to let him get casually off.
Right.
Plus, they forced the wasted egg at top 2. That was like a perfect storm of situations. They didn't let him get the Chrono. No ideal egg. The only spell that really landed for them that worked out was the Warlock ultimate. Even the Haunt wasn't perfect.
And now they're going to have another full duration BKB XZ as has enough gold to be able to buy it out. We'll see if he actually does, though. Might want to hold on to buyback for now.
Just YOLO for it.
Yeah. Because BKB allows you to be able to survive, presumably, for the first time. Well, that's too bad. Hold 11. That was not the Chronosphere, and he realizes his foolishness as he hits the Queen of Pain a couple more times. It is indeed just an image. Hold 11's got to get out of here, actually. CDC. No, because the Chronosphere is down, they can definitely force this fight. They do have the Supernova ready to go, but CDC pop their BKBs and are just going to turn and fight that egg. Will be able to take it out as the Golems drop just a bit too late. CTY's in the front of everything, but once again, we're seeing a scenario where CDC are able to just put 4 heroes up against CTY and start right-clicking him down. The Manta, everybody's so low. CTY desperately trying to finish off anybody. Only gets their Drow Ranger in the back line, though. Old 11 is being chased away by XZ. No teleport just yet, and that's going to be the Warlock teaming out as well. But what is that, the 3rd time in a row that they've killed the Spectre in a team fight?
Man, that Warlock Golem was not micro either. It's almost like he just drops them and then forgets about it. Like, set it and forget it. If he had gotten that off properly, they probably killed like multiple heroes there. But it was on top of Q. Maybe they were able to turn out that fight. Eom have just wasted.
Yeah, like, his refresh was on cooldown, but
yeah.
So that was probably one of those like panic, like,
I haven't seen them look this off in a while. It's not even just their teamwork, it's the part of that comes along with using your spells and chaotic offerings. And too much is being put on CTY's shoulders right now. And he's got to deal with multiple BKB heroes.
Yeah.
They've got this timing where you've got a full 9-second one on the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, that was not the smoke. CTY definitely wants to farm this one out. The other 4 should be moving out as a smoke crew and see if they can get the right kind of initiation.
Oh, so
we have yet to see a Chronosphere egg combination.
I haven't seen a Chronosphere in the last like 12 minutes or something.
That's true. We haven't seen a Chronosphere anything combination.
They're smoking for this in the hopes that they finally just get any sort of initiation off.
That is a full completed heart, though, on the Spectre. That being said, that's a buyout. So if CDC can actually win this fight, they may actually be able to go for an objective.
I really think it's any sort of Chrono that you can take at this point, because we haven't seen what the fights look like. That's important in itself. Like, that's pretty telling. If you hit like a full 5-man Chrono and you still lose the fight, then at that point, you're really worried. But you can kind of judge how the game's going by, you know, how ideal are the spell usages. Right now, CDC is just outplaying them, and eHome is panicking a little bit.
And he can afford, with that Aghanims upgrade, to just go for like the 1-man Chrono.
At this point, his team would be pleased with the 1-man Chrono. Just like, get anything off that you can. Please, let's just take one good fight. And that's the thing, is that they haven't, not once this game have they been able to execute everything. I think they're going to
Old
start
11, there's that 1-man Chrono, but
it's
is
on
it
cue.
Enchantress? Not sure if that's going to be the hero. They swap him out, and now Old 11's going to be silenced up. They do have the Shivas. The egg goes down, but the BKBs are popped. Now the Golems are dropped. The egg is still going to go down, though. There's just not enough Golems around to stop CDEC, as they can now turn and potentially fight CTY as he tries to press forward, but looks like they're just going to have to content themselves with the Tier 2 tower. CDEC, that's fine with them. They're already pushing out that top lane. In fact, eHome has to go back and defend that. The Tier 2 will survive, and it's probably going to be the Warlock Golems. They're going to be sacrificed to CDEC.
If anything, I thought maybe you just drop both of them and allow CTY to continue to press forward. That's finally... Is that even
Especially
a one fight?
if that extra stun potentially allows the egg to finish. That fight looks entirely different if it does.
It finally gets a Chrono off, but it's on the target that you want to Chrono lead. Always putting himself forward in all of these engagements.
Right. The CDEC are super low. They really cannot fight Roshan right now. Q is going to be kind of caught out. Walrus Punch finally going off. C2Y slowly but surely right-clicking away at him. They do have to swap back in, and Shiki is actually going in deep here. Pops the BKB, has a blink up in a second. The Golem stop him for... only a second, though. And he will be able to blink himself away until the dagger. It's not going to be enough to bring him down, but it will slow him down. The Spectre might be able to run him down with the Radiant. Needs something to be able to save him. Garter has the swap. That's a little bit of Shiki's life. Oh.
That was such a sick swap.
He was 11 still looking for more, though.
Almost 100% going to die there.
Yeah.
Like, his blink was still on cooldown for 2 seconds. He had 140 HP. That would have been a death, but you had to commit the golems, and you don't have the refresher. At the same time, this is most likely going to mean the Roshan for eHome. At the same time, look at XC. Finally, you start to see what Nature's Prophet is all about.
They're going to get this Aegis and Cheese picked up as the Roshan dies here. BKB has popped, and actually defensive snowball being used by Lonham. Still going to try and get that Walrus Punch, but unfortunately can't get there in time. Back at the base, Kaka. All right, he managed to get out of the Roshan's pit. Spectral Ultimate being popped there. They're going to go Chronosphere onto 2. That's a good setup. The Silence gets laid out. Aggressive runs into the Chronosphere. That's no good. The Sunbeam's going to town. CTY just charges forward into all these heroes. Is going to identify XZ as the squishiest damage dealer, but the Necronomicons are causing issues until CTY pops that cheese. Now Q, he's going to be targeted. Good swap out. That's going to be able to get him to distance and will actually potentially kill him after he gets aggressive with the help of the Tusk. Q TP's away successfully, and Garter, well, looks like he's going to be able to get out as well.
We're going to win that fight. CTY was getting dangerously low. CDC were like, we got this fight finally. Then he gets a cheese handoff.
Still, though, that's melee Rex and almost a range Rex down.
I told you, man. My boy XE just kind of be our insurance policy.
Completed out the Mjolnir, but where does he go from here? More of a damage build? Go for like the Scythe of Vice? Or do you think that the Aghanims is more of an arbiter of late game?
I think everybody just goes for late game items at this point. XE can probably pick up. I don't think the Ags is super worth it. I think if you go for the Ags, then you have to be fully committed to that build. You go for like the Octarine Core.
Oh, okay. And
all that. Silver Edge. Maybe even a Hex would be really good right now. Especially because Old 11 is committed for the Ghost Scepter instead of going for... I just grab a Diffusal. It's so good.
CTY's got to get BKB now, though, right?
I don't think so.
If they get a Scythe of Vice on Nature's Prophet.
No, because you still play around the Haunt.
Okay.
I don't think it's worth.
I mean, it would allow him to just go straight through that Enchantress.
Yeah, but you get wrecked by... You still get wrecked by the right click and the impetus shots. I don't think there's enough of a reason to. 3,000.
Well, he wouldn't if he killed Enchantress first.
Spec still has Haunt, but eHome... this game is so close. The XP is almost 0 at 41 minutes. Gold is in a similar situation. CDEC barely lead. Despite all of this, they're in an okay position because even though CTY is huge, they have the means to deal with them. They've got the damage.
Yeah. Shadowblade for Old Chicken. Is there any reason... Oh, yeah, he can get the Silver Edge against Enchantress.
Yeah. It's going to take him forever to get that.
Yeah, that one right click.
It's game winning.
Old 11. Willing to pop the Chronosphere on just aggressive, but once again there is going to be the swap out. They're having to content themselves with the Guarded kill. The Golem gets dropped. That's actually a big stun onto 5. Now the Supernova. Now we see the combination, the full fury now of eHome as they go directly into CDC's base. Popping onto Q. He's barely surviving off the heal, but they don't really care about him. They're dealing with the other damage dealers in the back. They take out 3 of them and now turn their attentions to the tier 3 tower with double Golem.
Yeah, they don't have the Nature's Prophet buyback.
Oh, aggressive. Shows himself a bit too far forward. CDC can't really stop that one. Old 11's going to go down, but CTY still on the front lines. He challenges Shiki to a duel, but Shiki's going to back out to that fountain. They're going to try and kite around CTY. eHome are trying to protect his retreat now. They can actually turn it. CDC are dropping so damn low. They can't actually commit to the kill on CTY. He still has enough HP to turn. Kills the Drow Ranger, and CDC, that will be them out for game number 3. They have no buybacks whatsoever.
Yeah, I think they're just reeling at this point, and eHome have to be breathing like the biggest sigh of relief. They're just like, we finally got our combination off. I don't, at this point, they're not even, it's like, whatever chrono you get, we know it's going to be one-man swap, whatever, just set up the fight. Kaka plus Old Chicken, you know, they hooked up for the Phoenix Egg plus double rock combo on the CTY
I'm a little bit surprised they haven't gone for just tier 4s and Throne, because they can't get Megas out of it. They still have the tier 2 tower up in the bottom lane, so CDC may actually have a second chance here.
Yeah, they're not GGing out, because they didn't get thrown. This would have been the ideal opportunity to go for Throne.
Yeah.
eHome instead going for the double racks, and it's not that great, because you're only up 1 racks right now.
TP back here from CTY. 10 more seconds till his ult is back up. Kaka.
Kaka wants this so bad!
Supernova not up for another 5 seconds. Gem given away, and CDC. Holy cow, they get a breath of life in this game number 3. Not sure how that happened, but...
What just happened? Everybody used buyback, and they didn't even take like the seconds into racks.
They had quad golems out and everything.
All right. Man, that is cool. CDC, I was like, why are these guys, they're just stunned. But then eHome doesn't even take anything, because they're chasing them inside their base. So eHome is just going to casually continue the game. CDC's, they're not even in the worst position. Like, they're behind 1 set of racks. Like, yeah, the net worth is crazy, but there's still a glimmer of tiny faint hope.
Yeah, a little sparkle. It's hard to see how CDC would be able to win a fight if executed by eHome like they did last time.
I think the game is still... eHome should win, but it's like they were like...
They had the guaranteed win, and then they're just like, we'll give you guys 1 more chance. Just the tiniest chance.
Maybe you couldn't have thrown it in time. How long do they have? Like 90 seconds? I feel like they did, but...
I mean, they couldn't even.
They should have at least taken the racks. They should have at least taken the racks for sure. They went way too aggressive there. The throne was pretty ambitious. I kind of disagree with you on the throne. That was like maybe, but the racks, yeah.
XD's got 3,500 gold right now. He's desperately trying to split push out this bottom lane. He'll force the Spectre back, but that doesn't mean much. He's got that ultimate ready to go. eHome are going to try and rectify mistakes of the past, seeing if they can take that melee racks once again at top lane.
Got the creep wave in. CDC, oh, Q doesn't have a TP. He's gambling on.
Prancing on through that jungle, trying to make it back home. Shiki with the intimidation, scream of pain. Rain track slowly but surely tick down. eHome are more than willing to let CDC try and make an amp. Oh, 3-man Chronosphere. That's going to be leading into some sort of follow-up here. Kaka holding out there, gets the Shivas down. Now the Golems start dropping. Supernova over the top. There's just way too many disables for CDC to be able to deal with. CTY just mops up the back line, still able to run all the way into the fountain to chase down both Aggressive as well as Shiki. I'm not sure how CDC have a chance to be able to respond to that, as finally the Golems will start focusing on those tier 4 towers. And Q will patiently wait out his time to see if he can find an opening.
Okay, I lied. They could have just skipped the mid-racks even and gone for the throne the first time around. That's on my bet. That's me. They take it so quickly.
Quad golems.
Yeah, this is pretty insane.
That's what they do. So, eHome keep their bid alive for the winners bracket. They have to still go through another series. That's going to be them facing up against the losers of our next match, which is going to be the winners versus the winners. One hell of a game. Where do you think CDC really lie in this tournament as a whole? Despite getting bottom in their group, do you think they're still going to make a strong showing?
No.
All right, there's the answer for Blitz. We'll see what our analysts have to say.
Welcome back to the Shanghai Major panel here. We've just seen eHome win. They were victorious, so they have a chance to still go into the upper bracket because they'll be playing the loser of Secret versus MVP a little bit later today, whoever that may be. And now we know that our first team going into the lower bracket is going to be CDEC. This game everyone was very invested in. There are lots of comments that I probably shouldn't say on stream, but yeah, okay. Let's be real, I probably will say. But Winter, you got carried by Ben. Is there anything you want to say for helping you be correct here? eHome victory. You wanted CDEC.
Well, I'm just glad that.
Say it to Ben, please. Look into his eyes.
I'm just glad that you made the right call. I was wrong.
I had faith. We're all expecting. You're a Dota 1 player. You have to know. And Sunray. Sunray's ownage too.
I'm sorry.
Say it
Ben.
with me. Sunray is ownage.
Ben Wu is ownage.
Oh. Thanks, Winter.
Gods. Shiva had the pick.
Yep.
She was
I got
right.
carried
What
once
do you want to
again
say
by
to her?
Shiva, should not have doubted you. I'm sorry.
I'll accept your apology.
This is like a soap opera now.
You guys were really invested in that game.
We did really well.
I mean, like,
As
Ben
in
was
me and
literally
Ben.
like, Sunray, look at this. You cannot push. Sunray. And,
Winter kept wanting to give up. I'm like, no, Winter, we're not giving up until Thorn goes down.
Well, I went for CDEC, but I was like, because, you know, in my defense, I'm pretty stupid. So I was just like, oh, they're going to split push the whole game. And because I didn't know any better. And you're like, no, they're meant to be pushing. They need this tower. They need this tower. They need to get this tower. And as soon as you said, like, eHome would start pushing, they start winning the game. But still, I still believe in the Drow Shadowblade into Silver Edge.
That's the only reason they didn't win. If they went
if they had an early
Shadowblade,
Silver
maybe.
Edge, they could have actually fought the Spectre. It's hard because it's not a push. It doesn't fit the strategy, but it counters the one hero which was just winning fights.
My strategy wouldn't have been pushing. My strategy would have been like, let's set up our Drow Ranger to actually just kind of run around with a Shadowblade while we get towers outside, and then if we can get all these kills with Shadowblade into Nature's Prophet TP, we can go Silver Edge and blow up the Spectre.
That can kind of work. I think that game because the draft for eHome is very much like they want to fight as 5, use all their ultimates, and if you're splitting the map with Nature's Prophet, with Drow Ranger, then it's going to open up pickoffs because it forces eHome to split
It
apart.
only worked because Faceless Void died like 5 times as much as he should have.
Let's be real. Old 11 died, not Faceless Void. Old 11
Old
died.
11 died.
He's getting a little too old for this game now.
I mean,
He's got one more series to redeem himself, but today has not been his day.
Well, honestly, at minute 20, we thought the game was already close to over. They were just able to play the game that long because the Void was like, 11 was like, he made a lot of mistakes. He died. He got caught by the
way
silence.
that you say it. It's just like, it sounds like O out of 11. You know what I mean? Like 0-11. I don't know why. It doesn't sound like old. But
Yeah, I mean, they missed their timing with their lineup. I mean, I have to admit that. They missed their timing. They weren't supposed to let the game draw out so long. And I think there was one crucial mistake that I felt like, even though they got a tower by rotating the Prophet to the top lane, remember the early movement? He went really
That
early
was the
to
mind
top
game.
to take the tower. But I think it came at a
Winter,
big
I'm going to
cost.
have to interrupt you there. No reason. No, actually, we have an interview with one of eHome's players. In a moment. It's my decision. I decide when it happens. And who can talk.
Who can talk?
I'm
I
being
can tell you
told
about the
whatever.
mind game, by the way. Because, I mean, Ben, despite you being for eHome, you were a bit weird during the laning stage for eHome. You thought Spectre left alone on the lane, Nature's Prophet's going to have a field day, he's going to be doing really well. And with the aggressive trialing on top for eHome, they weren't doing well, so you were kind of worried there. Fear not. I was not worried, never worried. Nature's Prophet was forced to go top to help with that push.
Forced to go top.
He chose
He chose to go top.
Strategic decision.
No, but it was... eHome knew he would do that.
Whoa, Shiva. I've decided that we're going to have an interview.
Okay.
Let's listen to these lovely people.
Okay.
好，声音 OK，然后你们准备好了，
Like they're all waiting to die, isn't
Okay,
it?
when you're ready, just give this sign to the camera.
I'm ready whenever. Let's do it.
好，准备。
My asshole was this big. I think we're muted.
I don't think we're muted.
Welcome back.
Okay.
They're not ready for an interview.
Very enlightening.
So what's up,
Great.
James? What did you think of the interview?
It was pretty good. That was Lanham, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He wasn't wearing the sweater that I saw.
True. Maybe saving it for the main event because he knows every team will go to the main event, and that's when he needs it. And he doesn't want to pollute his teammate.
In the time of need.
Yeah, because if he wears it during the group stages the whole day today, he might pollute his teammates on the main event, and you don't want to do that.
Right. Shiva, we're going to go back to the interview.
Okay.
They are prepared, so to speak. Here it is.
对，我就是之前拿了比赛，拿了那个冠军以后，其实心态稍微有点不对了，然后输1-2盘挺好。
I didn't wear my sweater because I would actually like my team to lose a few games first. Yeah, because after winning previously, it wasn't really a good thing on our team morale. So yeah, maybe losing is a good thing instead.
So you're saying you're losing on purpose, but it was a really impressive showing from MVP in the opening round with the 2-0, and now CDEC taking you to 3 games. Do you actually think that this group ended up being a bit tougher than you anticipated?
就是你们在小组赛开始的时候，就跟MVP 打了3场嘛。之前有没有想象到这个小组会那么的艰难？
之前。我们觉得就是小组赛我们出线就好，然后但是肯定是想象中要比想象中更难打一点，然后再加上我们。
Just want to advance to the next round, but this was tougher.
So this means potentially you're going to be going against the loser of MVP or Secret. Who do you got for that match? Would you like to have a rematch against MVP next, or do you think that they're actually a very tough team and you could potentially be going against Secret in your next round?
OK， 接下来是 MVP 打 Secret 嘛，在胜者组，觉得谁会赢？然后会想要再战 MVP， 还是觉得 MVP 能够打赢 Secret 呢？
谁会赢我不太清楚，但是我们更希望再打一次 MVP。
Okay, we're not sure who will actually win, but we would like to have a rematch against MVP.
Sounds great. Lanham, thank you so much for your time and good luck moving forward.
Crazy big hands.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that interview there. What did you guys think?
It was very enlightening.
Ben, anything that's
sad at the lack of sweater. Victory.
Sad of the lack of audio.
Just for us, but we can fill in the gaps. How do you think Lanham played overall in the series?
I mean, he had that incredible line performance, so I think you can look back on that and obviously be thrilled with his individual play. And I think he just provided that bit of stability that eHome needed, because he's kind of the veteran of the team who kind of has to keep everyone in check at times. So
he's like the dad, right? You can
yeah, he's the dad with the 4 kids who's full stuff.
Oh,
we definitely know who the bad kid is. That's CTY. He's the troublemaker who gets up to all kinds of.
How would you describe Old 11?
Old 11 is at least this series the one who was not as intellectual, the indigo child of the team.
Idiot brother.
Of his body, and then he'll play well the next series.
I think Lanham's task in this 3rd game as well was really remarkable, especially him knowing exactly where to go. He scouted out the Roshan every time so that they could actually react to it, make sure that they knew what's happening, and he just had overall. I felt like he had overall.
Here was that it's GG.
Apart from these two.
Well, they were. I mean, even Winter was like, okay, there's a CDEC. So what we kind of.
Well, and there was this fight in the Radiant jungle where.
The they actually made all those
Here's
plays.
7 minutes in. Spectre, the most farm tier in the game, had a 1v1 lane against Nature's Prophet, and
I mean,
I think a lot of that came.
He left the lane.
Yeah,
so
he left the lane, and the other thing is.
It's the game here,
yeah,
but
right.
thanks to Q saving the Roshan, he got the last hit, he got the Aegis. Otherwise, the game would have more or less been really over for them.
Going to go on this fight as well.
They got 2 kills, and then they potentially looked like they could chase more, and it's like.
The only reason CTY
nope,
lived.
by the way, on the Venge.
Yes.
Yeah.
The swaps were really on point.
Incredible saves.
He's like very reliable in this game for his team. Depressing it is.
Yeah.
Sacrificial lamb. He could have saved the egg if he was faster with that.
Stop it somehow from happening, and they did for so long, through the help of maybe eHome and.
At the end, so eHome was already committed to the fight, and they were able to actually turn it around.
And then they just need to back off.
I think as long as if CDEC are on the defensive with their heroes, it's really bad for them.
This was another on point swap, by the way.
You seem quite upset that you're not going to trust CDEC anymore if they pick this kind of lineup.
CDEC don't draft a 5-man lineup. They're still going to play like 5-man, and they're going to lose the game. That was basically what. I mean, they just kept taking fights where they weren't strong enough to take. And with this style of lineup, you can't really make mistakes like that, because you lose one fight, you lose the game. There's no room for error.
It was a nice cheese pass here too. I think 11 passes it to
CTY.
CTY, yeah. Which I think was
Sunray.
very, very clutch. But again, like 11 had the Aegis and he just like dies. I think another time he walks in a Roche pit and just dies. A lot of he had a blink dagger. There's no reason for him to be that far forward when they have a spec up in front who's mega tanky.
Just look at the game. Like, one of their players are tilting so hard, but they can still win the game. It's like how strong they are at that point. It doesn't really matter anymore if they make mistakes, because they are in total control, and any small mistake that CDEC make in that situation would result in a Rax down, or like it amplifies so badly because of the lineup.
All right, so to kind of sum this up, we've now got CDEC going into the lower bracket. We probably won't talk about them much more as we go into the other days, which will be focusing on what's up and coming. But final thoughts on
the shaky games here, a lot of teams. So I wouldn't definitely not count them out.
Can't really say like someone played, like there's no one player that played bad. It's like mostly the way the team played, like the unity, like the way they choose their strategies, and
helps them a lot. Like they know what they're up against now. They got days to
be coming up here on the stream, so make sure you stay with us. And yeah, I'm very eager to see how well MVP can play, since they did kind of push over eHome with a 2-0 victory up against eHome. So still play for the main event. So we'll leave it here. We'll leave it at that. We're going to go to a little commercial break, and when we come back, this is what we get to. It's MVP versus Secret. Welcome back to the MVP here at the panel. But some of you guys have seen MVP earlier, and also welcome to the panel for the first time. It's Cap and Draskell. Hello.
Call me that. I'm basically just calling me.
Draskell, you need to put your mic closer to your mouth. Yeah, welcome to the panel, by the way, where there are no rules, apparently, and we don't know what's going to happen. It's a real mind bender. Yeah, I've been giving out points to people, but I'll take that to another level. And we also did pros and cons for teams. Did you see that, Cap?
I did.
It's great. We can.
You never let an opportunity to flame EE go by, like, ever.
I know. Well, it's just I'm not sold. I'm still not sold. Until he wins TI, all right, I'm not sold.
Literally one of the greatest games that has ever happened. EG versus Secret, where Eternal Envy plays fantastic.
I don't know. Hopefully your mic is on, by the way. Have you checked your button, Cap? I'm just checking for you. Is it green or orange?
You tap.
That is not
and it makes
green.
it green.
That's not green.
There we go.
Is it green now? So basically, yeah, Cap. It says
I said really
never
funny and insightful things. Just
Yeah.
believe it.
That joke's already
I
been
never-
made. Come on.
All right.
Oh, come on.
So anyway, you guys did you pick couches for this one? Because we've got couch 1 and couch 2, and you have to kind of pick. You have to agree on who's going to win.
Okay.
The thing, right?
I will coerce
I think
you.
we can come to a consensus. I think that's okay.
Are you
That's
in a,
not so creepy.
Can we just take MVP away from
He
Blitz?
said, "I will coerce you."
Yeah,
Just
to agree
look
with
me
me.
dead in the eye.
I'm that persuasive.
Yeah. But how's it been for the tournament so far for you guys on the commentary? Has it been good games? We've
Oh, it was
enjoyed them
fun.
here?
I mean, I did the first series, so I didn't get a chance to actually see MVP playing the games just yet. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to
Who's
bring
seen
here.
MVP play their game? Cap and Melini. All right.
Okay.
Well, I tell you what. I don't know when the game's going to start. It might start really soon, but I think it's time to bring out the drawing board and have a meeting.
Okay.
Yeah?
I'm ready.
Sure.
A meeting.
I'm down.
Okay.
I'm in.
He's skeptical, but
Right.
he's down.
Well, while I get the drawing board out, we can look at today's matches that have already been played. We've had 2 games, so we're halfway through the day. Cap, take us through this.
All right, so we start off with eHome versus MVP as well as Secret versus CDC at the same time. Of course, big upset that MVP managed to take out eHome 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion as well. Meanwhile, Secret managed to kind of squeak in that win against CDEC, and then CDEC ended up falling to eHome shortly after. So I'm not sure how many people, did any of you guys have CDEC bottom of the group?
No. I mean, prior to this event, I would actually say, me personally, I had MVP at the bottom. But that's because I obviously haven't seen them in a really long time.
Yeah.
So, just seeing this and how they played it out is actually really impressive to me. And the fact that they're going up against winners. And I mean, Secret versus CDEC was also a really big match. And that was the game that I actually got a chance to cast. And I can tell you that Secret are playing pretty well. So this should be a great series coming up. And James is just
Class is in
drawing away
session.
over here. All right, let's go.
So too good here. They get the whole sheet of paper because it's Group A winners finals. Very exciting.
Your
All right.
handwriting's getting better, by the way.
Thanks.
And you're getting more consistent. Before it was like,
Yeah.
you would
I
alternate
drank a lot of
between
coffee
caps.
in the break. I'm
Yeah.
really on it. Okay, so stuff might happen on the screen, apparently. But until that happens, we need to go through our 2 teams and why they're going to win. Why am I excited about seeing Team Secret versus MVP?
Well, I think Secret are bringing back the double bubble. At least that's what we called it, TI2, TI3. It's like they were picking Enigma and Tidehunter together, so they're going for mass team fight AoE. And I think it's actually quite strong at the moment. Seemed to be something that couldn't be stopped.
Okay.
Double bubble. I thought that was like Refresher Chrono or something.
No, double bubble was actually Void and Black Hole together. So Void and Enigma,
okay.
and they were picking that not their team, but way back TI2, TI3. But now it's 2 really big team fight oriented ultimates that you alternate. So you Ravage, and then you fight, and then you have Black Hole still, and then you take another team fight, and you just constant pressure.
Sounds like EG at the last tournament.
Yeah, feels like that's kind of the Secret's answer to the fact that this meta is faster than what they really play. Their playstyle really wasn't suited to this kind of patch where everyone's hitting their timing so early on. So maybe that's their answer to that they just get the really big team fight ultimates. So when the enemy team does go for their faster pace, they can actually slow that down.
Yeah, it was interesting too because they did it against CDEC, which you could argue is one of the faster paced teams in the entire tournament. They were known for playing hyper aggressive all the time, and they even let Enchantress through every single game. and they were playing against that, and they were still running Enigma and still winning. So it was quite surprising.
Okay. Good. I'm glad you had a time little pre-talk, and we showed people at home if they weren't familiar with MVP's lineup and who plays for Secret. You've seen that as well, but now we're in session until the game starts, and I don't know how long we have. So I'm going to ask each couch to represent a team.
We get MVP.
You
I
happy with
wanted
that?
MVP.
You want MVP. Do you want to swap places with Ben? I can allow that to happen, but you need to decide now. Ben?
It's up to him.
I would kind of like Ben on my couch.
Wow. All right, fine. Let's go Secret.
All right, okay.
This would be offensive.
Okay, so why are MVP going to kick ass here? What have we got for MVP? Blitz. Come on.
I think they're highly motivated and hungry to win.
We had that earlier. Motivated.
But it's like the
You
strongest
can say that
reason.
for any team, though.
No, it's different. I'll tell you why.
These guys, really
No. These guys live. I was about to curse right there. These guys live in like a 3-bedroom apartment. They sleep where they play Dota. Can you imagine that? You're going to sleep at like 4 a.m. Some guy is like madly clicking and screaming in Korean at his Chinese.
That's every
teammate.
day at my house, dude.
No. But
right.
it goes beyond that. They
So
share one bathroom,
these-
and they've been doing this for 4 years. I don't get to say that they have the same level of motivation.
Okay. I'm going to put want a better life.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna go with MVP. So.
What? Okay. All right. I want Ben. Bring Ben over here.
I can't be on both.
All right, so
matches.
I can tell you
I don't
that. So I think that Secret, like MVP, played really well in their match. They just played really clean and crisp. But I will say that Secret.
Sorry, I'm just going to.
They know what end to be. They had plenty of opportunity to look over those.
It's kind of both, right?
All right, we'll do smart/prepared.
I also feel like some teams actually have a play style that's kind of independent of what the other teams even are doing at the time. So their strategy doesn't necessarily rely on like certain picks to be good against, you know what I mean? And the Enigma is something that puppies run like all the time. So I think that their strategies can be run in a volume of situations, which is quite strong in my opinion.
Okay. We can guys as we go into the drafts. Back to Blitz and Malini as MVP versus Secret. We'll start
I
drafting.
feel like there's no eyes on MVP. Like even wild card, unknown factor.
Yeah.
So
Kind
no
of dark horse, shadowy. How would you like to? Blitz, you happy with that?
That's pretty funny.
The avant-garde of Group A and the
what
Shanghai
you're not-
Major. I don't know how to.
Yeah.
That's not even how you
That's
spell
not how you
guard.
spell guard in any world.
G-U-R.
G-U-A-R-D.
Gerd.
But even that's not right for this one.
They fucking consistent.
Something old English. I don't
Stupid
know.
English language. Okay, back to Secret.
And because QO is a really explosive player.
I was actually going to write.
Something for Secret.
Yeah.
I think that they're actually, like this tournament especially, they have to be driven, right? It's kind of what Will said. They were a team that is kind of like, not necessarily all-star, but they had a really hot streak, and then they had a rut. So I feel like after winning the first opening like match against CDEC, that puts them, I would say, high morale. You know, they get momentum.
They're on the up.
Yeah, they're on the upswing, which I think is really good early on in the tournament.
So we'll put momentum. Although that's harder. I'll just put up.
I don't think you can spell momentum, actually.
Hey.
Just
Let's
saying.
have a go.
Are you sure you spelled up correctly?
Is it moment?
Sound it out, James. Come on. You can do this.
M-O-M-E. I want to go M, but that seems ridiculous.
I mean, there's already at least 2 in there. I think you might be going a little bit too ham.
And I'm going to finish it off with an extra M. Why not?
There
We
you
got
go.
4 M's.
Brilliant.
Momem.
Okay, I know that was perfectly wrong. I did that for comic effect.
All right.
Sure.
Right.
I'm enjoying
They
this
got
so
momentum.
much.
Fucking brilliant.
Mom,
All right, so
man.
we're into the drafts now. We've got 2 big reasons.
With really long words that are
I've
hard
got a
for
certain
James to
je ne
spell.
sais quoi about them.
Hey, dyslexia was fine when I was at school. I had someone who could like take my notes, and I got 15% extra time in exams.
You're not going to get any pity.
Might be heroes in the first 2. They saw the Enigma earlier. They're like, we don't want to deal with that. Because of that, you let other high-tier heroes through. So, and Team Secret's opening has been pretty static, I think, ever since the first series that I saw. They often like to pick teams like Void was really favored, and then has already kind of stopped being picked in the first 2.
I don't think
One team they'll be like, no, we'll ban Faceless Void and just see what happens.
it's like that hero has not fallen off. It's just not go well for them.
No, that did not.
I don't know if in the MVP Phoenix series versus eHome, was it picked at all?
Amount of times in the other game.
As his name, okay. Not great.
Yes.
It's still picked, and this is obviously playing a potential.
Yeah.
but they take Nature's Prophet.
What's the lion ban about? That's a weird one. All the other ones make sense to me, but the lion one is just like, why lion? Is it good for Morphling? Is it like good for something they want to pick? Ember was already banned out.
I mean, it kind of has to be that, right? It has to be tailored towards something like core-oriented that they want to take a little bit later on in the draft. But I mean,
Terrorblade? Actually, that's it.
Terrorblade's a hero who hasn't been picked yet, right?
Secret? Come on.
I mean, I'm not saying they can't pick. I'm just saying it hasn't been picked yet.
But that's like Lion's not that popular. He was picked in the last series, but he's the only one that doesn't really synergize well against with MVP's lineup or against Secret's lineup. So that's the one I think is very, very odd.
It's going to be such a hard mid lane for Team Secret with both the Earth Spirit and the Nature's Prophet roaming potential. If you get some sort of aggressive mid, whether it's like a lane dominator like Death Prophet or a more kill-oriented hero like Puck, it's just going to be a hard time for this
If they're really scared, they can just run like a Bane or something mid. Or
well, they could also just go aggro. I mean, they've only had one hero, and I think Venge's fine if you want to go aggro lane. Saw teams do that earlier as well.
I think Secret should take Void. It's good against the Nature's Prophet, and it messes with the Earth Spirit a lot, the time dilation. And Nature's Prophet, I don't think you want him to just get going. You want a way to kind of catch him out. MVP Phoenix, I think they took Disruptor as well against Ehome, right?
Yes.
It's always been their hero, though. I remember, like, even when March was on the team, they like the playstyle that it gives them. Because the philosophy was always, we're going to run at you nonstop, and if we run out of steam, well, then we probably lost, but we'll at least have a good time.
I like this choice by Team Secret. I agree with you that they should go for the Faceless Void, but it's a free pick at this point in time. Like, MVP Phoenix can't really fit it into their lineup.
No, they can't.
So they can get Gyro, Faceless Void as a combination. These are actually some of the best heroes you can run with Faceless Void.
MVP are bringing us some different heroes than we've seen today. Do you like it, or
avant-garde?
What is in avant-garde? What is that?
Means like, I guess hipster, if you want to say like in layman's terms. It's more like cutting edge, just not afraid to try new stuff.
You're the one defining the trend.
Okay.
They don't care about what's hip. They just do whatever.
It's a good word. Good word.
So PL is strange here. Firstly, the illusion-based heroes are generally just not good versus Invoker because all illusions get destroyed by Invoker. They all die. They all get disarmed. You can't buy BKB for them, so on and so forth.
But you can doppelganger out of the deafening now, can't you? With the nerf, so like you can still cast spells in it, so it's like not as bad.
But
I
still,
guess.
Illusions are just generally not.
Yeah,
not
they
that
can still
great.
get wrecked very quickly.
And it's also versus Gyro, which is I would just say already an overabundance of AOE to deal with the Phantom Lancer. But it is a hero that can be played in a very aggressive strategy. It's also decent at pushing towers down very early, which they like clearly with the Nature's Prophet.
Wouldn't you say though that it kind of requires damage and lockdown for PL? Like old PL, I would say that just damage or just lockdown was enough. But I feel at the rate that he spawns illusions now, and the inability of Team Secrets to lock him down for long periods of time, Night Stalker is obviously going to help with that. But I feel like it's still okay, especially given the style that they like, which is more go for the pick, don't necessarily go for like the 5-man.
I'm trying to think right now. Phoenix is going to have to slow down this Invoker for sure. A lot of it comes down to him if the PL can get free farm.
You definitely need one of those kind of tempo controllers, but Puck, you can't really run it against Night Stalker, I think. It's a bit too hard.
I think OD's still okay here. It's like BKB would destroy.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough overwhelming like team fight and save for like a Death Prophet or something like that. So
I don't think DP's good though on, what are they? They're playing Dire, right?
Yeah.
They're playing Dire side plus the lineup that they have. I don't think DP fits. I think if you're like...
I actually think DP's pretty good. They can just roll all of Secret's towers very early on. And they have like heroes that can kind of protect with the Earth Spirit and Disruptor.
Yeah, they actually have super active supports. I actually agree with Ben. I think that
you need
DP
like
is
one
alright.
support that defends really well though, or keeps the DP alive. I don't think.
Yeah, and exactly. They don't have a saving hero. They don't have an Oracle.
I guess if she gets swapped in, she's dead. So
Yeah,
that's never good.
I don't really like DP
like
at all.
the PL and Nature's Prophet aren't active enough to really make sure that DP overwhelmingly wins fights.
There's like so many things going against it. It's like you don't have a hero that can save. You're on Dire side. It doesn't really super fit the nature of your lineup. I guess you can make a case because it beats Invoker mid, but I don't know if that's a good enough case to make for it.
I think you almost have to disregard the Night Stalker at this point in time and have to pick up one of those tempo controllers like Lina or Puck. Even though it's not good versus Night Stalker, you have to make sure that you win your laning phase in the mid and you take down that Invoker and you transition that into more control. Oh, Invokers. It's one of the few melee heroes that can actually deal with that matchup.
Maybe it's the C scene famed PL mid. Miracle made really the C Miracle made pretty popular.
Yeah. Mid PL is pretty good.
Yeah, it is. It can't die. It's the thing. It's like you see the Venge coming in, you always dodge the stun. You can almost just trade.
Oh, that's a hero we haven't seen yet. Or has he been picked? I don't think he has.
I don't think he's been picked. And Misery's going to be on it, so looking for the offlane. So yeah, there we have our draft, and we're going to get ready to go into match number 1 of the upper bracket game, as you can obviously know, between Secret and MVP. Are you guys still happy with your original selections after seeing the first draft? And of course, you know, we've got MVP, the Want a Better Life / private bathrooms. Was it bedrooms that you wanted them to have?
Bathrooms.
They want private bathrooms.
Man, that's such a sad thing. I wish I had you had to put that up there now. The way you phrase it, they want a better life.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're happy enough. They're good guys.
This is it. But couch number 2, you still happy with? I
like Secret.
I'm feeling comfortable with Secret. Yeah, feeling pretty good about it.
Any particular reason why, or just a gut feeling, Andy?
Just a gut feeling.
Okay. Cap?
I think the draft is really strong. I think the Beastmaster last pick was kind of what they needed. They needed solid lockdown versus Juggernaut and PL. And I think everything before that is the kind of patch-dependent heroes you need.
Okay, and very quickly, Blitz, this is your MVP. Why are they going to win in one word?
Avant-garde.
Into the game with Toby and Cinderin. Good best of luck to both teams.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's time to get underway. Team Secret going up against MVP. Who would have actually thought we'd be sitting here going, hey, MVP, they 2-0'd out eHome.
Not me.
I don't think most of the world thought that.
I was definitely... a lot of people going into the tournament actually considered eHome the favorites to win the whole thing, but so far the group stage has proven to be quite difficult for them. Of course, they will be meeting the winner of this matchup, or sorry, the loser of this matchup, rather. To fight for second place. But for now, it's MVP versus Secret. I think it's a very difficult draft for me to call, actually. Both teams have some great strengths. The main thing I noted was that MVP chose to not go for their Enchantress that they actually had an option to do in second phase, but rather sold for a Disruptor. So I wonder what was the reasoning behind that. But
it's not just that, too. It's the fact they then went into the Juggernaut, which gives very unusual lanes. Hello, bottom lane. Already Debut trying to clear a little bit of space. Weehaw coming in a little too close. And Febby, he's actually going to skill up Glimpse. He's going to bring Weehaw back, and they may have enough damage. He's right on top of the rune spot, and there it is. First blood goes the way of MVP. QO to spill it. And that's a nice start to the PL, who's going to head in towards that mid lane.
Yeah, that's perfect. When you saw that Juggernaut last pick, you're thinking, okay, it has to be a Jugger or a PL mid, and PL probably the best candidate for standing up against Invoker very early on. You have doppelgangers, you can just break Cold Snap and just generally get away. In case of any rotations. So he'll be getting a pretty fast bottle because he got that first blood and the rune, I believe. Yeah, he got so much gold for that. So very good start for him.
And of course, it also delays up the Invoker. Like Weeha's taking so long to run back to the mid. The Puppy, he's almost gained like half of the creep wave worth of experience just by sitting here in the lane, waiting for his mid to return. And Invoker being behind a PL at the start.
Yeah, he's a full level behind to walk back all the way. Generally don't want to have that happen, but yeah.
Especially another kill. You don't want to see that happening either. What does Weehaw even do here? So okay, he buys up a fresh salve, but the courier is already busy. The courier is already walking out with a stout shield so Puppy can Iron Talon jungle this Night Stalker.
Yeah, this has become a fairly popular way of playing the Night Stalker, just playing it position 4 with the Iron Talon jungle. The problem is it gives a lot of space to MVP.
Misery, top lane. They're going to actually trap him up in a spin and go for it, and with the Glimpse back, yeah, Misery's in a world of hurt. He goes up into the tree, starts to TP out, and they won't reach him in time. Misery, nicely played. Nice escape.
Very, very good. And at the same time, they put quite a bit of pressure on QO mid. He's A bit on, actually a lot on experience, so never mind that. I don't think he's recovered enough.
Especially now the Cura is running a bottle.
They're really pressuring him, and this is the problem when you run a Night Stalker like this, is that the first 4 minutes you just have innate weakness in your lineup. You're giving the offlaner space in the Prophet. Actually now Puppey with a very good rotation could be putting some pressure here, but no, they're not going to go for it. And in addition to that, of course, Weeha in the mid lane will be abused quite a bit here by Dubu's Earth Spirit.
I like the build too on Kuro. Like he knows exactly how he wants to play this with the Earth Spirit. Like going for the 2. Now he actually has the 1 point up in Doppelganger. With a Phantom Rush, they just closed the distance so quickly. Weeha, there's no way to escape that. The Ice Wall went up out of pure optimism. And you could also see Forev, he was actually starting his TP to help. Even though it really wasn't necessary at the end of the day. So Weeha, he's 0 for 2 on this Invoker.
They're going to need to do something about this mid lane. You really don't want... Invoker is one of those heroes that you can recover on, but if you get stumped this hard in
coming
lane,
top.
It's just very difficult to just
Forev TP's in. They still have the glimpse, and it's already at level 2, but they put the wall up to start with, so Misery can't just TP himself out of this one. So MVP, and they started their series up against eHome with severe domination, and now Misery, all he can do is just deny his life, at least the direct kill to MP. This seems to be starting off very similar to their series against eHome. Kills all across the map, and then pressure being applied.
Earth Spirit Prophet is just incredible as a first phase opener for them. I completely agree with that pickup after the first pick Invoker from Secret, because it just... You can just go anywhere.
Just
and
keep going.
Immediately on Misery again here. They still have the glimpse. They don't even need to use it yet. Yeah, they won't need to use it at all.
So you've managed to get the mid laner and the off laner of Team Secret at 0-2. So 2 deaths for both of these heroes early on. Forev's already up at level 3, so the level 2 Treants aren't fully enough to get rid of this top tower, but then again, you could just drop the healing water of MP. Like, they can just keep the pressure going, and I think they see a new target too. Nighttime strikes, and Puppey tries to already attack, and QO, okay, he doesn't have enough help, not quick enough at least. They started their rotations, and they've already started up the wards around the top tower.
MVP supports. Who's actually in an awkward position here?
Puppey, he ran into it. He came underneath the ward. Forev TP's forward. He's still got Treants available to go for the block as Puppey tries to just juke them out, but because you can't juke out an Earth Spirit, they get another kill. They ping out the fact that Misery's come back up to this top lane. And MVP, Misery actually turns to fight. They have Glimpse, but Febby decides not to use it.
When Puppey chose to run up the hill there, I think... Well, first of all, he wasn't expecting the supports to be in that position, but secondly, it looked a little weird because they know there's many heroes in the neighborhood, and there was no one on Secret ready to TP up there. Gyro isn't level 6 yet. Invoker definitely can't leave his lane right now. So that's kind of an optimistic play, like high risk, but what's your actual reward of going up there? You can't really claim anything apart from a little bit of information, and cost him his life there. Great start for MVP here. This is, yeah, they're showing that the thing against eHome was not a fluke. 3k lead minute 5. Secret's got some recovering to do here.
Well, they do have one big thing that's working for them, and that's Eternal Envy. Safe lane farm, not really pressured. Obviously, Forev spent a lot of time out of that bot lane. Of course, while I say that, he is level 4 and now is soaking up the experience on the bottom lane. And you've already taken out the tier 1 tower on the top. So the ability to rotate for MVP becomes more real. Like, even Febby, like if you're worried about like a slow level up or disruptor, he had that level 2 glimpse very, very early on. So now even like presence in the lane is difficult for Team Secret, knowing Disruptor could be staring down the barrel of having a Static Storm soon. The PL is now at level 7, and he's sitting with a regeneration rune. So QO's kind of got the world as his oyster. Even the Juggernaut with Face Boots and Omni Slash, now he has level 6.
This PL is such a difficult kill for the Secret lineup. The only thing they have against him is Night Stalker Silence, but actually wait, they don't have that. It hasn't skilled it, so... They can't kill him until the Beastmaster gets raw. I think Kuro will just be able to do this, and he's fine.
Yep.
Doppelganger away. There's no serious lockdown. The only real stun they have for now is actually Magic Missile. He could just dodge that easily with Doppelganger.
How can you buy space then for Misery? Because Misery then, like, you look to get more stuns, you look for the Beastmaster raw, right?
Yeah, I think that's the problem with Secret's draft right now, is that it's extremely greedy by nature. I think the hero you have to use to create the space might be the Gyrocopter to get him involved in a couple of kills with the call down now that he's level 6. Maybe you do a smoke rotation. Night Stalker's first night time is running out, and Puppey isn't anywhere near close to level 6, so he won't be having darkness either. And at daytime, it's just way harder for them than it should be right now. So yeah, where does Misery get it? Good question. He's level 5 right now. I guess this top, definitely not the early game he was looking for.
Whilst Misery are playing very defensive just because of what's happened early on. So he looks for a kill on bottom, but not.
What's Forev doing? It's like he's bored. He just denied 2 of his treants with half health. Next to the like, okay, well I can't go CS right now. Might as well just kill some treants while I wait. But yeah, anyway, definitely very confidently strutting up this mid lane, knowing he has MP coming in from the side, and if there's no Ghost Walk available, there is though. But and they actually have no detection. He already invoked it.
We hard turned for a moment. There we go.
And that's enough. This intimidation should
get it on. They just thought they could do it with the 2 of them. Eternal Envy, that Rocket Barrage is actually able to get close enough with the flat cannon and the cooldown. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. But on bottom lane, Eternal Envy is being attacked down. QO will arrive, and he takes out Eternal Envy. Oh, can he actually take out Puppey too? Oh, and there goes your Puppey.
He's kind of blocking himself.
Okay. Move the stout.
Yes.
That is, he's dead.
Secret definitely have to get together on in this next nighttime. If they don't accomplish anything in the next night, they're going to lose Roshan and they're going to lose their tier 1s. That's...
Oh, you failed it! Even no! The wall position was a little off from Febby. Eternal Envy still walked back into the storm and took the damage.
And he went Iron Talon on Jar. Is this normal?
Iron Talon on Jar? Probably as normal as a Helm of the Dominator over on... No.
On Bristle? Hey.
On Bristle.
Well, there's a ranged hero. It's still kind of nice for clearing out. It's just, again, it's so greedy. They already have an Iron Talon on Puppey. So right now, if you want to look at it that way, it's 1,000 gold, these 2 Iron Talons combined, that yields almost nothing in fights, right? So their net worth lead effectively is even bigger for MVP. They're closing in on 10k at this rate.
You can understand it though, like why Puppey got it at least, because he got space in the mid. He managed to get like a couple of CS, and like the rotation of the jungle with a 9 Talon just made sense for a Night Stalker. But yeah, running it with a Gyrocopter, that's definitely a new one to add to the books.
He's gonna TP away from bottom. You can tell that
Highlight Ice dead. Like, they actually had the Wrath of Nature help out QO. He's going to get Magic Missile, but he's also got Lance back off cooldown, which makes this just a little too easy to find the kill. At the same time, up on top, Forev just TPs away from Eternal Envy, who has done his first lane rotation of the game.
That rotation is, not the rotation Secret we're hoping for, but they're making the right read. They can't fight for this bottom tier 1. Daytime, the enemy is really far ahead. They're not in a position to do anything about it, so they're going to try to maximize right now and just find whatever farm they can while they give away map control. It's not good, but it's probably the best they can do. It's very rare that you say 10 minutes in that the game has slipped from their hands. For a team like Secret, this is very, very rare. But they have just been absolutely ridiculously outplayed in the early game by this MVP squad. The nice thing about this lineup, when you look at it, is that the initiation range is obviously ridiculous, right? They have Earth Spirit and Prophet. And then if the enemy team reinforces, they have Glimpse. So they can always double outnumber, and they're looking to outnumber Weeha. He is.
Yeah, they're going to destroy Weeha. Eternal Envy is around here, and he is going to kill off Dabu. A nice cooldown position. MP, he's got the Omni Slash available to swap out from Pylai Die, making it so Febby cannot escape. But that's a 2-for-1 trade-off. You lost your Earth Spirit as well as the Disruptor. Probably the bigger thing was the fact that the Ancients... Oh no, they didn't finish it. They didn't finish up the Ancients. Eternal Envy moved off that just a little bit too early.
Oh, now he might die as well. He's hanging around mid. He does have a TP, but yeah, they're going to see him mid now. QO's on the case.
With the lands forward, Envy will take too much damage before that TP will complete, especially with the Nature's Prophet coming in to help. If MVP walk up this hill and they see just how low that Ancient stack is too, like that's too much easy money. And okay, they're not even looking for that. They're looking for objective base. It's going to be Roshan now for them.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. This is what I was expecting. That Secret can't really fight, so MVP should just be able to go. There's 5, but they want to secure even more here.
They need a stun.
Yep, got it.
They managed to get the kick, and Misery's going to go down. So no Misery for 34 seconds, which means at least know there's no Hawk over the pit. Even if the Radiant Observer was there, can Secret even contest this?
I feel like they have to, but they can't. Right? It's a 4-on-5, and Puppey is half health and no mana, so
and if it
essentially
doesn't,
a 3-on-5.
If it doesn't work, you lose everybody, because Disruptor will just keep dragging everyone back in again.
You have to give this one away. Really don't want to. It's getting worse and worse. At least it's plateaued a little bit in the last 2 minutes, but now it's going to dip even further. So,
It's, I'm just trying to think of openings for Secret. I can't remember them using a smoke yet this game. Maybe they've used one, and they tried that bait play mid where they got Invoker caught out and got the gyro play. Perhaps that's what they need to look for. Just try to get as many baits set up as possible and just sacrifice Weeha a couple of times to get the other heroes farm. This way is definitely not working.
Well, the only other one which is really going to have an impact if you get him farm, if it's not Weeha, it's got to be Envy. It's got to be the Gyrocopter, but Envy's gone for this, like it's almost the ultimate creep build. Like, we had the stat before, this is only the second Iron Talon ever on a Gyrocopter in a competitive match. And now he's followed it up with the Helm of the Dominator build as well as the Ring of Aquila. Like, the ability to get into something like a BKB or a big damage dealing item is kind of off. And also, so was that smoke from MVP.
It's a little bit weird. They still do have the 2 support smokes and they're rotating in duo. This is actually very smart because what Secret are going to expect now is that, okay, these 2 heroes are hitting the tower bottom, the other heroes will be on backup bottom, but they're actually making 2 plays at the same time. Unfortunately for them, this Observer Ward will see the PL lose, and this should give it away. They'll back off. But it's another free tower for MVP. Forev is going to port to base, get his... Is that the full Orchid?
Not yet, but he's pretty damn close.
He's close to Orchid drum phase, minute 14. Alright.
He's definitely looking good. The PL still looking better. PL has a full diffusal blade with the BTs and an Aegis to the Immortal 14 minutes in. Yeah. And he's still got another 1200 gold up his sleeve too.
And he was mid. Like, this might be one of the most farmed PLs I've ever seen minute 14. And it's a mid where you generally get less farm than your safe lane, but he's been doing great.
It helps when you get six kills for no deaths.
Only a good sign. Alright, he's just gonna... Yeah, well, with that Aegis, how are they gonna kill him twice? It's very difficult to imagine. He's gonna put on the pressure. QO, known for his sometimes over-aggression.
It feels more like distraction. Like, so MVP can take that mid tower without any problem.
Secret are reading this, though. They're looking for a kill on Forev. They know he's solo top now, after they see a couple of heroes mid and the PL, obviously, and they're gonna go in. Axes?
Misery. He started the roar. The Sprout's actually going to keep him out, so Forev can just TP himself out. Disruptor ulti comes in from Febby, so even if Misery did see him with the hook, he can't do anything. And the BTs, well, that was actually on the way in from the PL, but the unit actually died, so he couldn't complete his BT. But the Prophet, Forev comes back in for some revenge, throws out the Wrath of Nature, bounces through Weeha. Is there a glimpse? It's not available right now, and Forev can't kill Misery before the TP will complete. But meanwhile, in the middle lane, QO, he starts off that Diffusal Blade charge on Eternal Envy, who's now completely out of mana. They let the Omni Slash go as Eternal Envy just, basically disintegrates into bolts. They're looking for that Sunstrike kill on QO, but yeah, he, because of the fail of the Doppelganger, he actually stays alive. The tower can't kill him off, and now Puppy's baited to come up too high. QO! He's coming back in for it. He's got the Aegis Immortal, so doesn't really care that much, but it's the big kick from Dubu. He buys the space for Forev to actually get back out to safety. The Aegis Immortal will now pop, but QO is still not sad about that. He kind of wanted that to happen anyway. And now his Phantom Rush is back off cooldown, doesn't even need it. Misery is dragged back over to him, instantly kicked down to the curb. And MVP... They're 16-3, and they are taking the Shanghai Major by storm.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. This is not the performance I was expecting from them going into the tournament. I also don't think this game has been Secret's best showing, so this, for me, is probably not going to be an indication of how a very likely... Well, not a likely game 2. We will have a game 2 no matter what, but very likely a 1-0 lead MVP will be looking in the next game. I think the main way MVP have won the fight has just been outnumbered.
Almost a level and a half on the Invoker.
Yeah.
And then you catch out the Beastmaster twice. But the Earth Spirit, like, they were forced into this position. MVP kind of also, it was noted as well by the panel saying, like, they're just not feeling the secret of... We saw this Wombo combo, the Enigma and the Tidehunter, just working beautifully and bringing back a meta frame that they like.
And if you missed that stat right there, this is actually a record. This is the first PL. Very good cooldown from Envy here. Could actually set up something.
Yeah, that Omni Slash. Eternal Envy down for the count in a great old game. In under 18.5 minutes, we're one off the G.
Solid. And I think, you know, out any escape against Earth Spirit and then not help him. They just left Wii there to rot. There was no Venge defensively supporting him. They didn't have a defensive support in general. A couple of good picks against Earth Spirit in the mid lane would be something like a Puck or a Queen of Pain that can, at the very least when he rolls...
Man, Kira already won like MVP for the first 2 games of his tournaments. Just how smug they can be.
Actually accidentally hit the the power in the room, and so we lost our previous. Hello everybody, welcome back. I don't know if you had us on screen or a break. Unfortunately, someone, not us, I can only assume the MVP won.
That PL had almost a level a minute. Decent. Not bad. I don't know. It's kind of weird because they picked a strategy, and Will said this during the game. It's like Earth Spirit's the only thing that would ever make that work. And the fact that they had two really aggressive, like fighting capable cores and that kind of rotation, it's just like Secret got trounced.
That's how they won their games versus eHome, though.
Yeah.
They just won their lanes really hard, and then they just never kept down their aggression. They're never like, let's take a step back and farm. That never happened in their games versus eHome.
Yeah.
So, you know, just to play a little game, if we may, we have to kind of go around one by one, you four, in turn, and say something that an Earth Spirit is capable of doing, right? And you kind of have to get to like, I want you to try and get to like 10 to 12, maybe even 15 things, which means you're going to like go around multiple times. And the first person that kind of has to hesitate loses, okay?
So it's like hot potato, but with Earth Spirit.
With Earth Spirit.
Okay.
Cap, you're going to be first up. Are you ready to start the game
Yes.
of hot Earth potato? I don't know how
Yes.
we put it. All right, ready? One thing, go.
Stun multiple people.
Silence multiple people.
Run away from multiple people.
15,000 damage with ult at level 1.
Disable someone and completely move them to an opposite position.
Pull somebody with agonyms.
Kick somebody into your fountain using eggs.
Mess up the entire team's other draft.
Make mid lane initiation that literally no other hero can.
Oh.
Eh.
Oh, you're just out of here. I have like
okay,
5
okay,
more
okay.
things.
You're out,
Come
Andy.
on.
Last place. We're ready to continue. Are you ready, Blitz? I'll give you a countdown of 5 to continue hot Earth potato.
You kick a stone and hit some guy that you didn't even mean to hit.
5 times better than a 4th staff.
Able to do all kinds of
Best Veil carrier.
best orb of venom carrier.
That's
Your last one was
Divine
your last
Rapier.
one
He'll
was
be
dodgy.
fine.
You're out. You're
All
third
right.
place.
I'm just checked out, man. I didn't realize we could just say like the most random stuff.
3, 2, 1.
Allows a Korean team that wants.
All right, Blitz
Yeah,
lost.
you're out.
lost.
Yeah, Lily
Yeah,
wins.
get out of here.
Congratulations on your.
1,500 net worth, James.
Wait, doesn't he actually have?
Ars League, I think over 20 plus games was 80 light nerf to his ag. Pretty darn good Earth Spirit. We've seen some like, oh, how does the spell work? But no, Dubu has played that hero apparently a lot, judging by the way he nailed all his rolls. He stunned people. Yeah.
Did
This
Earth
is,
Spirit things.
Yeah, but what a great storyline coming out from MVP for day one.
Yes.
These guys coming in 1-0 up in the Blitz, not to put you on the spot again, but if we were going to do a segment, which is we can maybe call letters to LD. And you kind of have to be like, letters to LD should, you ever seen like Points of View in England?
No.
Points of View is kind of like when you write into the TV show or something and you're like, dear TV show, I watched your TV show and you said this. And I felt this was wrong and this, so this. Because you did say that you wanted to call him out, and I am now calling you out.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, that one VP had less than a 10% chance to take a game off of a team in this.
You don't know, or something like that. You'd be like,
LD, Gods also once said that there was no way.
Nice to me.
there we go. And that concludes Letters to LD.
And then once they did, we might as well move to a new game.
Valve was just like, yeah, we lost the
A really kind of big fan base, not just because they just run at you, and I'm like, great analysis, period. But it's kind of like how you feel when you watch MVP. They're exciting, they bring momentum, they're not scared to try, you know, very avant-garde, as you guys like to call them. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see them, you know, even if they did go through first. But of course, you can't really say that Secret aren't going to win 2 games in a row. The Earth Spirit was in there.
Yeah, if anything was avant-garde here, by the way, it was Team Secret choosing to let Earth Spirit out in the pool when they don't have first pick. Like that's some serious against the trend sort of stuff. No other team's going to do that.
I feel like Puppy is a bit stubborn in that sense, isn't he? Like he likes to leave stuff in the pool that other people would like like, no, we're just going to ban it. That he wants to beat that hero, you know.
To try and prove the meta wrong, or so that wouldn't be surprising for me if Puppy was like, yeah, sure, take the that Secret can come back in this and really just stop MVP's momentum.
If they do that, though, it's still underrating MVP Phoenix, and I think everyone has that rated MVP Phoenix as lower than what they have performed today. They're 3-0. They took down one of the favorites, eHome. Very
that was
still
insane.
like dominated the Invoker. I don't think I've seen a poor Invoker in competitive in ages. Like he had like a 13-14 minute Midas. By the time he got Midas, the game was over. So it's just MVP, really good right now, on fire. Their first 10.
I think you look at that game, and if you're Secret, Roots, but at the end of the day, Secret, they still have 2 games to kind of turn things around. And if there's, he went to the majors at Frankfurt, he got 2nd place, so he's been in this type of position before. I think Secret, they should bounce back in game number 2, but
the first series and this series, but going into got let through and they just destroyed them with it. And now they have time to prepare, but they're already 1 down in the series and 1 game away from just already letting MVP go to the winner's bracket. Not that they don't deserve it, but it's.
I agree with you. It's like you've just given really.
They can play
because they played us. They have 2 games just to get that 1 win to finish.
Like, we play tomorrow? It was like yesterday. Like, no idea.
Like, I'm all with the MVP hype train and everything. Like, obviously, they're a fantastic team. Against CDC, they kind of got stomped in game 1. Like, it wasn't really that close. CDC did have the advantage the whole time. So it was like Will was saying, they're a team full of veterans. They're not going to let that hero that just completely trounced them, I think, go through twice. And they'll do something that they're very comfortable with. And like I was...
Where do you want Secret to kind of take the drop?
Sample size for me. You know, I see that game and it's against CDC and they had great success with it. And they just banned the Enigma straight away. And then they banned out Chen. So it feels like they're a little bit of farm priority. Like, he doesn't need it, but when he gets, might slip through, because I know Puppy can play that as well. I think those types of heroes that help control the pace of the game or can maybe get a little bit...
Number 2 of this series. Yeah, interested. Already the bans have come in, so I'll let you guys kind of lead us through this. But yeah, very curious.
It can be other heroes like Tusk, for example. But I think that they really need to make sure that their laning phase goes well. I think Secret is much more like farm oriented, and I think they're still kind of stuck in that. They're trying to push down this tower, and it took them like 2 minutes because wasn't Shiki actually. It was the support leader and take an objective. Secret was rather slow at that. So I think that in order to make up for some of the weakness they have in that area, I think they need to make sure they win the laning phase. And I think Pilot is probably one of like the faster gankers in the game, where he's always able to find that opening to be really disruptive in the laning phase.
Yeah, a lot of times I think that when teams play versus Phoenix, it's like, okay, we'll get to the mid game, and this is what our game plan is. Like, their whole drafts around, like, they're drafting around getting to the mid game unscathed and having some sort of team fight, but, like, they don't take into account the laning phase enough, which is where I think MVP Phoenix is like, okay, we'll just win the lanes and we'll play from there. And their game plan just comes to fruition much, much earlier. But the Spirit Breaker, I think, is... It's a nice pick coming out from Puppy. It's very good versus Nature's Prophet, and they can actually be the aggressors instead of constantly trying to defend against Nature's Prophet rotations.
It kind of also means that MVP would be very unlikely to pick a bounty against Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is like extremely good against that hero in the early game. You like all your movement just really doesn't do anything if you have a support SB just walking around the map and charging people. So
at the same time, MVP Phoenix have just picked up another again the mid that is really hard to gank, and if you doppelgang at the right time, you should never be hit by the charge. I think that's a pretty smart response by MVP Phoenix.
It's also pretty ambiguous because it can be mid, but it also can just as easily be safe lane. Like it's not set in stone.
Things just kind of worked out for the mid PL. Yeah. Like, you had a decent mid matchup.
He had 2,000 range ganks.
Yeah, it's like Q has to know about how it works as well. That's pretty basic. Like, to run the mid PL. You had ganks going for you too. On top of that, Weehaw got first blooded by QO when they ran into the river engagement. Just pretty much everything swung MVP Phoenix's way for the first 10 minutes.
They are very likely to be able to get another kind of heavy rotating lineup, though, because they already have the Nature's Prophet. There's going to be one support left in the pool that can rotate to the mid lane.
They can always go back to the Wisp too. I think Febby's actually pretty darn good in that on that hero. And I've seen them run Wisp Bristleback too in one of their recent games. Decent synergy with MP.
That was the old March special.
Yep.
It was like,
yes, it was.
What do we do? Let's just run at them.
Oh.
Phoenix's turn to pick.
Okay.
Do they actually go? Do they actually go Wisp Tiny and just for the big cleave hero against Phantom Monster? Especially the Blink Dagger. It's decent for because Nature's Prophet is hard to split push against that as well.
Sven would have been really sick.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
I just realized that.
But it was already banned out.
So now MVP Phoenix has to be thinking, okay, well now they're going to run Wisp Tiny mid. PL's probably not going to fare too well versus that. And now they're probably switching Phantom Lancer to off lane, Phantom Lancer to safe lane, Nature's Prophet off lane, and thinking about solutions to deal with the Wisp. Or do you think they just be like, okay, well, whatever, they can run that, we're just going to run our own thing?
I think you just run your own thing.
You just run your own thing? Okay.
Let the draft develop at least to the 4th pick. You can decide. Phoenix seems pretty comfortable though, so far with. And Venge doesn't really give up too much. I was gonna say like the 3 combos right now that are really popular are the Tiny, the CK, and the Sven, right? And you probably rated like the Sven the highest against the PL, but Phoenix knows that, so they ban. Then the next best option is the Tiny.
Yep.
I think there's an okay thing for CK as well, because they have like no illusion clear at all on MVP Phoenix. Like you get a Lucky Phantasm, get extra illusion, you can just wreck. I mean, granted, then you would have to rely pretty much entirely on Invoker to kill PL, of the illusions at least.
Is it bounty anyways?
Yeah.
Yep, I think it's just gonna run at them, make sure that IO can't stack up the jungle, and just take control of that mid lane very early with the Nature's Prophet and the Bounty Hunter coming in. I think they're focusing a lot of effort on that lane.
I think they actually pick it now because they probably realize that it's going to be Spirit Breaker, most likely, I guess, off lane at this point, right?
You can easily have them babysit Invoker in the safe lane. So
Yeah.
it's not that big a deal. I mean, you reverse the Nature's Prophet, so it's with the Stout, it's A-okay.
I think it just depends. Are there any offlaners that would be really valuable right now for Team Secret? Void's not bad.
What about Tide?
But
Yeah,
I think it's a bit slow.
Tide's actually pretty good. Yeah.
We did it. It's good against PL.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they're pretty much... they got an okay amount of nuke damage, I guess. They have single target.
You want some sort of AoE setup for Tiny Wisp to be able to go in.
Yeah.
I think the Tidehunter is too long of cooldown. I think when they run it, they actually want like shorter duration, or shorter cooldown ultimate to set up for Wisp Tiny. Sometimes you'll see Centaur, sometimes you'll see LC, sometimes you'll see Magnus, Tidehunter. Like all of these kind of work. Bat Rider
actually
also.
LC is really good against that.
Yeah,
team.
I think LC is actually the best of these. It's also really good at clearing PL illusions.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's not that great versus the Venge because it's defensive swap.
Yeah, it pulls you a little bit out of position, but I don't think it's actually that bad. Like most of the time.
Like land and Invoker combo too on the dual target.
It's insane.
You're done for.
Yeah, in this lineup, you actually wouldn't need that much farm priority to get kills, because Tiny combo and Invoker, you're just dead. Like you can't live through that.
I think part of the reason why they took the bounty anyways, even though the Spirit Breaker's good, and part of it is like Spirit Breaker's so tanky, he doesn't really care about bounty right-clicking him and being a nuisance. But I think if you're a team that, like Phoenix, and you don't have a super veteran captain, you're just going to stick to the stuff that you practice, no matter what. You're not going to force your team into unknown waters and say, hey guys, they banned out our strats, let's do something a little bit different here that fits the situation better. It's more just, let's do what we know, make them play around us, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it still really, is Bounty Hunter still really relevant in terms of like if you're fighting a lot and trading?
Yeah, it's their play.
Yeah, and then MVP are always going to trade if they take fights.
Yeah,
they will eventually get a kill. So
it's even like good against
a safety net.
Yeah, it's good against the Wisp too, because oftentimes like the Tiny and the Wisp are just somewhere off on the map, and the Bounty can hunt them all the time, look for potential teleports, and kill the Wisp. Like it's very easy for this team to blow up Wisp. Like a Shuriken, a Magic Missile, and a Lance, and that hero's freaking dead. Like there's not really much you can do about it. But get some sustain now for Secret. They get Dazzle.
The Secret team looks like scary. It doesn't feel like MVP are going to have a great time running at them at all.
I think that they did a pretty good job of adapting, honestly, Secret. They have a lineup now that's not really cooldown reliant. Like, they don't need to wait for anything except for pretty much just the IO hitting 6. Now, the MVP win the game by that point, that's another story.
Who's this guy?
The Shrek?
Yeah.
Core
Is
Lesh.
this another first? Is it first Lesh? I think it is, right? Yeah.
Huh? All right, and so these guys will get ready. Puppy just sat back down, and they'll be getting into the game momentarily and refer to the commentators. But before we do, we're going to ask our two couches if they still kind of stick with their picks from earlier, or if you would like to kind of be swayed by the draft. So
we're sticking.
Are we? Because I was like secret all the way in with this draft.
We're sticking, dude. Come on.
All right, he's coerced me. The weird thing is, I'm the MVP fan, and I was gonna go secret.
Why are you stop believing, dude? They're on a roll. It's 3-0. They have core less. They don't even care. Come on. They have no fear. They just pick whatever they want. Anything.
All right, sure.
All right. You're staying with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with secret. Yeah.
Yeah. You think it's just a much better draft?
Well, again, I think it's really important when you're playing against MVP to always be able to fight at any point. So yeah.
Oh, versus the bounty hunter. That's a great idea.
Well, good luck, have fun to been called. So we're going to go into the next match, a huge match for MVP and also Secret. Remember, if Secret lose this, they have to play again today, and fatigue can really kick in the group stages. So they're going to want to tie this one up and take it out. But we'll go over to the commentators as we get ready to see the results of the game, really. Let's just watch the game. I don't know what I'm doing, Cap. Thanks.
So eloquent and stylish, James. Thanks for the handoff, and welcome back. I'm Tubby1. I'm here with Cinderin, as we'll take you through MVP versus Team Secret. MVP, they've had 3 games, and, well, it may not even be a surprise. I don't think we've even clocked an hour worth of in-game time for their 3 games so far, Sind.
I mean, that is a surprise, but it's not a surprise. It's starting not to be a surprise anymore that they do it when you do it over and over again, but I have higher hopes of Secret this game. I think they got a way better draft against what MVP have than in the previous one. And I'm just happy we get to see Leshrac. I actually think this hero is a bit forgotten. Of course, he got nerfed quite a lot, but can definitely still work. I think Alliance had quite a bit of success with it in Captain's Draft. Granted, it's a bit different, but still.
Yeah, they've been running him in mid. Well, we start off the same way we started game to 1. A bottom rune fight going off. Febby got a lot of early information. They just keep throwing these stuns out. The stun strike, though, going to hit pretty nicely into MP. Puppy, he's already pretty low, but the first blood spill is the Leshrac that will drop first. Puppy to follow directly after. Misery's got charge in 2 seconds' time, and this will allow him to catch up to Dubu. Even with the Fairy Fire, this will not be able to save the Vengeful Spirit unless he can get a perfect block stun. Not going to happen. Pilot Eye's last attack will kick in. So this time it's Team Secret that take the, well, in a way, the advantage from the fight because they get first blood and 2-1, but they're still taking some time to get into their lanes.
And they didn't get any bounty runes, so overall it's fairly even. Yeah, since it's taking them longer to get into lanes, this might actually favor MVP. It's pretty close regardless, which is off to a better start. You made a... Yeah, Pi gets his bottle. I think, did they...
Right underneath the tower. Orb of Venom takes the aggro from the tower. For Rev, the damage is actually going to be enough. The Sunstrike kicking in for Weeha. He looks for the revenge. The charge is on top of Febby. For Rev's just going to TP himself out here. The Spirit Breaker charge is a little bit too far away. I think Febby realizes he is definitely dead. Puppy will take the solo kill in that one. But again, Weeha starting off the game with a death. Not the dream for him, at least.
Yeah, very good trade for MVP. Just giving us support away. Again, they seem to be focusing Weeha very much so far. I don't know if they're focusing the player or the hero, but Invoker in the previous game got run over in lane, this time off to a bad start as well. And similar to last game, QO in the mid lane not being pressured nearly as much, and it's just the nature of Secret's lineup. IO Tiny is not very good at pressuring a PL super early on. It's going to start getting difficult once Tiny gets a few levels, though.
They're going to sentry over on Puppy. They're going to throw it down, looking for that kill over on Febby. Febby's almost out of range to Sunstrike. Oh, he only just barely missed. The charge comes in from Misery, but, well, he only gets the... Team Secret will take the aggro from the Aegis and drag him away.
How cocky can
Febby
you be?
is trying to deny himself at the moment.
He already knew they had a sentry because he was getting hit after the charge. And then he still chooses to walk back in. Well, now he should definitely know whether...
Got to drop Pilot Eye down, but it's... I don't know. Like in the panel was talking about in the jungle. Just preparing for the flash farm of Eternal Envy.
Well, it's 3 minutes in, so there's still plenty of time before he actually
They're
does
going
want
again
to
on top.
perform it.
We have this time. This time he's out of range. Going to keep him up.
To rotate, and even if they don't find kills, Secret have to, you know, play their game, and it prevents them from stacking very much. It keeps them on their toes, and they don't get into their comfort zone, which is team to from MVP to do that. I guess
this current meta anyway. But you're always trying to keep the attention. And there goes Misery.
And there goes the tower. This is a safe lane Leshrac. Diabolic Edict, the best ability in the game to push towers with early.
One interesting choice as well that you know it's all about the push, and he even puts now the 3rd point up into Diabolic Edict. There is no way to stop this.
I like this choice so much simply because Secret are not fighting ready. They can't do anything.
Again?
Oh no.
Again?
This time it actually has something bigger, and it had Puppy's boots on it. It has smoked. It has dust. It has an observer ward.
Oh boy.
This is the kind of stuff that's got to send you to a tilt. And you're losing your bottom tier 2 tower as well. What are you going to do? You're going to burn your fortification?
2 couriers lost, 2 towers lost, and there's no reason for MVP to not just continue. The Dazzle support is not strong right now. The IO support is not strong right now. Spirit Breaker is level 2. Tiny's level 4. They can actually just, I think they could literally just go 5-man mid and take this tower as well with very little risk. If they get any sort of pick off, this tower's theirs. It goes so quickly that Secret will not even be able to respond. The good news for them, though, is that finally Misery gets some levels right now. They've pushed so many creeps into his base that this should get him at least level 4. So that's something.
That is definitely something.
But the Prophet's almost level 6, and that's the one you want to compare him to. Yeah. That hero's flat out just
Eternal
better
Envy
in
is
the
dead.
Yeah.
The Whisper's TPing in right now. How quick can
maybe.
Highlight Eye get there? And, well, okay. They're actually going to have Puppy take some damage, but they're going to be okay. Highlight Eye is still dealing with a massive PL illusions. But as you said, what real deep push have you got apart from a 2-2 combo for Eternal Envy? There's still a level 4 Tiny 6 minutes in. Up against now a level, it's a level 3 Diabolic Edict. They at least have their 4...
More or less.
A little bit.
Yeah,
like, you maybe got like 1 second.
It defended their tower? I'm not sure. Doesn't seem like it. They're tough.
SQO can keep the Lances flying. Pilot Eye is out of bottle charges. He's actually tethered himself to Puppy of all players. Now you've already lost your mid-tier 1 tower. The Sunstrike is going to be 3 towers in 7 minutes. And again, MVP, they're ripping apart the net worth train. Like, they're 5,000 net worth in 7 his stun. He started up the animation, then realized that wasn't going to be the greatest thing in the world.
I think he cast Edict first, right?
Yeah, you're actually right.
Yeah.
You cast Edict first.
Our target's got to be top lane, and I don't see any reason to wait.
They're
here.
going again.
Weeha's in trouble. They do not have dust, actually, and they don't have anything
damage?
to stop that. Oh,
that was close.
All right, Couriers respawn. Fib, you know what to do.
Puppy can finally get boots.
Yeah.
Hang on, Kenny. Kenny, where's the bounty? The bounty
He's
is...
already looking for it.
He's
He
actually
is
running
already
over
looking.
to where the stacks are, where Puppy is currently doing the big stacks too.
No, this is not happening again. There's no way this.
Alright. Well, especially when it's a flying
Alright,
courier,
alright.
and they're using speed. They're
Experience from this stack. Oh, he won't. He'll.
Yeah, he's trying to stay
He wants
clear
to
of the
not-
balls.
Yeah, exactly. He
And
wants
he
to
also
not get
doesn't know where the sentry ward is.
It's difficult for Secret. Oh, he's walking in.
Oh, he's almost gonna kill Envy! So low, 9 HP, 9 HP! The Orbis are ticking him down! No! No! He gets killed by a neutral creep! Ah, nothing could go right for Team
Oh, he's
Secret!
stuck in the
Pilot dies on the
cloud!
hillside, the Wave of Terror is gonna miss him! And now they actually put a tree up on the hill, they see him too! Misery will die! It is an absolute calamity right now! Team Secret lose 3, the bounty was lost as well! But who really cares? Team Secret, they're losing their cores. They're not getting everything they need. They've lost their tier 1 tower on top lane. And what stops MVP from just keeping on going?
Oh my god. That I don't even know what to say. That's so unlucky. That's actually unbelievable. I mean, at least Envy died to the neutrals, right? He could have also died to the bounty, so it could have been even worse. But that one troll, they
Dubi's
gotta
gonna
look
stop it.
something.
No, he
Oh.
actually gets bumped back by the charge. The Sunstrike's on target for forever, but only moves half the life, so VS goes down. And with the lands from QO, he slows down Pilot Eye enough. They haven't got the vision over on that Forev Nature's Prophet, so he's able just to run himself away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Fabi is now soaking up his level 6 on bottom lane, so only 2 tier 2 towers left, and the top one's at half-life. So you basically...
It's kills into towers, and they don't even have that many kills, but they're just ready now in the right places, and they're getting their levels. The key abilities to get right now is obviously Tiny getting level 8, and maybe, I don't know if he's going to get a blink after this drum.
I don't know if that's going to be enough. Envy's dead again.
Level 6
with a
under,
stun. MP,
yeah.
look at the Pulse Nova just going to work. Envy, big hit. He's going after Eternal Envy while Misery, the Shallow Grave, finally wears down. Barrel of a team wipe at the moment as Weeha will go underneath the tier 2 tower just to die. Puppy, the only one to survive, asking for a pause for 1 minute as we have an error.
Quickly pause the game, look through the game files. There's something wrong today with MVP.
Yeah,
Do they have like, does their team get like double gold or something? Oh,
I'm going to pause this as Forev did go down, but the top tower is still being taken out.
it's the admin distraction strategy. They actually pause. It's like, okay.
How you kill off the Leshrac. Like, he's walking around with both a Vit booster and a point booster. Like, he's got so it's a 0-2 Invoker. Eternal Envy, like, mid lane didn't work for him. The jungle.
And right now, I think like 90% of their damage is magical. They have very little physical damage output, that sort of magic resistance. Like, if you want to end the game early, you can get mech pipe. The bounty hunter should be able to get mech pretty early. You can look toward a pipe on the Nature's Prophet or vice versa if they want. Lose the game. Like, you almost need to actively try to overextend to put yourself in a bad position, because you can, as long as you have map control in the enemy jump anywhere, because they can't see bounty. They know Prophet will be joining if there's any fight breaking out, so they're always +2 up.
Do give like Invoker space. Like, he picks up and be killed. And then, yeah, what if MVP push him through the top?
Oh yeah, there's track too.
Yeah. You got track, you got no relocate available. Pile just used this, so there's no saving grace on that one. Nether Strike's on cooldown for 25 seconds.
Until you have Prophet though. Like, going 4 and 5 in the enemy base now is such a high...
So you just rotate into the mid lane then. You take out the tier 2 tower, and that successfully removes all of secrets out of towers by 13 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Then you can look for the Roshan from, like they did in the previous game, control that area, and then go from there. Looks like they might... Okay, this is very I think they're going to back up this way. This is not good.
It may just be trying to force Secret to defend. And that's all. Or see what they've got up there at least.
Yeah, they get a track out on the Wisp, and now they're going to rotate away. Another thing MVP can do if they want, they can buy a gem. It's a little bit high risk, you know, because then team a gem against your bounty, and it's obviously not that great. But at the same time, if they take full map, if they remove all secrets wards, nowhere is safe. All right, this is a minute 12 Bloodstone. Okay.
Yeah. You want more records coming up on MVP? Like, last time it was QR on the PL that just, like, shredded it apart. Right now, MP is looking really damn good.
Curious to see his next item. I think BKB is a very, very solid choice, like I mentioned earlier. If he wants to look to be like super stat efficient, you could think about something like, of course, you could get a Shiva's Guard very early. You could go for an Axe if you really believe in the ultimate damage. So many choices that are good this game. The nice thing about Blink is that it makes it easier to split push, and you can always just avoid the relocate. But there's a Spirit Breaker. That's like a wild card, so we'll see what he does.
He's shallow. Considering their current position with the towers down 13 minutes in, it's a rather shallow ward inside the secret jungle. He believes he can defend this, but the creep wave is gone. But they keep poking and prodding and forcing more of Team Secret to retreat, which gives more and more space to Cure, and he can just BT himself in. He bought Boots of Travel when he TP'd back. That tier 3 tower is almost dead. They didn't use fortification at all, but now they see more of Team Secret have come back. Cure can be a little bit more aggressive on that bottom lane.
Yep. TP from Tiny is enough information. Yep, they almost got tier 3 for free. I think they can just chill, wait out the weave, and go again.
Which puts Dubu in a real world of hurt. Febby Secret, they're going to relocate out Lashrakton instantly onto Weeha. They do not see Febby, however. The Observers and Sentries are down for MVP. They trigger off the dust. That did actually hit the Bounty Hunter, slowing him down. So will the Ice Wall. He throws the Shuriken, tosses out, but the relocate drags him back, and another dive. They do not want to lose him. They're going to anyway. Dazzle gets 708 gold, 14 minutes in. Febby will actually go down as well. Puppy with the double kill, claiming 1,000 gold for these 2 kills. And now QO, he comes to join.
Damn, that attack from Puppy killing Lesh definitely caught Lesh by surprise. He took like 90. I think their lineup is really good at if they get ahead in a fight.
So enticing. Is this actually baiting like MVP to push beyond their means at the moment? Like, we're still 15 minutes into the game as they try and siege into a tier. Like, the catapult is slowly actually winning this push for MVP. MVP is going to deny up the tower. And do they keep on going? There's no fortification available.
Oh, Misery was thinking about it.
TP's in again.
This track damage, or Shuriken rather, is starting to become a problem.
Misery. Now he's also realizing another problem. That Orchid from Forev's just arrived. So a 6 feels like they're forcing the issue before they really have to. And you're seeing Weeha catching up on the network. He's up to 7. The rubber band could easily start snapping back in MVP's face.
I need to be a little bit careful.
And he jumps, MVP, well, instantly Orchided up. Players Febby, he's dusted up as well. It's a double kill for Weeha. And Team Secret, they are punishing MVP, and MV just keeps going forward with the avalanche toss, Misery, OP. And Team Secret now, how do you try and punish this? Do you think of Roshan, or do you think of towers?
I think you get this mid-tier 1. Well, they might actually not even have time for that. The game is still so early. You get a team wipe. The heroes respawn after like 25 seconds, but... Yep, they could try for it. There is a glyph. They will be using that. I don't think Secret will get that this time around, but that Blink Dagger from Envy immediately paying off. I'm actually... You know,
they're coming in.
It's understandable that he went for the drum first because he just wants to tank up and get some stat-efficient items. But you just saw that Blink Dagger. Maybe he should have got it before the drum. Like, just rush Tread's Blink. It just won them a fight single-handedly.
Okay, MVP are going to smoke up as 3. Hero is not being involved in this one, and neither is Forev, but obviously Forev can just TP in. He just walks into it, so the
he
track
bought
is
his
up,
point booster. He doesn't
and
have buyback
Eternal
now.
Envy is going to go down.
40 back if he had it, but now there's absolutely no doubt they can't contest. And this is a big win for MVP. Envy with a big play, and then with you can't really blame him for that. Like, he just walked up to his secret shot. There's just so much pressure on the map now that it's difficult. Maybe you, if you send the courier, you know who's there. So
Sitting at 5 charges only, but he's going to get bigger as time goes on. Now he actually picks up an Ether Lens as his next major item.
Yeah, that is obviously a very good choice too after that Bloodstone.
Okay.
He can be in a much safer position and get the Splitter Earth off, I think. But I believe it should.
To add in those little information things to the abilities. Ether Lens now increases this ability by this, just like they do for the Aghanim Scepter. Meant to be going into a pipe eventually. Over on the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah.
Because flying out both Febby as well as Dubu.
It's definitely the item to go for here. I was mentioning it earlier as a possible pickup for Prophet, but if they can get it on Venge, then it's even better. So Prophet can go for some stronger late game items or mid game items. And you can see MVP, they're showing some respect now.
Yep.
They're slowing down a little bit, even though they have the Aegis. If they had this Aegis...
Like the Latrak going in for either Yules or Scythe. Like if it's a Yules, he's probably going to be a lot closer to it after to take out this mid tower, but Prophet needs another 1800 for his Aghanim Scepter. And the PL's pretty...
Perspective how fast he got it in the previous game. Now he got it 21.
Down, they can see Eternal Envy. The Wrath of Nature hits him, so he couldn't actually use his Blink Dagger to Shallow Grave.
There is a buyback, though. They're definitely going to force that. I think they're going to lose racks if they don't. This 30-second window might be enough. The good thing for them is that they can do a very well-timed buyback together with Charge and Invoker, and then Envy can join in when they have to set up the fight if he wants to. We'll see what they do.
Well, there's the fortification out from Secret, and that was used before Diabolic Edict was charging himself forward. So Secret's also 2 minutes left on that Aegis theme. They're waiting for MVP to overextend.
I think that was worth a buyback, honestly. I think they could have defended with a buyback even against Aegis, and if they don't try to defend that and spend, I don't know, 500 gold on the Tiny to hold that lane of rack, farming a little bit more and then using all that team gold they just got from those barracks to just buy another item and make it just as hard as it would have been.
Spirit practically has it. The Nature's Prophet also...
They're playing 1 Rex down, minute 23.
You also drop, try and buy a little bit of space. BTs, they're coming in on the tree and some Poppy. Well... You kind of felt like he was baited to come out to try and battle that one. Cure comes in also with Diffuser Blade charges now available. And Poppy bought back instantly. So he's happy to sacrifice his money. Misery going to charge himself forward, looking for the opening, but the Lancers just flying in, and Misery stunned and controlled for the moment too. Eternal Envy, man, that Shuriken toss bouncing around everywhere, and Pilotized Relocate doesn't save anyone. In fact, Misery is already down, and Team Secret, can they stop this Korean train? I don't think it's even really possible at the moment. Eternal Envy just losing too much life. They swap Puppy back in again with the stun. There's no Shallow Grave to try and buy any form of time. Eternal Envy's dying underneath his own tier 3 tower like he's going to toss Hua around, but it doesn't stop there. I think Forev kicks in. The trees are surrounding Weeha. He cannot bow out this one. Pardai is just watching his own friends die right now. The Aegis might be reclaimed, but it's
game over, man.
24 minutes.
God.
MVP. Not only do they 2-0 eHome, they 2-0 Team Secret to take the #1 seed out of Group A. What a quick 2 series for them today.
Yeah, well, the Secret draft was better, and they had a better chance, and they played better, and they still lost at minute 24. This team is looking really scary going into the main event now. I think, judging from what we've seen today, possibly contender for, you got to say top 4 when you win one of the groups against these kind of teams that are in there, for sure. Question is, what's the common factor for all their games? I feel like they've had Nature's Prophet 3, almost 4 games, and their early aggression is definitely what changed the main event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they go up against teams like EG as well as OG as well, which will probably be a lot more like able to deal with such a style in their current form. But we'll check that out. But for now, we throw it back to the analysts to try and work out how did this happen? How are MVP in the winner's bracket?
Welcome back to the pass. Concluded with a 2-0 win to MVP Phoenix. That's the hype train is real, I guess. Everyone was like, people the MVP show through both games. How do they do?
In that they promote so much early aggression, and they faced up against two teams who are known for a little bit more of their late game potential in eHome and Secret. So I think that was a start. But honestly, they made a mistake by MVP. It was so many few times where they actually would make a mistake that would drop their tempo.
I think that was a really key one because they took down the towers and they were able to participate all the time because of that hero.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Furion has been a standout pick. Like, Forev plays a really good Furion as well. And it's synergized even better with this particular lineup because they get a kill, and then they have Nate really early inside of the game. They have Bounty Hunter track as well. They just pick this lineup that can steamroll really hard and can kill towers and get us every single game. You know, it's just constant aggression throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah, it knocks you over. From CDEC and probably second place, but then maybe switching with CDEC and Secret second or third, and we kind of didn't really talk much about MVP getting, you know, outside of anything of the top four. And one of the, we gave him a lot of pros though: high skill, ice pants, and motivation.
What is ice pants? I missed this.
You weren't here this morning.
Oh.
Ice pants is what Febby wears. They're like very fashionable. And then on cons, which I think was a big pro for them, was big play bad boys. That was a con. But I think that worked out great. And captain experience. How do you think the captaining went in that overall series?
I think they were just like, let's run at them. And then they ran at them the entire game. And it literally felt like Secret weren't even prepared. Like, they did not expect the level of aggression that they got in either game. I mean, granted, the first game, you could attribute a lot of it to Earth Spirit. Like, Dubu played a great game. But on top of that, like, the second game was pretty much the same. They just keep fighting, and they keep fighting. And every single time, it felt like Secret were caught off guard. And I think a lot of it, too, is due to the warding as well. Like, you guys were talking about it during the game. Just, like, ward placement that you don't expect. And sometimes you get caught out of position, and you're like, okay, what? It's like, why is there a ward here? I'm dead. So, yeah, I think that Secret maybe just not as prepared, maybe as for this team, at least, than some of the other teams.
Okay, and we're going to go to an interview momentarily. We'll probably get that up on screen for you guys at home when it's ready, and we'll refer it to, of course, the winning team of this one, which will be someone representing MVP. Normally we hear from March a lot, but we'll see who's going to be. Oh, we're already there. So let's go straight into the interview with MVP.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
那 Q 非常可爱。我们上一次见面是在 TI5 的时候了。那 TI5 的时候 ，MVP 也是作为一匹黑马，所以是闯进了我们这个。他们超水平发挥的呢，还是认为这是他们的意料之中。
You play extremely well today, and that's a little bit unexpected for the audience and for us. Do you think you play? Do you think you expected this result coming out, or you think you played just extremely well today?
I had a feeling that we are gonna kind of do well in the major because recently, like, the rank game is really more, and they all went up, and well, until before, like, right before the major, like, we were playing so bad against like TNC. We got like 2-3, and then so like we didn't really have a sure, but we knew that we were gonna own in this meta. That's what I felt.
他们就打挺好的，因为在 Major 之前，他们玩了很多天梯啊那些游戏，整个队的 MMR 都上涨了，所以他们就觉得这一次应该打得也挺好。不过在这个比，
说到这个天梯啊，我们知道MVP 的很多队员呢都在国服里面来打嘛。那么这两盘比赛，他们拿出了猴子，就是配合。
in the Perfect World server, and you use Phantom Lancer, Bounty Hunter, and Phantom Lancer and Earth Spirit.
Got like inspired from me and MP. We like recently playing PL and Sven, so
人学的以前，他在1年以前就开始这样玩了，然后他其实主要是他跟他的队友 MP 一起讲的，主要是 MP 讲的，然后所以可能也是玩的是那个 PL 和 Sven right 斯温的那么一个套路，所以现在天梯也多了很多很多这种打 PL 和斯温，可能也是因为他们。
就是说他们觉得自己其实是类似始祖的那一类。那么他们自己除了说是这样的套路体系在应用之外，我们发现第3盘当中他们拿出了这个拉希克的英雄作为一个主力英雄，但是拉希克在这个版本当中可以说是已经大削过了。那么这个英雄在这个版本他们是怎么理解的呢
？We noticed that you've picked Lashrak as the main hero, and what advantage do you think that hero has during in this patch?
For Lashrak's nerf is basically the laning phase with the E nerf, and then it's really hard to use in mid, like except for some heroes. But I think the ability that he can do the fast push and he can like win. Like if he have a certain item, he can do like. He think about the last rock is good. Yeah.
其实拉希克削弱了以后，主要是一直在研究这个拉希克，这样也在用这个拉希克。
好的，那我们也是期待 MVP 在接下来比赛当中能有更好的表现。OK，Thank you very much， 谢谢。
谢谢。
Thank you。
All
right, welcome back, and that was Q from MVP. I'm sure he's very happy. You haven't shown too much because you won every game in 2. Still going to be maybe a little bit difficult for the groups going on to the next few days. So they're in a really, really
good feeling of, we just had like an amazing day, and you just carry that. You get to watch all the other teams play it out as well.
Even, it's a best of 3. They really got challenged on MVP going into the main event. And much like that, the 2-0 win.
Because of how much MVP, I guess you could say, over.
Definitely it was the one that people were like, yeah, this is one of the hardest. I think Group D as well.
I think Group D, you have to see what kind of form that complexity brings, but there's like 3 battle-proven teams in there, in VP, Liquid, and EG, and I think none of those teams are just going to come out. Like, there were a lot of question marks heading in. I had heard that they were practicing pretty hard. Shiki was playing like non-stop solo queue to kind of up his hero pool, and it just felt like they weren't ready to move on past one of the biggest disappointments. You thought that they were going to be easily topping this group. We pretty much just like wrote it off
for today. I do also want to stress that I really feel like MVP feel capable of being able to 5-man early on. So if their aggression is going to be a lot harder.
I mean, we did have some MVP Secret just pulled back like 5k net worth, wiped. They were so far ahead that they were able to AoE that the Spirit Breaker, as you mentioned, Andy, in the game kind of charged through 5 people.
Yeah.
But then it also helps that Eternal Envy is
this
a big part of our...
But part of it too, I think a lot of what Secret wasn't ready for is a lot of the teams that play this tempo style, they play the objective game, and then eventually the aggression sort of peters out as they take farm control, they use the early kills to kind of just establish pressure around the map. But the defining characteristic you see in this game is, what team does that?
Yeah, 12 minutes, who really threaten, who like actively, repeatedly sieges down a tier 3 tower.
With heroes like Leshrac and PL that have like no farm, there's nobody that does that. Eventually somebody will stop. The captain on the team will be like, hey guys, let's relax, let's get Aegis.
Yeah, we're ahead.
Let's farm a little bit. Yeah, it's like MVP is like, nope, we lost the fight, let's just re-up. Let's
they have a lot of good things to tank the towers though. With PL, with the illusions, as well as an Nature's Prophet with the treants, they can actually go very, very deep without sustaining that much damage. So I think those 2 heroes are like very integral to this sort of strategy. But overall, I think it might inspire other teams to play this sort of Hagro playstyle, hyper aggressive. I don't really hyper aggressive too long, so I'm just gonna
Hagro sounds terrible.
Hagro style. It's nice though. It's refreshing to see, and they really take down all the towers very, very early. And as you said, like teams just don't have time to concentrate on the objective base. They're like, what? We're just dying. we don't have time to do anything.
I mean, Secret were running like 2 AoE teamfight heroes with an Enigma jungling. Or Spirit is a hero.
Yeah, just unusual combinations too, like the Phantom Lancer and Juggernaut, like sometimes too with the Phantom Lancer with the bots, and then the Nature's Prophet TPing back and then TPing in. They just had
first phase PL. I think it might even be worth like debating banning like the fighting carries away from them in the second phase as some of them get through, because it works some of the best for them because it can go in either mid or safe lane as well. And
because you're scared of PL mid, I think.
But I mean, it's the same thing as you not saying first phase ban it, but I'm just saying if it gets through and you feel like
gain some fans as well as use their momentum, hopefully to go into the main event as they are now top seed. And our next game coming up is going to be Team Secret versus eHome. And little information here. Team Secret, I think, probably in a really bad spot because they're playing it against a team that I think is this the second time they've played them today. No, they played CDEC in the first game. So it's going to be the first time they play them. But also, it's been a very long day for Team Secret. They're going to have to play the majority of the games. And it's getting a little bit late. So hopefully, they're able to recover from this MVP game. But also, eHome, on the other hand, they did just come off a win. So maybe in a slightly better position in terms of morale. But I have to say as well, just some information on, we're not sure exactly when the game will start, mainly due to one of the eHome players actually had to go to the hospital during the Secret versus MVP match, and apparently there's a queue at the hospital, so they're trying to get the player treated and then back here at the venue. So we're not exactly sure if it's going to be starting in the next 15 minutes, which normally it might do after we take a break, or a little bit longer, but we will of course come back on stream and give you updates when we know. But make sure you keep the stream open, so you have an idea when the game's going to go live, and hopefully everything's okay with the player from eHome. So that's our next matchup and the last of today, and this will be deciding who goes into the upper bracket and who goes into the lower bracket. It's going to be a best of 3, and while that happens as well, for Secret, they get a little bit more downtime, and of course all the players, I believe, are going for lunch. So we expect to see you at least for the match in 30 minutes max, but we'll have to see, and we'll come back with updates. So thanks for watching for the moment. We'll be back with the final game. This is the Shanghai Major group stages of Group A, presented by Perfect World. See you after the break.
Welcome back to the Shanghai Major, and we're here for the last series because we're in the group. And this is the last chance James because it was past his bedtime, but with
ready to go.
Ready to
Fresh.
go.
Ready to go.
Don't have as much gray hairs.
Exciting day. I mean, you're seeing qualifying teams just shut out everybody.
He crushed their opponents, and the others were fairly
prepared for.
Yeah,
out of all of them. So.
Yeah, we are gonna watch a big difference. Cap, who do you favor straight off?
Better than I expected. Excluding, MVP just was really, really good. But I heard about scrims and such, adjusting to faster playstyles, which is pretty clear. Like MVP was like probably going to be one of the fastest teams that we'll see at this tournament. So that is obviously a very clear weakness. If you look at back some of their older playstyle, it's new meta.
Well, needed some pain relief.
Kind of affect his seemed a bit shaky throughout the day. I mean, I guess that's fair enough to think they're going to be the favorites coming into this one. These two teams have faced off a couple of times in the past. I believe they have 9 games against each other.
Convincingly still, I mean, at the same page as Cap.
I think God's made an interesting point at the beginning of the day where he said that Secret seems to be a very momentum-based team. When things were rolling, they were winning multiple tournaments. They haven't been able to pull themselves back and look strong. This tournament so far hasn't really been that great of a showing either. So if that's it's quite worrying going into the series. So I'm actually, with that in mind, I'm going with...
As a coach, Lee.
It's true.
Yeah, I guess I'll throw down this flame. So I was like, are you guys, are you? And Thema was like, nah, I mean, we didn't get to watch the game.
Oh, actually, they did worse.
Not in terms of game time.
Yeah.
I do think
they lost the series in like 40 minutes.
I think that's because also EE Home is a little bit more to deal with that. They usually try and get the better late game carry in their hands, but I think that they're a little bit more adjusted to that kind of playstyle.
I mean, we're prepared at all for MVP's playstyle. You even said like we didn't watch.
Obviously, they didn't get it. They probably went back and watched it during the.
After a first game that Team Secret had against MVP, do it. And eHome has shown some adaptability, maybe a little bit more so. How do you feel like the teams are going to adapt?
Honestly, if I'm looking at the series right now, I feel like out of all the research out of the group, so I feel like this is the most prepared that Secret will be for any. So even though on paper, like most of the couch agrees that eHome are probably coming into this feeling pretty happy, and I would agree most of the time, but I still I can't shake this feeling that they're not necessarily sandbagging Secret, but I don't feel like they have. And I feel like the playstyles AoE 5 versus 5, so it really just depends.
Yeah, the game will start a fair long days for the game that will determine their run in the tournament. Are you faced by that at all, Sinrin? Is it just going to be -0 and just go?
Here's his eHome.
Yeah.
It's was it the 6-minute king? I think he was called at some point because he was super good in lane, and then his decision making went poor, especially in big games where he felt like he had a lot to carry. I think he got way better. During this eHome team, I think they're young, more unified in how they think and play the game. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be ready.
There's definitely still some CTY things.
He loves his
watching a
moonshards,
game
man.
where Animage doesn't have his ultimate things.
But does he
also CTY something else and a bit less nice? But yeah, safe lane.
I think that was a panic in the moment because he bought them. maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't. Maybe he bought it on purpose.
And then that time he went OD as well. I think that was
but SNY, like all the hero does is right click. You get like.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm just saying.
I mean, it's not that bad, but.
A Spectre, Lone Druid combination, both against them now. But they changed it up. Why did they completely drop
it all? And then for both of these now, and Weehaw, who I would say, even though he's not showing up on lane, probably not a lot at all. So he really knows how to his own adventure, ganking the side lane and putting a lot of use to the figuring that Dubu doesn't play it, but Dubu does play it. He plays it a lot, and he plays it how much work it could do against CDEC. MVP recognized that, got rid of it, taking him out of what was their comfort zone. I would suspect that eHome are going to be doing the same, but that could mean we could finally see something like a Lone Druid slip through. Yeah.
If anyone through as well?
I don't think Secret haven't been favoring OD so much, so
they
might
picked
actually.
and lost. That's right.
Yeah, they might actually get it, or they could actually let it through as well. I think either way.
Yeah. And Faceless Void probably is one of the other top grabs. 11 has played it a lot at MDL, and it is a misery pick that he's gone for.
But Secret hasn't played it at
Not
all,
here.
right? And they haven't banned it either, because against CDC they let it through every single time. Like they were first picking in all 3 matches, so
The
they hadn't
Eastern teams
prioritized
love
it at all.
though,
Yeah,
so-
for sure.
So they'll probably ban it now, yeah.
And we saw this banned, or is the only reason that Tide is good is because you...
The reason why they were picking it against CDEC is because it was really good against what they were doing, and having like just this even in many 1v2.
And we saw Warlock.
Did.
Can we see him
That-
again?
They actually won that game.
They won that game.
The Warlock game, yeah.
Which,
Yeah.
when I saw the draft, I can't believe they won that game.
They like tried to
They
do that
even
uphill
got the
fight into
lucky
the
roast.
Ancients
Yeah.
and
It was not a good idea. I think in general it's just like team fighters, you could possibly their timings really, really well and making sure to punish eHome over and over again.
These are two teams that also can creep in a Broodmother.
Yeah.
In this tournament.
That was another that was EDC, right?
Yeah, that was the 1 and 2 and maybe even 3 figured out of that strategy. And then once they took so much, it was like they faltered. They didn't have like a game plan, and then they started getting picked off, and you can't afford that. With that kind of fast-paced objective net worth lead via towers, you can't afford.
And then I think right after that, it seemed like this is something some teams just tend to do if they're not. It's not really fair to say they're not experienced with Brood, but maybe they just didn't think far enough in the game. But when you get that tier 2 with Brood, what the best teams generally do is that they start taking control of the enemy jungle, and then you go for one of two things: either the mid tier 1 or the Roche. They were dire too, so they had like the perfect opportunity. And I think that it took them 7 minutes until they held the lane and farmed a bit too much, and the hero loses its power at that point.
Anybody in specific that you're really looking forward to seeing on any specific hero, or that you need to see show up to play like highest level the players ever played to win the game?
CTY Quap.
CTY Quap.
Let's go.
I was gonna say AM.
CTY Quap. Let's go.
I just like watching CTYM because he buys Moonshard and everybody gets mad at him.
And it doesn't skill his ult.
That's
And then he stopped doing it.
But at least he tried.
He was like,
innovative.
third time's gonna be to the charm, guys.
No, it wasn't. 2.5 or 0.25 second stun, man.
Like, I wonder how much his team must have trusted him for him to convince them that that was a good idea. Not getting breathe fire.
Did he even ask his team? You don't know.
I don't know. I mean, after that game, you're like, Illidan, where's your breathe fire? It's
But
like, it's a bad game. Let me prove to you next time that it's good.
Do you feel with his team a lot, or is he just also doing what he wants?
It's like maybe you go some weird item build, maybe you do something that loses the game, but it could just as easily, like look at Envy for example, he makes high ritter, so maybe every once in a while let him like chill out.
At Frankfurt, when I said what seems to be more difficult at times, kind of babysitting and watching over this team, maybe I need to let Envy. Both of these players at one point in their life went up on the forums and were like, guys, I'm going to be a pro player. It's going to happen. It happened with both of them about 2013, and they were a success, and I'm curious if they're ever going to reach the point where they felt like
never satisfied.
Never satisfied.
I think they just, I mean, you want to win TI.
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay. So who cares about what they do today?
Well, obviously you want to win everything, right?
In comparison to TI, like it's such.
Who do you look forward to?
It's probably just because I consider him a friend, and he gets shit on constantly. Had some questionable performance, and you can't really afford to make those kind of plays. And I would like to see Misery for a while now, and everybody talks about like him adjusting to the just because of the fact that like it felt like once he was getting used to the more aggressive play style of heroes like Slardar, which he performed quite well on, then all of a I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able.
They let Void through this tournament.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
far.
they haven't
Secret
picked it
just
up.
don't like picking the hero.
Previous patch, I think Slardar in general not really doing all too well this patch.
No, and that style of offlaner just doesn't do too well. I think we saw the same thing. Maybe it's not fair to say because they kind of got rolled by MVP. Do with the supports of MVP because it's just a spirit breaker offlane. You can keep him away with a lot of things. He doesn't bother your supports as much early on as like a Nature's Prophet does, for example, which MVP took full advantage of. So
Previous series, and we had of course an IO Tiny first time out right now.
Yeah,
well,
I could
when the game actually
I
starts.
could see Secret going for it in one game, and then they've had 2 bad experiences with it. But
what was the previous?
just too slow. It takes time. They had a support duo of IO and Dazzle against a team that just wants to run at you from like. If they do go for something like the Enchantress that we've seen them play, I think only once, or get their hands on the Earth Spirit, something very
picked up in the 3-4 by Secret, I think that it would actually abuse some of eHome's faults. I think that they like very, very often they lose the laning phase, and I think that Tiny Wisp is actually one of those combinations that will take controlling the tempo of the whole entire game via Blink Dagger.
It's looking all right for them, by the way, and they had Misery on Prophet, and I think they should get their hands on that first pick if they can over their Invoker. They're picking for Weehai. I think they're better. They're
I also kind of like it because it's what you were saying earlier. Misery doesn't really get a chance to get his hands on those very
to build on what Syndrome was saying about its uniqueness is that it is both able to force the supports to address you as an offlaner, and it doesn't give you opportunity as supports to rotate out because otherwise your carry is going to get abused pretty heavy. Stay in the lane, right? Is to be able to make sure that the enemy's really unique.
and take towers.
Yeah,
and take
take
Roche.
towers, and you want to play the hot potato game all over
and get runes. It's a pretty good hero.
Best of all the heroes. Now you talked to actually make your enemy to feel like these two teams are going to try to rotate. We had eHome trying to take your level 1 Roshan earlier. They didn't get Roshan, they did get First Blood. Are we going to see something like that again?
A lineup as long as they don't give like Eternal, the Mask of Madness Ursa picked up time and time again. It's really, really.
Guys, it is time
We
for
did
the
it,
draft.
homies.
We do seconds, but we will go into the draft. There we go.
That's the draft.
You have
ME, they're all capital letters.
The best hero, but it's very high up.
It can do everything. You just said it could do everything.
No, no.
It's not Earth.
I don't think that anybody is going to make
Oh,
the mistake of letting him.
Here's that he's performed best on.
This might be a bait, and they want Secret to take it, and then they're going to second. Nope, not happening. But EOM have to have expected this.
The Enchantress faces Void dual
Absolutely.
lane, which is quite strong versus Chen.
This is a very good way of opening the draft.
Is it a Chen and Invoker then? Is it an Invoker at all, or are they going to prioritize Miz?
Each other, so it's not an awful matchup.
Well, that's why Cinder was saying they kind of counter each other. I think it's mainly just a synergy.
The newer play of Invoker, where you're going more Quas-Wax, is more favorable versus Faceless Void than the Exort combo, which was a lot more detrimental. One of the most powerful is.
I mean, you first have to go to 5 picks.
Yeah, you need to get it 5 times. But generally, I think this hero scenario where you feel like you have to ban other heroes, everything. So, or if you get Prophet, I think Prophet is a very good trade for Chen too. But it's out. So, good pickup here for Secret, I think. And now they're debating Invoker and
maybe Venge too.
Venge. It's like I think they might have thought about an offlaner for Misery already, so he doesn't get completely removed.
Been great with the Faceless Void.
It's a good pick.
You know,
I mean, this is not terribly surprising. Ridiculous how much damage it's able to output, the amount anymore.
Is it just primarily only picked with Void, or are people picking it independent of that fact?
Or sometimes 1/2/2, level 2.
It's an interesting kill them off in the fight and stop the push. And Sunray being percentage-based damage have actually, I think, picked a single time this tournament.
Quas-Wax Invoker is much stronger against Phoenix than Exort Invoker. The enemy team doesn't have.
Earlier today, didn't we see eHome get Faceless Void Phoenix, and then they did are frequent to play Silencer, or if they would recognize that it could be good here. It doesn't get banned. They decide to go with the Broodmother ban instead.
The second game they played against CDC.
Put it on support. They are. To me, Chen Silencer is just a kind of weak support duo, right? It doesn't really. Which he does play, but it's a very different style if you play Invoker safe lane. So. I don't think it's something that Secret are going to look for in this game.
What does going to be more teamfight orientated?
I think you ban Ember against Ember.
It's so often seen as like third or even last ban sometimes, depending on if you have a particularly weak support duo who don't have wave clear.
Like to push and pressure early, and Brood draws so much attention to itself in the lane that Chen gets a free jungle. So they just want to not have to deal with that. They've already moved Prophet and Tide.
Earlier today we saw Bounty Hunter.
Bounty
actually, no, sorry, that was CDC. My bad. Wrong team.
But it's still an interesting.
But it's still an interesting
I was considering that the clear what Secret want to do. They want to have, or just have good push yourselves that can do it, or you try to have so good team fight that you can actually address that here. Haven't seen yet.
Nope.
It's really good
he's
against
been
Chen.
banned though.
He is very good against Chen.
Banned a few times.
It's any kind of saving heroes in a similar fashion, and I think there's almost like too much overlap of AoE disables.
It worked very well in the game CDC played earlier today against. That was.
You even say that against the puck, Secret's draft was better. Yeah, so they had a lot of saves, which is.
Well, if you want more incentive for a puck, I think that a Sven pickup, actually replacing the Juggernaut when it comes to popular. Right, if you already have a Chen, you have some pretty strong pushing power. Sven is one of those carries that both facilitates and benefits from pushing power, both because he offers you like Warcry and everything else, good physical damage, but also the fact that
they're viable at all. Not enough incentive.
I just think the hero is weak in the
I
offlane. That's the problem. It's.
I think Beastmaster is more likely than.
For Misery,
that's a good.
There you go.
Nice, Andy.
Well played.
Also,
well played. When Void was prevalent, just try to kill the hero before he can do anything.
I'm really glad they went back for this Enchantress. It's such a good pickup here. Yep. The dual lane Faceless Void Enchantress, we already talked about how good it is versus Chen. But then if you look at Team Secret's lineup in the 3-4 area as well, they still are like everything else. The Vengeful Spirit is actually more right clicks.
During every game, they would pick Void and then they would give Q Enchantress because there's even with BKB, if you get sphered against.
I think Secret are going to go for one of those two.
Secret ever played Ursa?
Ursa's
Ursa
banned. That's another hero.
That would have been
for Envy now.
Well, what I want to see.
Let's not have that.
But Terrorblade is a good suggestion, actually. That's also very good.
I think.
Just the team fight combination to last pick, you would have both countered the enemy carry, but also their offlaner because of how important the offlane position.
So that's a really, really good pickup here for Secret. And actually,
I want you to think about who you're going to be favoring this this first game. Now that you know the draft, Coach 1, you're up first.
Most favorite, but I really like the draft from Secret on this one, so yeah, I'm with you.
I enjoy the Morphling pick.
Coach 2.
You're reading my mind right now. Tell Shiva what we're thinking.
Whatever Cinderin says is going to be right.
We're gonna find out if that is actually true. It is time for the first game of Secret versus eHome with Winter and OD Pick.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, here we go. The final series of the day here. Day one of the group stage at the Shanghai Major. eHome going up against Team Secret. It's myself, Odie Pixel, and this time I'll be joined by the lovely Winter. Winter, I have had the delight of casting Secret already today early against CDC. This time, going up against eHome.
It has some sort of a burst to deal with the Enchantress. Very good versus Chronosphere. You can morph the strength, and if you look at their lockdown, they don't really have very good rely getting a Lincoln Sphere, which is something generally Morphing will get. So I think Morphing can have a really, really good performance.
Looks like it's going to be contested, and well, neither of them are going to be. So eHome are going to be able to grab themselves both of the bounties there.
Wow.
Secret just
can play actually really aggressive. I think they are probably going to help up the Void. That's the first and foremost thing that Lamb is going to accomplish right now. And Paladai.
Lanham's, he's going to chase this one down. Probably one there between Turden and Paladai taking the brunt of it. He has to back himself off. But lane-wise, on the Beastmaster, and that's going to be a little bit annoying for this melee core.
Yeah, both teams have been like quite greedy. They have jungling heroes and they have do really well at zoning off the offlane. So they're gonna have like both teams. The offlaners will be having a lot of. He's gonna come in with a creep and gonna help out the lane. And you might want to wait for wherever the Chen goes, because you can actually be stronger at the Chen at this stage, because you can have.
Very interesting to see how this Chen versus Enchantress does end up going on. And talking about matchups, the mid lane. I mean, do you expect to see either side break away, or a certain side going to look to prioritize the gank on the mid lane first?
Depends on. I think both sides can actually get a gank off. Like if the Chen comes mid, Invoker can help with obviously with the Cold Snap, and it might be a little bit more difficult for the Enchantress because I think it's still possible for both sides. Like the Chen and Lam running into the enemy's jungle right now. He's trying to look for a puppy. He has a tornado creep, so he might want to just grab the creeps.
And well, the mid lane, we are just getting seeded in the end. And top lane as well, 11 trying to go on to M. He goes forward with the waveform, and they will find the kill onto the Void. So a bit of a mess up in the mid lane, losing that 1v1 there as Weehaw goes down. But Secret able to find something in return.
They do have the Sunstrike available in 4 seconds for this kill.
He is out of mana. He's not really got a lot that he can contribute to this in their jungle.
Yeah, resources, so much mana, so much HP that even though he died, but he's going to be able to get a lot after that. Is the enemy get the kill?
Yeah, he's going to see if he can find anything off the bat, but he needs to be careful himself. Lanham's coming in. You can see why eHome have been picking this hero as much as they have.
Here we go.
And then Paladai dies. He's going to get died. But a lot of aggression being applied by eHome.
Yep. Active in terms of participating in helping his teams, but he does still have 2 kills. So he went for the ring, so definitely going for the Lincoln Sphere build up here, which is really good this game, like I mentioned. And looking at CTY.
Talking about the farm, CTY. He's top of the board, 36 last hits at the moment. I mean, this the Beastmaster measure, he's got himself 18 for 4.
It's pretty good for
Old Chicken's really gone ahead, and Weehaw knows he's got to be careful. There's level 6, soon to be level 7 ready. Rod set it up, but there's backup from eHome. Sunstrike coming through as well. They're looking to burst down CTY. The Sunray healing and backup isn't quite enough though, and they will lose the Sven on the side of eHome. Secret, they're going to try for more. Chasing down Kaka, chasing down Lanham. They're looking for the Enchantress. And Puppy, who's been given a lot of kind of hate in the jungle there by Lanham's Enchantress, but now coming into the lane.
Just use his replica, TP back to base, but he didn't really actually get full mana.
A little bit too long. CTY will find the Stormhammer, and this Sunray, as Kaka just comes in, takes down the Beastmaster part with the pick-off. In fact, it's going to be credited.
Right now, just look at Envy. He's not having a good time at all because of the fact that he was left alone by his team. Let's see. Can he actually get out of this? But he's.
Let's go straight for the Chrono here. Old Levin moving forward. The Strength Morph still keeping Envy alive. The purple balls of the Satire Tormentor not enough to bring him. And looks to also pick up the Satire Tormentor as well. So nice reaction there from Secret, keeping Envy safe. He will have to make that long walk back.
He was actually baiting the Void so hard. I thought the Void would have enough to actually get the kill, but Andy played the situation right. He still had some magic stick charges, and so he sort of caught back at the panel whether it's actually better to get 8 lands first or the.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel there's any reason why this game Old Chicken does decide to go for the 8 lens first?
I mean, it's still a really good farming tool, and it actually helps you. You know, you have a little bit more damage in terms of from the Faceless Void, so maybe he feels like he doesn't really need.
And they will be able to walk that one off. So it looks like they went.
Morphing is already behind if you combine to the Sven.
Oh, swap onto Lina. Our old chicken being dragged into the river. Nice play
really
from Pylai Dai.
That was really good play by Pylai. But going back to the point where I was mentioning about the Morphling. Morphling is going to fall behind again in the next few minutes because Sven has the bar behind compared to the Sven. So this is looking really worrisome. Phoenix taking a lane so that he can actually obtain his level 6. So even though Lina's doing really well and their supports are getting the levels that they need.
Was able to bottle up that rune first though. Now
It's a
just
swap.
turning around in fact, but Secret is there, and then again your swap from Pylai Dai, and now they're gonna look for a second one. Find Weeha in return, and they get Puppey as well to boot, so
Yeah,
they'll be happy with that
That
one.
was really crucial, Owen, because right now Kaka has his level 6, so he don't feel really confident get this tier 1 tower in middle lane, which would give them a lot of map control right now. So eHome looking really strong after that trade, and Secret needs to, you know, catch up and give space to the Morphling Misery. Still a decent timing considering his team situation. It's really good at kiting. Like his ball and the Necrobook are really the Sven in terms of later into kiting him and making sure that he doesn't deal damage. And another swap onto
the
CDY.
jungle again. Pylai Dai does get this swap off. They'll follow it through with a roar. He's got the war cry though. CTY fairly
he's
tanky on
really
this Sven.
tanky.
We've got the ball slow, but backup's going to come in. Lanham is there, and yeah, just the two.
That war cry, man, that armor. He is definitely going to be an issue, but at the same time, like I mentioned, they do have the tools to deal with him. They have the Raw, they have the Swap, they have the ball from the Beastmaster, they have Necrobook, so we'll see.
Mid lane, we are kind of getting baited forward, and Old Chicken straight up with the Light Strike. They'll be able to find this one. Time dilation from Old Levin, making sure that we can't bring out any of his tricks.
And Weeha is definitely having a really rough time. From the laning phase transitioning into the mid game, he's just not catching a break right now, and power finally goes down, so eHome will have further territory soon, so he's gonna have one ward here to scout out whether the Invoker's jungling, and hopefully right now with the ultimates, with the Supernova with damage, despite not having too much items, with the Clone. So team fight wise, I think eHome are looking really good right now when they have all the ultimates up.
You can see Old Levin desperate to really fine. Cheek missile.
What a spell.
Where's your time walk now? Where's your time walk now, son?
That's sad times, you know, for heroes like Void, Earthshaker. There's not much you can do about that. You get caught, and right now Secret with the big kill, they might actually transition into a Roshan here. Yes, they will. They have really good heroes at playing the Roshan, the bench, the Beastmaster. So this is a really good move from Secret here, maximizing the advantage they can actually get from that one pick off of the Void. So
I mean, without the Void, they don't have a chance to get over a few seconds. The speed that that's taken down.
So Weeha gets the Aegis. Let's see how much progress NB has made. Yes, 1200 gold, Perseverance. I mean, it's fine, but right now he still has a long way to go before he truly comes online as the Morphling in this game.
But I mean, as you said in the drop, when he does eventually come online,
yeah, he is really good.
It's going to be a good
heroes.
game for Morphling.
Yeah. I mean, you can go for Atrobet. I think after the Lincolns this game, Atrobet is really good versus the Chronosphere, and it's very good for him to pick off the heroes like the squishy heroes like the Lina, the Enchantress. So those are all the good options that he has. Astral Blade, or even going for, if he wants to go for more like farming speed, you can go for the Manta. But those are options that he will be having in his mind to decide what he should do this game, depending on the game. So far, eHome hasn't really. Oh, here goes the
yeah, they jump straight in onto Weeha. They're looking for there's a wraparound from Secret. Can Secret find anything in return? They've got the Aegis, of course, on the Invoker, the Roar onto Kaka. No chance for a Supernova. That's going to be the first casualty here for the side of eHome now. Can Secret find more? Light Strike holding back Pylai Dai. Looks like the rest of eHome will be able to scatter. But a bit of a bait there. Weeha using the Aegis to draw eHome in, and the rest of Secret ready with a wraparound that time. They'll get the kill, and they'll get themselves a tower here as well.
Yeah, and without one of their big ultimates and Phoenix down, they can't really defend. I wonder if they try to defend when Phoenix is alive in 5 seconds, but the tower is taking huge amounts of damage if they just do so much with the Beastmaster aura, the bench aura.
And the push is real here. I mean, we saw how quickly Secret could take down Roche. They're showing the same power here against this tier 2. Already about to pull Kaka. Coming in with a swoop. There's your Ray as well. able to find initiation. They get the Stormhammer onto Weehan with the Light Strike as well. Invoker's down. It starts cast the Supernova Secret. They've got to get themselves out. Puppey looking for the TP out, but it's not going to be able to do it. The damage from CTY is too much. It's a double kill. 3 of them now dead on the side of Secret. Misery being slowed by the time dilation. He will be able to get himself out of there. The Secret may be sticking around a little bit too long though, Winter.
Yeah, they were a little bit too confident. They were probably thinking that, oh, Chrono's down, but they still have Supernova, but they might be just overestimating a little bit their abilities, that they still could have taken the fight. They felt they could have fought even though Supernova was still out, but they were wrong, so they overextended, they played with their lives. But the next thing I'm thinking about whether Weeha is also deciding to go for Necrobooks with their lineup, because I'm thinking if they can actually hit the timing, like I don't know, you don't see Necrobooks too often on Invokers anymore nowadays, but with their lineup the Necrobook can actually do a lot.
Oh, Misery. Oh, this is a lovely room for Old Chicken to have. Easy setup there for the boy, straight with the Laguna. He's a tanky man, Misery not quite tanky enough. We'll get the Necrobooks out. And he will start to chip back away at them, but Kaka sitting there with the Sunray. They're going to be fine, and they'll get themselves that kill. And it's times like that where having an Invis rune is, he certainly feels very lucky.
Yep, and with the Raw down, it also means that the other heroes have much more space and, you know, has much more room to actually farm. And CTY completes his SMY a moment ago, and now he has another 1500 gold. I think typically the way he builds his heroes, sometimes he gets a very early moonshot on his Juggernaut, Sven, and even his Anti-Mage. I'm not sure if you pay attention on the way he builds his carries.
He does some inventive stuff, CT.
Yeah, he does very different stuff compared to the other players. And so I'm interested to see what route he actually goes for this game. And the Phoenix is going for Midas, so he just got it. It's a typical item for a hero that relies on levels a lot, because you want to get to that level 16 as soon as possible. And for the Enchantress, he's going for what it seems like a pipe. Pretty interesting, because usually we see Dragonlance, we see Drum, we see Threads, anything that improves your HP so that you can actually use the Untouchable and, you know, the Nature's Attendance to full effect. So I think I haven't really seen a pipe from Enchantress for a long time. So that'll be interesting as well.
And that's your item pick up for CTY. We'll be going for the Blink Dagger this game, so not something too out of the ordinary hit for your old Sven. They're pretty much the classic. But I guess one thing, yeah, if the pipe does end up getting fully online for the inch, it does mean, of course, that CTY can afford to go more aggressive with
Ehome
not worry too much
with
about
the
the
ward get the place earlier. So
this could be big. And we
he's
are
kicking
TP
out.
straight. Oh!
No!
Oh!
That was so close.
So close.
Chronosphere down, so Secret, I think they actually saw that, I'm not sure. So I wonder if they're actually going to just make use of this timing window again. One big spell down.
CTY, he wants to go for this. He's like, right, let's go. Let's try and find initiation. It's actually piloted over the swap, but CTY will be able to get the blink after the swap. And he's getting damage to cancel it. The throw of the Stormhammer. It's going to only stun War Spirit here. Puppey will get caught out by the Sunray. They'll find themselves one kill. Ehome, can they find themselves anything more? They've got the slow onto Misery. Or 11 time walking forward. There's your bash. Now CTY coming in with the right clicks, and we've got a pause.
Alright.
It would be Envy.
Not the best timing, but
Envy.
Envy as usual, you know, having issues.
My sound. Not your sound. My sound.
Oh well.
Oh wow.
But it doesn't really change Misery's fate.
Misery might survive here.
Let's give him a
That's,
1% chance of
I'm
surviving.
taking bets on that.
1% chance, Odie.
1%. That's generous. Now the question is, who's going to get the kill?
Let's look at the projectile.
He's thrown out a Stormhammer in his CTY, yeah. I believe it's Griffer's right here. And yeah, looks like the odds are CTY. CTY for the kill.
I think 11 might actually get the last hit here.
Oh, okay!
Okay.
It was Lanham. We were both wrong. That's what Dota 2 castings come to nowadays. Awful
Give the
casters.
man that's building a team item the kill, you know, he needs the goal.
Oh, we should have known. He's because of the build, it's just a level 1 Stormhammer. It practically heals the enemy. And nonetheless...
Still better than homing missile, level 1.
But Secret losing 2 there. Not the fight that they were looking for down there on the bottom lane.
There
What went wrong
was
for them?
That was really good play by CTY though. He once again baited the enemy. He TP'd in front and the bench swap him, but he couldn't get. He couldn't. I think he probably should have tried to use his power first to disable the blink and then swap him, and then you have a better chance of landing a stun on the target. But because he swapped immediately, when he saw him, he just blinked. Yeah, he just blinked right away, and he was in a really bad position after that. So a bit of misplay from bench and very good reaction from CTY.
Yeah, and he's got to be a bit careful here. And well,
another pause.
Envy. Let me guess, is it his sound?
Well, it might be something else this time.
It could be.
Having this juicy amount of ancient stack again, you know. If you actually paid attention to recent games where CTY, when he played Morphling, he actually
pay attention to every game.
He actually did the Helm of Dom because of the fact that you are actually able to jungle early, so your supports take the lane, and you're able to do ancients with that build. With the Linken's build, you're basically only able to push lanes and to a certain extent jungle. So in most games are a really good item for Morphling.
Yeah, that's the classic.
You take the lane.
Oh, he hasn't given us any intel. I'm sure
he's been having a really rough time.
He's had a bit of an up and down day. He's played Invoker a few times. We've seen some absolutely amazing performances on him, on his Invoker. He can.
Unsure that what route that he wants to go for.
I mean, if they can hold it off, take it late, get that Morphling kind of stacked up.
So
do you think they're going to be more confident?
I think they can though, because like how scary the hero can be in a lot of games in the recent months. Because of the Aghanims and the way you build the hero. Aghanims Octarine Core, you're really strong late game with your spells when the game goes into late game. Because both sides, I feel, have really strong late game. eHome's team fight might still be stronger, but Secret has tools to deal with, like I mentioned, the Sven, and they have tools.
Minus Envy, I'm sure he's just to the right of us. I'm not microing both of the accounts. He might be. Actually, talking about Paladin, he's having a good game so far. Some of these swaps down the bottom. So he's got to be careful. That's the thing though with the Venge. But it's nice to see a Venge being played very offensively. A lot of the times we see the Venge being the one sitting at the back, ready to save someone. This Venge from Paladin is very much I'm the one initiating, I'm the one starting the fight off.
Yeah, it's really good that he's actually doing that a lot to help his team secure kills. And, you know, he's very aggressively, and we see Secret doing it with a lot of success. Yeah, but going back to the Invoker item build this game, I know I mentioned the possibility of Necrobook being really good this game, but if you're looking like you're looking to then going for the you want a mobility item, maybe a Blink, and then with Aghanims to pair it with Aghanims. So that in the next couple of the next 10 minutes especially, whether they want to choose to fight or they.
The fact that obviously with the Herd maybe going for that pipe, do you think Lanham is going to finish off the pipe, or are we going to see the Dragon Lance the first item?
I think he might actually want to go for the pipe though, just to help his team, because it just doesn't really make sense if he doesn't complete it. I understand certain heroes actually do it, so I think that there's a better chance that he completes the pipe.
He's been having a good game so far, Lanham, as we can see for the KDA 2.
Yeah, he's been Alina doing so well because he's been exerting so much pressure on the enemy safe lane and the enemy jungle that Secret needs to expend so much resources to tracking him down. Had actually done so much in the safe lane of Secret. So Lamb has been,
Okay, looks like we are going to have a bit of a pause, so we should be able to get a bit. Does result in a bad fight here for Secret.
Yeah, they couldn't actually burst him fast enough, and 11 managed to come in with the Chronosphere, and this fight gave Kaka his level 6 as well, so they were able to proceed to get the tower after this, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. They got the tier 1 as well, and 11 here with the cold snap, the swap into cold snap, he can't really time walk out.
He's like, can't get it off, can't do it. And here, what was this one? This was This was kind of the maybe intentional Aegis bait.
They got the Phoenix first. That was the really big thing here. Phoenix got busted down, so that was a huge part of their team fight down the drain. So immediately after expanding the Chrono, they have no way of fighting Secret here. But Secret push, they overextended.
But then they hung around too long because Kaka now does come in and
yeah, they thought they could have taken a fight because Chronosphere was down, but they were still unable to fight because the Supernova was just still really hard to deal with.
And CTY at that point just turns up and he's got the damage with the God Strength. And again, this is pretty much the same odd on this bottom lane. Secret were trying to go for a push, hang around a little bit too long. Puppey getting caught out there by the Troll Trap. And I believe they do find, Mishra as well. Yeah, that's when we had the The famous My Sound pause. Talking about pauses.
Yeah, and
hopefully we
guess
should
what
get
the
it
enemy
going soon.
said?
Let's.
Shaka said, we don't understand what you're trying to tell
That's
us.
what he told her last night. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Back on with game. eHome versus.
And Envy is going to be a jealous man because he can't really... I mean, Envy actually cut it down by a good margin before that. So let's see what...
Moonshots,
AC is
CTY
nice.
stuff.
AC is really nice against the physical damage from the Forge Spirits, you know, the Necrobook as well.
Yeah,
and the Morphing Right Click.
It's going to be great against this.
So that's definitely a good option. Zeus and Aetherlands is bread and butter for the hero. He might want to get BKB so that he doesn't get bursted down so easily.
Okay.
So that would be a good consideration for the Lina. Because sometimes when you go for an agony...
Only just changing it up.
So the reasoning is just so that he can actually survive the magic burst from Invoker. Because he doesn't want to get one-shotted even. Because like Morphing might go for...
It's been one of the heroes that Morph would have liked to easily burst down, and having that hood at this point at least is here on the side of eHome. And now, they'll look to maybe fight here. Warcry's pop, they'll look to find this tilt. Raw as well, but the Sunray is killing him back up out of here, but no, the damage is too much. Secret will find the kill on Sven, and that is Sven off the map for 60 seconds. Not going to make it. Bursted down, Pylai die, picking that one up with a magic missile. And again, Pi, he's really turning up this game. That's what.
You see this time he didn't repeat the same mistake. He got the half to cancel.
He got the wave first.
Yeah, he cancelled the blink, so CTY couldn't get away. And the Beastmaster Raw was also committed for that kill, and that was a really good initiation from Secret. However, the counter initiation from the Faceless Void there was not anywhere near as good as Secret's initiation. He needed to catch more heroes to actually save the Sven. But because the big cooldown is down right now, Secret are going to abuse the window of opportunity to actually siege the high ground right now. And things are not looking good for eHome here. They're going to take probably a lot of tower damage and might even lose the tower here because Secret pushed really quickly with the heroes. But Secret once again, like they decided they don't want to make the same mistake they made in the middle lane where they tried to go too far and they lost too many heroes. And they stand back. So
oh, Puppy! He saved Pi. He won't be able to save himself. Tried for a cheeky TP in the trees. Is it going to pay off there as they're well on top of that with the light strike? Now CTY talking about his build. It isn't going to be the AC Moon Shards, anything funky. CTY keeping it standard this time. Go for the BKB. It's safe.
There's just too many spells that can, you know.
Especially with the Morphling's E-Blade now.
Yeah, it's like even though you talk about it still goes Raw still goes through BKB, Swap still goes through BKB, but it's also like the fact that Magic Missile, that's Cold Snap, that's the Meteor,
and that's an Invoker.
That's the even the Chen, the creeps, it's really annoying. Like Puppy has been, I saw him holding on into the Purge creep, the Slater, the last fight. It's got a really significant buff recently to the cooldown. It has just a 3-second cooldown on the Purge, so it's really useful in kiting melee carries like a Sven. So definitely the BKB is going to help him in terms of that department in team fights. So he's
very close to
100 goal away from it. So eHome is going to wait for that before they
might try and fight
play.
bomb though. eHome. You got 11 starting to jump in. Oh, oh no. Old 11 overstepped the mark. It was a replica, and now he himself will pay.
Pick up Old Chicken. Oh, you barely survived.
Old leader, save yourself, son. Get yourself out of here. Will do, but Morphling will turn and take the kill onto Phoenix instead. Envy picking up a second one there for the side of Secret, and I hate to point fingers, but they're still off the back of an unfortunate Chronosphere from the Void there, leading the side of eHome into that one.
That's Roshan for Secret, and that was also the reveal from the Ethereal Blade. They did not see the Ethereal Blade at all, so that was the first time eHome encountered the Ethereal Blade, so they have to be very cautious after this. Because he can actually burst on the Lina from slow, because Lina actually went for, he's going for the Aghanim, so he's not going for the BKB. So he's going for the much riskier build, but the damage intensive build. So he might be actually at risk at falling to that combination himself from the Morphing. So he needs to be very careful with his positioning for Old Chicken. And it seems like Lamb is not going to finish his pipe, like Statsman suggested. He's going back for Treads. Just a casual sort of fight. So this is really interesting to see.
We've now got bot stun on Misery as well, so him and of course Weeha's Invoker, who's now less than 1k gold away from that Aghanims, are going to be able to get themselves across the map and start to pull eHome apart.
They're looking really good going into the late game, man. The next thing I would probably want to see, or like to see from Secret, is getting a gem to secure the map. Because right now, because they are having a lot of map control with the Beastmaster Hawk and obviously getting the Roshan, so you want to eliminate the enemy's vision. That would be your next and most important step, so they can't actually leave the base because they feel contained. Because when you're losing, you have to rely on your vision to actually know where you can farm. But actually, looking at eHome's vision, they do not have much vision right now. They do not have any observer wards out on the map. It's mostly just sentries. So do they have observer wards in their supports, or they just got removed off the map?
They've got obs on Lanham.
So that's only one ward left. Huh. So it means actually Seeker was able to actually de-ward. I didn't pay attention to that. So most of the vision that eHome has, despite not having a gem. So I think they did a really good job in that department.
They might have caught some out with the level 3 Necro.
Yeah, that's
Misery.
yeah.
And it's all he's been able to maintain quite good control of the map mid lane. Old 11. He's not going to want to walk into that one in the middle. He's going to back off. And eHome now playing a lot more reserved, sticking themselves right up into their own base. You've got bots now on EE, so his farm is going to continue to accelerate. And we can see already on the network.
Yeah, he's going to
really catching up.
He's going to start to take over the Sven because they have map control, and Sven is very scared of like. You look at him, he was like he farmed at top of a couple of waves and he just backed off because they don't have vision. He's really afraid of actually just going out too far. And right now it's going to hurt him a lot because he went for the BKB. Like when you go for the BKB, you want to fight in Sven. But as of their position right now, they can't really fight because the enemy has Aegis and they have superior map control. So the BKB is like essentially a kind of not optimized for the hero because you want to be able to fight when you get a BKB. So that's really unfortunate for him because the situation of the game became really bad for them after they lost the last fight and giving away the Roshan, the second Roshan to Secret.
I really like this Dire Ward as well. It's really nice to miss. They're giving that space on the top for Ambi to just come in with the push backed up by Weehan, take the tier 2. So that Ward doing quite a lot in this position of the game where eHome are sticking as a group in their base.
It's also not easy for Secret to push high ground now because eHome has really good high ground defense with the team fight. But they are doing the other option, which is to suffocate the enemy right now. Because you can't really leave the base if you're eHome, just making sure that eHome doesn't leave their base, despite not getting pickoffs, because eHome are just constantly...
That's a stockpile. Do you think he is going for the Aghanims there?
Yeah, I think Aghanims is a really good item. Like, even if you're using your spells, I think it's a really good item on bench overall. It doesn't really matter. You might actually be deciding it's going to help them push, so maybe that's the plan for them right now. They want to be able to push, and obviously Puppy has his Aghanims as well, so they're going to look to wait for the Ancients to spawn so he can actually get himself one of the Granite Golems. That would be the best creep for them to actually push high ground. And with the Vlads, I guess they're looking at a really, really good timing in the next few minutes before the Aegis expires. So that should be Secret's plan right now.
Okay, to try and get as much as they can out of Weehan.
Yeah, they don't get a Golem here, and that's sad. Aegis. So Palada is going to be the one clearing the Ancients because he can as a support. I'm not sure if they want to wait. If you look at what Puppy's creep's composition are right now, he has a movement speed aura, he has the ice armor, yes, and he has obviously the dragon aura. So the last one he wants is definitely still the granite aura that gives the whole team much more HP. So they might still want to wait for it because I think it's gonna be a huge difference waiting for that creep.
And are you kind of happier waiting for that, and even if the Aegis expires, they don't really need to force anything at this point?
Yeah, but the best case scenario is
having buff.
Before the Aegis expires, you make a play with the Aegis across all the creeps. Because I think Secret are hitting a really strong timing window right now. And Evoker also has 3k gold that he hasn't spent, so curious to see what he wants to go for next. Is he going to go for more, spell damage with the Octarine Core, reducing the cooldown, or he wants to go for maybe X or Shiva, something like that. He sells both his items, so he's definitely going for the Octarine Core right now to further improve his spells, and it's just about his spells right now. I believe more.
With the 1500, I imagine it will
despite him having a huge amount of damage. So I think that despite the Sven getting a lot of, he needs the void to actually kill a good corner space.
Oh, bottom lane Kaka just getting blown up, and that was the gem. That was your Phoenix out all alone with the gem of True Sight. So Secret are going to be very happy.
It's not going to be too happy about that. That sucks for them.
They'll get lucky, won't they? Does anyone to make the journey over there?
I mean, they have total map control.
The way the Terror will spot it out, so they know that the Granite Golems are there now.
Let's see whether they actually, because they are contained in their base, so the only way they can move out is by smoking out. So let's see whether they actually get this big kill, if they can actually get themselves on Weeha here.
Weeha is hiding in the trees. Ah, they're jumping to the wrong side, and Weeha's going to be fine. Blinks away immediately as soon as some of them reveal themselves in the lane. He is not risking his life for that one.
That's a wasted smoke attempt from eHome.
Yeah, and Puppy got his Granite Golem.
Yep, but at the very least, if you look at the map right now, eHome managed to get 2 wards out, so they have some sort of vision at the very least to understand when and where they can farm. So this is really important for them. So like you mentioned, Puppy finally gets his hands on the Granite Golem, but he still has a lot of wards that they haven't really planned on, so rewarded with the gem that they actually got from the Phoenix.
You can see Envy's farm continuing to just skyrocket who wishes to finish that off, but yeah, next time for Envy.
They need to chrono into Lina's Sun and into Sen's Sun. Maybe you because you can't really ignore him. He's dealing a lot of damage. I'm not sure whether they have enough damage to actually burst in now from full. So, and he prevents the Chen has to be primary targets of the Sven. I think the Sven needs to blink behind and get the support space.
We're seeing every time Old 11 just trying to hide in the tree line every
big kills that resulted in Secret getting the Roshan the 2 times, and hasn't really. Yeah, this is looking really dangerous. Best bet is just to defend in high ground, and you know, because that's the best place. It gives you vision over the enemy, and so
it's gonna be hard.
So how are they gonna kill him right now with the BKB?
Oh, that's the thing. I mean, it is Envy, so I don't want to say he's not. I'm not gonna defy Envy to prove this game. 22k net worth on the guy we just saw.
Master usually just complete AC, so they basically have all the order. They have the Necrobook from Beastmaster as well. So basically they have everything they need to actually proceed to push. And Envy is alone bottom lane. He's forcing 3 heroes down here, and his teammates are forcing the top lane.
Hey, just having the space. It's easy racks there on the top, at least the range ones. Send someone in like Envy onto one lane, pull them apart.
Right now, just splitting them up, not allowing eHome to grow up together to use their superiority.
Oh, Pilot die with these swats, bringing CTY out of the base. Listen now, find a fight. Look at the Stormhammer onto Pilot die. The Supernova comes looking for some racks as well. He was able to finish off the bottom. Now he goes to the mid lane. I'll finish it off, team. He goes in. That's got to be a frustrating loss.
You trust Jackie Time. They knew that the only way they can lose the team fight is if they give eHome a really good chrono or because they need to be together to fight.
Absolutely.
So, a very good plan by.
It's gonna be great. Back to the panel now, though.
Predicted Secret to win the game. Didn't do so well at the start of the match.
It was a little bit weird. I think the thing that started on the beginning was that Weeha got solo killed by Lina mid as a Joker, and I'm not too familiar with the matchup, but I think it's about 50-50. If you just play that lane normally, both heroes will farm and that's it. But he must have made one misstep from eHome. It was not very, it was lower level of play from these, at least from eHome than we saw in the previous series from them, I think.
It seemed like, yeah, even less coordination, like the communication too. Like during that team fight bottom, there was Old 11 goes in, gets picked off, then the Phoenix goes in into 3 heroes by himself, also dies for absolutely no reason. There was no way there was even going to be a fight there. It just didn't.
Once the whole entire game.
No.
That is so terrible. Combine the fact that Old 11, he specifically won his lane as well. He died early, but because of the Enchantress's impact on the Vengeful Spirit and the way that, and then he fed it away by trying to time walk for a 10% chance to be able to bash a turn. It was just a lot of misplays from eHome. They just look sloppy.
So was that due to the fact that Secret made it tough?
Just eHome.
Just eHome.
I really do think it was actually a lot of eHome. Because in the laning phase, it's like Cap said, they were winning. Got a fairly early Roshan too because of it. So it was a lot of misplays by eHome, and also after obviously playing well today, but eHome might not have found their footing yet.
He was very good this
game.
He
was participating in pretty much all the kills for the first quarter of the game, and he really
spoke out about it, said that eHome would win, but this game didn't specifically the way that you expected them.
Tooth is out.
Stuff like the tooth is out. We didn't have the best communication. Maybe we're arguing about some things. We don't agree on when we should fight and stuff like that. But I mean, this is a team that Lanham is supposed to be like full captain, you know, during the game. So I don't know if they're just not listening to the calls that he's making or what. But there definitely seems to be a problem.
What can they do to fix it? Is 71 going to do it? The
Be
coach
better.
talk, the pep talk.
Be
Give us
better. Look at this Pylai die play. Like, how do you lose when that guy body blocks for like more than 5 seconds straight to get a kill? I mean, this is still the early game, and you can see that eHome are just taking full advantage. Point in the game where we actually saw Secret doing something.
Yeah. And a kill in the core. So,
But
he really put the team on his back this game, I feel.
Yeah, just because they killed the Sven.
Taking control of the mid lane, and at that point, the momentum really broke.
If you still saw the net worth there, the top 2 on the Radiant are still 1,000 ahead of their counterparts in the Dire. So it still looks really good.
The net worth here as well. Like, I think
this is fine.
Like, that's the point where eHome really lost the game. That's where they
actually go into a fight where they can.
Okay, eHome completely screwed that up. They died 5 and they lost Rex.
Yeah.
So it was just like, oh, there was a little mistake, and there was a little mistake, and there was a little mistake, and there was a moderately big mistake, and then they just added up. You didn't really get that feel. This was like the only fight for a very long time where you felt like, okay, eHome landed their stuff and went in correctly.
Yeah, I mean, typically, like with Sven lineups, it's like you farm away, and then Sven comes online.
Yeah.
And then you should be pretty indomitable. Hero is actually like almost a little bit of an antithesis of the timings of Sven. Like he just needs Runda Puppy.
Yeah.
Definitely stop that heal from coming out.
Completely sure what they wanted to do. I think Phoenix did have someone jumps in here. He loses all his mana to the Necro Book. I think there's a couple of situations in this game where Magic Stick actually would keep him alive. It's very good when the enemy has Necro.
Crippling worked out real well.
Yeah, it was a great pick.
More? Are we going to see more often? Is it like, or was this very situational in this case?
I think we're going to see it more. We've seen today. I'm trying to think of a game where it would have just been like, okay, Morphling is awful.
more if you're actually strong at that point. Like, you
Yeah.
can actually TP and fight. But the weird part is you have to farm a Linken's and then an E-Blade, and that's when your hero comes online. So it's like 15 to 25 minutes where your hero doesn't really feel maybe as strong as some other safe laners.
And that's exactly when the Sven was supposed to come online, right? It's
Yeah.
that time where Morphling is like no longer in the laning phase and supposed to be like in that farming area and isn't supposed to be like a real powerful force in the team fights. And that was the point in time like eHome didn't take control. They actually started losing control more and more as you got
that's
further
when
into
Pylai
that
Die
area.
was getting those swaps all the
Yeah.
time and just making space for
And I'm
Secret.
actually, I think there's one thing we haven't talked about enough, which is, you know, we're taking a lot away from. We're saying eHome are making a lot of mistakes, but I think it's very difficult playing against Beastmaster. Actually, that hero
yeah.
when it has a good game, I think Misery had a minute 17 Necro 3, so he has good farm, good levels.
At some point he was walking around with 5k gold.
Yeah, and then they bought an Assault Cuirass. At that point, the game was kind of over. But he sends out Hawks, and I think eHome 2 or 3 successive smokes failed. They didn't find anything, and it's not necessarily because Secret are sure where the gank is coming or that they smoke under the Hawk. It's just that they know, oh, this area is clear, and this is clear, and then you can like, you know, you just deduct, okay, they're not here, they've got to be here. So maybe eHome actually did try more than we're saying, but it's. I think we may not be giving Secret enough credit for at least dodging the ganks. Then when it came to the fights, I just think eHome mis-executed it.
Yeah, Secret is now 1 game up in this best of 3 series, which means that they're 1 game away from making it to the winner's bracket here for the Shanghai Major, and that also is maybe the next game is the last game of Group A, as we will be closing that one today. Now, CDs, or rather eHome, has been with their backs against the wall earlier today, and they performed, they won, that's why they're here. Can they do it again?
Yes.
I believe so, yeah.
So we're going to see 2 more games. Does
He didn't say will, he said can, right?
Okay, will they do it? I mean,
it's really hard to say.
How long will the tilt debuff be on for is the question.
Well, they're taking a...
So we will be continuing shortly, but they do get a little bit of a break, yes.
I think the most important thing is just that they identify what went wrong in this game. Because they could start losing faith in their picks and be like, oh, we had a bad draft and stuff. We thought Secret's draft was better, but they actually made their own draft look. There was a drafting error, I think.
Like, we had the laning phase in the bag. We could have been the ones securing Roshan instead of Secret. We could have been steamrolling this.
Do you think eHome's one of those teams that can have a bit of overconfidence after having such a successful laning phase, that they kind of just maybe got a bit too reckless? I mean, they did kind of make those overcommitting plays from Faceless Void and from Kaka, and you look at a team like eHome and you think, well, maybe they're a bit more disciplined and not going to allow something like that, but you got to remember it's Lanham and a bunch of young up-and-coming.
It's best when they have the better late game hero, and that was something that Secret very specifically took away from them in this game. So when they made those same kind of mistakes that they could afford in other kind of games, they couldn't afford it here. They had to be able to hit their timings. They had to be able to execute in the early to mid game, shut out Secret as fast as possible to make sure that Morphling didn't come online. But they just made those mistakes, and once you've kind of like gotten to a certain point, like once you've gotten to 30 minutes and you haven't actually, you've lost ground rather than gained it, the game's pretty much over. Late game's going to be coming and Morphling's going to wreck you.
So you're kind of feeling like that was, or at least for your part, a drafting error that they could fix and will fix for the next game?
It's not necessarily like a drafting error. It's just that it's one of eHome's, I would say, greatest strengths is that they are able to afford to like lose a laning phase or give up like early map control and that sort of things, and still find a way to be able to come back through their mid game and through their late game potential. But if they're going to be drafting a little bit differently, if they're going to be conceding the late game hero to the enemy team, they have to just play crisper, essentially. And that has been kind of the story of this tournament so far, and I think will be the story of this tournament to go, is that the teams who are able to play the most cleanly in the first 20 minutes are just going to like steamroll through this group stage.
Yeah, take MVP Phoenix. That's exactly what they did. Dominate laning stage, dominate the game. Now we talk a lot about what eHome could have done differently to secure this game and to secure the next game potentially to force out a third game. But Team Secret, I mean, they won this game, yes, but they had some shaky moments in there as well. What do you feel like they should focus on if they want to improve and make their game even more crisp than it was this game?
Help Weeha more. Every single game he's played Invoker so far, I think. That I
One OD game.
One OD, yeah, and then he's played a lot of Invoker. And I think every single time he loses the early game, either by getting ganked or by having unfavorable matchup. In this game again, I'm not sure. I still think it's like 50-50, maybe slightly favoring the Lina, but it should be okay. He's having a hard day, and it's not entirely his fault. You know, he's just being targeted very much when he's playing that Invoker. So if they want to do that, I think you help him out a bit more. Maybe the Chen this game sends a creep mid, secures that for him, sacrifices himself for like 30 seconds to a minute, and gives Invoker the space he needs. That to me is an important thing. And then keep Puppey in the jungle if they can. If they can get Chen or Enigma, get it first phase.
Yeah, well, they have first pick coming to this one.
Yeah,
Well, they should have first pick coming to this one. So
Secret really got to understand. Okay, I'm sure they do understand, but it's the fact that that Weeha's like mid playstyle is much more farm oriented. If you compare someone who's like a start comparison, like Fada is like he is in his patch essentially, right? Because he is just such a oppositional mid, right? He'll always put himself against the opposing mid and try and shut them out as much as possible. It's less about his own farm and more about smothering the enemy, right? And Weeha is much more focused on like his own farm and that sort of thing. And when this patch is a lot more faster and the mids are the mids that are a lot more appropriate are oftentimes more aggressive and more focused on shutting out the enemy, then that playstyle doesn't really work with Weeha, so you have to be able to give him that extra boost. I really agree with Cinderin on this one. They gotta help him out in that mid lane a little bit better.
Perhaps early rotations as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Cinderin said. If you can get your hands on a Chen, for example, and maybe use it...
Will they get their hands on a Chen? Let's be real.
Well, maybe. Never know.
I mean, I think they had a fine game plan against Chen.
Yeah, I think that was all right.
It wasn't. I don't think it was the issue for eHome. I'd be okay with them giving it up again.
The alternative is to give Weeha another hero.
Yes.
Invoker. Keep his options open instead of picking that Invoker so early. I still think they
No
made
Chen.
good use of it. All right, they're not getting it, so we'll see now.
Interesting that they banned the Invoker, too.
Yeah. It's going to be Lone Druid again. And that leaves Prophet. They didn't ban it this time. They banned it last game, so got to assume that eHome will be grabbing that.
Yeah.
We banned Prophet and Tide last game, so Tide also still in the pool, so Secret will have to choose. And of course, Void still in the game.
I think if eHome open Void, Secret will take Tide or Enigma, one of the two.
I believe a first pick 2 times for eHome, by the way, so that would mean that Secret favors Dire.
I agree. Those are both some of the most natural counters, right? To the old Faceless Void carry.
Yeah.
Was just to be able to get some good AoE counter initiation into your hands. I really think that Furion's the best pickup here. I think that when Cinderin was talking about the uniqueness of the hero and what it really brings to this patch, I think that was perfectly on point, and it's... Oh, okay.
That is to counter the Vision game that Beastmaster offered earlier.
Well, it's also a pretty good opening against Furion. Like, during the mid-game, it makes it very difficult to do what you want to do, which is kind of split up the map.
Void.
Yeah, it's nice to avoid confrontation and also to make split pushers less likely to do what they want.
Most of the times when you see a first pick that is not considered a first phase pick is when you've identified that there are so many top tier heroes in the pool that you can always get a trade that you're happy with. And then you just get information. This is like think of this as them giving Secret the first pick instead. Now they're just passing it on, and then they want to have the counter pick and then close out phase 1. If they pick Prophet now, they give more information, I guess, than picking an S, but I don't know if Secret actually care that much. They get a bit against Nicer.
I think Night Stalker is going to be the one of the most, actually just say the most successful 4 position in the game. Just the way that the many different small boosts to Night Stalker that make him may or may not want to do anymore. But if you can commit one of your supports to that heavy kind of
it's not so much about what they get for themselves, it's what they're against. The way Secret are playing with these 2 heroes is that they get items and they're standing in the front and looking stupid. And these heroes right now don't teamfight very well, and they don't put that much pressure on the lane in the start. So now Enigma can free jungle. If these 2 are indeed the supports from eHome, you've got Night Stalker, Rubik. They're not good in the first 4 minutes. So now the Tide offline will be fine. Enigma will farm jungle, and eHome will go toward an early portion of the mid game where they're just innately at a disadvantage, I feel.
Earlier today against CDEC, they had 2 games in a row where they picked Night Stalker 2 games in a row, 1 game for 11, 1 game for Kaka. So they can't switch
They
it
could
up
play it
here.
offlane.
Yeah.
I think this might be a better choice.
Yeah, seeing that Rubik pickup really makes me feel like you have to put the Night Stalker as the offlane now.
And they won the game where they had Night Stalker offlane as well, even though 11 did not do very well. But
yeah,
I feel like eHome almost need like a gyro or something. Like something that can actually
that might be a pick for Secret now.
Very early.
Actually like that grab.
A core position for eHome that can actually fight into this.
Jug?
I mean, the problem with Jug is you spin and you get hit by like an entire team basically. And it doesn't matter if you're spinning if they have early mech, which Puppy will have as mech like even prior to 10 minutes if he gets a free jungle. That's just how fast you have it. And Omni Slash is also garbage against 5 men. Like it's completely terrible.
It's really not very good. There's the gyro ban. Okay, they didn't warn themselves. I could see eHome going for a bounty hunter and just trying to mess with Enigma, but I think it's scary to do until you see the secondary support from Secret. If that's one that can't really punish bounty for doing it, then they could definitely get away with it. And then try to put Rubik +1 strong hero bottom, and since bounty is keeping Enigma away, Night Stalker should be able to get something 1 and 2 top. But I'm very curious to see which direction Secret goes. Last time they had this, I think they went Spectre 5th pick for Envy in that game.
Yeah, but it got banned out here.
That one is gone, but they could still go for another hard carry. They could think of something, this time there's better counters to Morphling, but something along the lines of a hero that comes online late, but they just enable with these.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things is that, I mean, Night Stalker and Rubik are acceptable heroes against it, but this time around the Ember Spirit was not banned in the 3-4.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true. They might really consider that.
although now, if you as eHome, you know that you're going to deal with an Enigma who's going to be in the jungle for the first few minutes. Is it an option to go for an aggressive tri-lane so that you know that you can shut down Envy on whichever heroes he'll play?
Rubik is not an aggressive tri-lane hero most of the time.
It is possible, but then you're leaving Tide 1-on-1, so he will get fast level 6, and you're leaving Enigma alone in the jungle, so he will get fast level 6 in mech. And then we actually saw that attempt earlier today by CDEC, where they ran the Enchantress, super aggression on Envy, shut down his bounty or his Clinks completely. Doesn't matter. Tide got levels and farm, and Enigma got levels and farm. And then the Clinks in that game actually it seemed like almost didn't need to have anything, and they could still win.
Yeah, they kind of won 45.
So it's a difficult proposition. I think it's way better to play it as a 2.5, where the half is the guy running after Enigma, because then you have the chance of having a presence to bounty. This is the type of game to do it in, I think. Great synergy with Night Stalker too. They kind of overlap in.
Is pretty pick.
Yeah, counter pick. As we had Lanham play a Lion earlier today that was insane, and he paired it up together with 11's Night Stalker, and they just ran around and killed people. It was a very strong combination.
I was thinking about 2 here. You want to be able to try to defend your towers. You need to have teamfight abilities that don't commit your hero.
Yes.
So Warlock Ultimate is great. You obviously don't move in. You cast from super far away. And Phoenix is great because can't tank the egg most of the time if he's taken any damage and anyone's running in. I could see eHome taking it in that direction now. And if they want it, they still have their Void available too.
We're talking about like letting your carries play their kind of playstyle, and Team Secret is definitely one of those teams that lets Eternal Envy play his carries, and this is definitely one of.
A lot to do with the fact too that if you look at Team Secret's lineup, they have a Enigma jungle, so you need some safe line hero who doesn't need help. Steal, just kill him. Like
something that eHome were thinking about. That's also a common strategy when you're dealing with Enigmas, is to run an aggressive jungler. First and foremost is Enchantress, and shut out the Enigma, because you really just can't fight you.
This pick is super risky in my opinion. Like, I know you have Warlock for AoE we haven't seen. I guess it's going to be midpoint, and then a Morphling who's going to still have that really weird 15 to like 25-minute timing where he's not really going to contribute in a big way to fights. And Team Secret have insane 5-man and the ability to push towers relatively quick. Like just having a Clinks on your team with Enigma, that's enough tower push. I feel like Team Secret can very easily snowball this
damage or damage reduction.
The reason I started thinking about Prophet was that I'm just thinking if you're eHome now, what you're banking on with the Morphling is reaching late game. You're going to defend high ground with Warlock and with, like, you can Fate Bolt spam out. Maybe where can eHome trade? Like, where do they put their pressure? They have a Morphling only to split push. The other heroes do nothing to buildings.
And they don't have a very passive laning phase. Like Morphling, Warlock, these heroes don't move around. They don't do anything. They sit in their lane and they hit creeps.
I hope Warlock maxes.
For position Warlock, you kind of need to max heal though.
Oh yeah, for sure. But over upheaval, I think they need the damage from Fatal Bonds. It's you can't remove a Kraken Shell actually, but of course the creep wave itself as well.
Probably one of the only teams who would be willing to run when.
Haven't seen much of it though since their like Nanyang run.
Yeah.
Kind of put it in park for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be dusting that one off.
If you look at eHome's picks, it's a mid hero. It's what I was talking about. We needs to be self-sufficient, and it's a hero that's difficult for eHome to gank. So at least they have a mid laner now who's playing against Warlock, who doesn't have kill potential in lane alone. And even with the help, they might not even. If Rubik rotates in, they might not even kill the Wind Ranger. They need to bring like 2 heroes in addition. So I like that. I think Puck could have maybe been a better choice.
Does we play much Puck though?
Agree.
I think he does play it.
Okay.
All right, so this is something that eHome did a lot in previous patches, but I don't think this was the hero. Disruptor works well off of aggressive lineups, and he pairs really well with Night Stalker for multiple reasons. And it's an aggressive hero, it takes map control, and it gives you extra vision, right? Those are all 3 excellent things, but I don't think the rest of the lineup is aggressive enough, essentially, to be able to follow that up, to ensure that they're in a commanding position to get those strong kind of glimpses.
I think it's mainly the synergy with the NS that makes it strong. You know, like you can use the vision advantage to try to go for picks. You can smoke around nighttime, and you can find picks on heroes before they can even see you. Like literally, you just get a glimpse onto them, they're dead. And that kind of pick off can allow you to keep yourself in the game and maybe make it to that late game stage that they're going to be looking for with the Morphling. So,
but we're going to hit that point in time, right, where we're talking about where the Morphling's down, and if Warlock Golems are also down, they don't win fights.
No, I agree with that.
And for me, like, Disruptor's such a bad hero from a support position when you're playing defensively, when the enemy team's trying to push into you.
So, previous game, you all said Secret. Are you going to say that again? Are you going to be Uniform?
I think so. I think Secret.
Dakota?
It's hard not to say Secret on this one.
I think their draft is better. We should mention for the Disruptor as well, the counter to Tide with...
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't it counter a Black Hole as well, long range cancel?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
Are you Secret too?
Secret?
Sure.
Okay, can they do it
Stick
2-0?
with
It is
Couch.
time for Game 2 Secret versus eHome with OD Pixel and Winter.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back with DC versus Chinese characters. I'm sure that's not right, and there we go. That's what happens if you can't cast. They put you in that room. And I don't even know if you guys can hear me at the moment. Hopefully. Otherwise my flames are wasted. Here we go. eHome versus Secret. I'm sure you can hear me now. If you can't, well, you're on one of the lucky ones. Oh, look at that. We've even got a nice little overlay. 1-0 at the moment to Secret, as we can see. Game 2, Winter. We're going to see something a little bit different from eHome. The core Night Stalker, and it's this time they're the ones trying out the Morphling.
Yeah, and not to mention the way Secret started this game, they had 2 heroes TP to top and to bottom to secure good ward positioning, so they could understand whether eHome is coming to do aggressive lanes or not. So they're gonna find out that it might actually be dual lanes because Lamb is actually at top, so they might be sending the Rubik top to actually help out the Night Stalker in the early phase. Because earlier today we saw a game where O11 was on the Night Stalker where he was left alone. I believe it was I can't remember against who, but he had a really hard time, and we were talking on the panel where a bit about the Night Stalker being left alone, and he had a really tough early game. And this time they are switching things up. They are sending him support, so hopefully the Night Stalker will have a much better early game here. And Secret are going to get a D-ward here with Paladai scouting the ward, I believe with their early vision, so they were able to pinpoint the location of eHome wards.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Envy does do this game. We saw earlier, in fact, one of the games I was casting with Andy, where he played up against CDC. He had a tough time in lane as the Clinks, but he did have to deal with a tri-lane there. So he should have a bit of a fairer time now just against the dual lane. Even though it's a fairly beefy one with the Night Stalker and the Rubik, does still have to be careful about getting caught out of position. The other lane's Misery dealing up with this Disruptor and, of course, Morphling combo and the mid lane matchup. We heard the panel, a few kind of unfavorable comments about win range at the moment in this meta. Would you agree this is certainly one of the weaker mid laners at the moment?
Yeah, she's not as strong as the other mid laners, obviously, like the Invoker, obviously the other hero nowadays. So, but it's one of like Weeha's comfort hero. So sometimes it's really important that you want to pick a hero that he's extremely comfortable instead of picking the best hero for the situation.
Yeah, so as there's a kind of suggestion, last game we saw him maybe struggle. It didn't feel like the same Invoker that we saw earlier from Weeha. So, hey, they're just like that. Just play your Win Ranger RMR and you're going to be fine. So that's the strat that Secret are going for this game, and that's indeed what Puppy's given him.
Yeah, and if you look at the lanes right now, Tide is getting a good amount of experience. I think thanks to Puppy actually denied one of the creeps earlier before the lanes. Before the creeps started to go to the lane, he removed one of the creeps off the offlane. So Tide has been able to get a lot of experience here, and he has the Iron Talon plus boots completed, so he can move to the jungle if he wants to. He has enough levels to do that. It's gonna spot a bounty rune at bottom, and Puppy is going to secure the double damage at top.
I think certainly over the games that I've seen today of Secret, one thing that you really can't fault is Misery's Tide and Puppy's Enigma. That's been pretty much two of the most solid performances that I've seen today here from the side. So Secret going to be feeling very comfortable having those in this game. I mean, against the draft of eHome though, do you feel they have enough to deal with the kind of the wombo combo that Secret are going to be coming with them during the mid game?
They still have like really good team fight of their own. The Disruptor ultimate, Static Storm plus the Warlock Golem. So definitely whoever gets a better initiation would have a really big advantage in terms of team fight. And not to mention the vision game, the panel mentioned as well. The Night Stalker vision game giving them a good amount of advantage in terms of when to take the team fight and when to pick off people with glimpse. So that will also be really important for eHome. The Aghanim's timing of 0-11 this game.
We can see top lane, Envy on the CS 14 for 1 compared to the 16 for 3. So things are all across the map looking fairly even. There's a slight edge in the mid lane for the Warlock ahead of Weeha. To be fair, Weeha's closing the gap now. There's no one really breaking away, but I guess you've got to admit though, in a game where the laning stage seems to be going even, you've got to favour the side that's got the jungler.
Yep. That's a really good point, and not to mention the Tide 1 versus 2 is getting a lot of gold and experience. So this is looking really, all the lanes are looking really, really good for Secret right now. So they are very, very content with their position. They're farming 4 of their heroes. They're gonna have a 4-core lineup, and mid lane, Weeha he's gonna be fine with the bottle charges and popping the Fairy Fire to make sure that he's fine.
Yeah.
So he has actually been struggling both the games against Old Chicken. Like both games, the last game he got solo killed by the Lina Vocal, and this game getting chased back to bait.
Leveling once again this game, 4.5 minutes, and he's going to have level 6 online.
The first black hole to net at least by getting the best kill that he can get. So Night Stalker is he going back into a jungle? No, he's just looking to go gank right now. That's Night.
Towards potentially, I'd imagine they've got their eyes on Weeha here.
I guess maybe.
To try and catch out, Puppy before he's able to make a movement of his own. That could also be something.
Will pop, so 11 knows that that's
I know that Puppy's around.
So let's see whether they continue to push forward or they decide they're going to back off and go for Weeha here.
Yeah, the ping from Old Chicken actually came back onto Weeha, so saying, come back to the mid guys, we want to try and catch this Win Ranger, but Weeha quick on the fingers there with the Win Run.
Yep, unable to get the glimpse, but at the very on the Warlock, so that's still a really good ward there for eHome.
They did ping it out though. I think Secret might be aware that they did do that, and is that
Sentry?
No Sentry's coming out yet. No. But it was ping nonetheless, so maybe Secret going to be aware of that and just playing around that one.
Yep, nevertheless, I think Secret are still really control the rune because they have a jungler and eHome is roaming around with the Night Stalker now. So it's very difficult for...
No, not careful enough. eHome will be able to find that one there with a little bit of an adventure into Dire Jungle. Now we're going to see if Secret can make them pay for it. The Shackle isn't going to latch from Weeha. The Mini Stun should be enough to hold all 11 in place, but time for MV to get the damage in, and he will. That'll be your first blood there for the Clinks. They may lose a courier, it was empty, but Secret able to get the first blood there for MV.
Still pretty even. I would say like courier kill still gives a lot of gold for your whole team. So it's so I think at the end of the day, probably eHome are a little bit more happy with that because Secret rotated almost the whole team except for the Tide over there to actually just get 1 kill. So fairly even trade there, and Right now, if you look at the CS, Viha is he has 2 points in Fatal Bonds, 3 in kill, and 1 in upheaval. So
he's getting a lot of space down there.
This is like a dream game, like for Thai Hunter, being left 1 versus 1.
And the thing is, as well, I mean, CTY's farm is good for
difference. Like the Thai has been getting a lot more compared to the Night Stalker, and Night Stalker had lanes. Still hasn't made his first move yet, so we have to pay attention to whether Puppey makes a move on to trying to kill the Morphling, or if he tries to go for the Warlock. Like these are the 2 big kills.
With the single black hole, every single one has been bang on.
Yep.
Like this, you know, we're 9 minutes in. There's only been the 1 kill on Secret, which was off the back of eHome going in themselves a little bit too aggressive. And this feels like, again, in the first series of the day, CDC versus Secret. CDC kind of played like this as well. Like, it did give Secret a lot of space and for eHome as they do go into the mid game.
Yep, and Envy's, he actually gets a very early medallion. I think we talked about on the panel whether sometimes when you actually play Klings on Dire side, you want to have the medallion just so that you can actually take Roshan early. And they obviously have for the Lion to get his level 6, which he already has. And Envy is also starting to put pressure on the enemy team every time he's missing off the map, because he's able to actually do a lot of damage just with levels. That's like the benefit of having a safe lane Klings. He can actually pressure the enemy very early by being off the map all the time.
We can see at the moment, ever since that first bit of an advance into Dire Jungle, since then they've been just keeping it safe.
You can see how they are actually distributing all across the board move here with Disruptor coming in.
It's going to be a tough one. Misery does have a Ravage. They're actually going to drop the Golem for this one, going straight in onto Misery. There is an upheaval slowing him a little bit, but Misery is just walking this off. He doesn't give a damn that there's a Golem here. They will manage to find the kill onto the Morphling, the Disruptor to fall as well. Secret turning up. There's the BM Black Hole. Lanham gets screwed. 3 dead on the side of for the finger. He could have gone a little bit too far here, Pylite Die. He's still got a few friends about. He's going to Hex up Hold 11. He was trying to chase down Misery and get the Void. They can play with each other. Weehaw coming back in. The Shaq bringing the wall at low. He's going in for the kill. Weehaw, he's trying to for the style points. He ends up paying with his life. But nonetheless, 5-1 now for Secret. Ski Mouse coming for you. And
well
hurry up.
That was very well done.
Keep
by
that safe,
Andy.
Jackie. Come on.
So all in all, Secret got 5 kills out of that engagement.
Yes.
Essentially, it was a team wipe.
And they only lost. Well,
and they used the Ravage for that.
That's a great trade.
But he teamed to come in.
They go on Misery with the
That's the
ult
Bracer.
from
I think he survived also partly because he had Bracer. He was like at 150 HP before everything ended. So that Bracer and the early Warn as well definitely helping him survive through that engagement. So
Old 11. He might be about to feel the wrath of an Invis room from Weehart. He's playing it safe, Old.
They saw him. Yep, that's a sentry there. So that would not be successful for Weehart. Old 11 gonna retreat back into the jungle, but you use the Golem and you lose the team fight 5-1.
It was a good point actually brought up by Scant there. He did have an Arcane rune, so the cooldown of the Golem was only 116 seconds instead, so he wanted to use it. So it's, even though it didn't find a kill, it's not great, but it's back online now. It was maybe just worth a shot.
Yeah. But at the same time, they gave away so much from Secret, so
yeah, they did then try and fight around it, which didn't end up paying off. Yeah.
So right now, Black Hole's still on cooldown for another 50 seconds, and because of the Arcane Rune, Warlock has his ultimate backup. We'll see whether they are able to actually take any objectives with the next Golem here.
And Veep seems to find himself a pick up his friend Kaka. And find the angle. Beautiful one! Cheeky pick off, and eHome unable to do anything to stop that.
This game has been so far perfect for Secret. Everything going their way. Emmy able to find pickoffs and pressure the map. The blink from Lion, he didn't actually go for a blink, he went for Arcane Boots and Earn. So he probably wants to go for the item build that Lamb goes all the time on his Lion. The Aether lands first before he goes for the Dagger. So we'll see how well the item build works for him. And for Misery, he completes the jumps, and they're going to catch up CTY right here.
He's going to start to get his gains going into bulk up. He will be okay. He's going to give a bit of space, of course, though, on top for Weehart to try and take down the tier 1 fortification coming out. They're going to send Lanham up to the top.
Oh, Weehart is going for early Neostorm, it seems. He's going to get lifted, though.
Yeah, Weehart, again, maybe getting a bit too greedy. He wants the tower, and he is going to get it. He doesn't get the last touch. He just managed to stop them from denying it.
Wow,
Pays with his life.
So greedy there for Weehart. Oh, that was definitely not worth it. At the very least, they didn't get the deny. So
Yeah, that's something, but
Roshan is gonna go the way of Secret. Like I mentioned, I was wondering when they would go for the Roshan. So finally, after securing the tier 1 at bottom lane, they feel safe enough that they have enough content to go for the Roshan and the Enigma. But it seems like eHome know what's going on with the ward there.
They want a bit of this. They want a bit of the action. They're ready to jump. And now Puppey, oh, he's being glimpsed back. Telekinesis up. That's going to be the Enigma. He's already popped the mech. The Fade Bolt finally comes from finishing him off. The Golem coming out the stun, catching on to 3. Can he try and find more at the back of this? They've already found the Enigma. They're chasing down Mystery to get the Void slow, but they turn around, burst down the Night Stalker. Secret find themselves a return kill here. We may be thinking about going back in on this one, but the Golem's still up. It's going to be a tricky one. Both of the team lean. Oh. The Golem just come up. Just controlling it here, Secret. And once Puppey is back up, we'll see if they go back in. Roshan is under half health.
I mean, it's still looking really good for Secret because they expanded the Golem and they didn't get anything. And Secret has their Black Hole plus Ravage still up. So this is looking like
go straight back. Yeah.
This Roshan is looking like Secret should be able to secure it for themselves with the ultimates back up. Tide is also pretty close to his dagger, so Secret's team fight is going to be extremely strong once Misery is able to get his hands on the thing.
Especially now that Envy's got his Desolator done 16 minutes in.
Oh, they might try for a kill on CTY here. No, just going straight into the Roshan.
This is going to melt.
Who's going to get the agent? Maybe the Wind Ranger? No. Envy actually frees up a space for that. Good guy, Envy. What a team player.
What a team player.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, he's always not in a team to look for even more advantage right now because they know Golem is still down and they have all their cooldowns up.
Mid and Kaka.
He has a Ghost Scepter though early for the.
He still goes down there. Secret. Find himself a very easy kill down to disrupt it.
Has the Aegis right now, so.
I mean, yeah, he's nearly got the Aghanims done, old chicken. But even with that, they're going to need something fairly spectacular.
It's worrisome when the team that picks the Warlock is unable to take a team fight. This is definitely starting to get worrisome. And CTY just finishes up his Lincolns. Not the best timing, but considering his team's situation, it's still fairly reasonable. And Envy behind enemy lines. Can he get another pick off here?
Mystery's got a Ravage. Let's see if they can find something here. Envy, who's he eyeing up? Misery. Oh, they've already found Lanham there with the help of Weehart. That's going to be the first pick off Envy. They're wandering around.
So there's the blink for Misery here completed. So their team fight is going to be really, really scary right now. As long as they get
18 minutes in.
Yeah, as long as they get the jump and I think Warlock is the key target. If you can actually take out the Warlock before he does anything, it will be really, really crucial for them to secure the team fight. So Weeha's 18-minute Maelstrom is the 8th of this